I traveled to the Great Xia Kingdom and became the seventh prince. My mother died early, and I was not favored by my father, so I lived in the home of my fourth brother Xiaofeng. I wanted to open a mansion and become a cool prince after a year, but my fourth brother always picks on me. On this day, he asked me to go on a blind date again. The other party was Zhang Ruoxi, the second daughter of the loyal and brave Marquis family. I wanted to refuse, but a strange message code suddenly appeared in my mind, issuing a blind date mission for me, so I had to agree. Zhang Ruoxi is a well-known blind date-ending maniac, with strong martial arts and a hot temper. I went to meet her with all my strength. During the communication with her, I tried my best to win her favor. Can I complete the task and get the advent value? My life of crossing is full of challenges and opportunities. It is bitterly cold in early spring, especially in the early morning. Xiao Rui stood in the garden pavilion, looking towards the east. The sun had not yet risen, but it was illuminating the sky. He looked lonely. Seventh Master, it's cold in the morning, you'd better go back to your room, otherwise if Fourth Master finds out, he will punish me again. An old servant behind him bowed and spoke cautiously. Xiao Rui came back to his senses and smiled, it's okay, fourth brother knows my habits. I'm thirsty, go get some water. Okay, Seventh Master. The old servant left quickly. Looking at his hurried back, Xiao Rui suddenly smiled. Why are you laughing? 7 parts helplessness, 3 parts emotion. After all, whoever encounters the experience of traveling through time, suddenly bids farewell to the information age and comes to this feudal dynasty, is unfamiliar with the place, away from family and friends, and everything, will not be able to adapt. As for the feeling. Fortunately, the identity I traveled through time is not an illegitimate child, a son-in-law, a poor commoner, and other bloody plots. I am the 7th prince of the Great Xia Kingdom. A prince. It's a very noble status. If you work hard, what if you become an emperor? Be emperor. Xiao Rui was so scared that he quickly shook his head and dared not think about it. Not to mention that there is a father who is diligent and hard-working, holds great power and controls both internal and external affairs. There are 6 older brothers and 2 younger brothers at the same level, all of them are very smart. Unlike me, my mother died early, my grandfather's family was not a prominent family, and I was not favored by my father. I rarely had the chance to see him or even talk to him. It would be best if the bloody plot of the 9 dragons fighting for the throne did not happen. Since I am not old enough to set up my own household, I can only stay at my 4th brother's house and wait until I turn 18 in a year, when I can submit a petition and set up my own household and become a free and easy prince. Walk on a horse and play with birds, find a room, a ham, a few close female friends, and live a perfect life. Perfect. It's just that, the tree wants to be still but the wind does not stop, there are always people and things forcing me to move forward. There is no such thing as a peaceful life. We all have to move forward with heavy burdens. At this time, the old servant came with tea. 7th Master, I was afraid that the tea would get cold, so I made it hotter. The old servant said respectfully. Xiao Rui smiled and said, put it on the stone table. I'll let it cool down before I drink it. The old servant put down the tray and said, 7th Master, I just met with Steward Wang. He asked me to pass on a message to you. When you are done enjoying the scenery, go to 4th Master. He said 4th Master has something important to discuss with you. When Xiao Rui heard this, he immediately frowned and felt a little depressed. My 4th brother always likes to pamper me. Alas, the burden I bear at this stage is all the work of this bastard. You say that it is human nature for you to covet the position of the crown prince, but why do you always like to use me to win over people for you? Just because I stay at your house, does that mean I'm on the same side as you? Aren't you afraid that I'm a spy sent by your other brothers? I am a prince after all. Please give me some face and consider me as your competitor. This time, I don't know what kind of trouble will happen. There was nothing Xiao Rui could do about living under someone else's roof. His mood became even worse, so he simply got up and walked down the stone steps to meet his 4th brother. The sun jumped out and the sky brightened. After entering an exquisite house, I saw the 4th Prince Xiaofeng practicing martial arts. Xiao Rui stopped beside the screen wall, watching Xiaofeng move up and down, and couldn't help but admire his skills. His father, the emperor, was able to conquer the great Xia kingdom amidst the surrounding countries, relying on his fierce martial arts. Xiaofeng inherited this advantage and was the most skilled martial artist among all the princes. But it only inherited this one advantage. Seventh brother is here. Xiaofeng finished his move. The maid beside him handed him a hot towel. He wiped the sweat off his face and said with a smile. Xiao Rui said respectfully, "Fourth brother." Xiaofeng enthusiastically pulled Xiao Rui into the house and said, "Seventh brother, it's too boring for you to get up early every morning to look at the scenery. Why don't you practice martial arts with me? Our great Xia kingdom was conquered on horseback. As a prince, how can you be powerless? How can you share the worries of your father?" Xiao Rui glanced at his movements and held his wrist tightly. Well, it seems that this time the trouble will not be small. As for sharing the worries for the emperor, are you testing me? Fourth brother, I haven't eaten yet and I'm hungry. Can we talk about practicing martial arts after dinner? Xiao Rui looked embarrassed. Xiaofeng laughed and said, "You are just lazy." After entering the house, they sat down. Xiao Rui ate the sweetheart on the table and didn't dare to ask or say anything. Seeing Xiao Rui eating stupidly without asking why he had called him here, Xiaofeng became anxious and said, "Seventh brother, you will be 17 soon. You can build a mansion in another year." Woo-woo. Xiao Rui's mouth was full of snacks and he uttered a few words incoherently. Xiaofeng frowned, then smiled and said, "You are not young anymore, but you still act like a child. Look at your eighth brother, who is 1 year younger than you. He has become a disciple of the great scholar Master Qiu and is highly recognized by the scholars in the capital. You have to work hard." Xiao Rui swallowed the snack and said enviously, "Old eighth brother is very talented in writing. Among us brothers, fourth brother is good at martial arts, and eighth brother is also very talented in writing. The people of the capital city gave you the titles of Martial King and Literary King. You will definitely be the right and left arms of the emperor in the future." Really? Xiaofeng was delighted when he heard it. Fake. Xiao Rui wanted to roll his eyes, but he still nodded obediently. Xiaofeng laughed and said, "You often linger in the market, so if you hear such rumors, they must be true." After a pause, Xiaofeng continued, "Seventh brother, I'm here to talk to you. It's nothing else. You're not young anymore, and you're going to start your own household next year, so I'm going to introduce you to a matchmaker. If you're free today, go meet her. What do you think?" Again. You dare to say again? I can't even count on my 10 fingers. How many times have you introduced me to a marriage? I'm not on your side. I want to use my marriage to build connections for you. Are you trying to get married for a peaceful marriage? Seventh brother, don't refuse yet. The girl this time is not ugly, nor is she old, and her appearance is very outstanding. Xiaofeng felt a little resentful. It seemed that he was hurt by Xiao Rui's countless reasons for rejection. Xiao Rui rolled his eyes. He was thinking whether he should use his trump card and simply say that he was gay and could not be straightened, so as to completely eliminate this guy's matchmaker mentality. In the end, I couldn't bear to ruin my only reputation, at least my orientation was normal. Fourth brother, Xiao Rui was about to refuse. Ding dong. A ghostly bell rang in his mind. Xiao Rui stopped talking immediately. He picked up the teacup and drank some tea, quickly closing his eyes. In my mind, the information code that I hadn't seen for many days appeared again. Name, Xiao Rui. Identity, the 7th Prince of Daxia. Talent, does the identity of a time traveler count? If not, then nothing. Advent value, 45/100. New task, accept the blind date task requested by Xiaofeng. There are only these words, nothing else. Yes, it's really gone. Xiao Rui had a strong sense of complaining. This strange information code followed me through here. It would only pop up to remind me when there were new tasks. It would disappear at other times. You should at least introduce yourself and make Xiao Rui happy that he had opened a powerful cheat code and obtained a certain system. There is no system wizard besides text, so at least a pattern should be designed. Isn't white text on a black background too embarrassing? I can tolerate the lack of a system introduction, but at least give me some explanation of what the advent value is. What is its purpose? There is nothing. Fourth brother, I promise you. Therefore, Xiao Rui still agreed to it honestly. There was no other way, he had to go out into the world with the scabbard in his hand, he lacked a sword. Which girl is this? Xiao Rui asked. He, the second young lady of the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery. Xiao Feng said with a smile. Puff. Xiao Rui spat out the water he had just drunk. Who? The second young lady of the loyal and brave Marquis family. Fourth brother, are you teasing your brother? Xiao Rui stared at Xiao Feng and asked him 3 soul-searching questions in a row. Wasn't it too much for Xiao Feng to introduce such a marriage to him? In addition, the mission was also to stir up trouble. Is it possible for an ordinary man to subdue such a crazy woman? Prince? Even the prince can't do that. I'm not a sandbag. Xiao Feng smiled awkwardly and said tactfully, Miss Zhang is a person who hates evil and has a hot temper. You know, being from a military family, it is inevitable that you have martial arts skills. I think it's pretty good. If you two are together, she can still protect you. Then why don't you go up? Xiao Rui asked. Xiao Feng coughed and said, your sister-in-law doesn't agree. Xiao Rui rolled his eyes at him. Don't agree. He already has several concubines. If the wife dares to say anything, she will raise her fist as big as a casserole. She is thick-skinned and dares to disagree. If it weren't for the mission, Xiao Rui would have come up with more than a dozen reasons to refuse. Since I've promised you, I'll go meet her. But fourth brother, you know I don't have much money, how can I treat a girl to dinner? Xiao Rui began to beg for money. No problem. Come here and withdraw 1,000 taels to give to my 7th brother. Xiao Feng said proudly. Am I only worth 1,000 taels? Xiao Rui asked resentfully. 5,000 taels. 5,000 taels. Xiao Feng's heart was bleeding, but his tone was cheerful. This is better than not. Xiao Feng's psychological injury has finally been compensated a little. Returning to his house, Xiao Rui closed his eyes and observed the information code. As he agreed to the mission, the last line of the message code changed. New task, gain Zhang Ruoxi's favor, advent value plus 15. Xiao Rui was delighted. The weight of this mission was very heavy. It forced him to please the second daughter of the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery and sell his precious muscles. But when Xiao Rui thought of Zhang Ruoxi's name, his head ached. The 12 military marquises of the Great Xia Kingdom had accompanied Emperor Xia in founding the country, and Emperor Xia had not done anything foolish like abandoning his running dogs after the cunning rabbit had died, and had always made use of them. Among the 12 military marquises, the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery ranks 3rd according to military merit, only after the Marquis of Champion and the Marquis of Ever Victorious. You can imagine how powerful his reputation is. Even the prince has to respectfully call him Marquis when he sees him. It was such a brave general who raised a brave daughter, Zhang Ruoxi. This girl was so fierce. At the age of 12, she killed bandits. At the age of 13, she killed tigers and wolves. At the age of 14, she chased and killed the son of an official who molested a commoner girl with a knife. She chased him through 3 streets and chopped him 18 times, avoiding vital parts with every blow. She asked the father of the chopped son to file a complaint with the emperor, but the emperor rejected the complaint with one sentence. Was she seriously injured? It's fine if the man couldn't beat the woman, but why did he come to complain? The second young lady of the Zhang family became famous in one battle. From then on, this female hero Zhang was a chivalrous man. Whenever she went out, she would clear the streets, and the playboys who rode horses and walked dogs would flee in fear, and the people would have a peaceful and just world. Now she is 17 years old and has been waiting to be married. Unfortunately, who would dare to marry her? As the saying goes, like daughter, like father. The Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery was anxious to marry off his daughter, so he even kidnapped a young talent from the capital to go on a blind date with Zhang Ruoxi. In the end, the blind date didn't go as planned, and several people were stabbed, but each time the knife avoided vital injuries. From then on, this woman was honored by the young men in the capital as the blind date-ending maniac. Xiao Feng wanted to win over the loyal and brave Marquis. The 12 military marquises supported Emperor Xia and had never openly expressed their support for any prince to be the crown prince. If he could set a precedent and gain their support, he would definitely come out on top. As for why Xiao Feng was not afraid that if his plan came to pass, Xiao Rui would win over Marquis Zhongyong and his efforts would be in vain. If a prince without any foundation becomes the son-in-law of Marquis Zhongyong, will Marquis Zhongyong support him to be the crown prince? Stop joking. So how to win Zhang Ruoxi's favor? Also, how good is this? No need to sleep together. Xiao Rui clutched his collar tightly. After breakfast, Xiao Feng prepared a greeting gift for Xiao Rui, personally sent him to the carriage, and watched him leave. If I can get the support of the loyal and brave Marquis, my prestige among the brothers will be further enhanced, and my father will also look at me differently. Xiao Feng thought secretly, even if it doesn't work out, I have this intention, and I'm sure the loyal and brave Marquis will be able to feel it. Recently, father's health has not been as good as before, and the position of crown prince has been uncertain. What does father think? Emperor Xia's intentions are profound and unfathomable, and not something that ordinary people can fathom. Xiao Feng sighed. Who wouldn't covet that supreme position? Xiao Rui does not covet it. The emperor is not as comfortable as Prince Xiaoyao. He gets up earlier than the chickens and sleeps later than the dogs. If he is not careful, he will be labeled the king of cuckold. Look, there is a light in the sky, so green that it makes you panic. The carriage swayed to the residence of the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery. The coachman delivered the visiting card, and Marquis Zhongyong personally opened the middle door to welcome him. I'm sorry for not welcoming you, the seventh prince. Zhang Jinfu smiled. Xiao Rui did not dare to be arrogant, and quickly clasped his fists and bowed, saying, Xiao Rui greets the military marquis. Zhang Jinfu lifted up Xiao Rui's hand and dragged him home. Seventh prince, why do you have to perform such a grand ceremony? You are the master and I am the subject. Xiao Rui rolled his eyes. Are you so anxious? Are you so anxious to marry your daughter off because you're afraid she'll run away? After entering the Marquis mansion and crossing several courtyards, we arrived at a quiet main hall. The guest of honor sat down and the maid served tea and snacks. Seventh prince, don't be polite. Eat and drink as you please. Just treat this place as your own home. Zhang Jinfu said with a smile. Xiao Rui smiled and said, Marquis, you can just call me Xiao Rui. This is probably my first visit to your house. Please forgive me for any intrusion. Then I'll call you Xiao Rui, which will make you seem more friendly. Zhang Jinfu said, how are your classes going recently? I heard that His Majesty is interested in testing the prince's academic performance. Is this a common problem from ancient times to the present? When there is nothing to talk about, we just talk about academics. What? Xiao Rui was shocked. He didn't expect there was such an inside story. The princes who have not yet established their own palaces need to study in the Jiwen Hall. Currently, Xiao Rui, the 8th prince, and the 9th prince are still studying, and the other princes have already established their own palaces. When Emperor Xia founded the country, he emphasized the combination of civil and military affairs. Civil affairs can govern the country, and military affairs can maintain peace. Emperor Xia often examines the academic performance of the princes, and if they slack off in their studies, they will be punished. Xiao Rui has a 29-year-old heart and a 17-year-old body. He has survived a dark study life. Then, when he was asked to go to school and face a group of old teachers, the torture was like a broken glass heart. Xiao Rui had gotten away with it in the previous tests, and he didn't know how long he could hold on. The courses are okay. Xiao Rui's smile was uglier than crying. Zhang Jinfu looked at Xiao Rui. To be honest, he didn't know much about the 7th prince. Among the 9 princes, he was the most low-key, living a secluded life and never forming cliques. He probably understood his situation as well. It couldn't be better to have a prince like this as a son-in-law. However, one still has to look at character and intelligence. Zhang Jinfu took a sip of tea and suddenly talked about something else. Your Majesty is worried about the affairs of Qi recently. Have you heard about it? The Great Qi State is located to the north of the Great Xia State. It has a larger land area and population than the Great Xia State, and its national strength is also stronger. Now the great Qi king has been in power for the third year, and the great reform has entered a climax, and the promotion of military and culture is quite enthusiastic. There is a natural pasture on the border between the two countries, which can raise 100,000 horses. This place naturally became a battlefield for the two countries to fight over. The king of Qi was young and energetic, and he was willing to start a war for this natural pasture. This is what Emperor Xia is worried about. Xiao Rui nodded. The news was spreading like wildfire in the capital, with everyone discussing whether to fight or make peace. What do you think? Zhang Jinfu took a sip of tea and asked casually, His Majesty may use this matter to test the princes. If you give a good answer, I heard that you will be rewarded with treasures. Xiao Rui also took a sip of tea, despising Zhang Jinfu in his heart, and pretending to test himself. I used to be a government official, serving tea for 5 or 6 years, and I have seen all kinds of old foxes. Fight him. How can our Xia kingdom be afraid of it? With the marquis here, I guarantee you will beat him to a pulp. Xiao Rui yelled. Zhang Jinfu smiled and said, You also think fighting is the most appropriate? Xiao Rui asked, Doesn't the marquis want to fight too? Zhang Jinfu was immediately speechless, and then he took a sip of tea to cover up his embarrassment, and asked again, Recently, His Majesty has mentioned the matter of appointing a crown prince many times. Who do you think is the most suitable among the 9 of you brothers? Yo. Is this a life or death question? The position of the crown prince is a major national event, and a delay in the decision may cause instability in the country's destiny. The princes have to compete, the civil and military ministers have to take sides, and the undercurrents are invisible swords and rain of swords. Xiao Rui doesn't want to be emperor, so what does it have to do with him? As for who will be the crown prince, will being the crown prince definitely lead to the throne? Come, let Li Erlang tell you the story of Xuanwu Gate. It was a dark night. Never mind, that's getting off topic. Xiao Rui smiled shyly and said, As the saying goes, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Father did this, and I think the candidate for the crown prince should also have such integrity. As for who will be the crown prince, it naturally depends on the will of the people, and the will of the people is the will of the emperor. After a pause, Xiao Rui smiled and said, My lord, who do you think has the highest reputation among the people among my 6 elder brothers and 2 younger brothers? Of course it's Big. Zhang Jinfu quickly stopped talking and glared at Xiao Rui. Good boy, I almost got tricked by you. If this gets out, wouldn't it mean that I support the eldest prince? Who has a higher reputation depends on the people. Zhang Jinfu learned his lesson and replied along with Xiao Rui's words. Xiao Rui's look of admiration made Zhang Jinfu want to ask another question, but he stopped himself. This is a little fox. Zhang Jinfu couldn't help but mutter. Then he stood up and said, You sit down and rest for a while, I'll be back soon. After Zhang Jinfu left for a while, a woman dressed in formal attire walked in. She was wearing a black warrior robe and a ponytail. She was about 1.67 meters tall and slender. She had a beautiful face, especially her eyebrows and eyes, which exuded a heroic spirit. The woman walked in and sat opposite Xiao Rui. She looked Xiao Rui up and down with a pair of almond-shaped eyes, with an expression that said, No strangers allowed. Xiao Rui originally wanted to stand up and say hello, but seeing that she didn't know the etiquette, he didn't bother to greet her. So Xiao Rui continued to sip tea and eat snacks, as if the person sitting opposite him was air. After a long while, Zhang Ruoxi couldn't hold back any longer and asked, Are you the 7th Prince Xiao Rui? Xiao Rui's eyes moved to her face and asked, Are you Zhang Ruoxi, the 2nd daughter of the loyal and brave Marquis Mansion? Do you know martial arts? Zhang Ruoxi asked. Can you embroider? Xiao Rui also asked. Bang. Zhang Ruoxi slammed the table and stood up, angrily asking, Why are you imitating my speech? Xiao Rui's heart skipped a beat with fear. Oh my God, she wouldn't just resort to knife-wielding after a few words of criticism. It seemed that it was not easy to win the favor of this ill-tempered young lady. If you don't like hard ones, try soft ones. Poor woman, she will realize later that hard ones are better. A smile appeared on Xiao Rui's face and he bowed deeply. This action made Zhang Ruoxi a little confused. Am I dead? If not, what am I praying for? What are you doing? Zhang Ruoxi asked. Xiao Rui smiled and said, I have heard of your great name for a long time. I am glad to see you today. I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of the people you have helped. Are you kidding me? Zhang Ruoxi asked coldly, clenching her fists. Xiao Rui shook his head and said, Lady, you should know my identity. My mother is from a military family. Before she entered the palace, she hated evil and was concerned about the people, helping them to fight against the strong and support the weak. Unfortunately, seeing the lady reminds me of my deceased mother. When he said this, Xiao Rui's eyes turned slightly red. He really missed his mother and couldn't help but shed tears. Zhang Ruoxi panicked a little, not expecting Xiao Rui to say these words. Her parents were still alive, but what about him? His mother died early, and the father-son relationship with His Majesty was not deep. He was too old to live in the palace for a long time, so he stayed at the home of the fourth prince. He was called the seventh prince, but he felt even worse than a dandy boy. It's really pitiful. Now the scene brings back memories and I can't control my emotions. It is said that a person who is extremely filial cannot have a bad character. Zhang Ruoxi's first impression of Xiao Rui improved immediately, so she apologized, I'm sorry, I was a little rash in what I said just now. Xiao Rui smiled awkwardly and said, I am the one who should apologize. I lost my composure when I said all this to you the first time we met. Actually, my visit today was firstly my fourth brother's idea, and secondly, I also wanted to see the female knight in person. If I have displeased you, I will leave now. Look at this, Xiao Rui feels that it is very appropriate, not only explaining why he came, but also expressing his own thoughts. Finally, he brings up the purpose, if you are happy, we will continue to communicate, if you are not happy, I will get out of here immediately. Zhang Ruoxi's cheeks turned slightly red. She hated blind dates very much, but she was not annoyed by her admirers coming to see her. She was just too shy. Oh, this heroine's girlish heart. You left just after you arrived. If outsiders knew about this, wouldn't they say that we at the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery Mansion didn't treat you well enough? Zhang Ruoxi said softly. Xiao Rui blinked his eyes and looked at Zhang Ruoxi with a blush on her cheeks. He thought that this girl was quite cute and had a true nature. No. Don't let the beauty fool you. Remember the purpose of your trip. That is to win Zhang Ruoxi's favor. Wow, the system is so shameless, forcing me to pick up girls. I'll call you Ruoxi. Xiao Rui said with a smile, the weather is nice today, why don't we go for a walk on the street together? Zhang Ruoxi clasped her hands together and whispered, isn't it too fast? Quick. Men hate it most when women say this. Who told your father to bring people to lean outside the window and peek? There are several heads on a row of windows. Do you think I want to take you out? Forget it then. Xiao Rui just finished speaking. Zhang Jinfu rushed in, no hurry, we just happened to be out of rice. Ruoxi, you and the seventh prince should go out to eat. We have to entertain guests. Oh. Zhang Ruoxi nodded and then looked at Xiao Rui. Xiao Rui said goodbye to Zhang Jinfu, my lord, we are leaving now. You should tell the servants to buy some rice. It is not easy for a third-rank marquis to live here. How about I give you some? Zhang Jinfu's mouth twitched, and he smiled as he watched the two leave. Walking on the busy street, the two chatted with each other. Zhang Ruoxi was a little shy, it seemed that it was the first time for her to go shopping alone with a man. And Xiao Rui kept staring at the message code in his mind, why was the task not completed yet? Doesn't this young lady have any affection for him at all? This shouldn't be the case. I'm so handsome, are you blind? Don't force me to use a big move. Forget it, I can't beat him. The two came to Tsuiyin Tower. This is a famous restaurant in the capital, a place frequented by dignitaries. As soon as the two entered the door, they ran into four young men in luxurious clothes. Hey! Isn't this Miss Zhang heir from the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery? This is the first time I see you coming to Tsuiyin Tower. Oh, you are here for a blind date. A young man shouted excitedly. It looked like he had been beaten by Zhang Ruoxi, so he became particularly jealous when he saw his enemy. The three people behind him also echoed, boy, you are indeed a role model for men in the capital. You have saved the fate of unmarried men in the capital. How brave. Are you not afraid of being killed by sitting on the bed? Ha ha. Boy, I haven't seen you before. Are you new to the capital? You're pretty bold. Don't you know how powerful the ending devil is? The four of them started to bully Xiao Rui and Zhang Ruoxi. Zhang Ruoxi frowned and clenched her fists. The four of them took a step back in fear and shouted, Zhang Ruoxi, don't do it. The Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery promised that as long as we don't bully the people, you won't hit anyone. We are saying a few words to you now, you can say something back. Yeah, if you have the ability, let's have a verbal fight. Third brother, your verbal attacks are so vulgar. Zhang Ruoxi was so angry that she gritted her teeth. When she was considering whether to break her father's promise, Xiao Rui beside her pulled Zhang Ruoxi behind him and used his tall figure to protect her. Then he kicked one of them with his feet, and his hands turned into knives and chopped two people's necks. In an instant, the three of them lay on the ground wailing. Only one person was left, trembling in fear, and yelled, You bastard, are you looking for death? Damn it, do you know who I am? Are you threatening me with your identity? It sounds exciting. Is this one of the ultimate moves of a dandy? I'm so scared. Xiao Rui said deliberately, then kicked him with a flying kick. He turned around to look at Zhang Ruoxi, met her slightly surprised eyes, and smiled warmly, I can't beat you, but it's easy to teach the four of them a lesson. Ding dong. A reminder tone suddenly came to my mind. Then the message code appears. Congratulations, you have completed the mission, your advent value is plus 15. Xiao Rui's brows immediately brightened up and his smile became even brighter. Looking at the young man in front of her with a bright smile, the sunlight shining on his face, dyeing it golden, Zhang Ruoxi suddenly felt her heart pounding. She quickly shifted her gaze away and said, softly. Her heart was pounding. Xiao Rui and Zhang Ruoxi entered Suiyun Tower. The four people who were beaten threatened Xiao Rui that he should not leave if he was a man, and then ran to find reinforcements. Looking for reinforcements. Ha! Xiao Rui was not afraid of them. Although he was a low-key person, his status was there after all, so sometimes he had to do things in a high-profile manner. Otherwise, everyone would think that he, the seventh prince, was easy to bully, which would damage the reputation of the royal family, and even his father would look down on him. Let's go in. Xiao Rui asked. Zhang Ruoxi was still stealing glances at Xiao Rui, but she quickly looked away and nodded. Am I so handsome? So handsome that I don't even realize it. Woman, your advantage is your good vision. Xiao Rui felt very proud. The two went up to the second floor and did not ask for a private room, but asked for a seat near the window. What would you like to eat, sir? Asked the waiter. Xiao Rui took the menu and said, stir-fried wild rice stem, roast duck, fish head soup with wolfberry and red dates, painted north and south. Ruoxi, I don't know your taste, do you want to eat anything else? That's all. Zhang Ruoxi said with a smile. Okay. The guy went down quickly. Xiao Rui said, stir-fried wild rice stem is relatively light, while the huananbiai is made with northern button mushrooms and southern ham, and the taste is fresh and fragrant. I think you will like it. Roast duck is the specialty of this restaurant, and it is a must-order. You must try it. The fish soup stewed with wolfberry and red dates is not only delicious, but also can nourish yin and replenish qi, which has a therapeutic effect on women. It was just a simple explanation, but it made Zhang Ruoxi feel full of love. There's nothing I can do, I'm a good man. Xiao Rui thought proudly. The dishes were served quickly and the two chatted while eating. Unfortunately, just after he started eating, the four people who had been chased away earlier rushed up to the second floor with a group of guards. Haha, kid, you didn't run away. Then I'm going to make you get down the stairs by yourself, a young man shouted defiantly. The other three were also ready to take revenge. Let me handle it. Zhang Ruoxi said. Xiao Rui immediately refused and said, no, I was the one who hit him, so I will handle it. After saying that, he looked at the rebellious young men and asked, who is your father? The proud young man said proudly, my father is the Minister of War, Ding Dequan. My name is Ding Jian. Are you scared? Kneel down and kowtow to me and call me Grandpa. I might be in a good mood and spare your life. Xiao Rui paused, then put down his chopsticks and said, I wanted to keep things quiet, but it seems that's not going to work. You shouldn't call me Ding Jian, you should call me Zui Jian. Boy, you're looking for death. Ding Jian shouted angrily. He snatched the wooden stick from the guard behind him and wanted to swing it to hit him a few times. Unexpectedly, Xiao Rui threw a token directly and hit Ding Jian in the face. The token fell to the ground with the dragon pattern on it facing up. Ding Jian covered his face and glanced at the token, and his whole body shuddered suddenly. Do you know who I am? Xiao Rui asked coldly. Bang. Ding Jian suddenly knelt down and held up the token with both hands. When he saw the golden xia on the back, he collapsed to the ground. The people behind him also saw the token clearly, and they were so scared that they sweated profusely and knelt on the ground one after another. This is the prince's order, no one dares to impersonate it. Xiao Rui waved to the waiter and asked him to bring some pens, ink, paper and inkstone, and placed them in front of Ding Jian, saying, write down what you said and did. Didn't you want me to call you Grandpa? Didn't you want me to get off the stairs and beat me? Write it down clearly. Otherwise, I guarantee you won't be able to go home today, and your father will be so angry that he will skin you alive. If there are any typos, I will let Miss Zhang Er stab you with the knife, and avoid the vital parts with every blow. Zhang Ruoxi's cheeks flushed slightly. Ding Jian picked up the brush, his hands trembling. Right. Xiao Rui raised his voice and shouted loudly. Ding Jian shuddered, and quickly wrote down what he had done, then signed his name. The three people and the guards behind him also did the same. Xiao Rui put away the paper and shouted, get out of here. Yes, yes, Ding Jian was so scared that he took the lead and rolled down. Really get lost. Xiao Rui's mood was disturbed and he didn't want to eat anymore. Let's go. I'll take you back. Zhang Ruoxi stood up and asked, why did you ask them to write down their confessions? Xiao Rui smiled and said, Ding Jian's father is at least a fourth-rank military minister. His son's rude words and insults to the prince, even if the matter was brought to the emperor, he would only be punished to reflect on his mistakes behind closed doors, and at most scold Ding Dequan for not parenting his son well. After the incident, there would be no impact, and Ding Jian would still be a dog that can't change its bad habits. But now that there is a confession, it's like there is a shackle on him. His father Ding Dequan will also be terrified. If he commits a crime one day, this confession may be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. So in addition to being worried, he will also keep a close eye on Ding Jian. After Zhang Ruoxi understood it, she didn't expect there were so many secrets involved. You are so smart. Zhang Ruoxi said. Xiao Rui smiled and said, it's not that I'm smart, I just thought more and came up with a different approach. If I hadn't stopped them, how could those people be a match for the heroine? Zhang Ruoxi smiled immediately when she heard it. After sending Zhang Ruoxi back home, Xiao Rui did not go in to bother her. He was afraid of meeting Zhang Jinfu, who was eagerly waiting for a son-in-law, so he took a carriage back. Zhang Jinfu learned that his daughter had returned, and immediately asked, how is it? Are you attracted to each other? Zhang Ruoxi was angry and snorted, Dad, we are not like a turtle looking at a mung bean, why do we have any disagreement? Zhang Jinfu chuckled and said, your father is a rough man, you know what I mean. If you don't want to tell me, I'll let your mother ask. Zhang Ruoxi sighed and said, just stop bothering him, okay? I won't tell you what I really think. That's good. That's good. This means it can be done. Zhang Jinfu was beaming with joy and asked, where did you two go? Zhang Ruoxi thought about it and then briefly explained what happened in Suiyun Tower. After listening to this, Zhang Jinfu's smile gradually disappeared. What's wrong, Dad? Zhang Ruoxi said, noticing that something was wrong with his mood. Zhang Jinfu came back to his senses, continued to smile, and said, it's okay, you have a good rest, I'm leaving. How strange. Zhang Ruoxi muttered, and didn't think much about it. When Xiao Rui returned home, he was naturally interrogated by Xiao Feng. Only after Xiao Rui said that he had taken Zhang Ruoxi out for dinner and they had a very pleasant time together, did he let Xiao Rui go and did not continue questioning him. Seventh brother, get along well with each other. Xiao Feng winked and said, the second young lady of the Zhang family has a very hot body, so take advantage of her. Xiao Rui rolled his eyes, ignored him and went back to his room. As soon as he sat down, Gao Quan, his personal attendant, came over, handed him a few sheets of paper, and said respectfully, Your Highness, I have finished my homework. Please take a look. Xiao Rui took it and checked it, nodded, and said with a smile, Gao Quan, thank you for your hard work. It's very well written. Gao Quan was 20 years old, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and he looked very energetic. When he heard Xiao Rui scratch off, he said happily, It is my honor to serve His Highness. Xiao Rui put down the paper and said in a deep voice, I told you that you don't have to call yourself a slave when there are no outsiders around. You are not selling yourself to me. Yes. Gao Quan was touched. He knew Xiao Rui was not being polite, but was sincere. However, he did not want to overstep the line. Because his life was saved by Xiao Rui, he had sworn to be loyal to him as a slave. Xiao Rui was too lazy to persuade him anymore, because his head started to hurt again when he thought about going to Jiwen Hall for class tomorrow. Or, take another sick leave. So what's the excuse? It's so hard to imagine. When he's not in class, Xiao Rui has the energy of a chicken and the motivation of a dog, and he can get up to enjoy the scenery before the sun rises. Unfortunately, when he has to go to class, he just wants to hide in the quilt and let it strangle him to death. Gao Quan, help me. I'm tangled up in the quilt. How about asking for a leave for me? Just say that I had a fight with the quilt and both of us got hurt. Someone can save me. Ah. Gao Quan has become accustomed to this. His master is good in everything except studying. The purpose of cultivating his learning is to help him write homework. If the doctors in the Jiwen Hall knew about this, would they be furious? Your Highness, if you don't get up, you will be late for class. Today is Dr. Jin's class. Gao Quan reminded. Xiao Rui jumped up and cursed as he put on his clothes, Old Man Jin's class. I'm screwed this time. What assignment did he give me last class? Oh, I was too busy and I can't remember it at all. Write a poem on the theme of spring, Gao Quan reminded. Write a poem. Xiao Rui immediately regained his composure after hearing this. I thought it was just another ancient text annotation. Writing a poem is good. I don't dare to call myself a poet saint, but I can still be called the king of poetry. The Golden Lion King? Gao Quan asked. Get out. Xiao Rui cursed with a smile. After the meal, Gao Quan drove slowly towards the imperial city. After entering the outer imperial city and arriving at the Jiwen Hall in the northeast corner, Xiao Rui got off the car and walked. Seventh brother. Seventh brother. After taking only 2 steps, Xiao Rui heard someone calling him from behind. The voice was light and cheerful, and he knew who it was without even looking. Seventh brother, why are you ignoring me? A young man with a handsome face ran over. Xiao Rui glanced at him and said, It's Lao Jiu. You came quite early. You didn't ask for leave today. The young man was none other than the 9th Prince Xiao Yan, the youngest of the 9 princes. I'm sweet-talking, hard-working, and eager to learn. Have I ever asked for leave? But seventh brother, have you changed your personality today? You came so early too. Xiao Yan said with a smile, Seventh brother, after class today, I'll go to fourth brother's house to play with you, okay? No, I'm busy. Xiao Rui refused. Xiao Yan continued, what are you busy with? Can I accompany you? You want to accompany me even when I'm going to the toilet? Xiao Rui said speechlessly. Xiao Yan thought about it and nodded solemnly, then I'll stay and accompany you after class. Xiao Rui quickened his pace. Xiao Yan followed closely, like a loudspeaker that never stopped talking. Entering the Jiwen Hall, Xiao Rui met the 8th Prince Xiao Jing. He is half a year younger than Xiao Rui and only half a year older than Xiao Yan, but his personality is much more mature than Xiao Yan. Now that he has become a disciple of the great Confucian master Qiu, he is even more proud. After all, among the Confucian scholars in Daxia, Master Qiu's name can be ranked in the top 20. He also saw Xiao Rui and Xiao Jing and simply nodded as a greeting. Xiao Yan pestered Xiao Rui and dared to talk and play with him, but he did not dare to make a noise in front of Xiao Jing, the myna bird. After all, the myna bird's name is not for nothing, it is very good at talking. In addition to the three princes, there were also other princes and dukes' sons studying in the Jiwen Hall. Emperor Xia did not prohibit women from studying, so there were also princesses and dukes, a total of 23. Xiao Rui found a corner seat in the last row and lazily lay on the table. Compared with Xiao Jing who sat in the front row, Xiao Rui was always the most low-key. If he could take Xiao Yan with him, it would be even more perfect. Dr. Jean is here. Holding a ruler and with his hands behind his back, he walked into the room like an old man. He glanced around and everyone he passed by looked straight at him. Hey! Xiao Rui is here. Dr. Jean stared at Xiao Rui in the last row and said something. Xiao Rui twitched the corners of his mouth. There was nothing he could do. When he first came to this precious land a year ago, he relied on his status as a prince to skip classes, took a big leave every 3 days and a small leave every 2 days, and even talked back to Dr. Jean. He eventually angered Emperor Xia and was punished. If I had known my situation earlier, I wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant. Class. Dr. Jean came to the platform and said, "How did you prepare for the assignment I gave you last class? Write a poem on the theme of spring. No copying or writing for others is allowed. I will reward the best writers. And for those who make trouble, humph, I will punish them with my ruler." Bang. The ruler hit the table, making a snapping sound. Who's coming first? Dr. Jean glanced at everyone. The 8th Prince Xiao Jing stood up and bowed, saying, "Doctor, the students come first." Dr. Jean smiled and said, "Okay." Xiao Jing recited, "The willows are swaying in the rain, and the withered flowers have all fallen, revealing the nightingales. The spring breeze blows my dreams of home all night, and I follow the spring breeze to the city of dreams." This poem was written by the student when he saw his mother missing her hometown. Xiao Jing said with a smile. Dr. Jean nodded and commented, "In the whole poem, spring plays a role that runs through the whole poem. It triggers homesickness, inspires dreams of home, and blows dreams of home. It is omnipresent. It is well written. I can see that it is the result of your serious thinking after class. I give it a top grade." "Thank you, Doctor." Xiao Jing was overjoyed and glanced around the classroom. Sudden. He saw a middle-aged man standing outside the back door. He was so scared that he turned his head quickly. Although he couldn't see his face clearly, didn't the apricot yellow casual clothes embroidered with dragon patterns reveal his identity? Emperor Xia is observing the class. Xiao Jing was secretly delighted. He thought that his father must have been outside the door when he was writing the poem. This poem not only demonstrated his literary talent, but also indirectly reflected his emphasis on filial piety. He was sure that his father would take it to heart. Dr. Jean naturally also saw Emperor Xia. He remained calm and asked, "Who's coming next?" The Prince of Prince Rui stood up and wrote a poem honestly. It was mediocre and not outstanding. Dr. Jean gave it a low grade. 23 people composed poems one after another, and in the end only Xiao Rui and Xiao Yan were left. Dr. Jean knew it well, so he deliberately asked, "Who else hasn't read it yet?" Xiao Yan tilted his head slightly and asked Xiao Rui, "Seventh brother, you go first." "Come on, my poems are so good, they'll be the finale." Xiao Rui held his chin with his hand, feeling extremely bored. Xiao Yan curled his lips, then stood up and said, "Doctor, there's me too." 2 sparrows chirp in the green willows, a line of egrets fly in the blue sky. The hills outside the window are covered with snow, and a row of boats can be seen on the river in the distance. Buffed. Xiao Rui couldn't help laughing and quickly covered his mouth again. Xiao Yan glanced at him resentfully. "Is this poem funny?" Dr. Jean glared at Xiao Rui and said, "Although it is a doggerel, I can see your intention, because you observe the environment around you, which is worthy of praise. Xiao Rui, you think it's funny, do you have a top-notch masterpiece? If you can't come up with one, don't blame me for punishing you." Ding dong. Xiao Rui suddenly remembered the reminder sound in his mind. With my eyes closed, a line of information code popped up. New mission, accept Dr. Jin's challenge, complete the best poem, Advent value +5. Xiao Rui raised his eyebrows. He wanted to see what function would be available when the Advent value was fully collected. Standing up, Xiao Rui bowed, Doctor, my student lacks literary talent. Is it too difficult to write a poem of the highest quality? Difficult. Then why are you still making fun of others? Dr. Jin shouted, let me put it this way. If you can write a top-notch poem, I will approve your request for leave in the future and will never question you. If you cannot write a top-notch poem, or if you are suspected of copying or writing for someone else, I will punish you by making you copy the Great Learning 5 times. Copy it yourself, and you can leave the Hall of Literature when you finish copying. Wow, this old guy is forcing himself to show off his skills. He is low-key in life and high-key in work. Today I will show off my power. Okay, Doctor, you are trustworthy, so I naturally agree. Xiao Rui said proudly, then please comment on my poem, Doctor. Spring is late, the flowers and trees are lush and green. The orioles are busy picking flowers. This is a 4-character short poem, written out of inspiration. Below is a 5-character quatrain, please listen, Dr. Jin, I slept through the spring without knowing the dawn, and heard birds singing everywhere. There were sounds of wind and rain at night, and I wonder how many flowers have fallen. I'm still writing a 7-character quatrain, so why not recite it as well? The rain on the streets is as soft as butter, and the grass looks green from a distance but not near. Spring is the best season of the year, far better than the willows and mist in the imperial capital. Dr. Jin, are there any of these poems that you like? Not enough, I have the lyrics, you can sing them too. Xiao Rui was very proud. Xiao Rui recited 3 poems in a row, intimidating the class. Xiao Jing looked at his 7th brother in shock. It was the first time he saw him like this. Could it be that he was finally able to get out of this situation after beating his shell in the rain? How is it possible? How could he write such a poem? He must have hired someone to write it for him. On the other hand, Xiao Yan was full of admiration and couldn't help but want to shout, I know that my 7th brother is the best. Haha, you don't know, I know a big secret of the 7th brother. I won't tell anyone. The others also discussed in a low voice. Xiao Rui was very proud. After this incident, he would see if Dr. Jin would keep his promise and approve his sick leave. He also earned 5 Advent points, perfect. Dr. Jin was a little confused and was still mumbling to himself as he savored the 3 poems. Leaving aside the 4-character short sentence in the first poem, the second and third poems have a profound artistic conception. If you savor them carefully, you will feel the breath of spring and be immersed in the scene. They are all ordinary words, but when combined, they create an extraordinary realm. This is what a top-quality poem should look like. But, how is this possible? Dr. Jin looked at Xiao Rui, and his reason told him that it was impossible for Xiao Rui to write such a poem based on his usual performance, but if it was plagiarism, it would definitely be impossible. What about writing for someone else? Xiao Rui was staying at the 4th prince's house, so it was impossible for him to recruit knowledgeable guests. Xiao Rui, did you really write these poems? Dr. Jin couldn't help but ask. Xiao Rui nodded readily and said, it's true. After the last class, I dreamed about what I thought about during the day, and I felt as if I was helped by God. I wrote this masterpiece. If you ask me to write other poems, I can't do it. The doctor knows my literary talent. It seems that God has pity on my frail body and insists on attending classes. I was inspired by my eagerness to learn and was able to speak eloquently. After showing off one's talents, one has to have support. One cannot be the first to do things. Dr. Jin's mouth twitched. If you study hard, there will be no lazy people in the world. But the harsh words have been said, and it is difficult to take them back. Please sit down. Dr. Jin waved his hand and could only change the subject. Doctor, I might have a stomachache tomorrow, so I'd like to ask for leave from you in advance. Xiao Rui shouted. Dr. Jin staggered and almost lost his balance. He quickly held onto the podium and held down his waist. He believed that his waist, which had not been sprained by his young wife, could not be sprained by you. Can you have some shame? You will know today if you have a stomachache tomorrow. Do you think it is a woman's period? How shameless. Let's talk about it tomorrow when it hurts, Dr. Jean replied. Okay. Xiao Rui sat down obediently, finally feeling proud. Old man, do you believe that I can recite Tang and Song poems to you and make you vomit? Dr. Jean didn't dare to mention poetry anymore and started teaching. Xiao Rui waited for the get out of class to end in agony. Xiao Jing secretly glanced at the back door and saw that the person who was observing the class was gone. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then frowned and glanced at Xiao Rui. His seventh brother actually stole his limelight. Fortunately, he was impatient, which must have caught the emperor's attention. By the way, didn't the emperor say that he wanted to test the three princes who were studying? After class, the eunuch close to Emperor Xia came to pay his respects to Xiao Rui, Xiao Jing, and Xiao Yan. Your Highnesses, His Majesty has ordered that you three princes go to the Yangxin Pavilion at 9 o'clock tomorrow. His Majesty will examine your recent academic performance. The eunuch said respectfully. Xiao Jing was delighted and nodded. Xiao Rui and Xiao Yan looked at each other, with worry on their brows. On the way out of the Jiwen Hall, Xiao Jing said with a smile, "Seventh brother, with your talent in writing poems today, I'm sure you will show off in front of the emperor tomorrow. The emperor values literature over martial arts and teaches us to be proficient in both literature and martial arts. The emperor will definitely be happy that seventh brother has made such progress. Eighth brother, this is serious. I know your brother's level of ability very well. I just want to tell you how to get away with it tomorrow. When the time comes, I will ask for your help." Xiao Rui said. Xiao Yan stole a glance at Xiao Rui, and seeing how he was deliberately flattering him, he smiled secretly in his heart. So he nodded like crazy and agreed, yes, just don't get criticized by the emperor. How can you compare to my eighth brother who has outstanding literary talent? Now that he has become a disciple of a famous teacher, he will surely be able to show his brilliance tomorrow. All the brothers are invincible. Who can compare to them? Xiao Rui praised. There was a look of joy on Xiao Jing's brows, and an unnatural look of pride on his face. Little brat. Xiao Rui muttered inwardly, how can he fight against his brothers if he shows his emotions so easily? He still needs to be trained. Speaking of which, the current Emperor Xia is 52 years old and in good health. He should have no problem living for another 10 or 20 years. So, why fight for the position of crown prince? The higher you stand, the harder you fall. Xiao Rui had been here for more than a year, and had only met Emperor Xia more than 30 times, each time for a short time, so he did not know this father. For the royal family, it was normal to have no father and no son, so Xiao Rui would rather think the worst of Emperor Xia than put himself in danger. When Xiao Rui returned to Xiao Feng's Prince Duan's mansion, the housekeeper brought him a bunch of gift boxes and said, Your Highness, the Minister of War Ding Dequan came to apologize to you and said that his son was a traitor and asked you to punish him. He heard that you were going to the palace to take classes, so he left gifts and letters. Xiao Rui took the letter and read it. It showed Ding Dequan's indignation, his regret and instruction to Ding Jian, and there were also pleadings between the lines. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Xiao Rui crumpled the letter and returned to his house. The curriculum of Jiwen Hall is 5 days of classes and 2 days of rest. In the morning, there are cultural classes, and in the afternoon, there are horse riding and archery classes. Because Emperor Xia will inspect the academic performance of the 3 princes tomorrow, according to the unwritten rules, they don't have to attend the afternoon horse riding and archery classes. So after lunch, Xiao Rui was bored and hid in the room playing chess with Gao Quan. As for how to deal with the test tomorrow, well, let's talk about it tomorrow. In those poor times, there were too few entertainment facilities, which almost drove Xiao Rui crazy. Although Gao Quan was playing chess with him, he couldn't play chess all the time. Was he trying to cultivate a chess master? So, play chess after playing Go. Xiao Rui thought again, whether he should make some poker and mahjong, and find 2 pretty maids to play with them, which would be pleasing to the eye and also a way to relieve boredom. Your Highness, if you feel bored, why don't you go to the East City Market? Gao Quan said. Market Town. This reminded Xiao Rui, and he asked Xiang Gaochuan, have you done what I asked you to do? It's all done. I spent a total of 15,000 taels to buy a 3-story shop in the East City Market, using my father's identity. Gao Quan replied. Xiao Rui tapped the table with his fingers and fell into thought. Although he was a prince, his mother died early, he had no background in the harem, was not favored by Emperor Xia, and had not won over the civil and military officials. Even if he could open a mansion in a year, what kind of mansion would the inner court arrange for him? Although he had a salary, it was not enough to cover all expenses. Looking at the current situation of several princes who have already established their own palaces, the oldest prince has been crowned king for 7 years, has not been assigned an official position, and has never left the capital. According to the rules of the Great Xia Kingdom, the princes who were granted titles of king would be appointed by the emperor to serve in various places, such as governor of a certain state, military governor of a certain province, etc., and they would hold important positions far away from the capital. Only the crown prince would stay in the imperial city. No one can guess what the current Emperor Xia is thinking. Xiao Rui also hoped to be appointed as an official in a government office, which would be a life of ease. He was afraid to breathe in the capital, living a miserable life on salary and being laughed at by others. Don't think that if you dress up as a prince you will live a rich and worry-free life. Princes also have the sorrow of poverty. So Xiao Rui made preparations early and asked Gao Quan to buy a shop in the market town, preparing to do some business to supplement the family income in the future. As for what kind of business to do, Xiao Rui is still unsure. Let's go. Let's see the location and environment you chose. Xiao Rui stood up, changed into casual clothes, and left Prince Duan's mansion with Gao Quan. The capital of Daxia Kingdom was built with the imperial city as the core. The imperial city sat south and faced north. Suzaka Street connected the north and south, and Xuanwu Street connected the east and west, so the capital was divided into 4 major areas. The area to the northeast of the imperial city is Dongqing District, and going clockwise, it is Xiqing District, Nanqing District, and Beiqing District. Among them, the South City District is the residence of dignitaries and royal relatives, the North City District is mostly merchants and ordinary people, and low-ranking officials will also settle here, the West City District is mostly poor people, and the East City District is mostly market towns. With nearly 1 million people gathered in the huge capital, you can imagine how big this city is. With a population of 1 million, assuming 7 people per family, there are about 150,000 households. If each person consumes half a caddy of vegetables a day, the total amount would be 500,000 caddies. If it were transported by carts, it would take hundreds or thousands of carts, plus firewood and food. You can imagine how many merchants flow in and out of the capital every day, so the market in Dongqing District is very lively. Dongqing District is further divided into 12 markets. The store Gao Quan purchased is in the 6th market, which is the most central location in Dongqing District. It is very close to Beiqing District, Xiqing District and the Imperial City, so the price is naturally high. 15,000 taels of silver was all the wealth Xiao Rui had accumulated. He had not established a mansion or been crowned a king, and had no salary. His food and lodging were all paid for by the royal inner court. The amount of rice he could receive was pitifully small when converted into silver. Unlike Xiao Jing and Xiao Yan, who were supported by their mother's family, they lived a happy life. Riding a carriage to the 6th market, Xiao Rui saw the shop he had purchased. Needless to say, the location is very good. There are rice shops, noodle shops, cloth shops, etc. on both sides of the street, and the flow of people is very large. The shop is not old. It used to be a restaurant. The business is also very good. It is sold because it is in urgent need of money. Just let the carpenter do some decoration and it can be opened directly. The tables and chairs in the hall are all there, which were donated by the store owner. Why not open a restaurant? Unfortunately, Xiao Rui did not graduate from New Oriental, nor is he a top chef, so he cannot make the true sea bream continent map. Forget it, I'll think of other ways. In fact, it's not that Xiao Rui has no ideas, but that he has too many ideas. After all, he is a time traveler, so he can't be worse than those guys who become son-in-laws as soon as they travel through time. He has new women's underwear, purified high-proof liquor, improved paper-making technology, improved printing technology. Wow, Xiao Rui felt a little bit proud. Was he heading for the world's #1 merchant? If the respected Emperor Xia knew, would he no longer want his son? Let's wait a little longer. If we want to make money, we'll make a business that will make a lot of money. Thinking of this, Xiao Rui was no longer in a hurry. So I took Gao Quan for a stroll to kill time. People of all kinds and all kinds of things make the capital city prosperous. Xiao Rui often goes out for a stroll to feel the quaint bustle of this era. Coincidentally, when he passed by Tinjian Pavilion, he happened to meet the third Prince Xiao Zhe. Seventh brother. Xiao Zhe looked at Xiao Rui, who was dressed in linen casual clothes, and asked with a smile, "You are not at home preparing for tomorrow's test, and you still have the leisure time to come out and play." Xiao Rui stepped forward, cupped his hands and said with a smile, "We are out here to play so that we can have a better test tomorrow. What if the content of tomorrow's test is to understand the people's sentiments and their sufferings? You are still sharp-tongued. Come on, accompany me in to listen to some music." Xiao Zhe said with a smile. Xiao Rui did not delay and accompanied him in. The third prince, Xiao Zhe, was named the King of Wu, but he did not hold any official position and was idle in Beijing. Compared with the other princes, he was not interested in the throne but was keen on music. He would go to the Tinjian Pavilion to listen to music every day. He also liked to express his feelings in the mountains and rivers, and he applied to Emperor Xia many times to go out and play with beauties. Xiao Rui didn't know whether other princes believed this attitude, but he was very envious. After entering the listening pavilion, we came to a quiet box. The house is elegant and quiet. It is a wooden room with a wooden floor. There is an ancient pine tree planted in the center with white pebbles placed on its roots. Xiao Zhe led Xiao Rui into the house. After a while, several women came in with guqin, guzheng, and jade flute. They sat under the ancient pine tree and started playing music. The music started, melodious and beautiful. Xiao Zhe made tea and pushed it to Xiao Rui. "I heard that you were inspired to write poetry this morning and criticized Dr. Jean harshly." Xiao Zhe asked. Xiao Rui smiled. As expected, even though he was a poor prince, his every move was watched by others. He was so high-profile this time. He wondered what his other brothers would think. "Dr. Jean always targets me. It feels so good to embarrass him this time." Xiao Rui looked proud. Xiao Zhe said, "You never think before doing anything. How will the other brothers guess what you are doing? The eldest brother is gentle, needless to say. What about the second brother, the fifth brother, and the sixth brother? I don't care what they think. After all, I'm not a worm in their stomach." Xiao Rui pretended to be arrogant. "Can my current situation be any worse?" Xiao Zhe was stunned, then sighed. "Yes, he has no harem to support him and his father doesn't favor him, so what's the point of targeting him? Just wait until you set up your own government." Xiao Zhe said with a smile. Xiao Rui heard the voiceover and deliberately said, "What's good about that? I'm afraid I can't even afford to hire servants. Third brother knows the morals of the inner court." Xiao Zhe said, "This time it's different. I heard some rumors. You are only 1 year older than the 8th and 9th brothers. Father intends to let the 3 of you open your own offices at the same time, and then all 9 of us brothers will be sent out as officials." Xiao Rui sat up straight. Emperor Xia has locked all the princes in the capital for so long, and is finally going to send them out as officials. And all 9 princes are going out at the same time. This makes people wonder, could it be that Emperor Xia did it on purpose to test each prince in order to select the crown prince? That would be best. Xiao Rui said in surprise. Xiao Zhe looked at Xiao Rui, sighed, and said, "Is it really okay? Old 7, when that moment comes, life will no longer be peaceful." Xiao Rui remained silent. He was only 17 years old, and he kept in mind that he was still young and knew nothing. Xiao Zhe added, "Father will test you tomorrow. If you can perform well, then perform well. After all, where you will be assigned to a position in the future depends entirely on Father's will. I have also made up my mind. It would be best to go to Yangzhou, where there are many beauties and the environment is good." Xiao Rui rolled his eyes and said, "Third brother knows how to pick a good place. Hee, my ambition is to be among mountains and rivers." Xiao Zhe said happily. "Isn't the country between mountains and rivers?" Xiao Rui asked, blinking. Xiao Zhe's laughter stopped abruptly, and he quickly poured tea for Xiao Rui to cover his mouth. He also made up his mind that he would never tell anyone that he was devoted to mountains and rivers. After the song, Yang Chun Baixue ended, Xiao Zhe waved his hand and dismissed the musicians. I heard that the fourth brother introduced a marriage to you. She's the second daughter of the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery. Xiao Zhe asked. Xiao Rui nodded and said, I took 5,000 taels from him, hee hee. Xiao Zhe stared at Xiao Rui and said, if you really go for the money, that's fine. Third brother also advises you not to have other ideas. Have you noticed that the 12 military marquises are famous for their battles in the south and the north, but only the sister of the last one, the White Tiger Marquis, is in the harem? The last of the 12 military marquises is White Tiger Marquis, and his sister is the current queen. In fact, there were only 9 military marquises at first, and White Tiger Marquis was included in the 12 military marquises along with Red Flame Marquis and Fiery Marquis because of the queen's influence. In order to prevent foreign relatives from interfering in politics, Emperor Xia had never married women from military marquis families into the palace since the beginning. If Xiao Rui really married the daughter of the loyal and brave marquis, I wonder what Emperor Xia would think. I am here for the advent value. Xiao Rui wanted to say this, but Xiao Zhe probably didn't understand. The faint fragrance of tea filled the whole room. Xiao Rui took a sip of tea, the fragrance lingering in his mouth. He thanked his cheap third brother for reminding him, don't worry, third brother. I am young and don't know anything. Although I am stupid, I still know what fourth brother's intention is. Father and my brothers are so smart that they know I was forced. You, who knows whether you really don't understand or are just pretending not to understand. Xiao Zhe scolded with a smile, if you don't have money, come to me. After all, we are brothers. Oh, that's a great relationship. Xiao Rui likes a brother like this who can cling to his power. So Xiao Rui stretched out his hand and said, thank you, third brother. Xiao Zhe was stunned, then took out a few silver bills from his arms. Before he had time to count them, Xiao Rui took them over. Only 500 taels. Third brother, are you trying to get rid of me? Xiao Rui said angrily. Xiao Zhe said speechlessly, who goes out with a lot of money? Besides, 500 taels is not enough for you to squander for a few days. Don't you stay in the mansion all day. I have to save up for the bride price, and I have to grow taller to buy delicious food. By the way, I'll send some money to my grandpa's house. Xiao Rui counted on his fingers. Xiao Zhe waved his hands hurriedly, as if he had lost to him, and said, okay, how about coming back with me to get it? No, that would be so embarrassing. Xiao Rui said with a smile. Xiao Zhe nodded, thinking that this was pretty good. Unexpectedly, Xiao Rui actually took out a pen and ink, pushed it to Xiao Zhe, and said, just write me an IOU, and I will send someone to go when the time comes. I don't have to go in person. The corners of Xiao Zhe's mouth twitched, and he really wanted to slap himself. Tell me what you mean by pretending to be a big brother. As for the IOU, he finally wrote it, and left the amount blank for Xiao Rui to fill in himself. If you want to fill in a few 100,000 taels, just go to the Ministry of Revenue and ask the National Treasury for it. I don't have it. Xiao Zhe's tone still contained some resentment. Xiao Rui took the IOU and blew away the ink. Regardless of whether this third brother's love was sincere or fake, this care made Xiao Rui feel warm in his heart. Thank you, third brother. Xiao Rui smiled even sweeter. Are you impressed? I use Duxia brand homemade toothpaste. Hurry back and review your homework. I'm annoyed just looking at you. Xiao Zhe started to chase people away. Xiao Rui did not disturb his interest and left Tinjian Pavilion with the IOU. At this time, it was almost dusk. Your Highness, shall we go back? Gao Quan asked. Xiao Rui's attention was attracted by a flag fluttering not far away, with a big word slave on it. Your Highness, that is the largest slave market in the capital. Gao Quan introduced, there are family members of criminals whose household registration has been cancelled, prisoners captured at the border, etc. Xiao Rui nodded and decided to take a walk inside on a whim. The slave market was huge. Slaves, men, women, young and old, were squatting on both sides of the road. Their necks were tied with chains, and they looked like commodities, with lifeless eyes. The ones that attracted the most attention were little boys or girls. Although they were dressed in rags and shivering in the cold wind of early spring, their faces were clean. It seemed that the slave traders also knew to wipe their faces clean before letting the customers choose. Gao Quan didn't think anything of it, it was commonplace. Not only Daxia had slave markets, but Daqi and Dian also had them. As long as the formalities were followed, it was a legitimate business. But for Xiao Rui, his heart was filled with heaviness. I am not a saint and cannot save them. I am just a mortal and feel pity for them. Your Highness, how about buying a few maids to take back with you? Gao Quan asked. Xiao Rui was staying at Prince Duan's mansion. Except for Gao Quan, who was his confidant, the others were servants and maids sent by Xiao Feng. You decide. Xiao Rui waved his hand. After I take a look around, I'll go back to the carriage and wait for you. Yes. Gao Quan immediately went to choose. Xiao Rui strolled around and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, a big man squatting next to him suddenly stood up and shouted, "Sir, buy me." Xiao Rui was startled and looked back at him, discovering that the big man was more than 2 meters tall and had a sturdy build. Although his clothes were tattered, his face was dark and he had a beard, his eyes were extremely bright. Get down, the slave trader was furious and walked up to him and whipped him. Snap. After a few whips, the already tattered clothes became even more tattered, and there were blood marks on the places where the whips were hit. If it were someone else, the skin would have been torn apart long ago. Wait a minute. Xiao Rui stopped the slave trader and said, "Stop fighting." The slave trader saw that Xiao Rui was dressed in linen clothes but had an extraordinary demeanor, so he did not look down on him and said with a smile, "I am sorry to have frightened the guest." Xiao Rui looked at the slave man and found that he had been staring at him. He asked curiously, "You want me to buy you?" "Yes." The slave nodded, his tone having a northern accent. "Why?" Xiao Rui asked curiously. "I can protect you, and you can give me dignity," the slave said in a deep voice. Xiao Rui looked at him for a moment, then asked the slave trader, "How much is he?" The slave trader smiled and said, "Not expensive, 500 taels. This black guy is very skilled in martial arts. When we captured him, more than a dozen people took advantage of his injuries to get close to him. But there is one thing I need to inform you of. This black guy has been sold 3 times, and he was sold back every time because he hurt his master. If you really want to buy him, you have to be careful." Xiao Rui nodded, then took out the silver bill from his pocket and handed it to the human trafficker. The trafficker took out the resale documents and handed them to Xiao Rui, then opened the black man's shackles and handcuffs. The resale document introduced the black man's original place of origin, name, age and other information, as well as the legal resale certificate. The black man rubbed his wrist, clasped his fists towards Xiao Rui, and said, "Thank you for your rescue, young master." Xiao Rui thought he was interesting and asked, "How do you know I will definitely save you? As for giving you dignity, what is the basis for that?" The black man said, "You are extraordinary, and you are not an ordinary person. 500 taels is not a lot of money for you." You looked around, and there was pity in your eyes. "This is pity. But I am valuable, and I believe I can gain the dignity of being a human being." Human dignity. These words touched Xiao Rui. He handed the resale document to the black man without even looking at the contents. The black man was startled and looked at Xiao Rui in surprise. "You are free," Xiao Rui said with a smile. "Sir, why?" the black man asked curiously without extending his hand. Xiao Rui stuffed the document into his tattered clothes, patted his chest, and said with a smile, "A slave lives for dignity. I respect you. See you later." After saying that, Xiao Rui turned and left. The black man did not chase after him. Instead, he took out the resale document from his arms and stared at Xiao Rui's back for a long time. Xiao Rui returned to the carriage to rest. Not long after, Gao Quan came back. He bought 5 girls aged 12 or 13, and asked Chunfeng Pavilion, which specialized in training maids, to train them in etiquette and rules. After a month of rapid training, they would be sent to Prince Duan's mansion. At this time, the sun is setting. Xiao Rui took a short rest with his arm as his head rested. While thinking about how to get through tomorrow's test, the unsociable reminder sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding dong. New mission, complete the test of Emperor Xia with flying colors, and gain plus 15 advent value. This mission is mandatory. If you fail, 50 advent value will be deducted. Xiao Rui suddenly sat up and cursed. Identity, the 7th Prince of Daxia. Talent, does the identity of a time traveler count? If not, then nothing. Advent value, 65/100. New task, complete the test of Emperor Xia with flying colors, and gain plus 15 advent value. This task is mandatory, and if you fail, 50 advent value will be deducted. Xiao Rui sat up suddenly, looking confused. System, do you want to kill me? It's fine if there are tasks, but if you can't complete them, you will be deducted points. This deduction will immediately return you to the time before you traveled through time. Of course, this is not the most important thing for Xiao Rui. The most important thing is what the system wants to do. You asked me to complete the Emperor Xia test with flying colors. Are you trying to force me to become the emperor? Xiao Rui seemed to see the eldest prince snorting, the 2nd prince holding his knife, the 4th prince raising his fist, and the 5th and 6th princes laughing sinisterly. The most hateful one was the 3rd prince, who actually tore up the written IOU. Go ahead and deduct it. I'll just pretend that the system doesn't exist. Xiao Rui would rather have all his descent points deducted than be the first to stand out. Ding dong, special reminder, when the advent value is 0, it will harm the host. In severe cases, it may cause heart disease, cerebral thrombosis, and there is a chance of kidney deficiency. Do you believe it? Xiao Rui's eyes twitched, and then he said righteously, as an excellent time traveler, I must contribute to and set an example for this era. Don't even think about becoming an emperor. Even if I were Li Erlang, I would pick up a sword and do it. The system disappears satisfactorily. Oh my god. Xiao Rui covered his face, feeling lost in the future. Brothers, listen to my explanation, I was also forced. On the 2nd day, Xiao Rui entered the palace. Outside the Yangxin pavilion, he met Xiao Jing and Xiao Yan who had been waiting for him. 7th brother. Xiao Yan shouted. Xiao Rui hummed listlessly. What's wrong with 7th brother? Didn't you sleep well? Xiao Yan asked. Xiao Rui said weakly, did you sleep well? Xiao Yan glanced at the Yangxin pavilion and quickly stuck out his tongue. Xiao Jing looked smug and couldn't help but laugh at the two of them in his heart. After a while, a eunuch came out. His Majesty is reviewing the urgent memorial submitted by the cabinet and has ordered the 3 princes to move to the side hall and wait. The eunuch said respectfully. Yes. Thank you, Eunuch Hai. Xiao Jing nodded and was quite polite to the eunuch who was the personal servant of Emperor Xia. Xiao Rui glanced at Eunuch Hai, and his calm gaze met, then he looked away. This old eunuch has served Emperor Xia for more than 20 years. To describe him as cunning and sly is an understatement. The Seligian is responsible for approving memorials submitted by the cabinet. The head of the Seligian is a person of high power. He asked the 3 people to move. Why did he add a prefix? The urgent memorial that could be reviewed by Emperor Xia, and the Imperial Household Department dared not neglect it, could only be military information. And it was an urgent report from the border. The first thing Xiao Rui thought of was the grassland pasture that was being fought over by the Great Xia Kingdom and the Great Qi Kingdom, which was the hottest topic at the moment. When he entered the side hall, the first thing Xiao Rui saw was the topographic map hanging on the wall. Upon closer inspection, wasn't it the topographic map of the grassland ranch? The topographic map is very detailed, marking the scope of the grassland pasture, the terrain on both sides, the mountains, the direction of the water flow, and even the predicted height of the mountains and the overview of the water flow. The hinterland of Daxia is mostly plains and hills, and the more north you go, the more mountains there are. This grassland ranch is located in the northwest of Daxia Kingdom, bordering Daqi Kingdom. It is a grassland covering tens of thousands of acres, and the border between the 2 countries divides the ranch into 2. More importantly, beyond this pasture, there are continuous mountains for hundreds of miles on both sides. This gap is a natural passage that allows us to march straight into the other side's territory. Therefore, the Grand Duke of Daxia led his troops to station at a military town 20 miles south of the ranch, while the Great Qi stationed troops at a military town north of the ranch. Xiao Rui remembered that when he came to Yangxin Pavilion before, this map had not been hung up yet. Are all these signs revealing that the content of Emperor Xia's test is precisely this dispute over the pasture? After all, the content of Emperor Xia's previous tests has always been related to state affairs. Thinking of this, Xiao Rui carefully observed the topographic map around the ranch, trying to find a solution. To the west of the ranch, the mountain range goes northwest and connects to the Kunlun Plateau. The altitude there is high and covered with snow all year round. Now is the season when the snow is melting. Xiao Rui suddenly had a bold idea, but he didn't know whether it was feasible. When Xiao Rui was staring at the map, Xiao Yan also came to look at the map, but after a few glances he felt bored and left. Xiao Jing also glanced at it a few times, but didn't care. Not long after, Emperor Xia walked in. Emperor Xia is 52 years old now. Although he has gained a little weight, one can still see the strong build and broad shoulders he had when he was young. He once fought in many battles, and even now he still has the domineering aura of a commander. The busy state affairs made him look a little tired. When he arrived at the palace gate, he saw the actions of the three princes. Xiao Yan was bored. Xiao Jing sat in meditation, while Xiao Rui, looking at the map. Emperor Xia glanced at Eunuch Hai and walked in without stopping. Xiao Rui came to his senses and hurried to meet him together with Xiao Jing and Xiao Yan. Your Majesty, your sons are here to pay their respects. The three of them bowed. Emperor Xia smiled and said, "How are your studies going since you three came here? Have you completed the courses left by the doctors?" Xiao Jing said respectfully, reporting to the emperor, "I dare not forget your teachings. I have completed every assignment seriously and have not dared to neglect it." "Me too." Xiao Yan said softly, looking as if he didn't even believe what he said. Xiao Rui said, "I will learn from my two younger brothers and be more serious." Emperor Xia smiled and nodded, and paused when his eyes swept over Xiao Rui. He stood up and sat down in front of the desk, saying, "Among the 9 of you brothers, only 3 of you are still cultivating yourself and have not yet managed your family. Therefore, you must take advantage of your youth to study hard and learn more. What you learn is yours. As a member of the royal family, you should have a certain level of accomplishment, not only in terms of knowledge, but also in terms of martial arts. Your status means that you cannot be like ordinary people. This is your luck, but also your misfortune." Emperor Xia gave instructions in a deep and earnest tone. In fact, Xiao Rui admired Emperor Xia very much. No matter how busy he was with state affairs, he would always find time to teach the princes instead of pushing everything to the Jiwen Palace. Moreover, his teachings focused more on responsibility and ability. It can be seen that he wanted his children to be worthy of this status. "Yes." Xiao Rui and the other 2 bowed in response. Emperor Xia smiled and said, "Don't stand anymore, sit down." Eunuch Hai had ordered people to bring in a desk and chairs and placed them in the center of the hall. Xiao Rui and the other 2 sat down one by one and looked up at Emperor Xia, who was right in front of them. As usual, the quiz begins. Emperor Xia said in a deep voice, "As a prince, while you are devoted to reading the books of sages, you must also pay attention to what is happening outside. What is the matter that the people of the capital are discussing now?" "My ranch." Xiao Yan interrupted. Emperor Xia nodded and said, "So, the content of my test today is about my ranch. The 3 of you should write down your strategies and express your opinions freely." As expected. Xiao Rui thought secretly. Xiao Yan had a sad face and felt very miserable. Xiao Jing frowned, unprepared. "I'll give you a quarter of an hour to light some incense," Emperor Xia said. Eunuch Hai waved his hand, and 3 eunuchs brought 3 incense burners and placed them on the 3-person table. Looking at the drifting smoke, Xiao Rui fell into hesitation. The advent value must be earned, because I don't want to die. But how to complete the test of Emperor Xia well requires further study. Outstanding means that the proposed suggestions are good, and the suggestions made by Emperor Xia are greatly recognized. They can not only solve the problem, but also have unexpected effects. It is not as simple as winning over Xiao Yan and Xiao Jing. Winning over the 2 of them doesn't mean that you have completed the test with flying colors. Therefore, we need to find out Emperor Xia's true thoughts. As an emperor, he had only 2 ideas. First, to obtain my ranch once and for all, so that the great Qi state would not dare to fight for the ranch again. Second, it would be best if we could inflict severe damage on the state of Qi at the same time. The idea is nice, but there are few solutions. Xiao Rui pondered for a long time, and finally made up his mind to write it down. When the incense was halfway burned, Xiao Rui hesitated and picked up the pen, and wrote down his strategy on the rice paper. He picked up the pen quickly, put it down quickly, and ended it gracefully, as if he had only written 30 or so words before he finished. Xiao Rui, is your name Kuai-Han? No, call me a shooter, because I hit the target with one shot. His action also made Xiao Jing, who was writing furiously and keeping an eye on both sides, pause. The ink directly spread a black mark on the white paper, making him curse inwardly. He turned his head slightly and saw Xiao Rui put down his pen. How many words can you write so quickly? It seems like you are complaining about yourself. Father hates this kind of behavior the most. It seems that this seventh brother is heading towards self-destruction. Seventh brother is so nice. He always sets off my talent. Xiao Jing said with disdain, and then continued to pick up the pen. His happy mood made him write even faster. Xiao Yan looked at the calm Xiao Rui, and his heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. He was so curious about what Xiao Rui had written. Brother Qi. Can you let me take a look? It's not cheating. Brother Qi, are you looking down on me? Why are you rolling your eyes? Emperor Xia noticed the performance of the three people. He drank a cup of tea and glanced at Eunuch Hai. Eunuch Hai has served Emperor Xia for many years, and he can guess the emperor's intentions from every move and every look. He came behind him and whispered, Your Majesty. After His Majesty entered the palace, he has been looking at the map. I think he guessed Your Majesty's hint. Emperor Xia blew the leaves in the bowl expressionlessly and took another sip of tea. Eunuch Hai stepped back and stood up. At this time, the incense burned out. Xiao Jing's expression lightened up a bit, and he finally finished writing the strategy as the ashes fell. Xiao Yan pouted in grievance. It was obvious that he had not finished writing. Eunuch Hai came personally to collect the answer sheets. When he picked up Xiao Rui's answer sheet and saw the mere 30 or so words, even his expression as steady as an old dog couldn't help but frown. Xiao Rui gave him a smile, not knowing whether he frowned because of the few words or the content of the strategy. Eunuch Hai collected Xiao Jing and Xiao Yan's answer sheets again, put them on the top, and then presented them to Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia first looked at Xiao Yan's answer sheet, scanned the entire text, and asked, Xiao Jiu, according to the strategy you wrote, our great Xia kingdom and the great Qi kingdom will divide and rule the my ranch. That's right. There will be casualties in wars. When will the survivors return? Why not divide the ranch into two parts according to the border? Our great Xia kingdom will be responsible for the south, and they will be responsible for the north. We can each raise our own horses and no one will provoke anyone. Why not do it? Xiao Yan glanced at Emperor Xia, but still expressed his true thoughts. Emperor Xia nodded and smiled. Xiao Jiu is kind and cares about the people, very good. What do you two brothers think of his idea? Xiao Jing looked at Xiao Rui and let his brother answer first. Xiao Rui smiled and said, Ninth brother, your idea is very good. Why didn't I think of it? Really? Xiao Yan was overjoyed. He felt very happy to be recognized by his seventh brother. Of course it's true, but it's not easy to convince the great Qi kingdom. Xiao Rui said with a smile. It's more than easy. Xiao Jing said directly, according to the border division, the great Qi kingdom only occupies 3/10 of the area of my ranch. Can it satisfy his appetite? More importantly, my ranch is the only gap between the hundreds of miles of continuous mountains. It is such an important military location, and the great Qi kingdom is even less likely to agree to divide and rule it. Xiao Yan looked frustrated. Emperor Xia picked up Xiao Jing's answer sheet and said, So Jing's strategy is to fight. Yes, father. Xiao Jing's strategy revolved around 3 necessary reasons for the war. First, Daxia had many plains and hills and lacked horses. Cavalry was the most mobile of all arms, so my ranch must be taken. Second, my ranch was a military stronghold. Once it was controlled, 100,000 troops could be stationed here, and the borderline of 400 to 500 miles could be controlled, and it would be easy to enter Daki. Third, it was to suppress the arrogance of the new ruler of Daki, influence his new political reforms, and enhance the prestige of Daxia. Emperor Xia put down the answer sheet and asked Xiao Jing, "You have described the intention and importance of the war in great detail, but just because war is written on paper, does that mean that Great Xia will definitely win?" Xiao Jing was stunned. "What you learn from books is always superficial." Emperor Xia smiled. There is another sentence below, which is naturally a warning to him. Xiao Jing's face darkened, he pursed his lips and clasped his fists. "Your son understands." Finally, Emperor Xia picked up Xiao Rui's answer sheet. There were only 30 or so words on the white answer sheet, but Emperor Xia frowned and showed a rare deep thought. For a moment, he even forgot to ask. Xiao Jing was secretly delighted. With his mischievous seventh brother as a comparison, even if his answer sheet had some flaws, it was still the best among the three. Could he be rated as superior by his father this time? Emperor Xia looked at the answer sheet and silently recited these 32 words in his mind. Sell the wild to Qi, dig a road along the vein. Connect Kunlun and bring water eastward. Pushing stones to build a dam, water accumulates to form a river. Draw the army into a jar and drown the Qi army. This answer made Emperor Xia feel strange, because he found that Xiao Rui's idea was similar to the urgent military report delivered today. The urgent military report came from my ranch. It was a strategy that was decided by many people after collecting information on the terrain and topography. Therefore, it was reasonable to propose this strategy, but what about this seventh son of his? Just based on the directions of mountains and rivers on a map. Emperor Xia put down the answer sheet and asked, "Ruier, what is the basis for you to write down these strategies?" Xiao Rui replied, "Father, I followed the topographic map on the wall of the palace. Please punish me. I wrote the strategy based on the topographic map without any investigation. I am guilty of this." "Really?" Emperor Xia was shocked. "Tell me in detail your strategic ideas." Emperor Xia said. "Yes." Xiao Rui said respectfully, "Rent the fields from Qi and dig roads along the veins. I suggest negotiating with the Great Qi Kingdom and renting my ranch occupied by our Great Xia Kingdom to the Great Qi Kingdom for free. Let them use horses as rent, make some money first, and then use it to create the illusion of peace between the two countries. Then secretly send soldiers to dig along the canyons between the mountains to the northwest, connecting to the Kunshan Mountains 100 miles away. Every spring, the ice and snow in the Kunlun Mountains melt and gather into the turbulent Bolan River flowing south. When the snow and ice cover the end of this year, the Bolan River becomes smaller and the water flow slows down. Then we can open up the Canyon River channel and the Bolan River and divert water to the east. Finally, we will build a riverbank in the valley on the west side of my ranch. When the ice and snow melt in the spring, the river water will surge and fill the riverbank. Then, our Great Xia Kingdom will send troops to feint and try to occupy my ranch. By then, the newborn horses in the ranch will grow and thrive, and the Great Qi Kingdom will definitely send troops south to protect the ranch and guard against our army. When the time comes, we will dig a river channel and flood the ranch. The ranch is in a basin between the mountains, and the terrain is low. The people and horses inside will be doomed." Xiao Rui's voice was very calm, but it made the faces of the two brothers Xiao Yan and Xiao Jing change drastically. "Father, whether this strategy is feasible or not still needs to be investigated on the spot. After all, talking about it on paper is just wishful thinking." Xiao Rui replied. This was the only solution he could think of. It would not take 10 days or half a month, nor would it take 3 to 5 months. It might take 1 to 2 years, or even longer. Although it takes a long time, the effect is long-lasting. Once the river embankment is built, it will be a permanent weapon. My ranch will be in the hands of the Great Xia Kingdom forever, and the Great Qi Kingdom will never dare to invade from here again, because their troops cannot stop the surging river from bursting the embankment. Emperor Xia did not ask Xiao Rui, but looked at Xiao Jing and Xiao Yan and asked, "What do you two think of this plan?" "This is too cruel," Xiao Yan muttered. Xiao Jing said, "It would take a lot of manpower and resources to dig a canal along the canyon to the northwest. Even if the terrain allows, it is hard to guarantee that the Great Qi will not find out. Once they find out, all our efforts will be wasted." Xiao Rui smiled and said, The specific operation depends on the terrain. As for whether it will be discovered by the Great Qi state, it depends on the concealment. Xiao Jing argued, I feel this plan is far-fetched. Please let father make the decision. Emperor Xia took a sip of tea and said leisurely, when leading troops into battle, one must know the advantages of time, place, and people. If you have 2 of them, you will be invincible. When competing with the Great Qi Kingdom for the My pasture, our Great Xia Kingdom does not have any of the 3 advantages. Therefore, war is not the best option. But at the same time, there will be greater potential dangers for the Great Xia Kingdom. We must come up with another trick. After a pause, Emperor Xia said to Eunuch Hai, go and fetch Marquis Guanjuan's memorial. Eunuch Hai fetched Marquis Guanjuan's urgent memorial. Emperor Xia gestured, and Eunuch Hai presented it directly to Xiao Rui. Take a look. This is the memorial that Marquis Guanjuan sent urgently. It describes in detail the plan he made after research. Emperor Xia said with a smile. Xiao Rui took the memorial and opened it. Xiao Jing and Xiao Yan came over and the 3 of them read it together. In the memorial, Guan Juanho described in detail the basis for digging the canyon river channel and building the river embankment, calculated the amount of work, where the difficulties were, how many people and time were needed, and where to build the river embankment. The basic idea coincided with Xiao Rui's, but Guan Juanho's plan was more rigorous. He selected 4 strategic locations in the excavated canyon and built river embankments from low to high to prevent floods from breaking out of control. At the same time, he did not use one canyon to divert water, but 4 diversions to receive the water from the Bolan River. This plan will take a year to complete. If it succeeds, the My Ranch will be within the control of the Great Xia Kingdom. Xiao Jing's eyes widened immediately. If he hadn't known that the champion Marquis was his father's confidant, he would have thought that it was a spy sent by Xiao Rui. On the contrary, this made him even more terrified. Could his 7th brother be so good at predicting things? He actually... this is too amazing. Xiao Yan clenched his fists, his face full of excitement, and he shouted in his heart, I knew that my 7th brother is the most powerful, ha. Ding dong. In Xiao Rui's mind, the system's prompt sounded, the task was completed, and 15 points of advent value were obtained. So far, the total advent value was 80 points, and there were only 20 points left to collect the full score. I wonder what I can get if I get enough points. Xiao Rui was a little excited. Would he be able to transform? Emperor Xia stood up and walked down. Xiao Jiao is kind, but he doesn't have a good grasp of the overall situation. I rate your strategy as average. Jinger knows the overall situation but lacks careful consideration. People in power must not act blindly, so I rate your strategy as average. As for Ruier, you have the same idea as Marquis Guanjuan. This is the result of your hard work. I rate you as excellent. Yesterday, Marquis Zhongyong came to the palace and told me an interesting story about you. You knew his 2nd daughter. He also questioned you and asked about the situation at my ranch. What does Emperor Xia mean by this? Xiao Rui quickly followed up with this and said, Father, thanks to the loyal and brave Marquis who examined me and told me about the situation of my ranch, I was able to gain your approval. Emperor Xia looked at Xiao Rui deeply, and he suddenly realized that he seemed to have always looked down on this 7th son. Or was it that he had ignored him? Interesting. Xiao Jing breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. He thought his 7th brother was so powerful, but it turns out that there was Marquis Zhongyong advising him behind the scenes. Now it makes sense. How is it? How are you getting along with the 2nd girl from the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery? Emperor Xia asked. This made Xiao Rui, Xiao Jing, and Xiao Yan stunned. What do you mean? You'll grant marriage if we get along well. This is incredible. None of the princes have ever married a military marquis. Is Emperor Xia testing? Xiao Rui smiled shyly, marriage is a matter of parents' will. My mother died early, so my son's marriage can only be decided by my father. The smiling face of Emperor Xia suddenly froze, and the woman who didn't like red clothes but loved weapons suddenly appeared in his mind, but for... Looking at Xiao Rui's handsome smile, his eyes were very similar to hers. Restraining his inner turmoil, Emperor Xia nodded. You three must continue to study hard. You are not young anymore, and it will be almost time for you to start your own government, Emperor Xiao warned. Yes, father, the three bowed. Back off. Emperor Xiao waved his hand. Xiao Rui and the other two left the side hall. On the way out of the palace, Xiao Jing was a little angry that Xiao Rui had stolen the limelight today, so he walked away quickly in a huff. Xiao Yan pestered Xiao Rui and asked him to accompany him back to Prince Duan's mansion. Xiao Yan's mother came from a noble Wu family and had the money to buy him a house in the capital, unlike Xiao Rui who had to stay at Prince Duan's mansion. Xiao Rui didn't want to play with the young boy, so he found a random excuse to get rid of him. After returning to Prince Duan's mansion, Xiao Rui hadn't even sat down yet when the reward from the palace arrived. 10,000 taels of silver, a set of 4 treasures of the study, and a pair of jade lions. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Feng rushed over and sent the eunuchs from the imperial household department away. Xiao Feng asked, "Seventh brother, it seems that the emperor was very satisfied with your results in today's test." "That's right, I performed extremely well," Xiao Rui said proudly on purpose. Seeing that he looked very happy, Xiao Feng chuckled and didn't take it seriously. It was night. When Xiao Feng and Princess Chao Wan were resting, Chao Wan suddenly said, "My husband, I heard that His Majesty is testing the 7th, 8th, and 9th princes today. The topic is the My Ranch, which is the most talked about in the capital. I heard that Xiao Qi's strategy coincides with that of the champion marquis. His Majesty will give him a top grade." "What?" Xiao Feng stood up suddenly and shouted, "No wonder father gave me the reward. When did Xiao Rui become so smart? You said that it was Marquis Zhongyong who taught him. Didn't you ask him to go on a blind date with Marquis Zhongyong's second daughter?" Chao Wan said. Xiao Feng's face was grim. "The first time we met, Marquis Zhongyong taught him this. Did I overdo it? My dear, there is something I have been hiding in my heart. Look, Xiaoqi has nowhere to go after leaving the palace, and you helped him, but he still doesn't know how to repay your kindness. He is just an ungrateful person." Chao Wan glanced at Xiao Feng's face, and seeing that he did not refute, she added, "You shouldn't be nice to such a person." Xiao Feng narrowed his eyes and snorted softly. "Husband, it's not a good idea for him to live in the mansion all the time," Chao Wan said. "Can you still drive him out?" Xiao Feng asked. Chao Wan smiled, rubbed Xiao Feng's shoulders, and said, "Don't worry, I know my limits. It's a new day, and the sun is shining." Xiao Rui didn't want to get up because he had to go to class today. But the strange thing was that Gao Quan didn't urge himself to get up, and he didn't see anyone early in the morning. Gao Quan, Gao Quan. Strange, where is the person? Xiao Rui called a few times, but no one responded, so he had to put on his clothes and leave the room. The house was empty, and no one was found, even the servants and maids arranged by Prince Duan's mansion had gone away. Xiao Rui's eyes flickered, and then he walked out of the house and forward. The maids and servants from the palace whom they met on the road all hid from Xiao Rui in panic, fearing him like a tiger. He immediately turned around and walked towards Xiao Feng's residence. After passing through the corridor, he arrived at the house where Xiao Feng lived, but was stopped by the steward in front of the crescent-shaped gate. "Your Highness, my prince is not at home, and the princess caught a cold last night and is resting. After all, there is a difference between an uncle and a sister-in-law, you see." The steward smiled. Xiao Rui asked, "Where is my servant Gao Quan?" "Oh, you mean him." The steward slapped his forehead and said, "Look at my memory. I forgot to inform your Highness. This morning, the guards found Gao Quan stealing treasures from the palace while patrolling. He was caught red-handed, so he was locked up in the woodshed. You were resting, and we didn't dare to disturb you. Gao Quan is His Highness's man, so we dare not hit him or scold him. We can only lock him up first. My lord is very angry about this matter. You know, if a thief steals property, his hands will be chopped off." Xiao Rui raised his eyebrows and looked at the manager coldly. The steward felt a chill in his heart when he saw him. He had never seen Xiao Rui's eyes so cold. His heart was pounding, but when he thought of the princess' instructions, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and smile. "Where is the person? Take me there," Xiao Rui shouted coldly. Your Highness, please. The steward hurriedly led the way. Xiao Rui, led by the steward of the palace, came to a courtyard in a remote corner. As soon as he entered, he heard a sarcastic voice coming from the main wing. No matter how careful you are, you can never prevent a thief from stealing from your own house. He actually stretched his dirty hands into the palace. Does it mean you are relying on His Majesty the Seventh Prince's support to do dirty things? Like master, like servant. Oh, you still don't accept it. You dare to stare at me. You're looking for death. Boom boom. Then came the sounds of punching and kicking. Xiao Rui was furious and kicked the door open and rushed in. Gao Quan was tied up and huddled on the ground, his body covered with wounds and his face bruised. The three servants were still beating him, and they stopped when they saw someone kicking the door open. Seventh Prince. The three of them trembled with fear and almost fell to their knees. Only when they saw the manager behind Xiao Rui did they suppress their panic. How dare you? The steward shouted in advance, you have to look at the owner before you beat a dog. Did I ask you to lock someone up? Did I ask you to do it? It's really unreasonable. I will report it to the princess and punish you severely. After saying that, the steward smiled at Xiao Rui and said, Don't worry, Your Highness. I will report to the prince and princess and punish these dogs. I think they are also filled with righteous indignation. Gao Quan betrayed your trust and ruined your reputation. They were angry for a while, so they taught them a lesson. Your Highness, I didn't steal anything. Gao Quan raised his head and shouted, his eyes so determined. I am willing to die to prove my guilt. I didn't steal anything. Gao Quan didn't cry when he was beaten just now, but now that he saw Xiao Rui, he could no longer endure the grievance of being wrongly accused. Xiao Rui clenched his fists, and the anger in his heart made him grit his teeth. Let him go. Xiao Rui's voice was cold. This. The steward hesitated for a moment and asked, Your Highness, do you want to wait? Bang. Xiao Rui swung his palm and slapped the manager directly on the face, causing him to stagger and fall to the ground. The manager covered his red and swollen face and stood there in a daze. For the last time, let him go. Xiao Rui shouted with gritted teeth. The steward was frightened by Xiao Rui's gaze and shouted, Release him, release him. The three servants quickly untied Gao Quan. Xiao Rui stepped forward to support Gao Quan and asked, Can you stand up? Gao Quan's face was filled with tears. He tried hard not to choke up, then nodded vigorously in response, enduring the pain in his body and standing up tremblingly. Can we go? Xiao Rui asked. Yes. Gao Quan agreed. Xiao Rui turned and left, and Gao Quan followed closely. Xiao Rui returned to his residence first, smashed the 4 treasures of the study and jade artifacts that Emperor Xia had rewarded him with yesterday, and threw them all into the water in the garden. Your Highness, this is extremely disrespectful. Gao Quan said in horror. Looking at the bubbles formed by the debris sinking to the bottom, Xiao Rui shouted, Want to mess with me? Fine. Let's go. After saying that, he went to the courtyard where Xiao Feng usually lived to meet Qiao Wan. When he arrived at the crescent gate, he was stopped by the guards. Your Highness, my princess has ordered that she has caught a cold and should not meet guests, the guard said firmly. Xiao Rui's anger has not subsided. But he also knew that with his current abilities, he couldn't just force his way in recklessly. Your Highness, I'm fine, let's go back. Gao Quan quickly advised. Xiao Rui gave him a reassuring look, then shouted to the guards, Go and report that the treasure bestowed by His Majesty yesterday was lost in Prince Duan's mansion. My servants searched everywhere for it, but were accused of stealing it. Since the princess is ill and my brother is not at home, I will go to the palace to plead guilty. When His Majesty asks, Humph, stealing the gift from the emperor, it seems that Prince Duan's mansion is full of snakes and rats. After saying that, Xiao Rui turned and left. The guards who blocked the road were so scared that they were sweating profusely. This matter would be reported to Emperor Xia. Oh my God, this is a big trouble. Several people hurried to find Princess Qiao Wan. Qiao Wan was drinking tea. She was the one who arranged everything in the morning. She couldn't stand the fact that the 7th Prince Xiao Rui provided him with food and lodging, but not only did he not help his own husband, he also secretly showed off in front of Emperor Xia. How abominable. Princess, something bad has happened, something bad has happened. The guard asked to see her outside the door. What's the commotion? Chaoan asked with a frown. The maid beside her quickly opened the door and scolded several guards. The guard entered the house, knelt in the living room, and said anxiously, Princess, the seventh prince claimed that the treasures awarded by His Majesty yesterday were stolen. He ordered Gao Quan to investigate and find them, but was falsely accused of theft. Now he is preparing to go to the palace to plead guilty, and he also said that the Prince Duan's mansion is a den of snakes and rats. What? Chaoan was startled and stood up quickly. Originally, the Prince Duan's mansion was in the right, and catching Gao Quan stealing with evidence had made Xiao Rui lose face, and he had no face to cause trouble again. But now, he actually used the theft of the imperial treasure as an excuse to fight back and throw dirty water on the Prince Duan's mansion. Come on, hurt each other. Is it a bigger matter that the servant Gao Quan stole the treasures from the palace, or that the imperial gift was stolen from Prince Duan's palace? Xiao Rui is the one who feeds the whole family, so come on, let's have fun. Chaoan was a little flustered and wiped the sweat off her face. She was worried that once this matter was brought to the attention of Emperor Xia, even though it was not a big deal, it would cause him to be dissatisfied with Xiao Feng, and even go quickly and stop Xiao Rui. No, I'll go myself. Chaoan yelled and ran out. Is Xiao Rui really going to the palace to file a complaint? Of course not. The Prince Duan's mansion has no shame, but I still have some dignity to show for myself. He just wanted to vent his anger, so he deliberately slowed down to let Chaoan catch up. Xiao Rui, seventh brother, seventh brother. Chaoan called out the name, but felt it was not friendly, so she quickly changed the address. Xiao Rui stopped and looked at the panting Chaoan. As expected of a princess, she was beautiful and looked like a lady from a noble family. But she was a little bit vicious. Seventh brother, where are you going? Chaoan asked. Xiao Rui sneered and said, the emperor's sister-in-law has caught a cold, so I can't disturb her. My brother is not at home, so I have to go to the palace to apologize. You know, losing the treasure given by my father is a crime of disrespect. Since it is a crime of disrespect, why make it known to everyone? If it angers His Majesty, wouldn't it be even worse? Chaoan said, why don't we let God and the earth know about this matter, and stop bothering His Majesty? How can that be? Xiao Rui shouted, my personal servant stole from the palace while searching for the gift bestowed by the emperor, and was caught red-handed by the palace guards. This is outrageous. I will report the truth to my father and chop off his hands. I have hired the wrong person, and I will take the blame myself. Chaoan's mouth twitched, and she smiled, seventh brother, don't be anxious. The palace guards saw Gao Quan sneaking around, so they thought he was stealing something. Now it's clear that he was looking for something. Since he's not stealing, why make a fuss? If it gets to His Majesty, you're not good at employing people, which means you have a problem with your vision. If His Majesty knew, he would be disappointed. Then you won't enter the palace? Xiao Rui asked. No. Chaoan said with a smile. Xiao Rui narrowed his eyes and suddenly said, it's okay if you don't enter the palace. Since Gao Quan has been wronged, those who beat him and those who arrested him must give me an explanation. What explanation? Chaoan asked. Slap yourself until you bleed. Xiao Rui said coldly. Chaoan's face turned extremely ugly when she heard this. Xiao Rui's request was simple, whoever grabbed Gao Quan would slap him in the mouth until he bled. Let Xiao Rui vent his anger and we won't pursue the matter further. Chaoan's face looked extremely ugly. The servant was slapping himself in the face, so why not slapping her face as well? Xiao Qi, it is true that the servants in the mansion were wrong. Do you think this will work? Prince Duan's mansion should pay more for medical expenses so that your servants can receive proper treatment. The extra money can be saved. Chaoan asked. Xiao Rui sneered and said, let's not talk about Gao Quan's medical expenses for now. The Empress's sister-in-law said that since it was a misunderstanding, those servants beat my people without investigating the situation. Isn't this a slap in my face? My face was slapped by a few lowly people. Prince Duan's mansion also has to pay for the medical expenses. Xiao Wan understood clearly that if she didn't let Xiao Rui vent his anger, she would not be able to solve the problem. It was all because the timing of His Majesty's reward was too coincidental, and this kid actually took advantage of it. I believe that even if I search his room, I will definitely not find His Majesty's reward. Wang Feng, find all the people involved. Xiao Wan shouted through gritted teeth. Manager Wang was so frightened that sweat broke out on his forehead. He could only call over the 3 guards who had captured Gao Quan and the 3 servants who had beaten him. The 6 of them stood in a row, trembling all over. And you? Unexpectedly, Xiao Rui pointed at Manager Wang. Wang Feng looked at Xiao Wan pitifully. Xiao Wan narrowed her eyes, and Wang Feng walked over with a bitter heart. Wait for me to do it myself. Xiao Rui shouted. The 7 people shuddered, raised their hands and started slapping themselves in the mouth. Snap. If you feel happy, you can. If you feel itchy on your face, just smack it. The 7 men slapped themselves in the face until the corners of their mouths bled, and then they stopped. Xiao Rui, are you satisfied? Xiao Wan asked coldly. I am naturally satisfied that the imperial sister-in-law is taking care of me. Xiao Rui regained his smile and asked, then, should we talk about the medical expenses and the loss of the imperial treasure? Xiao Wan's eyes widened immediately. Xiao Rui and Gao Quan left Prince Duan's mansion. Your Highness, I have brought shame upon you. Gao Quan said guiltily. Xiao Rui stuffed a stack of banknotes into Gao Quan's hands and said self-deprecatingly, it's worth it to get 20,000 taels for medical expenses after getting beaten up. Keep it. I dare not. Gao Quan said hurriedly. Xiao Rui said, the money is not for you. It's for you to find a house first. It doesn't have to be big, just a house with 2 entrances. I can't live in Prince Duan's mansion anymore, and I won't go to the inner court to ask for a place to live. I can't afford to lose face. Don't worry, Your Highness. I will go there right away and find a good house. Gao Quan immediately became full of motivation and said hurriedly. You go ahead, I'll go find Xiao Jiu. Come pick me up after you buy the things. Xiao Rui said. Will His Majesty the 9th Prince be in the mansion? Aren't classes starting as usual today? Gao Quan asked. Him. Xiao Rui snorted, he must be hiding at home and taking some time off. Then the 2 separated, Gao Quan quickly went to buy a property, and Xiao Rui walked to Xiao Yan's mansion. Xiao Yan's mansion was just 4 streets away, it was a house with 4 entrances and exits. He did not open a mansion, nor did he dare to buy a mansion that was too big. Otherwise, with the status of his grandfather's family, a mansion as big as the Prince Duan's mansion would be a piece of cake for him. When he stopped in front of the mansion, Xiao Rui saw that there was no plaque on the door. The whole house was simple and low-key, which was very much in line with Xiao Rui's taste. I knocked on the door and an old man opened it and asked, Sir, who are you? Xiao Rui asked, Is Xiao Yan at home? I am his 7th brother. The old man hurriedly opened the door and said respectfully, It turns out that it is His Highness the 7th Prince who has come. Then, he turned around and shouted to the servants in the courtyard, Go and tell His Highness that His Highness is here. Xiao Rui smiled and nodded, but did not enter the mansion. Soon, Xiao Yan came running over. 7th brother, why are you here? Xiao Yan looked surprised. Seeing that he was disheveled, Xiao Rui stroked his chin and said, Am I here at the wrong time? Are you enjoying your time with a beautiful woman? I won't disturb your fun. Xiao Yan turned around and pointed at the servants in the courtyard, saying angrily, 7th brother, look, are there any women? Is there a female? They are all grown men. So this is your habit. Xiao Rui turned and left. Xiao Yan grabbed Xiao Rui's arm and begged, 7th brother, please stop teasing me. Xiao Rui smiled and turned around, then was pulled into the mansion by him. After sitting down in the front hall, Xiao Yan ordered people to serve tea and snacks, and brought out all the delicious food he had collected. He said, This is the first time that 7th brother has taken the initiative to come and play with me. I'm so happy. Blow him a kiss. Xiao Rui almost choked while drinking water. He could tell that Xiao Yan was trying to make fun of him, so he said, it is me who has not fulfilled my responsibility as a brother. In that case, I will report to my father and ask you to get up at the first crow of the cock every day and do morning exercises with me. Don't, Xiao Yan immediately begged, brother knows he is wrong. Sample. Xiao Rui looked at him with contempt, and then said, every time father checks your studies, you always ask for sick leave the next day. I caught you there. I didn't take a sick leave this time. Xiao Yan said proudly, I just overslept and didn't take a sick leave at all. Xiao Rui then understood. No wonder his clothes were in disarray. It turned out that he had just woken up and it was almost noon. Seventh brother, please stay here for lunch, and then accompany me to go hunting. Xiao Yan asked. Hunting. Xiao Rui's eyes lit up. After practicing horseback archery for so long, he still lacked practical experience. Where should we go hunting? The hunting ground in the western suburbs, it's quiet there. Xiao Yan responded, there are also Zhang Lianchuan, the son of the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery, and Tian Boguang, the son of the Marquis of Ever Victory. I have also made an appointment with them. Xiao Yan quietly recruited 2 young marquises from the second-rank military marquis families to his side. Xiao Jiu, I wonder what fourth brother would think if he knew about your tricks. Xiao Rui sighed. Xiao Yan blinked, looking confused, seventh brother, what did you say? Xiao Rui asked, will your relationship with the 2 young marquises affect Marquis Zhongyong and Marquis Changsheng? Xiao Yan finally understood and snorted, it's none of his business when it comes to my friends. Let him think whatever he wants. Xiao Rui enviously said, when will I be able to have the courage of Xiao Jiu? Hee, just keep pretending. You are the devil. Xiao Yan rolled his eyes at him. This time it was Xiao Rui's turn to be puzzled. What evidence did Xiao Yan have on me? This shouldn't be the case. I know how to hide it, ahem, I am actually very well behaved, honest, obedient, and submissive. Go ahead, brag as much as you can using positive words. After lunch, Xiao Rui and Xiao Yan rode on horseback, bringing 5 guards to the western Taiping gate. Zhang Lianchuan and Tian Boguang were already waiting in front of the city gate. This was the first time Xiao Rui met the 2 young marquises. Zhang Lianchuan and Zhang Jinfu looked alike, both were young men with sturdy and heroic stature. Compared to him, Tian Boguang was like a scholar, without the might of Changsheng Ho, but probably inherited his mother's gentleness. It was this name that made Xiao Rui daydream. If I were to write, the smiling, proud wanderer, I wonder if Marquis Changsheng would chop me with a knife. Seventh Prince. Tian Boguang recognized Xiao Rui and saluted with his fists clasped. The most amazing one was Zhang Lianchuan, who had a chrysanthemum smile on his face and suddenly called out, brother-in-law. Xiao Rui almost fell off his horse. Brother-in-law. Xiao Rui's eyes widened. You finally became someone else's little brother-in-law. Young Marquis, why do you say that? Xiao Rui glared at Zhang Lianchuan, and said with the attitude that if you don't explain yourself clearly and prove my innocence, I will kill you with my eyes. Zhang Lianchuan flattered, brother-in-law, I know everything about you and my second sister. My second sister said that she agreed to the marriage. Xiao Rui was a little confused. They had only met once and hadn't even touched hands, but they agreed to the marriage? How could they start? Was the Zhang family so eager to marry off their daughter? Seventh brother, it turns out that you have already won over the second young lady of the Zhang family, and you have been hiding her all this time. Xiao Yan said with a chuckle, I despise you. Your Highness the Seventh Prince is an excellent pickup artist. I will definitely ask for your advice in the future. Tian Boguang winked, and he really lived up to his name. Xiao Rui slapped his forehead and said to Zhang Lianchuan righteously, Young Marquis, there is no sign of fate, don't yell, I'm fine, don't ruin your sister's reputation. Okay, brother-in-law. Zhang Lianchuan was well-behaved and obedient. Xiao Rui didn't want to pay attention to him. In fact, it's not Zhang Lianchuan's fault. When Zhang Jinfu asked Zhang Ruoshi how she felt about Xiao Rui, Zhang Ruoshi said, I don't hate him. When Zhang Ruoshi's mother asked Zhang Jinfu, according to Zhang Jinfu's thinking, it was like. And when Zhang Lianchuan asked his mother, according to his mother's thinking, it was, agree to the marriage. Don't hate, like, agree to the marriage. Mom, you don't have to worry about my marriage anymore. Mom, I am no longer afraid of being single. It turns out that the people who don't hate me are the ones who are willing to marry me. The group left the city and headed for the western suburbs hunting ground. It was a royal hunting ground, and ordinary people were prohibited from hunting, so they would not be disturbed. Now it is spring, the season for animals to make friends. The animals are very active, which provides convenience for hunting. Seventh brother, let's have a competition. The four of us will hunt together and see whose arrow is faster and who shoots less prey. Whoever loses will be invited to dinner at Suiyun Tower in the evening. Xiao Yan suggested. Xiao Rui looked at Zhang Lianchuan and Tian Boguang and asked, "What do you two think?" "I'm fine." Tian Boguang was full of confidence. "Don't worry, brother-in-law. I will definitely help you and we will definitely win," Zhang Lianchuan said. Xiao Rui quickly turned his head away and didn't want to pay attention to him. "Since everyone agrees, let's start." Xiao Yan gave an order, and the four of them rode away at the same time. The western suburbs hunting ground is mainly composed of fields and hills, with green grass and lush trees. Every year, wild rabbits, deer, wolves, and even tigers are released here. Every autumn, Emperor Xia would hold a hunting event. The princes who established their own palaces would consider it an honor to hunt wild beasts and would receive generous rewards from Emperor Xia. Although the Great Xia Kingdom is located in a plain, its martial spirit has always continued. The four men rode deep into the hunting grounds, where they spotted traces of rabbits and jackals, and they rushed to draw their bows and shoot arrows. Zhang Lianchuan and Tian Boguang were worthy of being born into a family of generals. Using 2 stone bows, they were always able to shoot and kill prey before Xiao Yan and Xiao Rui. Half an hour later, there were a lot of prey tied to the horses of the guards behind Zhang Lianchuan and Tian Boguang, while Xiao Rui and Xiao Yan had nothing. "Seventh brother, it looks like we're both doomed to fail. I'm younger, so you have to give in to me. So you have to treat me to dinner tonight," Xiao Yan said with a smile. Before Xiao Rui could refute, Zhang Lianchuan said arrogantly, "My prey will be divided into half with my brother-in-law, so your highness, you lose." Xiao Rui suddenly found Zhang Lianchuan very pleasing to the eye. Xiao Yan glared at Zhang Lianchuan and shouted, "Zhang Lianchuan, you actually disregard our 10-year friendship. My brother-in-law is more important than friendship." Zhang Lianchuan snorted. Xiao Yan looked at Tian Boguang and said aggrievedly, "Boguang, what about you? Just treat us." Tian Boguang noticed that Xiao Rui and Zhang Lianchuan were looking at him with threatening eyes, so he immediately switched sides. Xiao Yan just rolled his eyes. Suddenly, he saw something and immediately shouted, "Look, a big bug." Xiao Rui and the other two looked in the direction of his finger, and sure enough, a tiger flashed through the woods. The four of them looked at each other and immediately rushed into the woods. The guards following behind them knew that the tiger was ferocious, so they took out their bows and crossbows and weapons to protect the four people closely. The four chased the big insect into the depths of the woods, not daring to get close, and shot arrows at it. The big insect was agile, but it could not withstand multiple arrows fired at it, and it was hit by several arrows in a short while. The tiger was furious and pounced madly, rushing over in a moment. "Your Highness, be careful." The 5 guards were masters of the Imperial Army. They immediately drew their machetes and stepped forward, surrounding the tiger. Whoosh! Xiao Rui and his 4 companions shot arrows again, and finally, Zhang Lianchuan shot an arrow into the tiger's mouth, pierced through the tiger's head, and got the final kill. "Haha, we killed a big beast. Someone, come and find a car to transport it back to the capital." Xiao Yan was more excited than Zhang Lianchuan. Observing the tiger up close, even though it is dead, you can still feel the ferocity of the king of the forest. Xiao Rui looked around and said, "Be on guard all around, be careful of the big bugs." "Yes, Your Highness." The 5 guards searched separately to avoid sudden attacks by ambushing insects. After all, this forest was quite dense. Xiao Yan pried open the tiger's mouth and said, "Look, the fangs. They are sharp and long. I have to pry them off and make them into a pendant. It's a pity that the tiger's skin was pierced by an arrow and is incomplete. Otherwise, it could be given to His Majesty." Didn't His Majesty say a few days ago that he wanted to replace the tiger skin in his study? Zhang Lianchuan lamented, and then changed his mind. Peel off the tiger skin, make it into a cloak, and give it to my brother-in-law. Xiao Rui found Zhang Lianchuan more pleasing to the eye. I want a tiger whip, Tian Boguang said. The three of them stared at him. I'm giving it away, I'm not eating it. Tian Boguang felt embarrassed by being looked at. The three of them then retracted their gazes. I wonder how it tastes. Tian Boguang asked again, touching his chin. Xiao Rui was just about to suggest a barbecue in the evening when a guard who was searching the surroundings suddenly ran back with a serious look on his face. Your Highness, young Marquis, a body was found ahead, the guard said in a deep voice. The four of them were shocked. Xiao Rui asked, corpses? Were they killed by tigers? How many bodies? Can you tell who they are? The guard replied, I took a rough look and found about 5 bodies, a baby boy, a young woman, a young man, and an old couple. They were wearing silk and satin and did not look like ordinary people. Although they were eaten by tigers, the cause of death was not the tiger's bite. They must have been dumped here recently. The four of them looked at each other and were also frightened. Take me there, Xiao Rui said. When the group arrived at the scene of the body, they found it in a hidden pit in the bushes. If they hadn't searched, they would never have found it. Over time, the body was eaten by wild animals. The corpse died in a horrific way and was eaten by a tiger, making it look more like a hell. Xiao Yan couldn't help it and started vomiting. Xiao Rui held back his retching and moved closer, asking the guards to check the body, but they found nothing to prove the identity, and the cause of death was probably strangulation. Seventh brother, what should we do? Xiao Yan was young after all, and this was his first time encountering such a thing, so he had no idea what to do. Xiao Rui said, let's report it to the authorities. Although this is Shangyuan County, I don't think the county magistrate of Shangyuan County can solve it. After all, the incident happened in the royal hunting grounds. Report it to Yingtian Prefecture. He is responsible for all homicides within the jurisdiction of the capital. If he can't solve it, then report it to the Ministry of Justice or the Dali Temple. That's his job. A guard immediately rode into the city on horseback to investigate the case. Soon, the prefect of Yingtian Prefecture and a large number of government officials arrived. The prefect of Yingtian Prefecture, Wei Tai, hurried over. Your humble servant greets the 2 princes and the 2 young marquises. Wei Tai arrived and bowed to the 4 people first. Lord Wei. Xiao Rui and the other 3 returned the greeting. As the official of the capital, Wei Tai was a 3rd-rank official, no lower than the 6 ministers, but his job was one that could easily offend people. Upon hearing that the 2 princes had personally reported the case, Wei Tai came in person. Sir Wei, let's deal with the murder case first. Xiao Rui spoke first. Wei Tai glanced at the scene and was also shocked by the tragic death. 5 lives were lost, and a baby was still in swaddling clothes. This was a big case. How many years had it been since such a tragedy happened in the capital? He quickly ordered the yamen runners to block off and search the surroundings, and asked the coroner to begin the autopsy. Soon, the searching yamen runners found a carriage outside the woods to the west. The horses pulling it were gone, leaving only the empty carriage. No items that could prove their identity were found. After half an hour, the coroner completed the autopsy. Your Excellency, there are 5 dead people in total. The women are between 18 and 22 years old, the young men are between 20 and 24 years old, and the elderly couple are between 45 and 50 years old. The cause of death is... At this point, the coroner paused. There are no outsiders, just say it clearly. Wei Tai said casually. The coroner continued, the cause of death was strangulation, and it happened about 5 days ago. Strangled to death. Wei Tai was stunned. Then he understood the coroner's hesitation. If it involves homicide, it will be a major case. If it cannot be solved, it will cause panic in the capital, and he will get into trouble. If it was killed by a wild beast, then... Wei Tai wanted to slap himself. What else did you find out? Wei Tai continued to ask without changing his expression. The coroner said, there are traces of flesh and blood under the fingernails of the young deceased, probably because he scratched the assailant before being strangled to death. There are no obvious injuries on other parts of the 4 people's bodies. As for the baby, he was suffocated by the swaddling clothes. The constable next to him also said, the 4 people did not have any items that could prove their identity, nor did they have anything on the carriage. It seems that they were taken away by the perpetrator. Wei Tai nodded and said, collect the body and bring it back to the government office. Based on the appearance of the deceased and the carriage, conduct an investigation in the capital. Yes. The constable clasped his fists and accepted the order. After explaining, Wei Tai looked at Xiao Rui and the other 3 and said, Your Highnesses, young Marquis, do you have anything else to tell me? Xiao Rui smiled and said, Your Excellency is the father and mother of Yingtian Prefecture. How can we interfere in his affairs? I just hope that the case can be solved as soon as possible and the deceased can be cleared of all charges. Don't worry, Your Highness. I will keep a close eye on this case and work hard to solve it. However, there is a large flow of people in the capital, so the investigation will take some time. Once there is any progress, I will send someone to report to Your Highness. Wei Tai spoke without missing a single detail. Xiao Rui smiled and nodded, and then the 4 of them said goodbye, and they were not in the mood to hunt. On the way, the 4 slowed down their pace. 7th brother, who do you think the murderer is? It's so cruel. He strangled a family to death and suffocated a child to death. Xiao Yan said angrily. What kind of hatred is this? Tian Boguang also sighed. Zhang Lianchuan said angrily, if I were to meet that damn murderer, I would twist off his head. Xiao Rui was about to speak. Ding dong. New tasks. Xiao Rui was startled. The system had issued another task. He closed his eyes and checked. Name, Xiao Rui. Identity, the 7th Prince of Daxia. Talent, does the identity of a time traveler count? If not, then nothing. Advent value, 80/100. New task, find out the identity of the deceased and the reason for the murder, advent value plus 10, time, 20 days. If not completed, advent value will be deducted 60 points. Now Xiao Rui is more and more curious about the advent value. If he collects all the points, can he summon a dragon? Host, you can only make 1 wish. The system said. My wish is to have 10 more wishes. However, according to the nature of the system, it seems that this murder case is not simple. After all, if it is simple, Yingtian Prefecture will be able to find out the truth and it will be easy for them to reap the benefits. Xiao Rui also realized that the system was designed to trap the host, making him offend people step by step and pushing him into the abyss. So, who is it this time? Xiao Rui is full of evil taste. In the evening, the 4 of them had dinner at Suiyun Tower. Gao Quan came back and spent 30,000 taels to buy a 2-story house in the south of the city, not far from Xiao Yan's house. The south of the city was home to many high-ranking officials and nobles, so the house prices were already high. This purchase cost Xiao Rui 80% of his fortune. When Xiao Rui arrived at the house, he was very satisfied with the location and environment. We stayed there that night. The next day, Gao Quan hired a few servants, maids, and guards, and this family finally came to life. A few days passed in a flash. 4 days had passed since the murder was discovered. Yingtian Prefecture checked the capital, but did not receive any reports of missing persons, so they suspected the 5 people were outsiders. They also investigated all inns, post stations, BNBS, including rented houses, but did not receive any reports. These 5 people appeared in the capital city mysteriously and left stealthily. Wei Tai was a little anxious. The capital was in an uproar. Emperor Xia was also paying attention to the case because it was reported by the 2 princes and the young marquis. Although he had not spoken yet, Wei Tai knew that if the case was not solved, Emperor Xia would reprimand him. Now Wei Tai regrets it. If the coroner had found that the cause of death was a giant insect bite, wouldn't there have been so many problems? My own stinky mouth. Xiao Rui has been busy these days. What are you doing? Going to class. I can't keep asking for leave, otherwise I'll be scolded by Dr. Jean again. During class, Xiao Rui was thinking about the murder case. First of all, it is basically determined that the deceased was not from the capital. The whole family came to the capital, and brought such a young baby with them, so they were probably visiting relatives, so they stayed at their relatives' homes after entering the city, and did not stay in an inn or rent a house. Then, the people who killed them were most likely relatives who came to look for them, rather than revenge, bandits, or the like. The most urgent task is to confirm the identities of the 5 people. But they had nothing on them except the clothes they wore. Wait, clothes. Xiao Rui immediately asked for leave from Dr. Jean, saying that he had a stomachache. Dr. Jean, you don't have a stomachache but a headache. You have a stomachache every time you run away. It's time for you to give birth after 10 months of pregnancy. Go ahead. Dr. Jean was too lazy to ask him. Xiao Yan's eyes turned swiftly. Master, I have a stomachache too. Dr. Jean took a deep breath and said earnestly, Your Highness, you are still young. Don't follow some people and go astray. His Majesty has seen it all. Xiao Rui is unhappy. What does it have to do with me? What does it have to do with me? My stomach really hurts. Xiao Yan rubbed his stomach, looking bitter and resentful. Go ahead. Dr. Jean had no choice but to agree. Xiao Yan ran out of the classroom and chased after Xiao Rui. 7th brother, wait for me, wait for me. Dr. Jean rubbed his forehead, trying not to get angry. After leaving the Jiwen Hall, Xiao Rui glared at Xiao Yan and shouted, Why are you following me? Go see a doctor if you have a stomachache. 7th brother, where are you going? Can I go with you? Xiao Yan said with a smile. Xiao Rui was helpless, knowing that he couldn't get rid of him, so he could only say, Let's go to Yingtian Prefecture Yamen and investigate the case. Really? So excited. Xiao Yan growled. Wei Tai, the prefect of Yingtian Prefecture, was in a state of panic at this moment. They are both third-rank officials. Look at those at the same level. They enjoy a good life, ordering people around. How comfortable they are. Unlike me, the official in charge, I have to be asked about his eating, drinking, defecating and urinating. If he does something wrong, he will be investigated. I am either the son of this lord or the child of that general. I cannot beat him or put him in jail, and I have to put on a smile. How can I have the dignity of a third-rank official? Now, there was another murder case with 5 lives lost. The eyes of the whole capital were on him, and he was unable to sleep or eat well. Just then, the bailiff came hurriedly to report that the 7th prince and the 9th prince had already entered the government office. My dear mother. Covering his forehead with one hand and supporting his old waist with the other, Wei Tai couldn't help but sigh, Why are these 2 little ancestors here? He did not dare to delay and hurried to greet him. Seeing Xiao Rui and Xiao Yan, Wei Tai bowed and said, I greet your highness. I wonder why you have come to visit me. Let's see how the murder case in the hunting ground is progressing. Xiao Yan asked. Wei Tai's mouth twitched. He had expected this, so he said, Your highnesses, please talk inside the house. After entering the house, the 3 of them sat down. Wei Tai sighed and said, Your highnesses, in the past 4 days, all the government officials and detectives have been dispatched to check the inns, homestays, and rented houses in the entire capital, and mobilized the masses, but no clues have been found, and no one has reported the case to provide relevant clues. It seems that the deceased did not stay in the capital for a long time, so I suspect that these 5 people passed by the capital. If this is true, it will make the investigation even more difficult. Ah, I feel a lot of pressure. Look at my hair. It's almost all gone. Xiao Rui knew his resentment and said with a smile, Master Wei, you have worked hard. The reason why Xiao Jiao and I came here is, first, we reported the case, so of course we care about it, and second, we want to do our best to avenge the deceased as soon as possible. Yes, yes. Xiao Yan nodded repeatedly. Xiao Rui continued, just like Lord Wei said, if the deceased was passing through the capital, then the difficulty would be greatly increased. But what if not? They came to the capital from other places and were followed and killed by the murderer when they left. So they would have had interactions with others while staying in the capital. Why didn't the witness dare to speak out? I guess they were afraid of the murderer's revenge. After a pause, Xiao Rui said, so His Highness the Ninth Prince is willing to contribute 10,000 taels and offer a reward in the capital for anyone who can provide clues to the identity of the deceased. Xiao Yan was confused. When did he agree to this? Wei Tai was overjoyed and stood up quickly. Thank you, Your Highnesses, for your help. I believe that under the temptation of money, the witnesses will not be able to help but come forward and reveal the clues. I will arrange someone to do it now and post the reward in the capital. Xiao Rui looked at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan said proudly, it's just 10,000 taels, it's nothing. As long as we can catch the murderer, another 10,000 taels will be nothing. Xiao Rui asked Wei Tai, Sir, what can you find out from the clothes of the deceased? Wei Tai ordered someone to bring the autopsy record of the coroner, and said, the clothes of the two male victims were not special. They wore blue cloth straight robes and square scarves on their heads, which were quite common. The clothes of the two female victims were blue silk blouses and dark blue skirts. Especially the young female victim, her blouse was 2 feet and 8 inches long, and the sleeves were 1 foot and 2 inches wide. The outer sleeves were inlaid with brocade. The embroidery on the clothes was in the style of Suzhou embroidery, with beautiful patterns and exquisite embroidery, but not all of it, there were some other characteristics mixed in. Wei Tai handed the transcript to Xiao Rui and continued, I have ordered people to take the deceased's clothes to various cloth shops for investigation, hoping to find out the deceased's whereabouts. Xiao Rui nodded. Since he could think of starting with the clothes, the constables and coroners in the government office could naturally think of it as well. Wei Tai asked his servant to call the constable. A big man walked in. Ask each cloth shop, do they have any clues? Wei Tai asked. The constable cupped his fists and said, Your Excellency, I have visited 12 cloth shops of all sizes in the capital. After looking at the fabric and embroidery of the deceased's clothing, I generally believe that it is Suzhou embroidery. Although the stitching and pattern have been changed, and the style has changed, I still can't tell where it is from. Wei Tai sighed and waved him off. Your Highness, look, the clue is broken again. Wei Tai looked worried. Xiao Rui smiled and said, Sir Wei, although the cloth shop experts in the capital have good eyesight and can see the changes in embroidery needlework and patterns, they are not fully aware of the characteristics of embroidery in various places due to the limitations of their business. I know a place where I should be able to find some clues. Where? Wei Tai asked hurriedly. The Imperial Clothing Bureau and the Needlework Bureau. Xiao Yan suddenly shouted. Xiao Rui nodded. Wei Tai slapped his forehead and said, Yes, how could I forget these two places? The Shanghai Bureau is responsible for purchasing fabrics and clothing from all over the country, and the Needlework Bureau specializes in embroidery and sewing. They serve the Imperial Palace and are the most proficient experts in fabric embroidery in the world. However, I have to trouble the two princes for this matter. Xiao Rui smiled and said, It's a small matter. Please prepare the clothes for the deceased. Okay, I'll go right away. Wei Tai made arrangements immediately. Xiao Rui was just about to close the coroner's statement when suddenly, his eyes swept across a piece of information and he couldn't take his eyes off it. He asked, Master Wei, the autopsy results say that the young female victim was a virgin. The baby in the cradle was not hers. Yes, that's right. Wei Tai nodded. Xiao Rui and Xiao Yan looked at each other and became even more puzzled. What kind of combination was this family? After coming out of the prefectural government, Xiao Rui and Xiao Yan took a carriage to the Imperial Palace. After entering the inner city of the Imperial City, Xiao Rui and Xiao Yan came to the Imperial Wardrobe. When the eunuch in charge of the seal saw the two princes coming, his heart skipped a beat, thinking that he had offended them in some way. Xiao Rui explained his purpose, and the eunuch in charge of the seal immediately sent someone to the needlework department to call for people, and also called the master craftsman from the Shanghai Bureau to start studying the fabric of the deceased's clothes. The director of the needlework department brought in female embroidery workers to study together. Finally, they came to a conclusion. Your Highness, the fabric and dyeing techniques of this dress are very similar to the style of Luzhou. And this embroidery is derived from Suzhou embroidery, but it has the characteristics of bright colors and ancient style. The needlework has been slightly improved, which should be the local characteristics of Luzhou embroidery. We have female embroidery workers from Luzhou in our needlework company, so we are sure. Xiao Rui and Xiao Yan looked at each other, and they immediately left the palace and came to the Ingtian government office again. Luzhou. Finally, he found some clues, and Wei Tai felt that good things were coming. Your Highnesses, I will send people to Luzhou immediately. I believe we will gain something. Wei Tai said with a smile. Xiao Rui nodded and said, Master Wei, thank you for your hard work. This is what I should do. Wei Tai said solemnly. Afterwards, Xiao Rui and Xiao Yan left the prefectural government office. Xiao Yan said happily, now we have a breakthrough, and it will be only a matter of time before we find the murderer. Xiao Rui was very calm. What if the deceased bought the clothes when he passed by Luzhou? Ah. Xiao Yan's smile suddenly disappeared. Xiao Rui sighed, it's not that simple. Xiao Yan asked, if the investigation in Luzhou is fruitless, then wouldn't it be a headless case? Xiao Rui said, I hope the reward will be useful and we can find some clues. How about increasing the reward amount? Xiao Yan said with great wealth. Xiao Rui shook his head, 10,000 taels is enough. If it's not enough, then it's not a matter of money. Let's go. Seventh brother, let me accompany you back to fourth brother's house. Xiao Yan said flatteringly. Xiao Rui flatly refused. He didn't want others to know that he had moved out of Prince Duan's mansion. Firstly, it would be embarrassing for him, and secondly, it would also bring shame to Prince Duan's mansion. Xiao Yan was very angry and could only go home obediently. 5 more days passed. Yesterday, Xiao Rui and Xiao Yan went to the Ingtian government office and met Wei Tai. Wei Tai had a sad and mournful face. Please God, wet my eyes. Freeze my heart. Let me stop desperately longing for the truth to come to me. The detective sent to Luzhou Prefecture found nothing. Luzhou Prefecture had not received any reports of missing persons. The prefect of Luzhou also sent people to investigate in the counties under it, but there were no useful clues. Sure enough, the clue was lost again. Emperor Xia had already asked about this matter at the morning court and ordered him to solve the case as soon as possible at all costs. The whole capital was talking about it, and Wei Tai felt too much pressure. The reward of 12,000 taels was of no use, as no one provided any clues. Just as Xiao Rui guessed, things were not that simple. But Xiao Rui also believed that the system would not allow him to solve a headless case, and there must be some clues that he has not discovered yet. Seventh brother, are you free tonight? Xiao Yan ran over and asked. At this time, Xiao Rui had just finished practicing horseback archery. When he heard Xiao Yan's question, he said vigilantly, what do you want to do? I'm very busy and don't have time to hang out with you. Xiao Yan said resentfully, Seventh brother, am I such a person in your mind? Tonight is a big event. Lord Su's son is getting married today. There will be a dinner party in the evening. Father will be there. Aren't you going? Xiao Rui was stunned and said, Master Su. Which Master Su? Xiao Yan said with disdain, Seventh brother, you are so low-key that even Lord Su doesn't know you. Is there any Lord Su who is so prestigious that my father can personally come to help? Su Xianying. Xiao Rui suddenly reacted. The political system of Daxia was the cabinet and 6 ministries. The emperor formed a cabinet to handle the court affairs for him. Cabinet members could express their opinions in the form of articles, which were called piani. Then the eunuchs in charge of the seal of the Ministry of Rights approved it and reported it to the emperor, ensuring that the 6 ministries were directly responsible to the emperor, thus realizing the emperor's centralized power system. The current Emperor Xia attaches great importance to the cabinet, so the cabinet has great power and naturally a high status. Su Xianying was one of the 5 cabinet elders, serving as Grand Secretary of Wenhua Palace and Minister of Works, a second-rank official. It was only natural for Emperor Xia to attend his son's wedding in person, expressing his respect and trust in his ministers. As a prince, it is natural for him to express his gratitude. Xiao Rui didn't want to go at first, as he never attended the weddings or funerals of civil or military officials. But this time Emperor Xia was going, not to give him a reward, and if he didn't go he would seem too aloof. Let's go together after class. Xiao Rui said. Xiao Yan smiled and said, okay, I have prepared your gift for you. Father has issued an order to strictly prohibit officials from accepting bribes in the name of gifts, so I have prepared 2 sets of famous calligraphy and paintings. Seventh brother, please don't refuse. Xiao Yan knew that he had no money, so he prepared a gift in advance. Xiao Rui felt warm and smiled, then I will take advantage of my ninth brother. Hee, we are close friends, we have a good relationship, and my sister-in-law is my sister-in-law. Before Xiao Yan could finish his words, Xiao Rui slapped him in the face. He quickly swallowed the last sentence back into his stomach. After class, Xiao Rui and Xiao Yan took a carriage to Su Mansion. 3 streets away, before they even got close to Su's house, they were blocked by the heavy flow of carriages. There were so many people that all the civil and military officials had to come to congratulate him, and even if they didn't come, they had to send gifts. The steward of the Su Mansion was coordinating the traffic conditions. He spotted the 9th prince's carriage and immediately sent someone to maintain the passage. Upon hearing that the 9th prince's carriage was approaching, the carriages blocking the road immediately pulled over to make way. Arriving at the gate of Su's residence, Xiao Rui and Xiao Yan got out of the car. Su Xianying's younger brother Su Xianda stepped forward and said, I hope you will forgive me for not welcoming you, your highnesses. Xiao Rui smiled and said, today is a big day for the Su family, we are here to bother you. Where is Lord Su? Su Xianda said, my eldest brother is entertaining guests in the mansion. Your highnesses, please follow me in. The 7th prince has already arrived and is chatting in the mansion. The dinner will not start for more than an hour. Xiao Rui and Xiao Yan entered the Su residence and met Su Xianying and his son Su Haoran. They chatted briefly, all words of congratulations, and then, under the guidance of Su Xianda, they came to the main hall of the house next door. After entering the room, Xiao Rui saw 6 older brothers and 1 younger brother. His Highness Xiao Lai, 25 years old, is gentle and peaceful, with the spirit of a scholar. The 2nd prince, Xiao Ying, is 24 years old. He has a cold and arrogant personality and a rebellious demeanor. The 3rd prince, Xiao Zhe, is 22 years old, easygoing and lazy. The 4th prince, Xiao Feng, is 21 years old. Although he is highly skilled in martial arts, he has a reckless personality. The 5th prince Xiao Yuan, 20 years old, is suspicious and likes to speculate. The 6th prince Xiao Ming, 20 years old, has a bad temper and is greedy for beauty. The 8th prince Xiao Jing, 16 years old, is arrogant and self-righteous. This is Xiao Rui's impression of the 7 princes. He has not had much contact with them, so he cannot figure out their true character. Including Xiao Rui and Xiao Yan, all 9 princes of Emperor Xia have arrived. When they came in, the 7 princes looked at them one after another. His Highness Xiao Lai smiled and said, Xiao Qi and Xiao Jiao are here. The 3rd prince Xiao Zhe joked, especially Xiao Qi, it's rare to see you participate in activities despite your busy schedule. The other princes did not speak. Xiao Rui and Xiao Yan bowed and called each of them brother. Xiao Rui said shyly, I was dragged here by Xiao Jiao. Xiao Yan shouted, yes, if I hadn't told you, 7th brother wouldn't even know that Lord Su's son is getting married. The 2 of them sat down. 9 princes were in the same room, chatting about everything. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. Xiao Rui didn't sit there for a quarter of an hour before he found an excuse to run out. Of course, the follower Xiao Yan also followed out. The 2 of them wandered around the Su mansion. As the residence of a cabinet minister, the Su mansion was as large as the Prince Duan mansion, with all the pavilions and terraces that should be there. Xiao Yan and Xiao Rui wandered around and unexpectedly ran into Zhang Lianchuan and Tian Buguang. They were chatting with a group of young men, and judging by their clothes, they were all descendants of military families. When Zhang Lianchuan saw Xiao Rui, he opened his mouth and was about to call him brother-in-law. Xiao Rui was so scared that he quickly covered his mouth and said, Young Marquis, don't shout nonsense. There are so many people talking. Give me some face. Zhang Lianchuan pouted and called out in grievance, Your Highness. Tian Buguang also came to pay his respects and introduced other people to Xiao Rui. There is the son of Marquis Xiao Yong, the son of Marquis Zhen Yuan, the son of Marquis Pingbo, the son of Marquis Baijian. As expected, birds of a feather flocked together. 10 of the 12 military marquises' sons showed up. The young marquises bowed and greeted Xiao Rui and Xiao Yan. The 2 of them did not disturb the young marquises' awkward chat. They said a few simple words and then left. Strolling into a house, Xiao Rui saw a group of young talents, and among them was Ding Jian. Xiao Yan said that this group were the descendants of the chiefs of the 6 ministries. Continuing to stroll, Xiao Rui saw the upright people of the censorate. I saw the great scholars and Confucian scholars in the capital. I saw the vice-ministers and officials of the Ministry of War, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Works, Ministry of Personnel, Ministry of Rights, and Ministry of Revenue. I heard that several bigwigs from the cabinet were also here, but I just didn't see them. That night, almost all the powerful people in the capital gathered. Half an hour later, Emperor Xia arrived in person. This was the first time in the past 5 years that Emperor Xia had personally left the palace to attend a wedding at the home of an important official, which shows how much Emperor Xia favored Su Xianyang. Emperor Xia took his seat, and Xiao Rui also took his seat with the other princes. There were only 2 tables in the main hall, 1 table for Emperor Xia and several princes and 4 cabinet heads, and 1 table for the 9 princes. The other civil and military ministers were in the next room. Officials below the 5th rank could not even sit in the house and could only sit in the courtyard. At this time, the worship ceremony was also beginning. Xiao Rui and Xiao Yan couldn't stand the oppression in the main hall, so they sneaked out to watch the wedding ceremony. Emperor Xia was a guest, so he naturally wouldn't stop them. Su Minghao married the princess of Ruyang Wang's family. Among the 4 county kings, Ruyang Wang was the most brave and even dared to confront the current Emperor Xia. Therefore, Xiao Rui suspected that Emperor Xia came to the wedding in person not because he favored Su Xianyang, but because he was afraid of being scolded by Prince Ruyang. Xiao Rui and Xiao Yan stood in a corner watching the wedding ceremony. He looked at the groom Su Haoran and felt that he was weird. As one of the 4 great happy events, the wedding night should be a day of joy and excitement, but Xiao Rui felt that the groom Su Haoran looked strange and even forced a smile. Is it a forced marriage? Xiao Rui couldn't help but imagine the bloody plot. Xiao Jiao, do you think that this young master of the Su family has an awkward smile on his face because he looks down on our cousin? He looks very reluctant. Xiao Rui asked. Xiao Yan nodded and said, indeed, he looks listless. But that shouldn't be the case. I heard that Su Haoran and Xiao Qingqing fell in love with each other before their elders started discussing marriage. For this reason, Lord Su asked His Majesty for permission to transfer Su Haoran back from Luzhou Prefecture and demote himself to the censorate. Oh. Xiao Rui nodded. Suddenly, he realized what was happening and asked, where did you say he was transferred from? Luzhou. What happened? It seems that he was appointed as the Tongpan of Luzhou. He is a 6th-rank official at such a young age. Xiao Yan explained. What a coincidence. Xiao Rui muttered to himself. Xiao Yan saw that he was in a daze and asked, 7th brother, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. Xiao Rui came back to his senses and responded. Then he looked at Su Haoran and began to think wildly. There's nothing we can do about it, who asked him to bring up the keyword Luzhou. With the end of the visiting ceremony, the wedding banquet officially began. After 3 rounds of drinking, Emperor Xia returned to the palace. No one could enjoy their meal while he was here. Su Xianyang went to see Emperor Xia off in person, and Su Haoran, accompanied by Su Xianda, came to the main hall to toast first. He first toasted several princes and 4 cabinet ministers, and then came to the prince's table. Everyone toasted one by one, and soon it was Xiao Rui's turn. Xiao Rui suddenly had an idea and took the wine from Su Haoran, whispering, "Congratulations, Mr. Su. I almost couldn't drink your wedding wine. Fortunately, Lord Wei of Yingtian Prefecture mentioned your marriage." Xiao Yan, who was eating at the side, was stunned when he heard this. He thought that his 7th brother was lying and was going to cause trouble, so he tilted his ear to listen. Su Haoran's smile froze, and he subconsciously asked, "Your Highness, go to Yingtian Prefecture. If there is anything you need to deal with, I will be happy to help." Xiao Rui said, "It's nothing serious. You also know that there was a murder case in Beijing recently. 5 people were killed and a baby was still in swaddling clothes. Well, I reported the case, so of course I have to pay attention to it." While speaking, Xiao Rui stared at Su Haoran but was surprised to find that there was a flicker in his eyes. The hand holding the wine trembled and almost spilled it, but it was quickly covered up by a blooming smile. "Oh, I heard that too." Su Haoran said, "Your Highness, I toast to you." After saying that, he raised his head, drank it and was about to leave. Xiao Rui suddenly grabbed his wrist and said with a smile, "I hope the deceased did not affect your happy event." Su Haoran's eyes met his, and then they looked away in an instant. He smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Your Highness, please take a seat." Xiao Rui sat down, Su Haoran toasted Xiao Yan, and then quickly left the main hall. Seeing that his seventh brother was still staring at Su Haoran's departing back, Xiao Yan immediately asked in a low voice, "What's wrong, seventh brother? Do you suspect that he has something to do with the murder?" Xiao Rui glanced around and whispered, "Let's talk about it after we get out." The two of them immediately sat up straight and started eating and drinking. The wedding banquet ended and the guests left one after another. Xiao Rui and Xiao Yan said goodbye to their brothers and took the car back. In the carriage, Xiao Yan couldn't wait any longer. "Seventh brother, do you suspect Su Haoran is related to the murder?" "How is that possible? There is no connection at all. You said he was transferred from Luzhou, so I made a wild guess and tried to test it. Unexpectedly, the result of the test shocked me." Xiao Rui said in a deep voice, "You also saw Su Haoran's performance. If I say he is not hiding anything, do you believe it? Besides, this matter is very strange, and the clues are incredible." Xiao Rui suspected that it was the system that was causing the problem, but he didn't think it was the system. His intuition told him that there must be something wrong. Xiao Yan nodded, and Su Haoran's behavior just now appeared in his mind. Was that the behavior that he should have if there was no relationship? He was confused, and his hands were shaking, but he forced himself to remain calm. "This is a big deal." Xiao Yan couldn't help but say. Xiao Rui smiled, "What's wrong, are you scared?" "I'm not afraid of anything." Xiao Yan said stubbornly, "Seventh brother, what do you say we should do?" "Let's check it out first." Xiao Rui immediately said righteously, "Don't tell anyone about this. You know it and I know it. Do you hear me?" "Got it." Xiao Yan nodded repeatedly. On the second day, Xiao Rui asked Gao Quan to investigate the servants and guards of the Su family. He was gone for a whole day and then came back in a hurry. "Why did you take so long?" Xiao Rui asked. Gao Quan said, "I was afraid of alerting the enemy, so I used my connections to invite a manager from the Su family, got him drunk, and gave him a lot of silver before I could get the information." "Oh. Are there any valuable clues?" Xiao Rui asked hurriedly. Gao Quan said, "After asking the steward, I didn't hear him mention that there were any outsiders living in the Su family 10 days ago. However, there is some clue about what His Highness asked me to ask about. Someone in the Su mansion did take a long vacation during this period and was not at home." "Who?" Xiao Rui sat up straight and asked quickly. Gao Quan said, "I heard that Su Xianying's trusted confidant, Manager Chow, suddenly took sick leave a dozen days ago and has not been seen since." "Huh?" Xiao Rui was startled. Why was Su Xianying brought up again? Could it be that not only Su Haoran was involved, but his father Su Xianying, the Minister of Works and Grand Secretary of Wenhua Palace, was also involved? That's a big deal. Xiao Rui also suddenly felt that there was a flood and a beast ahead. Damn system, it won't stop until it kills itself. Investigate. Find out where Manager Chow lives and find his people. Xiao Rui gritted his teeth and said fiercely. "Yes, Your Highness." Gao Quan took action immediately. 12 days after the murder was discovered, Gao Quan tried every possible means to find out, and finally found some clues about Chao Guanshi. He returned to his hometown, a village in Liuhe County, in Tian Prefecture. The trace was found thanks to Gao Quan's cleverness. He directly found Manager Chow's lover in the brothel and got the information from her. Otherwise, he would never have found out by just asking around. At the same time, Xiao Rui also knew the disadvantage of insufficient manpower, and attacking Gao Quan alone was not a solution. After learning the location of Chao Guanshi, Xiao Rui could not sit still and immediately took Xiao Yan out hunting. They quietly went to Chao Guanshi's hometown and asked Gao Quan to go into the village to check. He happened to see Chao Guanshi strolling around in the village. "Are you sick?" "His face is flushed with rosy glow, and he has no disease at all." There are scratches on the face and neck, which have now formed scars. Gao Quan quickly left the village and reunited with Xiao Rui and Xiao Yan. How is it? How is it? Xiao Yan asked immediately. Gao Quan looked at Xiao Rui. Did you see it? Xiao Rui asked. Gao Quan said, I saw him. He was walking around. He didn't look sick. There were scratches on his face and neck. Judging from the time, it matches the case. It's indeed him. Xiao Yan said in shock. Xiao Rui also took a deep breath and exhaled. So, what's the motive? Xiao Rui's eyes were burning. Let's go to Luzhou. Xiao Yan suddenly said. Xiao Rui was tempted, but shook his head. The prince could not leave the capital without permission. It would be embarrassing if he ran away and was caught by the imperial guards. Gao Quan, you go. Xiao Rui had no one else, so he could only ask Gao Quan to make the trip. What about Manager Chao? Should he be arrested? Xiao Yan asked. Xiao Rui was in a state of hesitation. Manager Chao's face and neck were scratched, which was probably caused by the deceased. However, these injuries could not be used as evidence to convict him. What's more, the cabinet minister Su Xianyang is also involved. Does Wei Tai dare to arrest him for interrogation? Besides, Manager Chao is not stupid. If he pleads guilty, he will die. He will not plead guilty even if he is tortured. Xiao Rui sighed and said to Xiao Yan, we must not alert the enemy. We should first investigate the relationship between the deceased's family and Su Haoran. What if they have no relationship and this is all just a coincidence? What if Manager Chao was creeping around someone else's room at night and was scratched by another man? Xiao Yan nodded, and then said to Gao Quan, before you leave, go to my house and get some money. We must find out the truth no matter how much money we have. Yes, Your Highness, Gao Quan replied. The three returned to the city, and Gao Quan immediately set out for Luzhou. There are still 8 days left to complete the task, and Gao Quan doesn't have much time left. Xiao Rui started his study life again, no longer asked for leave, and focused in class, which made Dr. Jean very uncomfortable. Another 7 days passed. Gao Quan, exhausted from all the travel, finally made it back to the capital before the city gates closed. Your Highness, I'm back. Gao Quan looked haggard, apparently exhausted from riding for a long time. Go eat something, take a hot bath and take a rest. Xiao Rui said. Gao Quan shook his head and said, I'm not tired. I'm not in a hurry. I'll send someone to call Xiao Jiu. You can go and have a rest. Xiao Rui said firmly. Gao Quan then went downstairs to wash up. Xiao Yan arrived quickly, and half an hour later, Gao Quan took a short nap before waking up. What did you find out? Xiao Yan asked anxiously. Xiao Rui patted Xiao Yan and said, don't be impatient. Let Gao Quan start from the beginning and speak slowly. Gao Quan said in detail, Your Highness, when I arrived in Luzhou, I knew that I would not be able to find any information by investigating the deceased's family alone, so I started with Su Haoran. He has only been back to the capital for 3 months. People in Luzhou are impressed by this Tongpan who was transferred back to the capital. They have a good reputation for him. He is gentle and casual, not bureaucratic, and understands the voice of the people. He is a good official who speaks for the people. I visited the residence where Su Haoran lived and asked the neighbors around him. They all said that he lived in seclusion and devoted himself to government affairs. He was not married, and his life was not chaotic. I have never seen him bring any women home. Just when I thought the clues were broken, I suddenly had an idea and found the assistant officer under Su Haoran when he was in office. When I first arrived in Luzhou, I went straight to him to ask about Su Haoran, but he naturally refused to tell me and even wanted to arrest me. I had no choice but to use 8,000 taels of silver as bait to get him to tell the truth. I heard from this person that Su Haoran is indeed a gentle, gentle and elegant person, and he is from the capital. Who among the unmarried women in Luzhou doesn't admire him? But Su Haoran never flirts with other women and has a good character. However, just over half a month after Su Haoran was transferred, a woman suddenly came to the Luzhou government office with a child in her arms, saying that she wanted to see Su Haoran. At that time, Su Haoran had already returned to Beijing, and seeing that he was crazy, he drove her away. The woman stayed in front of the government office for a long time holding the child, looking silly. The assistant officer used to work with Su Haoran, and when he came home, he saw that she was in a daze, so he went to ask her a few questions. The woman only said that she was from Tianan County and had something important to do with Su Haoran, but she refused to say anything else. The assistant officer told the woman that Su Haoran had returned to Beijing, apparently to get married. Then the woman, who was in a daze, wailed and ran away holding the baby. When Gao Quan reached this point, Xiao Rui and Xiao Yan sat up straighter. Next, he began to get to the point. I immediately rushed to Tianan County to find out the woman's identity. After some questioning, I finally found out that a family called Wang in Tianan County had gone to the capital to visit relatives and had not returned. The 5 people were the Wang couple, their son, and their youngest daughter. In addition, the baby was born by the eldest daughter out of wedlock, which was a scandal in Tianan County, so I found out the family's situation. I used the portrait of the deceased to inquire, and the deceased was indeed a member of the Wang family. The Wang family is just an ordinary family, not a wealthy family. It was not until the baby was born that they suddenly became rich and bought a nice house, a large group of servants and maids, and spent lavishly. But from the perspective of level, it is impossible for the daughter of the Wang family to be involved with Su Haoran, so after several investigations, I have not found out how the two knew each other, nor whether the child is Su Haoran's. Your Highness, I only found out this information. Gao Quan looked apologetic. Xiao Rui patted his shoulder and said with a smile, time is tight. It is not easy to find these. At least the identity of the deceased has been confirmed. However, you just said that the baby is the eldest daughter of the Wang family, so where is she? It seems that she died of complications during childbirth. Gao Quan said. Xiao Rui nodded, feeling that the relationship was confusing. This information cannot convict Su Haoran at all. Xiao Yan said angrily. Xiao Rui said, now that the identity of the deceased has been confirmed, the purpose of their coming to the capital can also be confirmed, which is to find Su Haoran. Regardless of whether the baby boy is his biological child or not, the Wang family was arranged to stay in the capital by the Su family, so no information can be found in the inn, B&B, or house. Later, for some reason, the Wang family left in a hurry, but were caught by Chao, who strangled the 4 people and suffocated the baby. Why kill them? There is no reason. Even if the child is Su Haoran, he doesn't have to kill the Wang family if he wants to marry the princess. The baby's mother has passed away. In addition, was the action taken by manager Chao arranged by Su Haoran or Su Xianyang? Xiao Yan asked. Xiao Rui nodded. He checked the system and found that the task was not completed yet. So even if he found out the identity of the deceased, he still had not completed the task if he did not find out the reason for the murder. The deadline for the task is tomorrow. What should I do? Xiao Rui had a headache. How about luring the snake out of its hole? Xiao Rui said. 7th brother, do you want to find Su Haoran and directly trick him? Xiao Yan was shocked. Xiao Rui nodded. Xiao Yan hurriedly said, no. If it were someone else, we would not be afraid of him given our status as princes. But Su Xianyang is a cabinet minister, and even though we are princes, we cannot afford to offend him. Is there any other good way? Xiao Rui asked. Xiao Yan shook his head. Done. Xiao Rui stood up. This time he was not here for duty, but for the 5 innocent lives that had died, including a baby. I'll go with you. Xiao Yan shouted. You just need to be my think tank. It's not appropriate for too many people to get involved in this kind of thing. You have to help me be careful of Su Xianyang. Xiao Rui refused. Xiao Yan patted his chest and said, 7th brother, don't worry. Xiao Rui spread out the rice paper and asked Xiang Gaochuan, what are the names of the 2 daughters of the Wang family? The eldest daughter is called Wang Qingling and the younger daughter is called Wang Qingyin. Oh, by the way, they are twins and look almost exactly the same. Gao Quan thought of this and said hurriedly. Xiao Rui nodded, wrote the 3 words Wang Qingyin on the paper, and handed it to Gao Quan. Send her to Su's house tomorrow morning, and tell her that I invite Master Su to have a drink at Suiyan Tower. Yes, Your Highness. Gao Quan put away the note and walked out. Xiao Rui looked at the flickering candlelight and squinted his eyes. These days, newlywed Su Haoran had trouble sleeping and always woke up in the middle of the night. It was not because he was tired, but because he had nightmares and was haunted by evil spirits. After breakfast, he was about to go to the censorate, but unexpectedly received a letter sent by the seventh Prince Xiao Rui. Xiao Rui. This immediately reminded Su Haoran of the wedding night. The seventh prince, who had never had any contact with him, seemed to be unintentional, but after thinking about it, he seemed to be making indirect hints. Does he know something? Su Haoran felt his heart tighten and hurriedly asked the servant to bring the letter. When he opened the paper, 3 words came into his eyes. Wang Qingyin. Su Haoran's pupils shrank suddenly, and he actually took a step back, almost losing his balance. After a while, he asked, "What else did the visitor say?" The servant replied, "Please invite the young master to Tsuiyun Tower for a drink of water and wine. Prepare the car." Su Haoran let out a breath and shouted. The servant immediately went to arrange a carriage. Arriving at the bottom of Tsuiyun building, Su Haoran walked in. It was early in the morning and Tsuiyun building had not yet opened, but the owner of the restaurant enthusiastically escorted Su Haoran to the 3rd floor and to Xiao Rui's private room. After knocking on the door, Xiao Rui opened it himself and welcomed him warmly. "Master Su, I hope I didn't disturb your rest by inviting you here so early." Su Haoran bowed and said, "I have wanted to make friends with your highness for a long time, but I have never had the chance. It should be your humble servant who invites your highness. How can I let your highness spend money? You will have to drink 3 cups as punishment later." The two sat down. Su Haoran took the initiative to pour the wine. Xiao Rui picked up the glass and said with a smile, "Lord Su is now working in the censorate. I have heard of Lord Su's honest style. When he was the magistrate of Luzhou, he was praised by the people. I believe he has a bright future. In the future, together with your father, he will definitely be the pillars of the great Xia kingdom." Su Haoran also picked up the wine glass and replied, "It is an honor for me to devote myself to the great Xia kingdom. I didn't expect that your highness, who is busy with studies, would still care about my government affairs as the Tongpan of Luzhou. I am terrified. I am full of curiosity about Lord Su, so I specially sent people to Luzhou Prefecture, and Tianan County." Xiao Rui drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Su Haoran was holding the wine glass in a daze, then he put it down, stared at Xiao Rui, and asked, "Oh. Really? I wonder what the people sent over found out." Xiao Rui looked at him and found that his eyes were deep. "Does Lord Su know Wang Qingyin? He and his family came to Beijing to see you, but were brutally murdered on the way home. Now the capital is in an uproar. Why doesn't Lord Su take the initiative to contact Yingtian Prefecture and provide some clues to solve the case as soon as possible?" Xiao Rui said with a smile. Su Haoran narrowed his eyes and asked, "How did your highness know that Wang Qingyin came to Beijing to look for me? I don't even know it myself. I have never seen them, let alone knew that the victims of the murder case were their family. Oh, how pitiful." Xiao Rui asked, "Master Su, how did you get to know Wang Qingyin?" "What? Your highness suspects that I killed their entire family?" Su Haoran asked back. Xiao Rui sighed and said, "I don't doubt you, I just think it's too pitiful that 5 lives were lost, and there's also the baby who is still in swaddling clothes. Since Lord Su knows Wang Qingyin, can you reveal some clues and help investigate the case? We only met once. I met him on official business in Tianan County when I was working in Luzhou Prefecture, so we are not familiar with each other. Your highness came to find me, but you found the wrong person." Su Haoran smiled and said, "Also, I didn't expect your highness to be so kind and to spare no effort to personally solve a murder case. Ha. I know some things, so I naturally want to explore it." Xiao Rui laughed, but in his heart he felt that Su Haoran was really difficult to deal with, and he never let anything slip in his words. Xiao Rui decided to add some shocking information. "But Lord Su, why did I hear that the child Wang Qingyin is holding is yours?" Xiao Rui asked. "Impossible." Su Haoran frowned and shouted angrily, "I am a self-disciplined person. How could I be involved with a degenerate, slutty woman like Wang Qingyin who is bullied by everyone?" After speaking angrily, Su Haoran realized that he had lost his composure, took a deep breath, and said with a smile, "Your Highness, I am still busy signing in at the Metropolitan Procuratorate, and I still have a lot of official business to do. If you have nothing else to do, I will take my leave." After saying that, Su Haoran stood up and was about to leave. Xiao Rui stood up to stop him and said solemnly, "Wait a minute, I have something else to tell Master Su." "Your Highness, please speak," Su Haoran asked. The coroner from Yingtian Prefecture said after the autopsy that Wang Qingyin was still a virgin, not a fallen woman. "Sir Su, please respect your words," Xiao Rui said in a stern tone. "What?" Unexpectedly, Su Haoran was suddenly startled and looked at Xiao Rui with a dazed face. Xiao Rui suddenly realized that he seemed to have touched upon an important clue. "What did you say?" Su Haoran asked again. Xiao Rui said, "I said Wang Qingyin was an innocent woman, not a fallen woman. Lord Su, please do not slander the dead. The dead are the greatest. How is this possible? She has already given birth to the child." Su Haoran growled, his eyes slightly red. This time it was Xiao Rui's turn to be confused. "Don't you know that the baby she is carrying is his sister's?" Su Haoran staggered and touched the door with one hand. "Sister? She has a sister?" Su Haoran muttered to himself. "Yes, they look almost exactly the same," Xiao Rui said. Su Haoran had a strange expression on his face, and suddenly he let out a wail and rushed out. Xiao Rui wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Could it be that Su Haoran always thought that the child was Wang Qingyin's, so he thought she was dirty and a fallen woman, and didn't know that she had a sister? So, this is the root cause of the tragic death of Wang Qingyin's family. Xiao Rui pondered. Ding dong. Mission completed, Advent value +10. Xiao Rui was even more confused. Su Haoran did not return to the mansion, but went back home. He rushed into the house where his mother lived and pushed the door open. "Haoran, didn't you go on duty? Why are you so distracted and reckless?" asked Su's mother. Su Haoran blushed and growled, "You and Dad deliberately hid the truth from me. The child is not Wang Qingyin's at all. The wanton woman I saw before was her sister, not her." Mother Su was stunned for a moment, then sighed and said, "Haoran, don't be angry, this is all for you. You know, your father tried so hard to help you marry the beloved daughter of King Riyang, but you fell in love with a commoner girl." Su Haoran stumbled back, tears in his eyes, and angrily said, "So you asked Su Ming to hook up with Wang Qingyin's sister, deliberately let me see them being intimate, and even hid it from me, saying that the child was Wang Qingyin's, making me think that she was dirty and whose bastard she was, and you shamelessly came and said that my child was mine. Well, your father and I want you to give up. But we didn't expect you to be so stubborn." Su's mother sighed. Boom. Su Haoran slammed the door open and ran out immediately, ignoring Su's mother shouting behind him and refusing to listen. There was no other way. Su's mother could only send someone to inform Su Xianying. Su Xianying was reviewing memorials in the cabinet when he suddenly received a letter from home asking him to return home quickly. If there was nothing serious, he would not be so anxious, so he asked for leave from the Chief Minister Li Mingchong and returned home quickly. When they got home, Su's mother explained the situation to him. Su Xianying comforted his wife and said, "Don't worry, Haoran will know once he knows, and he will have to face it sooner or later. What I am worried about now is who told him. Someone, go check who he went to see this morning instead of going to the censorate." "Yes, sir." The servant who followed him immediately went to check. Soon, the investigation led to Xiao Rui. Seventh Prince, Xiao Rui. Su Xianying was also surprised when he got the news. "You said that the person who asked Haoran to leave early in the morning was the seventh Prince Xiao Rui?" Su Xianying asked again to confirm. The servant beside him said, "Yes, sir, it has been confirmed." Su Xianying paced in the hall. He was not familiar with the seventh prince. He had no support in the harem and no confidants among the civil and military officials. He was an insignificant prince who was just there to make up the numbers. As a cabinet minister, Su Xianying did not take such a prince seriously at all. "I didn't expect that there was something else hidden in the iceberg." "So, how much does he know? What do you want to do by contacting Su Haoran on your own initiative?" Su Xianying's status made him think more. Go and deliver the invitation to him for me, inviting him to the mansion for the dinner. Su Xianying ordered. Su Haoran's mother asked, "Are you okay?" "It's okay. An unpopular prince can't make any waves. What's more, Yingtian Prefecture can't produce any evidence, so what evidence can he have? I guess the reason he interfered is just to threaten me and make me support him. It seems that this boy has great ambitions," Su Xianying said with a smile. Su Haoran's mother hesitated for a moment and said, "The 5 members of the Wang family died just like that." Su Xianying narrowed his eyes and scolded, "What do you know, woman? When Haoran was involved with that woman in Luzhou Prefecture, I planned to cut the Gordian knot and transfer him back to Beijing. This kid begged you, but you turned a deaf ear to me. In addition, I was busy with official duties, which delayed the matter and caused the 2 of them to fall in love. If I hadn't asked Su Ming to cover it up, their relationship would have spread throughout Luzhou Prefecture a long time ago. Don't you know how much the king of Ruyang loves his daughter? How could he tolerate his future son-in-law having an affair with a commoner woman and let his daughter suffer any injustice? How could such a thing happen if he returned to the capital earlier? Do I need to set up a plan and let Su Ming act out that kind of drama to put an end to Haoran's thoughts?" At this point, Su Xianying sighed. "I didn't expect this group of Wang family members to be so ignorant that they dared to come to the capital to threaten me after receiving money. If I don't let Su Ming force them away, this matter will become awkward and Haoran's marriage will be ruined. The most infuriating thing is that the kid from the Wang family even threatened to beat the drum to report it, which would embarrass my Su family and ruin the marriage. Humph, they are indeed uncivilized and unworthy people. How can this be unreasonable?" Su Haoran's mother sighed in her heart and dared not speak. She was worried about her husband, who now regarded the lives of ordinary people as worthless despite his high position and power. He would definitely suffer the consequences in the future, but she did not dare to say more. At noon, Su Xianying's invitation was delivered to Prince Duan's mansion. Xiaofeng's Princess Chao Wan'er failed to squeeze Xiao Rui out, and instead paid 20,000 taels of silver as compensation. Xiao Feng was so angry that he wanted to punch her twice to vent his anger. Prince Duan's mansion was in the wrong, so he instructed his servants not to tell outsiders that Xiao Rui had moved out, so Su Xianying's invitation was still sent here. Xiao Feng studied the invitation. The content was very simple. It was about his 7th brother coming over to his house for dinner that evening. However, Xiao Feng seemed to see Su Xianying joining Xiao Rui's camp, colluding with him, and helping him fight for the throne. Grandma's legs. Xiao Feng was so angry that he kicked the wooden door to pieces. He thought he was a martial arts master and better than Xiao Rui. Why did Su Xianying not even say a word after he tried every means to win him over? Now he is happily inviting the not-so-good Xiao Rui to dinner. "Prepare the car," Xiao Feng shouted. Xiao Rui didn't expect that Xiao Feng would come to him in person. "I thought he came to apologize, but I didn't expect he came to call me to task. 7th brother, this is the invitation from Lord Su, inviting you to have dinner at his house. I didn't expect that 7th brother is so resourceful and has taken the lead among all the brothers in winning over the cabinet ministers," Xiao Feng said sarcastically. Xiao Rui took a look at the invitation and was not surprised. It's the sarcasm of that big fool Xiao Feng. Alas, it's so pitiful to have no brains. 4th brother, I have a request. I want you to accompany me to the dinner party at Su's house, Xiao Rui requested. Xiao Feng was a little dumbfounded and asked, "Is it okay?" "Why not? Lord Su invited me into his mansion because I helped his son see the truth of something and stop living in deception, so he specially thanked me. What do you think?" Xiao Rui asked back. Xiao Feng scratched the back of his head and said, "I didn't think anything. I'll accompany you tonight." His true inner monologue, however, was, "I want to see if you are in cahoots with each other." Xiao Rui nodded happily. The man who took the knife and walked into the trap himself is really a good 4th brother. In the evening, Xiao Rui got on Xiao Feng's carriage and went to Su's house. When he arrived at the gate of Su's house to report, Su Xianying came out to greet him personally. On the way, he already knew that it was not only the 7th Prince Xiao Rui who was coming, but also the 4th Prince Xiao Feng. Yes, why was I so confused? Xiao Rui lived in Xiao Feng's house and listened to him in everything. So the person behind Xiao Rui was actually Xiao Feng. Isn't it said that Xiao Feng is brave but not wise? It seems that these are all rumors. Greetings, Lord Su. Xiao Feng was in front and Xiao Rui was standing behind him, and the two of them bowed to greet each other. Su Xianying responded with a greeting, Your Highnesses, your presence here brings honor to our humble residence. Please come in. Lord Su, this is serious. Xiao Feng bowed and said with a smile. Xiao Rui followed behind Xiao Feng, and when Su Xianying looked at him, he gave him a shy smile. The three of them entered the main hall, where the wine and food were already prepared. Su Xianying asked Xiao Feng to sit on the north side as a sign of respect, while he sat on the east side, and Xiao Rui sat on the west side. Su Xianying poured the wine himself, looked at Xiao Rui, and asked, Seventh Prince, I heard that you asked my son out early this morning. Yes, I heard that Master Su was in a bad mental state and was deceived by lies, so I tried my best to enlighten him. Xiao Rui said, This is what my fourth brother taught me. He taught me to be good at helping others, especially officials who are valuable to the court. Yes, yes, yes. Although Xiao Feng did not understand the meaning of the first half of the sentence, he just needed to know that the second half was to praise himself. Su Xianying said, Since you have already enlightened him, stop the unnecessary actions. Let him digest it himself. If you involve too much, you may get into trouble. Xiao Feng was a little confused. He didn't understand. Xiao Rui smiled and asked, Fourth brother, what do you think? If someone takes advantage of his status to commit crimes, even taking human lives, and betrays the favor of our father, should we let him go? Let him go. I'll have to twist off his head and use it as a chamber pot. Xiao Feng roared. Su Xianying's face darkened and he asked, Why don't you consider your own worth? For me, I weigh 220 kilograms. Is that heavy enough? Xiao Feng answered truthfully. Xiao Rui really wanted to praise Xiao Feng for his awesome answer. Fourth Prince, are you pretending to be stupid? Su Xianying thought that Xiao Feng was cooperating with Xiao Rui to play a trick on him. Yes, yes, I pretended to be stupid on purpose. I am so smart, so I know everything clearly. Xiao Feng shouted hurriedly. He couldn't let Lord Su know that he knew nothing. Su Xianying's face was gloomy. Did I say something wrong? Actually, I don't know anything. I just came here to make a living. Xiao Feng quickly picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Your Highnesses, please do me a favor and let this matter pass. I'll consider it as a favor I owe you, said Su Xianying. Okay. Let's reveal it. Let's reveal it. Xiao Feng agreed immediately. Before Xiao Rui could speak, the pleasant voice came to his mind again. Ding dong, ding dong. The system has issued another task. At such a tense moment, you are still busy with the next task. But Xiao Rui didn't bother to check. He looked at Su Xianying calmly and said in a heavy tone, Is your face more valuable than 5 lives? Very good, very good. Su Xianying smiled instead of getting angry. I didn't expect the 7th Prince to be so courageous and so capable. I admire him. In this case, let's see what the 7th Prince can do. After saying that, Su Xianying stood up, flicked his sleeves, and left. Xiao Rui drank the wine. Although he knew that offending Su Xianying would be a fatal trouble for him, he really couldn't lie with his eyes open and ignore the 5 tragic lives. Master Su seems very unhappy. Xiao Feng asked, What are you two talking about? What face and life are you talking about? Really? He might be in a hurry. Xiao Rui said with a smile. Not long after, the steward of Su's residence came to say that the cabinet had important matters to deal with and had gone to the palace. Xiao Rui and Xiao Feng then said goodbye and left. Upon hearing that Xiao Rui and the other person had left, Su Xianying stayed in the study with a gloomy expression. Sir, do you want to attack Xiao Rui? A man's voice came from the shadows. Su Xianying was murderous. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Since he wants to provoke me, I will play with him. After all, he is a prince. If I assassinate him, it will cause the wrath of Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia is unfathomable, so it is best not to alarm him. Go, send an expert to his residence and bury something. Yes, sir. Xiao Rui got on the carriage and then closed his eyes to check the task. Newly added task, redress the injustice of the deceased. Time limit, 30 days. Completion score +10. This task is mandatory. Failure will result in deduction of points based on effort. If not performed, 90 points will be deducted. Really? Xiao Rui knew that the system would definitely continue to solve the case on its own and clear the deceased's name. Its nature would never allow itself to become involved with Su Xianyang. Xiao Rui checked his existing information. Name, Xiao Rui. Identity, the 7th Prince of Daxia. Talent, does the identity of a time traveler count? If not, then nothing. Advent value, 90 out of 100. It's finally the match point. After completing this mission, I can see what the system can give me. Xiao Rui was a little excited. However, if he were to tear his face off with Su Xianyang now, what awaited him was Su Xianyang's fierce revenge. As a third-rank cabinet minister and concurrently the Minister of Works, Xiao Rui felt that he was not very skilled and was very bold. The good mood disappeared immediately. System, are you trying to kill me on purpose? Xiao Rui protested. System. But how can I clear the name of the deceased? I have no evidence. The more Xiao Rui thought about it, the worse it felt. He bought gasoline, but when he looked back, he realized, I don't have a car. If I go to Su Xianyang to surrender now, will he believe me? I really should be more flexible and pretend to be nice to him. I can't tolerate any sand in my eyes. Xiao Rui shook his head in self-mockery, but his mind was filled with many ups and downs. The next day, noon. Xiao Yan suddenly came to the mansion in a hurry. 7th brother, it's bad, Manager Chao is dead. Xiao Yan said breathlessly. Dead. Xiao Rui glared and raised his tone 3 points. Xiao Yan nodded and said, after investigating Manager Chao last time, I secretly sent people to monitor him, fearing that he would run away. I didn't expect that he would suddenly drown in the river this morning. The constables from Liuhe County went there, and the autopsy result showed that he drowned. Exclamation point. Xiao Rui cursed loudly. He really underestimated Su Xianyang's ruthlessness. He directly killed everyone. With the death of Manager Chao, the murder case of the Wang family was even more confusing. 7th brother, what should we do? Are we just going to watch the real murderer go unpunished? Xiao Yan said angrily. Xiao Rui sighed, I still have no clue. Oh, by the way, I went to see Su Xianyang yesterday, and he already knew that I was investigating the murder case. What? Xiao Yan was stunned and couldn't say anything for a long time. I knew I shouldn't have let you go see Su Haoran. Look, something happened. Xiao Yan said anxiously, should we report this to our father? No. The crime of slandering the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet is a serious one. Even if we are princes, we will become the target of public criticism. Don't be nervous. I don't think Su Xianyang would dare to deal with us openly. Xiao Rui comforted. I hope so. Xiao Yan sighed. At the same time, Xiao Minjing, Prince of Zhou from the Zhongrenfu, entered the palace to meet the emperor. King Xiao Minjing of Zhou served as the head of the clan affairs office, in charge of the royal family membership, compiling the Jade Book, establishing the order of ancestors, rank titles and salaries, distinguishing factions, issuing teachings and admonitions, discussing rewards and punishments, and overseeing the sacrifices at the mausoleums and temples. To put it simply, if a royal relative committed a crime, the Ministry of Justice had no right to arrest them for interrogation. The case had to be transferred to the Ministry of Justice through the Ministry of Clan Affairs. In fact, this department was intended to protect the royal family. Of course, if you really commit a crime and are imprisoned in the clan house, don't expect to live a happy life. Emperor Xia was a little surprised when he heard that Xiao Minjing wanted to see him. Why is he here? Is there any important sacrificial event recently? Asked Emperor Xia. The eunuch Hai replied, Your Majesty, no, the memorial submitted by the Ministry of Rites did not mention it. Is there someone else that King Zhou wants to see? Since it's not a major sacrificial event, he was allowed to come in person. It seems that someone from the royal family has committed a major crime. Emperor Xia put down his pen and said, let him in. Eunuch Hai went to invite Xiao Minjing into the palace. Your humble servant pays respect to the emperor. Xiao Minjing bowed. Emperor Xia smiled and said, come here, please give me a seat. After Xiao Minjing sat down, Emperor Xia asked, you came to the palace in a hurry, is there something urgent? Xiao Minjing said, yes, your majesty. I do have a difficult matter on my hands. I dare not handle it on my own, so I came to ask for your majesty's instructions. Oh. What's the matter? Asked Emperor Xia. Xiao Minjing said, this morning I went to the clan house and received a letter of accusation. Your majesty, please take a look. Eunuch Hai presented a letter of accusation to Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia opened the letter and saw the contents on it, his brows immediately raised. Eunuch Hai gave him a subtle look and his pupils shrank. 7th Prince Xiao Rui secretly hid a voodoo puppet in his residence and cursed your majesty's dragon body. It's just a simple sentence, but it's as sharp as a knife that kills without shedding blood. The current Emperor Xia hates witchcraft the most and strictly prohibits puppet curses. Can you find out who sent the letter of accusation? Asked Emperor Xia. Xiao Minjing shook his head and said, I haven't found anything yet. In fact, based on just a letter, there is no basis for it. I shouldn't bother your majesty, but the 7th prince lives in the 4th prince's mansion, so this matter involves the 4th prince. I'm worried that if this matter is not taken seriously, rumors will spread throughout the capital, and discussions will spread everywhere, and then it will be out of control. Xiao Minjing's words were tactful, but in fact he was more worried about the fact that Xiao Rui lived in Xiao Feng's mansion but was falsely accused of burying a witchcraft doll. Was this related to the dispute among the princes? Emperor Xia put down the letter and said with a smile, since someone has specifically reported it, the clan office will go check to see if they can find the witchcraft doll. If they do find it, then bring Xiao Qi to the palace and investigate according to the law. Yes. Xiao Minjing replied, and then went out of the palace to investigate. Xiao Rui had just finished his horse riding and archery class and was stopped by the eunuchs in the palace as soon as he walked out of the training ground. Behind the eunuch was 2 imperial guards, not an entourage. This scene made everyone else stop and take notice. Your Highness, I am here on the orders of His Majesty to invite you into the palace. The eunuch smiled wryly. Xiao Rui frowned, seeing that his formation was not simple, so he asked, wait for me to change clothes and then follow you into the palace. Unexpectedly, the eunuch blocked his way and said with a smile, Your Majesty has ordered us to enter the palace immediately without delay. What's the big deal? I don't even have time to change clothes. Xiao Rui asked, look at me now, I'm sweating all over. It would be disrespectful to meet His Majesty in this state. I can bear it, can you? Xiao Yan ran over and shouted, you lackeys, you are relying on my father's order to show off your power. This prince suspects that you are spreading false orders. The eunuch bowed and said, Your Highness, I don't have the guts to pass on a false order. Your Majesty and King Zhou are both waiting in the palace. I'm afraid it will be too late and displease your Majesty, which will not be good for your Highness. King Zhou. Everyone looked at each other. Xiao Jing also came over and asked, is it the clan leader of the clan house? Yes, your Highness the 8th prince. The eunuch said more respectfully. Xiao Jing looked at Xiao Rui. Although he didn't ask, his eyes were full of questions. 7th brother, what crime have you committed that has involved the clan affairs office? Xiao Rui was also depressed, but then he thought of Su Xianyang. Let's go into the palace. Xiao Rui went into the palace immediately without changing his clothes. 7th brother, I'll go with you. Xiao Yan shouted, but was stopped by Xiao Rui. Xiao Rui smiled and said, it's okay. My father summoned me to the palace, which means the situation is not serious. Otherwise, he would have ordered the clan officials to bring the imperial guards to arrest people. Besides, I have nothing to fear from my own shadow. You are making more trouble by coming to the palace. Okay then. Xiao Yan finally gave up. Afterwards, Xiao Rui entered the palace with the eunuchs. After entering the palace, Xiao Rui was led into the hall of mental cultivation by the eunuchs. Your son greets father and uncle. Xiao Rui saluted Emperor Xia and Xiao Minjing. Emperor Xia nodded, looked at him in military uniform, and said, are you taking a horseback archery class? Xiao Rui said, Yes, father. I am practicing horseback archery. I apologize. I hurried here after receiving your instructions. I was careless and did not change into proper clothes. This is a crime of disrespect. Please punish me, father. Take the initiative to plead guilty to avoid being reported by the censor. Emperor Xia smiled and said, "It happened suddenly, and it is understandable that you didn't have time to change clothes. I forgive you for your innocence. I summoned you here because I have something that I need you to state in person." King Zhou, go ahead and speak. Xiao Minjing stood up, then looked at Xiao Rui and said in a deep voice, "Seventh Prince, I received a report this morning saying that you secretly kept a witchcraft doll and cursed His Majesty." What? Xiao Rui was a little confused, then he laughed and said, "Witch puppet? Uncle, this is a pure false accusation." Xiao Minjing continued, "So after I presented this to His Majesty, I sent people to Prince Duan's mansion, and they found the puppet in the house where you live. Do you have anything else to say?" "Let me say it. This is obviously a false accusation. If it was found in my room, it means I did it. This is not physical evidence at all," Xiao Rui said with a smile. "Please judge by your Majesty, father. The witch puppet was indeed a means of framing the prince. After all, cursing the current emperor to die early would inevitably anger the emperor." Xiao Rui also suspected that it was Su Xianyang's method, but he played this open conspiracy, which was obviously a conspiracy. Emperor Xia was not stupid, so why did he do this? Disgusted with yourself? No, Xiao Rui thought, this was a warning. At this time, Emperor Xia nodded and said, "A looted doll alone is indeed not evidence. But why was it not found in the rooms of other princes? This is worthy of attention. Ruier, you usually stay at home and rarely interact with foreign officials. Why were you framed? In addition, you said it was a false accusation. Do you have evidence to prove your innocence?" Hearing these words, Xiao Rui looked up at Emperor Xia, only to find that he had a smile on his face. That smile was strange and unfathomable. But he didn't mean to be angry. Xiao Rui replied, "Father, can you let me take a look at the witch puppet?" Emperor Xia nodded and ordered Eunuch Hai to present the witchcraft doll to him. Looking at the puppet on the tray, it was about the size of a palm, made of cloth and looked like a man. He was wearing a dragon robe and had a piece of yellow paper the length of a human pasted on his body with Emperor Xia's name and date of birth written in cinnabar. There were also silver needles inserted into his limbs and forehead. Xiao Rui saw it and immediately laughed. "Ruier, have you found evidence to prove yourself?" Emperor Xia asked with a smile. Xiao Rui narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking quickly, and suddenly clasped his fists and said, "Your son is incompetent and has not found any evidence. Your son is willing to return to the clan house to accept investigation." Everyone in the hall was shocked. Xiao Minjing said, "Xiao Rui, you have to think it through. Once you are in the clan residence, it will not be easy to figure it out. Even if you are innocent, you can't stop people from speculating. Your son says it is a false accusation, but unfortunately I have no reason to prove my innocence. Just as my father said, if it is a false accusation, why didn't he frame other princes but me instead? So your son is willing to go back to the clan house and accept any investigation?" Xiao Rui said firmly. "You are so confused," Xiao Minjing said angrily. Emperor Xia stared at Xiao Rui, his lips slightly raised, and then said, "In this case, let the clan office start an investigation." "Yes, Your Majesty." Xiao Minjing could only obey the order. Xiao Rui obediently followed Xiao Minjing out of the hall. Emperor Xia picked up a memorial to review, then put it down, looked up at Xiao Rui's departing back, smiled and shook his head. "Your Majesty, the Genesi reported that the 7th Prince is currently investigating a murder case at the hunting ground." Eunuch Hai suddenly mentioned this matter. Emperor Xia drank a cup of tea and said with a smile, "Even I was wrong about this little guy. He is a very capable person. Your Majesty, regarding the matter of the witchcraft puppet, the 7th Prince can clearly prove his innocence." "Why?" Eunuch Hai said shockingly. Emperor Xia smiled and said, "This is what I find interesting. It seems that this kid wants to take advantage of this issue. Let's see how he goes about it." "Yes," Eunuch Hai said respectfully. Suddenly, Emperor Xia covered his chest and coughed violently. Your Majesty, do you want to call the imperial physician? Eunuch Hai asked, supporting him. Emperor Xia shook his hands and it took him a while to calm down. It's okay. Xiao Rui, Xiao Jing, and Xiao Yan are all grown up, and it's time for them to set up their own residence. Emperor Xia said leisurely. Eunuch Hai didn't dare to say more. Emperor Xia continued to ask, among the 9 princes, who do you think can inherit the throne? Eunuch Hai remained silent and dared not say anything. I no longer have the strength to expand my territory and unify China. The Great Qi Kingdom is becoming more and more prosperous, and the Great Yan Kingdom is also thriving. The Great Xia Kingdom does not need a monarch who can maintain the status quo, but an emperor who can lead the world. Emperor Xia murmured to himself. Eunuch Hai rarely saw Emperor Xia like this. The former emperor has grown old, and the years have passed. At the same time, Xiao Rui followed Xiao Minjing into the clan residence. In less than half a day, the news spread throughout the capital. Xiao Rui entered the clan residence and was arranged by Xiao Minjing to live in a quiet house, with food, shelter, and servants. He was taken care of very well, except that he was not allowed to go out without permission. Xiao Minjing also arranged people to investigate at Prince Duan's mansion and interrogate people who were familiar with Xiao Rui. When the people from the clan house found the witchcraft doll from Prince Duan's mansion, Xiao Feng was stunned. When he heard that Xiao Rui was imprisoned in the clan house, he immediately went to the palace to meet Emperor Xia. Are you going to plead for Xiao Rui? How is that possible? When Xiao Feng saw Emperor Xia, he shouted at the top of his lungs, indignant, Father, I never expected that Xiao Qi would do such a heinous and unrighteous act that is condemned by both humans and gods. I deserve death. He stayed at my house but failed to fulfill his responsibilities as a brother and failed to control him. He actually let him go to hell. I beg your Majesty to punish me. Not to mention, Xiao Feng used idioms very skillfully. It seemed that he had prepared a lot of idioms before entering the palace. Get out. Emperor Xia seemed to be in a bad mood and shouted. Okay. Xiao Feng rolled out happily, thinking in his heart that his father must be angry with Xiao Rui, and if he didn't punish him, then he would not be responsible. Only then did he feel relieved. Emperor Xia had no time to be quiet, as the 9th Prince Xiao Yan entered the palace to ask for an audience. This was a sincere plea for Xiao Rui, but his temper was too hot. Father, it is impossible for 7th brother to curse you. This must be a false accusation. It is a frame-up. It is a false accusation. This is the injustice of Lu Yufei Xue. Father, 7th brother lost his mother when he was young, and he is not favored by you. He is pitiful enough. He lacks money on weekdays and doesn't even have his own home. He has never complained, and he has never complained to you. I have seen all this, do you know it? Emperor Xia looked unhappy as he was accused by his son. Father, please don't be a tyrant. This is not what a wise ruler does. 7th brother is being wronged. Xiao Yan shouted. Emperor Xia really didn't want to pay any attention to him, so he waved his hands and had Xiao Yan carried out of the palace, out of sight, out of mind. What Emperor Xia did not expect was that the 3rd Prince Xiao Zhe also came to plead on behalf of Xiao Rui. He was very reserved, just hoping that the clan office could investigate thoroughly. Without detailed evidence, they could not frame a prince based on a witchcraft puppet. Except for these 3 princes entering the palace, the other princes were on the sidelines. The people of the capital were talking about it. The usually low-key 7th prince was being discussed by the world. The investigation by the Ministry of Clan Affairs also yielded no clues. They searched Xiao Rui's residence in Prince Duan's mansion again, but found nothing else. They also interrogated Gao Quan and the servants of Prince Duan's mansion, but to no avail. Xiao Minjing also ordered that Xiao Rui should not be tortured without authorization, so the matter could only be dragged on without any result. Xiao Rui was enjoying his leisure time, having food and drink, waiting for the next exciting show to begin. As expected, the censorate began to impeach Xiao Rui. 3 impeachment charges. First, he is a heretic and does not do his job properly. He skips classes, is lazy, offends his teacher, speaks frivolously, and has no desire to make progress. Secondly, as a son, I am guilty of practicing witchcraft and cursing your Majesty, which is a great crime of filial piety. Third, as a prince, you have a bad character and are extremely treasonous. Emperor Xia was not angry and threw the impeachment memorial on the table. Who sent it? Emperor Xia asked with a smile after taking a sip of tea. As the eunuch in charge of the imperial household department, Eunuch Hai was responsible for approving the cabinet's memorials and reporting them to Emperor Xia, so he naturally knew everything. Reporting to your majesty, it was drafted by Lord Su, the Grand Secretary of Wenhua Palace, said Eunuch Hai. Emperor Xia nodded, and then asked, what did the genie division find out? We have important evidence and are just waiting for His Majesty's order, said Eunuch Hai. Emperor Xia rubbed his brows and said, I want to split the genisi from the 24 offices of the imperial palace and establish the Jinyui. At the same time, you will establish the Dongchang. Combine the inside and outside to carry out spying and reconnaissance missions. Yes. Eunuch Hai knelt down and accepted the order. His face was calm, but deep down inside he was surging with emotion. He knew that Emperor Xia had already started to establish a crown prince and train a sharp weapon for his successor. The embroidered uniform guard and the Eastern Depot were ideas that Emperor Xia had come up with a long time ago, but he delayed setting them up for fear that they would affect the civil and military officials in the court and bring about negative consequences. Now, this step has finally been taken. In the world, the person who knows Emperor Xia best is Eunuch Hai. He naturally understands why Emperor Xia does this. However, he could not guess which prince was the crown prince that Emperor Xia approved of. It only needs to remember one thing, it is His Majesty's dog. The next day, an imperial edict was sent to the cabinet. Li Mingchong, the chief minister of the cabinet, had a bad feeling when he saw that it was Eunuch Hai who personally handed over the imperial edict. Li Mingchong frowned as he opened the imperial edict and took a closer look. The content is very simple. The Jinisi was split out of the inner court of the imperial palace to form the Jinyui, and General Zhang Yu of the imperial guard was transferred to be the commander, and members were selected from various imperial guards. The Jinyui was responsible for guarding the emperor's carriage, patrolling and arresting, and was in charge of criminal justice. It was given the power of patrolling and arresting, and had a pacification department under it. The East Factory was established by Hai Dafu, the eunuch who held the seal of the Imperial Household Department and served as the eunuch who held the seal of the East Factory. He was entrusted with the power of investigation and spying, and the East Investigation Factory was set up under it. Seeing the powers of Jinyui and Dongchang, Li Mingchong took a deep breath. He couldn't guess what Emperor Xia's intention was, but he knew that from now on, the turmoil in the capital would not stop. The cabinet issued an imperial edict to announce it to the world, and the order was quickly spread to all prefectures, counties and cities in Daxia through the post stations. When the people of the capital first heard about Jinyui and Dongchang, they did not pay much attention to them. However, some officials became wary. When Xiao Rui heard this, he was stunned. History was surprisingly consistent. The spy organization that people were afraid of in their memories was actually quietly established in Daxia. As a prince, he also had to be careful of the spying of Jinyui and Dongchang. Just thinking about it made him feel uneasy. Dear father, you are now in power and in charge of all the strategies, why do you still do this? Xiao Rui couldn't understand. But for him, it's better to start his own plan. Thinking of this, he spread out the paper and began to write. After putting the envelope in place and sealing it with wax, Xiao Rui asked someone to invite Xiao Minjing over. Xiao Rui, what do you want from me? Xiao Minjing spoke kindly. Xiao Minjing was older and more prestigious than the existing princes, so Emperor Xia gave him the Zhongrenfu. He took good care of these princes. Xiao Rui bowed and said, Uncle, I have a secret letter here. Please help me pass it to my father. Oh. Xiao Minjing took the secret letter and said with a smile, you are very cunning, kid. Okay, your uncle will run the trip for you. Thank you, uncle. Xiao Rui thanked. Xiao Minjing nodded and said, your personality is like your mother's. I absolutely do not believe that you would do something that would curse you. After saying this, Xiao Minjing seemed to recall the past with a nostalgic look on his face, then he stood up and walked out of the room. Xiao Rui scratched his head. When he traveled through time, he had very few memories of his mother. She died too early, and now even her appearance was blurry. It's strange to say, Xiao Rui hasn't seen his mother's family for many years. His grandparents should still be alive, as well as his uncle and aunt. Why don't they come to the capital? Could there be some other hidden secret? Xiao Minjing asked to see Emperor Xia before the palace gate was locked. Emperor Xia summoned him and thought that the witchcraft puppet had investigated other matters, but he did not expect that he was running away specifically to deliver a letter for his son. Wow, this kid is really good at ordering people around, he even doesn't let the emperor's uncle go. Are you ready for action? Emperor Xia opened the sealed letter and read it carefully. His calm expression finally changed and he laughed out loud with the corners of his mouth raised. This kid can even think of the tricks of the king of hell trying a case. No wonder he voluntarily entered the clan house. What a trick to cover up his tracks. Emperor Xia joked. Xiao Minjing was a little confused. She didn't understand what Emperor Xia was talking about at all. Why did he bring up the king of hell again? Emperor Xia saw his confusion and handed him the letter. After reading the letter, Xiao Ming's expression changed from shock to relief, and he said, "The seventh prince appealed for his grievances and was not afraid of power. He has such a kind heart, which is a blessing for my brother." Emperor Xia nodded. Indeed, being able to redress the grievances of the people was kindness. Daring to offend the cabinet ministers was courage. Not hesitating to risk one's life and set up a plan was strategy. This was the quality that a prince should have. Minjing, this matter still requires the cooperation of the clan affairs office. How about we play this drama with him? Emperor Xia said with a smile. I obey your command. Xiao Minjing accepted the order. Emperor Xia looked at Hai Dafu and said, Hai Banban, now that the East Factory has been established, you should send people to assist Xiao Rui and do as he suggests. Cooperate with him fully. I understand, replied Eunuch Hai. Xiao Minjing returned to the clan residence and met Xiao Rui, who was eagerly waiting for her. You kid, you're really quick to come up with ideas. Xiao Minjing scolded with a smile. Xiao Rui bowed and said, Please forgive me, uncle. This happened suddenly. I just had an idea. His Majesty has asked Eunuch Hai to send people from the East Depot to assist you. You can enter and leave the clan house at any time. I have replaced the guards with my confidants, so you don't have to worry about your whereabouts being leaked. When are you going to take action? Xiao Minjing asked. Xiao Rui said, Wait 2 more days and let time fly for a while. In the following 2 days, the court continued to impeach the 7th Prince Xiao Rui, and Emperor Xia ordered the clan affairs office to investigate the situation as soon as possible. At this time, Xiao Rui had quietly left the clan residence and returned to the house he had purchased. In the house, there is also Eunuch Wei, the confidant sent by Eunuch Hai. Your Highness, I am at the command of the Lord Sealkeeper and am ready to serve you at any time. Eunuch Wei is in his 40s and has a feminine face. Xiao Rui said, Okay, then I'll trouble Eunuch Wei with the next thing. Your Highness is in serious condition. Eunuch Wei said in panic. Xiao Rui took out a few pieces of paper with detailed action plans from his arms, handed them to Eunuch Wei, and said, First, I need Eunuch Wei to find a way to build a hell. The underworld. Eunuch Wei was shocked. How could he have such a way to communicate with ghosts and gods? Moreover, he had done many evil things, and what he feared most was going to hell after death. Your Highness, are you asking me to fall into your trap? He immediately read the action plan in detail and finally understood what Xiao Rui meant. It turned out that they found a dark house, dressed it up as the underworld, and then ordered people to disguise themselves as ox-headed and horse-faced ghost messengers and ghost servants, dressing up as much as possible. I was scared to death. It turns out he wasn't trying to get me killed. The second step is to drug Su Haoren, just like he is drunk, so that he can be half awake, and then he can believe the surrounding environment. The third step, of course, is the night trial by the King of Hell. Eunuch Wei read the plan and said with emotion, Your Highness is so brilliant that he can think of such a way to solve the case. I have never heard of it before. Xiao Rui shook his head and said, This is a helpless move. If there is evidence, why bother with this? If things get awkward, the censor's impeachment will fly like snowflakes onto my father's case, impeaching me for my ghost and god theory. It's not advisable to use it too much. Eunuch Wei, are you sure you can deal with Su Haoren? Xiao Rui asked. Eunuch Wei said arrogantly, "Don't worry, Your Highness. Although the East Factory has just been established, it is a veteran in terms of methods and experience. I must have secretly brought Su Haoran here and made him think that he was kidnapped by the ghost and taken to the underworld. Okay. Let's wait for Eunuch Wei to accomplish his task." Xiao Rui said with a fist salute. Eunuch Wei retreated in fear and trepidation. Gao Quan was serving on the side. Seeing that Xiao Rui looked a little tired, he quickly brought him some hot water and a hot towel for him to apply to his face. "Thank you for your hard work these days." Xiao Rui took the towel and wiped his face. Gao Quan said respectfully, "Your Highness has gone to the clan residence, and I can only worry about it. Speaking of hard work, His Highness the Ninth Prince has been busy inside and outside for Your Highness's safety." If Xiao Rui heard this, he would be lying if he said he wasn't moved. Among his brothers, only this younger brother was truly caring for him. That was enough. "Your Highness, do you need to notify the Ninth Prince?" Gao Quan asked. Xiao Rui was a little hesitant. Xiao Yan was reckless. Once he knew about his plan, he would definitely make a fuss and want to participate. If something went wrong, all the previous efforts would be wasted. But if he didn't tell him, wouldn't he pester him after he knew about it? Xiao Rui shuddered, nodded, and said, "Go find him yourself, be careful." "Yes." Gao Quan took the order and went out. The night is dark. Xiao Yan hurried over. "Haha, I knew that my seventh brother is extremely smart, how could anything go wrong?" Xiao Yan said proudly when he saw Xiao Rui. Xiao Rui said helplessly, "I have important things to do these few days, you have to restrain yourself." "I heard Gao Quan mention it, so tell me quickly, what mission it is. It makes my blood boil. By the way, seventh brother, how are you going to prove your innocence?" Xiao Yan wondered. Xiao Rui smiled and said, "There is a loophole in the witch puppet, which gave me the opportunity to prove my innocence." "Oh. What loophole? Could it be that my father's name was written wrong?" Xiao Yan asked. The corners of Xiao Rui's mouth twitched. If his father knew, he would slap this evil son to death. The handwriting was written with cinnabar. "That day in the palace, I looked at the witchcraft doll and found that the color of the cinnabar was bright red. I knew at a glance that it was written within a few days. And I moved out of Prince Duan's mansion for more than 20 days and never went back. Doesn't this prove that it was not me who did it? I moved out of Prince Duan's mansion, and that house belongs to fourth brother." He searched out the witchcraft doll from his house and asked him about it. "What does it have to do with me?" Xiao Rui explained. Xiao Yan slapped his forehead, actually ignoring this most basic time clue. "So, seventh brother sold out fourth brother." Xiao Yan winked. Xiao Rui said solemnly, "I am just stating the facts and I have not wrongly accused anyone. But I heard that after I entered the clan residence, my fourth brother went to the palace to complain to my father and accused me of being unfilial. I don't know if this is like stabbing yourself in the back." "Haha," Xiao Yan laughed and said, "It's what he deserves. Who told him to talk too much? By the way, what kind of plan have you made? Is it to deal with Su Xianying or Su Haoran?" Xiao Yan asked excitedly. He is a cabinet minister, and it is exciting just to think about it. Xiao Rui pointed to the action plan on the table and said, "Take a look for yourself." Xiao Yan picked up the action plan and looked through it carefully. After a while, he looked at Xiao Rui with burning eyes. "Seventh brother, can I have a role?" "What role?" Xiao Rui asked. "King of Hell, I will be the chief judge." King of Hell's demeanor is quite consistent with mine. Xiao Yan vowed. "Get lost." Xiao Rui rolled his eyes at him. "Then the ox-head and horse-faced demon will also do." Xiao Yan continued to beg. "You have no part in it. Just watch the show and don't make trouble. That's the biggest help you can give me." Xiao Rui said. Xiao Yan gnashed his teeth in anger and glared at Xiao Rui. South of the city, Baisha Bridge. Su Haoran strolled here with a wine jug in his hand. He leaned on the bridge railing and took a few sips of wine. The taste was spicy and bitter. As the sun sets, its light shines on the Baisha Bridge. This scene and feeling is just like when I first arrived in Tianan County. I climbed the steps and met Wang Qingyin for the first time in the middle of the bridge. Life should be just like the first time we met. Su Haoran never thought that he would fall in love with a woman at first sight. In order to get to know her, he first delayed his official duties, stayed in Tianan County for a long time, and even created opportunities to meet her by chance. The two hit it off at first sight. It was like a marriage made in heaven, and they both fell in love with each other. At that moment, eternity seemed too short, and the seas and rocks seemed to crumble into dust. But now, things have changed and people and humans have taken different paths. The one who killed her was not someone else, but herself. Cough cough. After taking a sip of wine, the alcohol rushed into his nose and made him cough violently. The guards who were following him hurried forward, trying to help him up, and said, "Master, it's getting late, we should go back home, the master and the mistress are very worried about you. Get out. Get away from here." Su Haoran flicked his sleeves, broke free, then said angrily with red eyes. The two guards stepped back, really confused. Why did the young master suddenly become like this? They had never seen him so lost, as if he had lost his heart. He used to be so high-spirited. Just then, two peddlers slowly came over, passed by the two guards, and suddenly attacked. Although the two guards were skilled in martial arts, how could they be a match for the masters trained by the East Factory? They were knocked unconscious by close-range attacks, and then carried away quickly. Su Haoran didn't know about this. No one disturbed him. Su Haoran leaned against the railing and reminisced. Before he knew it, it was already dark and there were Northwest pedestrians on the street. Sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the street not far away, like the sound of iron scratching on the bluestone slabs on the ground, sounding eerie and ghostly. Su Haoran looked up at the direction where the sound came from, his pupils narrowed sharply, and he was sobered up a little bit by the alcohol. I saw two figures, about 10 feet tall, slowly walking out of the darkness. Their faces under their disheveled hair turned out to be those of an ox-headed monster and a horse-faced monster. White mist spewed out of their mouths, and they let out a hissing growl. Su Haoran stood up in fear and wanted to run away, but he felt a pain in his neck and numbness spread throughout his body, making him unable to move. He could only stare with wide eyes and watch the ox-headed and horse-faced monster approaching. They were so real, stopping 2 or 3 feet away, looking down at Su Haoran with contempt. "Criminal Su Haoran, we are ordered by the King of Hell to arrest you and bring you back to the underworld to try the tragic case of the Wang family's 5 dead souls." Niu Tu shouted with a gloomy voice. Su Haoran was so frightened that he was shaking all over. Just then, a shout came from the side, "Master, Master." Su Haoran turned his head and saw 2 guards calling out to him in the darkness not far away. Looking at their clothes, they were the guards who followed him. "How dare you!" Unexpectedly, the horse-faced swordsman screamed, and the iron chain in his hand suddenly flew out, sweeping directly over the 2 guards. Sizzle. The bodies of the 2 guards were instantly torn apart and scattered in the darkness. Su Haoran was trembling all over, with beads of sweat the size of beans appearing on his forehead. He, Su Haoran, why don't you come back to the underworld with us?" Nyoto reached out to grab him, and Su Haoran felt dizzy and passed out. Card. Xiao Rui hid in the dark and couldn't help but shout out, acting like a big director. Eunuch Wei led a group of East Factory personnel out and carried away the unconscious Su Haoran. The ox-headed and horse-faced guards took off their stilts and removed their hoods. It turned out that they were 2 eunuchs from the Eastern Depot pretending to be them. As for the corpse torn by the chains, it was actually a dummy disguised with the clothes of the Su family guards, with a rope pulled around its waist. When the chains flew out, someone secretly pulled the rope, creating the illusion of a torn body. The scene was cleaned up quickly and everyone moved on to the next scene. Xiao Yan actually asked for the bull's head, which was made from the skin peeled off a real bull's head. It came alive when he put it on, and looked more like a hidden soul catcher in the dark. "I'll be the bull's head. No one is allowed to snatch it away. I won't take it off even if you kill me," Xiao Yan shouted. Xiao Rui had no choice but to follow his temper. He then changed into the King of Hell's attire, put on a beard, and instantly transformed into the King of Hell. The second show of the year, the King of Hell tries a case, action. The cold icy rain hit my face randomly. Am I dead? Su Haoran woke up with a startle from the hammering of rain. He focused his pupils and saw his surroundings clearly. He was so frightened that his heart skipped a beat. He found himself in the government office of Hell, and the king of Hell sat at the top. His face was as black as ink, with a pale crescent between his eyebrows, angry eyes and white teeth, and a thick beard, looking as majestic as a prison. On his black official robe, there were embroidered the 18 hells, which made people feel cold at a glance. On both sides of the king of Hell were 10 feet tall ox-headed and horse-faced monsters, with disheveled hair and ferocious faces. Their bodies were wrapped in iron chains and stained red, as if they were stained with the blood of their guards that had just been torn apart. On both sides of the court were ghost messengers. Some of them had long tongues and were headless, and some were floating without feet. They all stared at Su Haoran, making him feel creepy. Although Su Haoran read books written by sages, he was still afraid of ghosts and gods, let alone doing something wrong. Bang! Suddenly, the king of Hell struck the gavel. Before the king of Hell could speak, the bull-headed beast on the side howled, "Woo-woo, the criminal Su Haoran is kneeling in the hall." The king of Hell immediately glared at Nyoto. If the show had not already begun, he would have kicked away this character who stole the show. Don't think he was the 9th prince. I am Su Haoran. Su Haoran knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. Do you admit your guilt? Xiao Yan, disguised as the bull head, growled, "Come here, no, come here, the ghost messenger, and punish me severely." Xiao Rui really wanted to cover his forehead. Is this how the play is performed? Bang! Xiao Rui knocked the gavel again, taking the initiative in his own hands, and then quickly opened his mouth and shouted, "Su Haoran, do you know why I ordered the ox-headed and horse-faced guards to take you to the underworld?" I know. Su Haoran didn't dare to look at the king of Hell and replied with his head down. That's good to know. Come, take the dead soul. Xiao Rui shouted. When Su Haoran heard this, he immediately raised his head. Under his gaze, the souls of the 5 deceased members of the Wang family slowly appeared. Wang Qingyin, his brother, and his parents were dressed in white, with disheveled hair. Wang Qingyin was holding a baby in his arms. They walked in like ghosts. Against the backdrop of the depressing atmosphere, their faces were pale and their eyes were blood red, especially on their necks, where there was a purple mark from being strangled. Su Haoran burst into tears as he looked at the once beautiful Wang Qingyin who had turned into a wrongfully dead female ghost. The once familiar appearance had become extremely strange, and her hideous face was full of resentment. Wow! Su Haoran couldn't hold on any longer and burst into tears. Xiao Rui was delighted when he heard this. Where did Eunuch Wei find these extras? Their expressions are so accurate. Especially the female ghost, who originally looked 60% similar to Wang Qingyin, and now looks even more like her as a ghost. Such an actor should be paid extra after the performance. Su Haoran prostrated himself on the ground and cried loudly. Hee hee. The female ghost king suddenly laughed. Her laughter was harsh and sharp, as if she was mocking Su Haoran's hypocrisy. Su Haoran moved on his knees, trying to get closer to her, but was kicked by the long-tongued ghost next to him and knocked to the ground. Qingyin, I'm sorry. Su Haoran looked at the female ghost king Qingyin, apologizing and begging continuously. Hee hee. The female ghost king curled her lips and revealed a cold and miserable smile. Xiao Rui wanted to applaud. Who is this actress? Her expression was just right. Well, the Best Actress award of the first Academy Awards of Daxia Kingdom will be given to her. You have to pay more after the show, and a lot more. Bang. Xiao Rui slammed the gavel. For the Best Actor award, he pinched his throat and said majestically, "Silence." Su Haoran, the ghosts of Wang Qingyin's family of 5 are suing your Su family for killing innocent people indiscriminately. Do you plead guilty? Xiao Rui said in a deep voice. I plead guilty. Su Haoran felt hopeless. Xiao Rui nodded and continued to ask, why don't you tell the truth? Who gave the order, who did it, and explain the cause and effect in detail. If you are hiding anything, the bull-headed ghost envoy beside me has prepared the 18 layers of hell, which is far more severe than your torture in the human world. Ah, that's right. Be careful of me, I will punish you severely. Neo 2 roared. Fortunately, he changed his words quickly, otherwise, "I will punish you severely," would have come out of his mouth. Su Haoran said, "I arranged for the housekeeper Chao San to do this together with 3 of the house's retainers. I am willing to bear any responsibility and be sent to the 18th level of hell." Xiao Rui naturally didn't want this result. Why didn't he mention Su Xianyang? He couldn't stay out of it. Could he kill Su Haoran just because of his bookish temperament? Bang. Xiao Rui said angrily, "You dare to conceal it even after going to the underworld. Your father Su Xianyang was involved, why didn't he report it?" Su Haoran was so scared that he was shaking all over. He was already unfaithful and unrighteous, but he didn't want to be unfilial. Although he hated what his father did, he also knew that it was all for him. All of this was caused by him, so he should end it because of himself. He was willing to bear all the blame. "Lord King of Hell, I was ordered to do this. I am willing to bear all the sins and be suppressed in hell forever to endure the pain. I am willing to do so." Su Haoran said firmly, "This matter has nothing to do with my father and mother." Xiao Rui wanted to curse, "This guy is really foolishly filial. Severe punishment, severe punishment." Nyoto shouted suddenly, and it was obvious that he was very angry. The ghost messenger below was a little confused. "The script is not like this. Should we fight or not? How should we fight?" The scene was a bit awkward. The ghost queen Qingyin was still good at making fun of the jokes. She immediately laughed miserably and whispered, "Su Haoran, have you forgotten our agreement? I love you so much, and now that we are here, you won't tell the truth. I just want to hear the truth. It wasn't you who ordered anyone to do it, right?" Su Haoran burst into tears and kowtowed repeatedly until his forehead was bloody. "Qingyin, I am willing to be cut into pieces to pay for my sins. I have already lost you and cannot be an unfilial person anymore. Let me take responsibility for everything." Xiao Rui admired Su Haoran a little. Even though he was so scared, he was still unwilling to involve Su Xianyang. No matter what others did, this kind of filial piety was still not worth promoting. This was foolish filial piety. However, Xiao Rui also saw Su Haoran's determination to die, and he estimated that even if he was severely tortured, it would be difficult for him to reveal that the real person behind the scenes was Su Xianyang. "In that case, then write down your sins in detail, starting from how you met, how you fell out, how they came to the capital, and how you took action. I will then judge you based on your crimes. If you have concealed anything, I will send people to arrest Su Xianyang," Xiao Rui said. The ghost brought pen and paper, and Su Haoran wrote down the whole thing in detail, and then signed his name. The confession was presented to Xiao Rui. After reading it, Xiao Rui understood what happened. Su Haoran and Wang Qingyin fell in love at first sight and admired each other, but Su Haoran knew that his father would not allow it, so the two of them were in secret. Su Xianyang still found out and naturally disapproved of their relationship, because at that time he was helping Su Haoran to marry the king of Ruyang, so he sent his nephew Su Ming to create a rift between the two at all costs. Su Ming rushed to Tianan County and unexpectedly learned that Su Haoran didn't know that Wang Qingyin had a twin sister. This sister, Wang Qinglian, had a completely different personality from her sister. She was open-minded and greedy for money and power, but they looked the same, so Wang Qingyin didn't like to talk about her. So Su Ming hooked up with Wang Qinglian and performed a lingering drama for Su Haoran to see. After Su Haoran saw this, he felt truly sad. He didn't expect that the true love he found was actually a deception, and Wang Qingyin was actually a fickle person, so he left and returned to Beijing. Su Ming also explained the truth to Wang Qinglian, mocked her, humiliated her, gave her enough silver, and forbade her to tell anyone about this, otherwise she would bear the consequences. Later, Wang Qinglian found out she was pregnant and insisted on giving birth to a baby boy. After she told the truth before dying of dystocia, the Wang family came to Beijing. One reason was to find the father of the baby boy, Su Ming, and the other was to let Wang Qingyin explain the situation. But when Wang Qingyin arrived in the capital, he was put under house arrest by Su Xianyang, using coercion and bribery. Later, when he learned that Su Haoran was going to marry the princess, Wang Qingyin gave up and wanted to leave the capital. His brother was furious and threatened to sue the Su family for being ruthless and ungrateful and to ruin Su Haoran's marriage. In the end, Wang Qingyin was strangled to death when he fled. Xiao Rui sighed. This was originally a beautiful love story between a man and a woman, but because of the involvement of family, it turned into a tragedy. Xiao Rui knew exactly who ordered the murder, but unfortunately Su Haoran was too filial and foolish, so he couldn't take this opportunity to catch Su Xianyang in one fell swoop. Putting down the confession, Xiao Rui knocked on the gavel and asked, Su Haoran, based on your sins, if I send you back to the world of the living, are you willing to admit your crimes and let the truth of the deceased's injustice come to light? The sinner Su Haoran is willing. He kowtowed, letting his forehead become a bloody mess. Xiao Rui nodded to the ghost beside him, and he took out a reed pipe and blew out a silver needle that shot into Su Haoran's neck. The strong drug made his eyes roll back and he passed out. Eunuch Wei came out, waved his hand, and the ghost messenger, no, the people from the East Factory took Su Haoran away. The drama is finished. Xiao Rui took off his beard and the robe of the King of Hell. How interesting. Xiao Yan took off his bullhead mask and said excitedly, Seventh brother, how was my performance? Oh no. Something terrible almost happened. I want to give the best performance award to our female ghost actor. Xiao Rui led the applause. Everyone present also applauded thunderously. The ghost girl pretending to be Wang Qingyin lifted her hair and put her hands together to thank everyone one by one. Thank you for your trust, Your Highness, and thank you for your recognition. I will continue to work hard and keep going on the road of performance. Thank you. It really became an Academy Awards ceremony. Xiao Rui said to Eunuch Wei, Eunuch, just throw Su Haoran back to his original position. This time, we are grateful for the assistance of the East Factory. Eunuch Wei said in panic, Your Highness is too polite. It is you who asked us to do something new. I have an idea. We can also use this method in our future investigations at the East Factory. Xiao Rui was stunned for a moment, and then he forced a smile after a while. But he cursed secretly in his heart, the East Factory is a place that people are afraid of, and now they are playing the game of trial by the King of Hell. Are they trying to kill them? Xiao Rui shuddered, and his smile became sweeter. He would build a good relationship with the East Factory in the future, a close buddy relationship. After the drama was finished, Xiao Rui also returned to his residence. Looking at the confession on the table, Xiao Rui rubbed his eyebrows and felt regretful. What a good opportunity, but because of Su Haoran's foolish filial piety, he failed to bring down Su Xianyang. Seventh brother, how about we capture Su Xianyang and give him a trial by the King of Hell, and let me be the King of Hell this time? Xiao Yan suggested from the side. Xiao Rui glared at him and said, Su Xianyang is cunning and sly. Do you think he is so easy to deceive? Su Haoran was too sad and drunk, so he was frightened and confused. It will be difficult to deal with Su Xianyang. Then let him go. If he wasn't a cabinet minister, I would have killed him directly. Xiao Yan cursed, how about telling father and letting him punish him? Xiao Rui shook his head and said, without evidence, the emperor would not move a scholar of Wenhua Palace and minister of works. Don't act rashly. There is a long time to come. We can avenge the dead someday. Having said this, Xiao Rui's frown still remained. By the way, have I completed the mission this time? Ding dong. As if it had sensed something, the system immediately notified. Congratulations to the host, you have completed the mission, redress the injustice of the deceased. Advent value plus 10. Advent value, 100/100, full. Do you want to start the advent? Xiao Rui immediately widened his eyes and breathed rapidly. Seventh brother, what's wrong with you? Xiao Yan asked curiously. Xiao Rui came to his senses and immediately stood up and ran out, I'm going to sleep, don't disturb me. Xiao Yan scratched his cheek, feeling puzzled. Did this person look like someone who was about to sleep? After returning to the room and closing the doors and windows, Xiao Rui quickly closed his eyes and observed the system. Do you want to start the advent? A line of white words on a black background appeared in Xiao Rui's mind. These few simple words made Xiao Rui very excited. He had been here for more than a year, and finally gathered all the advent values. What exactly does this ghost system do? At this moment, he could finally see the answer. Turn it on. Xiao Rui immediately agreed. The system is coming, please wait. The system is coming, please wait. An hour later. The system is coming, please wait. 2 hours later, Xiao Rui felt drowsy. The system is coming, please wait. Finally, Xiao Rui couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep, still cursing, what a damn system. Are you trying to trick me? Early the next morning. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Rui was awakened by a rapid knock on the door. What are you doing? You're disturbing my beautiful dream. Xiao Rui said dissatisfiedly. Gao Quan's voice came from outside the door, Master, there is a middle-aged man outside the house who wants to see you. Huh? Xiao Rui suddenly woke up, he opened the door and asked, who is it? How did he know I was here? This shouldn't be the case. Except for those people yesterday, everyone else thought I was in the clan residence. Someone leaked my whereabouts. Gao Quan said, no, the visitor is not from the capital. He said he just arrived in the capital this morning and found this place as soon as he entered the city. He said his name is Jia Su. Jia Su. Xiao Rui muttered, and suddenly his pupils widened as big as balls, and he growled, what did you say his name was? Jia Su. Shibei Jia, Yan Yushu. Yes, that's how he introduced himself. He was a very strange person and made me feel uncomfortable, Gao Quan said. Xiao Rui was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. He immediately realized something and closed his eyes. In my mind, the system prompt no longer shows, coming, please wait. The advent is complete. Category of this advent, character advent. Randomly select the character that has arrived, Jia Su. Character introduction, Jia Su, courtesy name Wenhe, was a native of Guzhang, Liangzhou. He was a famous counselor and military strategist from the late Eastern Han dynasty to the early Three Kingdoms period. He was proficient in the art of war, good at strategy, and had no omissions in his plans. He was good at making expedient decisions and was known as a poisonous scholar. The system character module is open. Please check it out. Ding dong, please note, you must meet the first request of the descending character to ensure his loyalty. Xiao Rui swallowed. This is the effect of the full advent value. A Jia Su was sent to me. Is this to help me fight to the end in my fight for the throne? Why am I so excited? This is Jia Su, the most ruthless scholar in the Three Kingdoms. Let's go. We can't keep the gentleman waiting for too long. Xiao Rui didn't bother to explore the contents of the system and immediately rushed to the door. When I rushed out of the door, I saw a middle-aged man standing there with a bag on his back. He had an unremarkable appearance, wearing a black cloth gown and had a beard. Seeing Xiao Rui, Jia Su bowed slightly and said with a smile, I guess this must be the seventh prince. I am Jia Su. I am passing by your house and I am sorry to bother you. I am hungry and short of money, so I would like to borrow your breakfast. No problem, no problem. Xiao Rui asked, what would you like to eat, sir? Anything you want. Ordinary food will do. Jia Su smiled, his mouth slightly raised, and changed the subject, I want to eat the fish soup made from the golden dragon koi that the current Emperor Xia loves. Is that okay? No problem. Xiao Rui patted his chest and just finished speaking before he suddenly reacted. What? The golden dragon koi that Emperor Xia loves. Fish soup. Xiao Rui was confused. Emperor Xia worked hard to govern the country, and was both civil and military. He had no bad habits, except that he raised a few golden dragon koi in his spare time. This is his favorite. To put it in a jealous way, these koi fish are more favored than Xiao Rui, the seventh prince. Therefore, there are special eunuchs who are responsible for changing water and feeding them. If they have any minor illness, they will be scared to death, let alone use them to make soup. It's better to stew yourself in an iron pot. Your Highness, are you in trouble? Jia Su asked with a smile. Xiao Rui responded with an awkward smile, secretly complaining in his heart, what a vicious man, to actually make such a request. Suddenly, Xiao Rui thought of the system's prompt, please note, you must meet the first request of the descending character to ensure loyalty. Xiao Rui understood that if he wanted to subdue the descending person, he couldn't just rely on his own domineering aura to subdue him once, twice, or 3 times. He also had to satisfy the other person's first request. So, Jiasu's first request was to drink fish soup. Oh my God. Can't you change your demands? Sir, please come in. Can you give me a few days? This fish is difficult to catch and it takes a lot of effort. Xiao Rui comforted him. Jiasu entered the house and said with a smile, "It's okay, I'll give you 10 days. I can't drink the fish soup for now, can you have some breakfast first?" Gao Quan, hurry up. Xiao Rui urged. Gao Quan hurried to prepare. Xiao Rui accompanied Jiasu to have breakfast and sent him to the guest room to rest. Only then did Xiao Rui have time to check the system carefully. Name, Xiao Rui. Identity, the 7th Prince of Daxia. Talent, does the identity of a time traveler count? If not, then nothing. Advent value, 0/0. Mission, none. 1. Character module. 1. Jiasu, loyalty, 0. Request, drink the golden dragon koi fish soup for 10 days. Xiao Rui touched his chin and thought, character module. So there are other modules. Can other things be sent down? It's exciting just thinking about it. If you do it, it's just fish soup, right? We have to find a way to get the dragon meat. This is Jiasu. 10 days, but how do I do it? Damn it, am I heading straight for death? Xiao Rui was worrying about how to get the golden dragon koi, and Su Xianying's family was also busy, making a fuss all night. Su Haoran was missing, and Su Xianying sent people to search the entire capital. It was not until the early morning that he heard from passers-by that they saw the unconscious Su Haoran at Baisha Bridge. When he was found, his forehead was covered in blood and flesh, and he had been rubbed against the floor countless times. The guards who were protecting him were also missing. Su Xianying called for a long time before he finally woke up Su Haoran. Su Haoran opened his eyes and saw Su Xianying. His nose felt sore and he burst into tears. It was unclear whether it was for Wang Qingyin or for seeing his father again. Only he knew the thousands of words in his tears. It's not just Su Xianying's family that is upset. Wei Tai, the prefect of Yingtian Prefecture, was also very miserable. Early in the morning, someone struck the drum in front of the yamen. When the yamen runners went out, the person who was complaining had actually run away, leaving only a confession hanging on the drum. When the confession was handed to Wei Tai, he opened it with sleepy eyes and immediately became alert. The content was like a magic medicine to refresh his mind. Then Wei Tai was confused. Someone actually surrendered himself to the murder case that had troubled the family for many days. How come it was the son of Grand Secretary Su Xianying? In an instant, he felt the confession was hot, burning his palms. Why not send it to the Ministry of Justice? Wei Tai said angrily. He didn't dare to offend Su Xianying, nor did he dare to keep the confession to himself. What if the person who complained about the injustice had a confession? Wouldn't that mean he was selling out? Would Su Xianying still not remember his kindness? After much thought, Wei Tai had no choice but to submit the confession to the Ministry of Justice. It was first read by the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Justice, who was so frightened that he quickly handed it to the Minister of Justice Kang Youcheng. After reading it, Kang Youcheng was also confused. Although my Ministry of Justice is responsible for the National Criminal Law and Criminal Law Review, you have not even opened the case in Yingtian Prefecture, but you have handed the confession to me. You also implicated Su Xianying, the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet. No wonder you want to drag me into this. This is a major case. Well, don't even think about escaping from Dali Temple. Who asked you to be in charge of criminal trials? Kang Youcheng immediately ordered someone to send it to the Dali Temple, handed it over to the Dali Temple Shaoqing, and then presented it to the Dali Temple Qin Yuchong. They all wanted to be confused together, so Yuchong scratched his head. This is definitely going to require a joint trial by 3 courts. There's no other way, this is a major case. So the confession was sent to the censorate again. Du Shaoan, the left censor-in-chief of the censorate, was even more confused. As an experienced official in the censorate, he actually ordered a vicious slave to kill people. Look at the seals of various departments on the confession: Yingtian Prefecture, Ministry of Justice, Dali Temple. Du Xiaoyan couldn't help cursing. Why not submit it directly to the cabinet and apply for a joint trial by the three courts? It seems that it is all because of the involvement of Su Xianyang. Finally, Du Xiaoyan had no choice but to go directly to the cabinet chief minister Li Mingqiong. Li Mingqiong turned his wrist and ordered someone to send the confession to the palace and present it to His Majesty without even leaving the table. The efficiency made Du Xiaoyan's eyes light up and he learned a lot of experience. This is the method used by the Prime Minister of the cabinet, very clever. As for Emperor Xia, he finally got his confession after the trial by the King of Hell. It's not easy to wait for the show for so long. So, His Majesty was furious and ordered the three courts to work together with the newly established Jinui to conduct an investigation. Afterwards, the Jinui's first mission was to go to Su's mansion to arrest someone. By the time Su Xianyang found out, it was too late to take any action. He could only watch his son being taken away, and he still has no idea who did it. Xiao Rui. He is still imprisoned in the clan house. Who is it? Who is playing tricks on me? Su Xianyang roared and immediately went to the palace to meet the emperor. As for whether Emperor Xia met him or not, Xiao Rui didn't know, but he heard that when he came out of the palace, his face was extremely sour. However, Xiao Rui didn't care about his expression at this moment. He was thinking obsessively, how to get the golden dragon koi. A day has passed and I still have no clue. That fish was the favorite of Emperor Xia, and it was no exaggeration to say that it was his lifeblood. Xiao Rui really didn't have the courage to catch one and stew it. If he really stewed it, would he stew himself next? While the three courts were busy trying Su Haoran, the clan house also released Xiao Rui. It was confirmed that the witch puppet was a false accusation and did not belong to the seventh prince. Now the people in the capital were talking about the eldest son of the Su family, so naturally they didn't pay attention to Xiao Rui. Xiao Yan came to pick up Xiao Rui in person. Seventh brother, why are you so depressed? Haven't you seen that Su Xianyang's hair has turned a lot whiter in the past few days? Haha, his son will not be able to escape execution one day. He deserves it. Xiao Yan scolded. Ninth brother, are you my brother? Xiao Rui asked. Of course. Even though we have the same father but different mothers, we are closer than brothers and will stick together through thick and thin. Xiao Yan shouted, patting his chest. Xiao Rui was deeply moved. He held Xiao Yan's hand tightly and said, good brother, please help me catch one of our father's golden dragon koi. I will prepare some soup for it. Xiao Yan broke free from his pull, immediately clasped his fists, and shouted, goodbye. Get back here. Xiao Rui glared and asked, didn't you say you would stick your neck out? Xiao Yan said depressedly, you may not be able to die if you stab me in the back, but if you catch the golden dragon koi, you will definitely die. You know that my fifth brother tried to curry favor with the golden dragon koi and fed it more food, causing it to eat too much. He was reprimanded by my father and put in solitary confinement for a whole month. Seventh brother, if you don't want to live, don't choose this way to die. When Xiao Rui heard this, his head became even bigger. Seventh brother, why did you suddenly want to drink koi fish soup? Xiao Yan asked. This is a test. Xiao Rui replied. Test? What kind of test? It's so cruel, it's just playing with you. Xiao Yan said angrily. Xiao Rui nodded. Yes, the test of the poison master must be cruel. Otherwise, how could he see his sincerity and gain his loyalty? Let's go back home. Xiao Rui said slowly. Xiao Yan could only let the coachman drive him back home. As they were almost at the doorstep, Xiao Yan suddenly remembered something and said quickly, oh, my father's birthday is coming soon. What birthday gift are you going to give him? Birthday. Xiao Rui slapped his forehead. He had actually forgotten about this matter. In 10 days, it would be Emperor Xia's 52nd birthday. In theory, the king's birthday is a big event, the whole country celebrates, all officials come to the court to celebrate the birthday, and some even call it the longevity festival. There are also orders to stop slaughtering in the country, and the whole world is prohibited from killing, and people eat vegetarian food to repay their parents for their upbringing. This shows how much importance is attached to it. But Emperor Xia was frugal and did not like these extravagances. On his birthday every year, he refused to accept gifts from officials, but instead held banquets in the palace and dined with the empress, concubines, princes, and princes. He only accepted birthday gifts from the princes so that they could express their filial piety. Because he didn't take it seriously, Xiao Rui almost forgot about it. Time flies so fast, my father will be 53 soon. Xiao Rui said with emotion. He was from Pengcheng in his previous life. When a person reaches 53, it is a hurdle and a tribulation that needs to be overcome. Etc. Xiao Rui suddenly had an idea. It seems that my grandfather's family in this life lives in Shuzhou Prefecture. What a wonderful coincidence. Xiao Rui immediately smiled with joy. It seems that he really has an idea. When Xiao Rui returned home, he saw Jia Su reading in the yard. He was so engrossed in reading that he stroked his beard and smiled. Sir. Xiao Rui took the initiative to bow to show respect. Jia Su also quickly stood up and returned the greeting, Your Highness. Xiao Yan, who was standing aside, watched the two of them exchanging courtesies, especially how Jia Su, who was not good-looking, could be so respected by the proud seventh brother. Seventh brother, who is this? Xiao Yan asked. Jia Su smiled and said, I guess this must be the ninth prince. Such a pure heart is indeed rare and precious. Oh, you have good vision. Xiao Yan felt like he had found a confidant. My name is Jia Su. I'm passing through the capital and would like to stay overnight at the mansion of the seventh prince. I'd like to have a breakfast. Jia Su said. Xiao Yan said, Oh. Unexpectedly, Jia Su then asked Xiao Rui, Your Highness, have you thought of a way to make golden dragon koi fish soup? I have some clues. Please wait a moment, sir. Xiao Rui said with a smile. Huh? Xiao Yan was stunned. This old guy wants to drink fish soup. Seventh brother will make it for him. Seventh brother, are you sick? Xiao Yan asked in a low voice. Xiao Rui glared at him and said to Jia Su, Sir, please don't blame me. My ninth brother is a bit straightforward in his words. It's okay, Your Highness is straightforward, which is a rare and precious quality. Jia Su smiled and said, I just went out for a walk and heard that a major case happened in the capital. It is related to the son of Su Xianyang, a cabinet minister. I heard that the king of hell took him back to hell for interrogation. Now the capital is a hot topic. I believe it is also a warning to some unforgivable people. Xiao Yan's eyebrows suddenly danced with joy. Xiao Rui casually said, If it can be mentioned as a warning, it would be a pleasant surprise. Jia Su looked at the two of them with a half-smile, and suddenly said, What a pity, is Su Haoran really the murderer behind this? Ding dong. In my mind, the reminder sound suddenly came to my mind. Another mission. Let's go in and talk in detail, please. Xiao Rui invited Jia Su into the house. When he entered, he quickly closed his eyes and checked the task information. Newly added mission, punish the traitors and expose Su Xianyang's evil deeds. Complete the mission, and the advent value will be plus 80. If you fail, the host will be killed. Completion time, 1 month. The system is indeed very stubborn and will not stop until Su Xianyang is killed. I like. This was the first time Xiao Rui recognized the system's actions, and the advent value given was so rich. He had already begun to look forward to the next advent. What would it be? Sir, you have a keen eye. When you first arrived in the capital, you knew that the real culprit behind the massacre was still at large. Xiao Rui bowed and said, I want to eradicate Su Xianyang, this big cancer. Please help me, sir. Although Xiao Rui prides himself on being smart, he is still no match for the ruthless Jia Su in terms of strategy. Any ruthless trick he throws at Xiao Rui will teach him a lesson in life. Jia Su stroked his beard and smiled. Xiao Rui quickly checked the system. Let's drink the fish soup first. Jia Su said. Sure enough. Xiao Rui sighed and glanced at the system. Jia Su's loyalty was still 0. Don't worry, sir. There will be fish soup. I'll also make you a steamed bun. Xiao Rui was not angry and responded with a smile. Golden dragon koi fish soup with steamed buns. Jia Su's eyes lit up and he praised, Wonderful, wonderful. Xiao Yan covered his forehead, feeling that the two people in front of him were crazy. Xiao Rui entered the palace without having lunch that day. It happened that Emperor Xia was having lunch. When he heard that the seventh prince wanted to see him, he summoned him into the palace. Eunuch Hai was picking up food for Emperor Xia. "Have you eaten?" asked Emperor Xia. Xiao Rui replied, "I came here in a hurry and haven't had time to eat yet." "Why are you in such a hurry to come into the palace? If you haven't eaten, let's have a meal together." Emperor Xia glanced at Eunuch Hai. Eunuch Hai immediately arranged for the eunuchs to bring chairs and set the table. Xiao Rui sat down and picked up a piece of venison and ate it. It didn't have any fresh and fragrant taste. After all, the meat was cold, so the taste was naturally not good. "Your son hurried into the palace just to see how your father's lunch was. Now that I have seen it with my own eyes, I feel very sad." Xiao Rui looked sad. Emperor Xia was stunned by the food that was brought to his mouth. He looked at the 12 dishes in front of him, including steamed duck, stir-fried venison, assorted shrimps, brocade meatballs, painted north and south, etc. "Is this lunch bad?" The 3 imperial chefs in the imperial kitchen wiped their foreheads and glanced at Xiao Rui, wondering how they had offended the seventh prince. Besides, this was not a bad thing, as it had always been done this way. Xiao Rui began to show off his acting skills. "Father, you are busy and tired from handling official duties every day. If you can't eat hot meals, it will be cold all day, which is not good for your health." "Oh, you're talking about that." Emperor Xia smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. There are desserts in the afternoon, which can nourish the stomach. The meal takes a long time, and even the hottest delicacies will get cold." "That won't do. Father's 52nd birthday is coming soon. At this age, he must pay attention to diet and health," Xiao Ruiji said. Emperor Xia was moved. "Xiao Qi is thoughtful." Xiao Rui continued, "Father, I have learned the skill of stewing soup. I wanted to stew fish soup for you myself, but I am afraid that this is not elegant and I am afraid that I will be impeached by the censor and said that I am not decent. A gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. Therefore, I am willing to give the cooking method to the imperial chef and let him stew a bowl of hot fish soup for you. It is both delicious and warming." When Emperor Xia heard this, his eyes became slightly moist. He seldom cared about Xiao Qi's life, but he never expected that he would be so filial. "Your Majesty, you should know that my mother is from Shuzhou Prefecture. When I was a child, she taught me that when a person reaches the age of 53, he will have a calamity and he needs to eat the carp sent by his daughter. Although this is a folk superstition, I, as your son, am willing to prepare this bowl of fish soup myself to fulfill my filial piety." Xiao Rui's words were sincere. "Good. I am very pleased that my son is so filial. Let me see your cooking skills," Emperor Xia said with a smile. Xiao Rui was overjoyed and said, "Father, please wait a moment." After saying that, Xiao Rui ran out in a hurry. Emperor Xia couldn't help laughing when he saw his cheerful look, and said, "You have such a rash temper. You're about to open a government office, but you don't know how to restrain yourself." Eunuch Hai looked at Xiao Rui's departing back, moved his lips, but dared not speak. "Well, let His Majesty be happy for a while." Xiao Rui received the order and came to the imperial kitchen. "Your Highness." The imperial chef who was in charge of stewing soup came over. "How to stew fish soup?" Xiao Rui asked him. The royal chef was a little confused and even doubted his identity. "This is what a servant does." "Then let me ask you, what does the quality of fish soup depend on?" Xiao Rui asked. The chef scratched his head, not quite sure, and whispered, "Is it related to fish?" "That's right." Xiao Rui praised, as expected of the imperial chef, "You understand this truth. Take me to see the carp in the imperial kitchen." The imperial chef's mouth twitched, and he hurriedly took Xiao Rui to the fish pond. "This is the Yellow River carp, this is the Poyang Lake carp, this is the Nujiang River carp." The imperial chef listed them all. "Carp has a lot of bones, Your Majesty doesn't like to eat it, so I mostly use it to make sweet and sour fish." Xiao Rui waved his hand and said, "No, no. How can my father eat these ordinary fish? You just said that the key to fish soup is fish. You prepare the ingredients first, and I'll go catch the fish." After saying that, Xiao Rui ran out. The imperial chef was a little confused. Catch fish? Where to catch fish? Where else can one catch fish in the palace? The chef screamed in fright and then covered his mouth. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Xiao Rui came to the imperial garden, and it happened that the imperial garden was empty at this time. He took out a paper bag from his arms and opened it. Inside was a fishing line and a fish hook. The fish hook was made of polished iron, and the fishing line was made by pulling the silk pulp from the silkworm's body into a single strand of thick silk, which was then dried to ensure strength. In addition, there were some dried steamed buns. Emperor Xia loved golden dragon koi, so he dug a pond in the imperial garden and raised 10 golden dragon koi. This was the first time Xiao Rui had seen a golden dragon koi. It was indeed extraordinary, with a golden body and scales that shone like dragon scales. Its 2 whiskers were flexible and slender, like dragon whiskers. Its tail was large and elegant, and it was stunning when it swayed in the water. It seemed to be the result of careful cultivation. The golden dragon koi had a plump body and a graceful posture. No wonder Emperor Xia loves you so much. Xiao Rui also likes you when he sees you. But for Jia Su, I will definitely eat you today. Xiao Rui scattered dry buns to attract a group of golden dragon koi. Then Xiao Rui put down the fishing line and hook, and soon a golden dragon koi took the bait. With a strong pull, a golden dragon koi weighing 4 or 5 pounds was hooked and kept struggling with great strength. Ha ha! Xiao Rui was carrying the golden dragon koi and was about to leave. A eunuch happened to walk in and saw this scene. He was so frightened that he trembled all over. Stop, stop, the young eunuch roared. Xiao Rui quickly took out the fishing hook and fishing line, threw them into the pond, then grabbed the fish's lip and held it up with one hand. You are His Highness. The young eunuch ran over, saw Xiao Rui's appearance clearly, and saluted hurriedly. Is there something wrong? Xiao Rui asked. The young eunuch pointed at the golden dragon koi in his hand, his voice trembling. Your Highness, this is the golden dragon koi that His Majesty loves the most. You can't catch it, otherwise you will be punished by His Majesty. I didn't catch it, it jumped up by itself. Xiao Rui said. Ah, the young eunuch was a little confused. Look, I don't have anything on me to catch fish. It knew its life was coming to an end, so it jumped up on its own. Xiao Rui started to lie with his eyes open. That's unlikely. How could a fish know it's going to die? The young eunuch asked hesitantly. You are not a fish, how do you know it doesn't know? Xiao Rui taught. Little eunuch of the first rank, wow, that's really the truth. Even if it was dying, why did it jump up? The young eunuch wondered, why don't you put it back into the water and let it die there? Xiao Rui said solemnly, little servant, you don't understand. This is a fish with great ambitions. It doesn't want to be trapped in the water like other golden dragon koi and die without a name, so it jumped out and is willing to sacrifice itself to become Your Majesty's fish soup. Your Majesty is happy to drink the soup, which is the meaning of its existence. Little guy, you are so young, you will understand this meaning in the future. Patting the young eunuch on the shoulder, Xiao Rui fled quickly. After a while, the young eunuch came to his senses and wailed, he's dead, he's dead. He hurried to find the eunuch in charge of the Siyuan bureau to report the matter. Xiao Rui returned to the imperial kitchen. When he threw the golden dragon koi on the table, the imperial kitchen fell silent. The imperial chef in charge of stewing the fish soup knelt on the ground in fear. This fish is worthy of my father's grade. Don't be afraid. Xiao Rui comforted. After the young eunuch reported the matter to the eunuch in charge of the Siyuan bureau, he was so scared that he hurried to the Yangxin pavilion and asked to see Hai Dafu. Eunuch Hai, something terrible has happened. The men said in panic. What happened? Hai Dafu asked. His Highness the 7th Prince secretly went to the imperial garden and picked up a golden dragon koi that jumped onto the shore by itself. It was said that the golden dragon koi knew that it would not live long, so it jumped onto the shore specifically for His Highness the 7th Prince to stew it, so that the value and meaning of its existence could be reflected. The eunuch in charge of the Imperial Garden Bureau had a sad face as he honestly recreated the confusion that the young eunuch had experienced. Hai Dafu's eyes twitched. I knew something strange was going to happen, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Your Highness the seventh prince is truly a man of great skill and courage. I understand. You can go down and I will report the truth to His Majesty, said Hai Dafu. Back at the Yangxin pavilion, Emperor Xia was resting. Hai Banban, is Xiaoqi's fish soup ready yet? Emperor Xia asked when he saw Hai Dafu coming in. Hai Dafu was stunned, and the words he was about to report were blocked at his lips. It's almost done. The fish your Highness caught is quite precious, so it will naturally take a longer time to prepare. Eunuch Hai said tactfully. Oh. Really? I'd like to try it. Emperor Xia had some anticipation. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Rui hurried into the hall carrying a food box. Father, the special golden dragon fish soup is ready, you should try it. Xiao Rui ran in, came to the table, opened the food box, and took out a special porcelain jar. On top was a porcelain bowl with a lid, and hot water could be placed underneath to ensure the temperature of the fish soup. Xiao Rui opened the porcelain bowl, and the aroma of fish soup instantly filled the air. Emperor Xia suddenly felt his mouth watering and was attracted by the fragrance. Seeing Xiao Rui's face covered in sweat, he felt even warmer in his heart. He quickly took the fish soup and drank it in one gulp. The fresh aroma of the fish soup filled his mouth, and his whole body felt warm and comfortable. Delicious. Very delicious. Emperor Xia praised. Xiao Rui added more soup for him with a smile, and Emperor Xia drank 3 bowls in total. This soup is really delicious. What did you call it just now? Asked Emperor Xia. Specially made golden dragon fish soup. Xiao Rui said with a smile. Emperor Xia paused and asked, golden dragon fish soup. What kind of fish is used? Of course it's carp. Xiao Rui said with a smile. What carp? Emperor Xia put down the bowl and asked. Eunuch Hai on the side illustrated, Your Majesty, it's the golden dragon koi from the imperial garden. What? Emperor Xia suddenly stood up, stared at the fish soup he had drunk with wide eyes, then pointed at Xiao Rui with a look of disbelief. Xiao Rui said obediently, Father, the fish jumped onto the shore by itself and took the initiative to make fish soup. How dare I disobey you? Besides, only the golden dragon koi can match your true dragon status. If I can protect you from disasters in the future, it will also be an honor for the golden dragon koi. Emperor Xia pointed at Xiao Rui and was speechless for a moment. Have I done anything wrong? I beg your Majesty to punish me. I am willing to bear the consequences. Xiao Rui knelt on the ground. Emperor Xia was very smart. He understood immediately that this was a conspiracy by his own son. As for why he did this, he had no idea. However, his beloved golden dragon koi died and was made into fish soup for him to drink. Xiao Qi, please leave the palace immediately. I don't want to see you now. From now on, you are forbidden to enter the imperial garden without my order. Emperor Xia said, gritting his teeth. Xiao Rui said, Father, I will obey your order. I just hope that you are in good health and that the heavens can feel my sincere filial piety. Hurry up and go, hurry up and go. Emperor Xia was afraid that if he dragged on for too long, he would not be able to help but beat him up. Your son will take his leave. Xiao Rui lowered his head, but the corners of his mouth raised an unnatural arc. After leaving Yangxin Pavilion, Xiao Rui quickly left the palace. In front of the inner city palace gate, the imperial chef from the imperial kitchen was waiting with a food box. Seeing Xiao Rui come out safely, I was instantly filled with respect. Among the 9 princes, who has such ability? After stewing the golden dragon koi, you can leave the palace safely and take away the golden dragon koi fish soup. The word, in capital letters. In addition, this fish soup is so delicious. Knock, knock. Are you taking a break, sir? Xiao Rui stood outside Jia Su's door, holding a food box in his hand. He came back from the palace and went straight to Jia Su. Jia Su opened the door and saw Xiao Rui's appearance. He couldn't help but sniff and said in surprise, Your Highness, have you cooked the golden dragon koi fish soup? Sir, try it and see if this is what it tastes like. Xiao Rui said with a smile. Jia Su invited Xiao Rui into the house, opened the food box and took out the porcelain jar. The still hot fish soup exuded a fragrance that made Jia Su happy. He took out a wooden spoon and scooped a spoonful, slurped it down, and immediately felt the fresh fragrance in his mouth. Putting down the wooden spoon, Jia Su stepped back 2 steps, swung his sleeves with both hands, bowed deeply, lowered his head, and said respectfully, "Jia Su greets the Lord." Ding dong. Jia Su's loyalty increased, 100 out of 100. Xiao Rui laughed loudly, and quickly helped Jia Su up, saying with a smile, "Sir, please don't do such a big gift, it makes me embarrassed." This is the respect that a subordinate should have. Jia Su said with a smile, "My lord is a dragon among men, and he will surely sit on the supreme throne in the future, so etiquette is absolutely indispensable." After hearing this, Xiao Rui nodded and asked curiously, "Sir, do you believe that I can aspire to the supreme position?" "Believe it," Jia Su said firmly. "I believe it too," Xiao Rui said proudly. There was no other way. According to the current trend, he would be pushed by the system, or he would be wiped out if he didn't move. "Good," Jia Su praised, "Your Highness has such confidence, and the great cause has been accomplished 3/4. Xiao Rui spread his hands and said, "Sir, you can see clearly my current situation and status. I am at a loss as to what to do next. I beg you to teach me." Jia Su poured tea for Xiao Rui, and the two sat down and had a deep conversation. "Your Highness's situation is the worst among the 9 princes, with no support from the harem and no trust from the officials, but in my opinion, this is not a weakness." Jia Su smiled and said, "Your Highness is not yet an adult and has not yet established a government. These weaknesses are superficial, because the real strength is given by the current emperor. Therefore, all 9 princes are in a weak position, and none of them is strong. The current emperor is a man of both military and civil skills, and he is extremely wise. I admire him very much. He trapped the 9 princes in the capital not to weaken you, but to protect you. He plans to give you the same starting point, so that you can compete for the position of crown prince. It's like raising a gu to select the strongest prince. Emperor Xia has great ambitions, but unfortunately he can no longer achieve his goals. So what he needs is a king who can expand the territory, not an emperor who can maintain the status quo." After hearing this, Xiao Rui nodded seriously. Jia Su continued, "According to my guess, it won't be long before your Highness will open a palace with the 8th and 9th princes, and then His Majesty will kick off the battle for the crown prince for you. This process will last a long time, and whoever holds out to the end will be the final winner. I've also heard that His Majesty intends to send the 9 of us brothers to serve as officials abroad." Xiao Rui responded. Unexpectedly, Jia Su smiled and shook his head, "My guess is exactly the opposite. His Majesty will let you stay in the capital and serve in various ministries, government offices and temples. Because Daxia is too vast, the Emperor Xia needs to know your movements at all times to understand your abilities and make choices. The successor to the crown prince determines the height of Daxia's future, so it must be cautious. The Emperor Xia will never allow mistakes. Stay in the capital." Xiao Rui was stunned. He had never expected this. Jia Su smiled and said, "So, my lord, what you need to do now is to perform as well as possible and increase your weight in Emperor Xia's eyes. As I just mentioned, what Emperor Xia gives is the basis for your strength. I stewed his golden dragon koi today. Did I end up making things worse?" Xiao Rui said with a wry smile. Jia Su shook his head and said, "On the contrary, this is a kind of performance. Do you really think that a golden dragon koi is more precious than a prince? The fact that you can come out of the palace safely shows that Emperor Xia is very satisfied with your performance. You can deceive His Majesty into a trap and not react until the end. Doesn't this show your intelligence?" Xiao Rui heard it and realized that it was true. Did he really punish his 5th brother because he thought he had fed the golden dragon carp too much? Otherwise, he was probably annoyed by his flattery. Then what should I do next? Xiao Rui was eager to try. Jia Su narrowed his eyes and smiled, "Overthrow Su Xianyang. That's exactly what I want." Xiao Rui was delighted when he heard it. This behavior can complete the task and eliminate the bad guys at the same time, which is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Xiao Rui wanted to do this a long time ago, but he had no way to bring him down. Xiao Rui stood up, bowed and said, "Sir, please teach me how to defeat him." Jia Su hurriedly supported Xiao Rui and shouted, "My lord, don't do this again. You are the master and I am the minister. It is the duty of a minister to give advice and suggestions." Xiao Rui smiled. Jia Su said, "The first step to overthrow Su Xianying is to let him know that it was your highness who pretended to be the king of hell and tried his son at night. It was your highness who fanned the flames behind the scenes, making the Su family restless." Ah. Xiao Rui widened his eyes. He had finally managed to trick Su Xianying without anyone noticing, but he was afraid of his revenge, so now he wants to expose himself. Jia Su said, "The first step is to put ourselves in danger and survive. We must stimulate Su Xianying's murderous intentions in order to fundamentally overthrow him. However, we cannot deliberately expose our plan, so the disclosure can only be done by the ninth prince. He has a pure heart and a straightforward personality. Even if he lets slip something, it won't arouse suspicion from Su Xianying and His Majesty." "Okay. I'll go talk to Xiao Jiu about this." Xiao Rui immediately agreed with Jia Su's plan. Jia Su nodded secretly. This is the mindset that a monarch should have, to trust his own counselors. Jia Su laughed and said, "This plan is aimed at Su Xianying, and it is also for Emperor Xia to see. He is the one who is watching the play, and he is the one who decides the success or failure of the characters in this play. And what we have to do is to make this person who is watching the play want to kill the thief in the play, Su Xianying. Okay. I'd like to trouble you to give me instructions on how to proceed according to the plan." Xiao Rui said with a smile. Jia Su stroked his beard and smiled, "I am very pleased." The next evening, Xiao Rui waited for Xiao Yan to finish class and went to find him. After entering the house, Xiao Yan looked honest, which made Xiao Rui puzzled. "Did you take the wrong medicine?" Xiao Rui asked. Xiao Yan shook his head and said, "I don't dare to yell at you. You even dare to stew my father's golden dragon koi. Is there anything you dare not stew? I'm afraid. Get lost." Xiao Rui scolded with a smile, "I skipped class again. Why did Dr. Jean slander me? He doesn't dare." Xiao Yan smiled and said, "Ever since he knew you stewed the golden dragon koi, he has remained silent. He likes raising birds the most and he is afraid of being fired by you." "Yes, he has a white-feathered parrot." Xiao Rui was a little tempted. This thing should taste good if stir-fried. Let's not talk about this. There is something important that you need to do. Xiao Rui said. What's the important matter? Xiao Yan was a little excited. Come closer and listen. Xiao Rui whispered. Xiao Yan looked around and said, there's no one else in the room. Is there any need to whisper? Oh, that's right. Xiao Rui and he looked at each other, feeling a little embarrassed. Xiao Rui handed the task to Xiao Yan, requiring him to act in his true self without having to test his acting skills. Xiao Yan didn't think so. He was upset that the best supporting actor in the trial of the King of Hell was given to Horseface. How could I, the bullhead, face him? Was his role as good as mine? No, I have to show top-notch acting skills for this performance. On that day, he invited Zhang Lianchuan and Tian Boguang to go to the dance building. There is a pavilion and a building in the capital. The pavilion is the listening pavilion, where you can listen to music from all over the world. The third prince is a frequent visitor there, and it is quite quiet. The building is the dance viewing building, where you can watch dances from all over the world, and it is not comparable to the fireworks in the market. Emperor Xia prohibited officials from visiting prostitutes, but the dance viewing building was a very serious entertainment venue. The consumption in the dance hall is extremely expensive, and its main customers are dignitaries and royal relatives. The appearance of Xiao Yan, Zhang Lianchuan, and Tian Boguang was quite normal. The three of them often came here to watch dancing. They were teenagers, all of them were at the age of having red candles and dim curtains. The dancers were beautiful, the dance was beautiful, and they were beautiful too. Xiao Yan was invited into the building by the manager of the Guanwu building. Xiao Yan asked, I heard that the son of the Minister of Works has arrived. Which room is he in? The steward smiled and said, Mr. Du came early today and invited the three gentlemen to have a drink in room A on the third floor. I want room A on the third floor. Xiao Yan said with a smile. The steward froze for a moment, and said tactfully, Your Highness likes room A on the 4th floor, doesn't it? You can watch the dance from a high vantage point, and be independent from the world. This room has always been reserved for Your Highness. No, I really want to enjoy the view in room A on the 3rd floor today. Never mind, I won't make it difficult for you. I'll go there myself. Xiao Yan smiled and went up the stairs. The steward wiped the sweat from his forehead, knowing that the 9th prince was causing trouble on purpose, but he did not dare to resist or speak out, so he could only follow him obediently. In room A on the 3rd floor, Du Jiaming was drinking with 3 friends, among whom was Ding Jian. Their fathers were both assistant ministers, so their children also liked to make friends on an equal footing, which not only ensured their dignity, but also made everyone feel inferior. If they really stayed with the sons of the university scholars all day, their status would be lower than theirs, and it would be very depressing for these young people over time. Ding Jian and the other 2 were listening to Du Jiaming bragging about how he had doted on a blonde, blue-eyed stranger last night and how wonderful it felt. Just as he was thinking about showing off in detail. Boom. The door was kicked open. Du Jiaming was furious and stood up to smash the teacup, but when he saw that it was Prince Xiao Yan who came in, he quickly put down his raised hand. The 4 of them quickly stood up and bowed, saying, "Your Highness the 9th prince." Du Jiaming said, "Your Highness, if you have time today to come here to cultivate your sentiments, please take a seat." "I'm sure you'll get the seat." Zhang Lianchuan said arrogantly, "Just get out of here and don't interfere with our discussion. If you guys hear us, we'll be screwed." Lianchuan. Tian Boguang immediately scolded him, "Don't say you can die." Oh. Zhang Lianchuan reacted and quickly shut up. Du Jiaming and the other 3 felt a little embarrassed, but they did not dare to refute. Xiao Yan was a prince, and Zhang Lianchuan and Tian Boguang were sons of 2nd-rank military marquises. They held military power and were not something these sons of vice ministers could contend against. But it was too humiliating to be driven away like this. "Zhang Lianchuan, please be polite," Du Jiaming shouted. "Oh. Believe it or not, I'll call my sister over." Zhang Lianchuan glared and shouted. Du Jiaming and Ding Jian's faces turned pale. They had both been dealt with by Zhang Ruoxi and had experienced darkness. "Get lost right now," Xiao Yan said contemptuously, "don't interfere with our business. Steward, give them the next room. Don't let people say that I, Xiao Yan, bully them. I will pay for their expenses. Have fun today." Du Jiaming gritted his teeth and finally endured it, and moved to room B with Ding Jian and the other 2. "This is too much. This is too much," Du Jiaming said angrily after entering room B, but he didn't dare to speak too loudly for fear of being heard by Xiao Yan next door. "Who says he is a prince? Those 2 are sons of 2nd-rank military marquises. They are in high positions and have great power." Ding Jian sighed. Just then, Zhang Lianchuan's exclamation came from next door. "What? The trial by the King of Hell is fake, woo-woo." From the sound, someone covered his mouth before he could finish speaking. Du Jiaming and the other 3 looked at each other, then quickly stood up and walked to the wall, listening attentively. Unfortunately, the other person's voice became quieter and it was hard to hear through the wall. Du Jiaming was itching to do something. His father was the Minister of Works, so he naturally followed the Minister of Works, Su Xianyang. Now the case of Su Haoren was making a lot of noise. The 3 courts and the Jinui interrogated him. Su Haoren confessed everything he said, and he would be executed in the autumn. The story of Su Haoren being tried by the King of Hell at night also spread in the capital, becoming the most horrifying story at the time. There really is a King of Hell. To seek justice for the dead souls. Su Xianyang didn't believe it, but he couldn't find any evidence to prove that someone was playing tricks on him, and he didn't even know who was behind it. "Ding Jian, you are short, go and hide outside their window and eavesdrop. We will keep watch for you," Du Jiaming said. Ding Jian pointed at himself, feeling a little confused. If he was caught, he would be kicked to death by Zhang Lianchuan and Tian Boguang. "It's okay. We'll share the responsibility if we're caught," Du Jiaming comforted. Ding Jian sighed and could only stand by his friend, hoping that if they were really caught, they would not escape too quickly. Du Jiaming and the other two were keeping watch at the stairs, while Ding Jian went to the window of room A and eavesdropped. I heard people talking in the house. Brother Yan, you said that it was the seventh prince who pretended to be the king of hell and interrogated Su Haoran at night, and scared him to the point of peeing. This was Tian Boguang's exclamation. My brother-in-law is so awesome. You guys are so unfair for not even asking me to join you. Zhang Lianchuan said resentfully. Xiao Yan stared at the window. He deliberately opened the window so that the eavesdropper could eavesdrop clearly. He was worried that the other party was timid and dared not eavesdrop, but now, hey, the little fish has taken the bait. Xiao Yan deliberately said, I only got on the train halfway, and I didn't even get the best supporting actor. I suggested to Brother Seven that we arrest Su Xianying and interrogate him together, but he didn't dare to do it, saying that Su Xianying was cunning and sly, and he was afraid that he couldn't deceive him. Alas. I'm telling you all this because I'm happy today. Remember, you can't tell anyone. If anyone tells anyone, seventh brother and I will be dead. Xiao Yan warned. Tian Boguang and Zhang Lianchuan nodded repeatedly, very touched by Xiao Yan's trust, without realizing that they were just pawns in the plan. They were deceived by Brother Yan whom they trusted. Ding Jian was so scared that he crawled out of the window and returned to room B with his heart pounding with fear. What did you overhear? Du Jiaming asked quickly. Let's go out and talk. Ding Jian was still a little panicked. The four fled from the dance hall, and Ding Jiansai told them in detail what he had overheard. After hearing this, the four were stunned. Xiao Rue is so powerful, but he actually pretends to be the king of hell. Wasn't he in the clan house at that time? That's why he is so fierce. He is just trying to cover up his mistake. Even Lord Su was kept in the dark. The four of them suddenly felt dry in the mouth and vowed not to provoke Xiao Rue again. Du Jiaming suddenly shouted, I'm going to go back home right away and tell my father that today's incident was all thanks to Brother Ding. I'll treat you well next time. After saying that, Du Jiaming ran away. Ding Jian and the other two took a look and immediately rushed home. More than an hour later, Du Yi, the right vice minister of the Ministry of Works, entered Su's mansion and met Su Xianying. After one stick of incense, Su Xianying's haggard face was full of ferocity. Obviously, he knew the whole story. Thank you, Mr. Du, for taking the trouble to come here. I am very grateful. As a superior, Su Xianying actually bowed to express his gratitude. Di was frightened and complimented Su Xianying a few times, but when he saw that Su Xianying looked unhappy, he said goodbye and left. Su Xianying sat quietly in the room. Suddenly he stood up and smashed the teapot on the table into powder. Xiao Rue, okay. Don't blame me for being cruel. Su Xianying roared. Early the next morning, after completing the task, Xiao Yan went to find Xiao Rue to claim his reward. Xiao Rue calmed him down by promising him to be the leading actor in the future. Seventh brother, what is the male protagonist who goes into the sea? Xiao Yan had a small question. Stop talking so much nonsense. Are you willing to be the one? Xiao Rue said impatiently. I'm willing. Xiao Yan nodded repeatedly. Afterwards, Xiao Yan sent the reluctant Xiao Yan away and asked him to go to class, while Xiao Rue continued to skip classes and went to see Jia Su, but he didn't expect that Jia Su was not in the mansion. After asking Gao Quan, he learned that he had gone out. It was not until noon that Jia Su returned home. Sir is back. Xiao Rue said with a smile. Jia Su bowed and replied, sorry to have kept you waiting, Your Highness. I went to the Ministry of Justice and watched the final verdict of the 3 judges' joint trial. Oh. After all these days, there is finally a verdict. Xiao Rue asked, execution after the autumn. Jia Su nodded and said, that's right, he will be executed in the autumn. After a pause, Jia Su continued, I came out of the Ministry of Justice and passed by Su's house. I saw Su Xianying riding in a carriage into the palace. Xiao Rue was stunned and asked, enter the palace. Are you going to beg for mercy? Jia Su smiled and said, it's very likely. Xiao Rue was puzzled. Begging for mercy. This was like going to the toilet with a lantern at night. Was he seeking death? Jiasu laughed and said, "Your Highness forgot that yesterday, I asked the 9th prince to deliberately reveal that it was the Lord who pretended to be the king of hell, but did not mention a word about the East Factory's involvement. The purpose of doing this was to let Su Xianying know that your Majesty did not know about this." Su Xianying believed that since His Majesty did not know about this, the Lord had deceived Emperor Xia and the people of the world. So he believed that the Lord had tortured Su Haoran with deception, causing him to suffer from hysteria and believe that he was the murderer, so he confessed his crime. Xiao Rui nodded and asked, "Would Su Xianying do this?" "Yes." Jiasu smiled and said, "I have studied Su Xianying. He had 5 daughters before he finally had a son. Everyone knows how much he dotes on his son, so he restricted everything in Su Haoran's growth, including his studies and marriage. Now, this highly anticipated son is going to be executed, and he will definitely make a final struggle. And the only one who can change his son's fate is Emperor Xia." Xiao Rui finally understood Jiasu's intention and said, "Su Xianying thought that the emperor didn't know about the King of Hell's night trial, so he wanted to use this as a breakthrough, but he didn't know that the emperor already knew about it. Therefore, what awaits him is not the Emperor Xia's mercy to re-examine the case, but a reprimand from the Emperor Xia." At this point, Xiao Rui was confused again. "Sir, even if the emperor reprimanded Su Xianying, he wouldn't hate him. Didn't you say before that you wanted His Majesty to hate him? Only when the emperor hates him can he be truly overthrown." Jiasu smiled and said, "Emperor Xia scolded him. Whether he knew that Emperor Xia was involved or not, he understood that his son could not be saved. Therefore, he will hate His Highness even more, even to the point of fighting to the death. So our second step is the self-torture strategy. We don't have to wait for him to take action. We can use the self-torture strategy tonight." Xiao Rui was stunned and suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. What kind of torture is this? Xiao Rui felt a pain in his flesh. Jiasu said, "In order to prevent Su Xianying's revenge, my lord, you should first use the strategy of self-torture to make Emperor Xia suspect that it was Su Xianying's revenge. If his son dies, you should also let Emperor Xia's son be buried with him. Su Xianying loves his son dearly, so why shouldn't Emperor Xia be the same? Moreover, the assassination of the prince is a provocation to the imperial power and Emperor Xia. Who sent the assassin? Who would Emperor Xia associate with him?" Xiao Rui shuddered, finally realizing how powerful the poisonous scholar Jiasu was, who even spared no effort on his own people. The subsequent plans will be implemented one after another. Now I'm sorry to trouble your highness to suffer some physical pain. Jiasu said. Great. As long as we can bring him down, the physical pain doesn't matter. Xiao Rui immediately agreed. It turned out to be just as Jiasu had expected. Su Xianying was desperate and tried all kinds of remedies. He sued the Prince Xiao Rui for using ghosts and gods to intimidate Su Haoran, causing hysteria, which caused Su Haoran to misjudge the crime. As long as he could overturn his son's confession, the only evidence, he could overturn the case, because Chao Guanshi was dead, and the 3 retainers had not admitted to murder until now. He begged Emperor Xia to send someone to Tianan County to investigate and prove that Su Haoran had no relationship with the Wang family. If there was no relationship, how could he have killed someone? Su Xianying believed that with the previous cover-up, the people who went to investigate would not be able to find much useful information. Pity. What awaited him was not Emperor Xia's mercy, but a reprimand. Emperor Xia didn't care about the face of his cabinet ministers and directly scolded, "If you don't want others to know, then don't do it." The case has been concluded. The result of the joint trial of the 3 courts is immediate execution. Your son is such a beast, and the sentence of execution in the autumn is already giving you face. Get out. Su Xianying left the palace in a daze. On the way, he hurriedly learned that his 80-year-old mother fainted from grief after learning that her grandson would be beheaded the next autumn. Night. Xiao Rui sat quietly in the room, holding a dagger in his hand. Gao Quan and Jiasu were also there. "Sir, where should you poke?" "I won't poke your internal organs. Your self-torture trick didn't work and you'll die," Xiao Rui said with a wry smile. Jiasu stepped forward, pointed at a spot on Xiao Rui's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Here, the dagger will only hurt the flesh, not the bones and joints. With your strong strength, you can recover in half a month." Xiao Rui picked up the dagger and put it at this position, looking at Gao Quan. Gao Quan, you come on, I can't do it myself. I don't even dare to beat my servants to death. Gao Quan said with a sad face. Xiao Rui looked at Jia Su. Jia Su smiled and shook his head. I am too weak to even lift the dagger. Xiao Rui smiled bitterly. It seemed that he had to do it himself. In that case. Puff. When Xiao Rui gets serious, he is very focused and tenacious. He stabbed himself directly, with the dagger inserted halfway, and blood gushed out instantly. Gao Quan was so distressed that he finally reacted and shouted outside, "Help, there is an assassin! There is an assassin! His Highness has been injured by the assassin. There is so much blood." In an instant, the small house was in chaos. Soon, people from the border defense camp arrived. Coincidentally, tonight it was the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery Zhang Jinfu who was personally inspecting the capital's public security to see whether his men were doing their job conscientiously. Suddenly he heard that the 7th prince had been assassinated in his mansion, so he rushed over immediately. "7th prince, are you okay?" Zhang Jinfu entered the room. Xiao Rui was already lying on the bed, but he hadn't pulled out the dagger yet, fearing that he would lose too much blood. But now the blood had stained his white shirt red. "It's okay." The Marquis actually came in person. Xiao Rui's face was slightly pale. "Where is the doctor?" Zhang Jinfu shouted. Gao Quan said, "I have sent someone to call him, but it is curfew now. I am afraid we won't be able to find him for a while. I will go to the palace now and find an imperial physician for you. I have to report this matter to His Majesty." Zhang Jinfu yelled. The man who might very well become his son-in-law in the future was actually assassinated. This was intolerable. Xiao Rui was about to stop him, but was stopped by Jia Su's eyes and allowed the military marquis to enter the palace. When Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery Zhang Jinfu arrived at the north gate of the imperial city, he was stopped by the imperial guards. "This military marquis has important matters to report to His Majesty. Go and report it immediately." Zhang Jinfu glared. The imperial guards did not dare to delay and went straight to find General Feng Ci of the imperial guards who was on duty in the palace. Feng Ci was a general of the imperial guards, and Marquis Loyalty and Bravery Zhang Jinfu was in the border defense battalion. One guarded the imperial city, and the other guarded the capital. They didn't interfere with each other, but Marquis Loyalty and Bravery Zhang Jinfu had earned his title through real fighting, so Feng Ci did not dare to delay and directly reported to the eunuch Haidafu, who was the seal holder of the imperial household department. Eunuch Hai personally entered the harem and found Emperor Xia resting in concubine Qing's bedroom. Upon learning that Zhang Jinfu requested to see him late at night, Emperor Xia had to summon him. Then he moved to Fengxian Hall. Zhang Jinfu entered the palace and explained the situation. "Your Majesty, the 7th prince was assassinated and seriously injured. I entered the palace late at night and begged the imperial physician to go and treat him." Zhang Jinfu would also brag. Emperor Xia suddenly stood up, his face full of anger. Xiao Rui not only waited for the imperial physician but also waited for Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia actually came in person. Xiao Rui wanted to get out of bed and salute, but was stopped by Emperor Xia, who exempted him from the formality. After examining the injury, the imperial physician reported, "Your Majesty, your Highness is blessed by the Holy Spirit. The dagger only pierced your Highness's flesh, and did not injure the meridians or bones. Remove the dagger and apply a secret wound medicine. You will be fully recovered in a month." If the dagger had moved further to the side, it would have cut the meridians and injured the tendons and bones, and the consequences would have been extremely serious. Emperor Xia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Rui glanced at the imperial physician, who was really trying to flatter him, but his face showed a lingering fear. He said, "I was only slightly injured, but you asked your father to come in person so late at night. I feel deeply terrified. You should have a good rest." Emperor Xia stood by the bed, tucked the quilt for him with a loving face, and said, "Don't worry, your father will take care of it for you. Have a good rest." "Yes, father." Xiao Rui nodded obediently. Emperor Xia looked at Zhang Jinfu and left the room. Zhang Jinfu said to Xiao Rui, "Have a good rest," and hurriedly followed him out. The imperial physician continued to treat Xiao Rui's injuries until the early morning when he fell into a peaceful sleep. Emperor Xia walked out of the house and said to Zhang Jinfu, "Send someone to protect Xiao Qi. Also send someone to secretly protect the residences of the other princes." "I obey your command." Zhang Jinfu clasped his fists and said. "Can you find the whereabouts of the assassin?" asked Emperor Xia. Zhang Jinfu shook his head. "No, when I sent people to search, the assassin disappeared without a trace. The patrol teams in other districts also did not find the assassin. It seems that the assassin is hiding in the South District. Nanqing District is inhabited by high-ranking officials, royal relatives, and nobles. The capital has been quiet for too long, causing some people to forget that this is an important place in the capital." Emperor Xia was very angry and shouted, "Starting tomorrow, increase patrols and conduct strict inspections." "I will obey your order." Zhang Jinfu took the order and withdrew. Emperor Xia returned to the palace under the escort of the imperial guards. "Hi Ban Ban." Emperor Xia, who was dozing off in the carriage, suddenly called out. Hai Dafu, who was accompanying the carriage, stepped forward and said respectfully, "Your servant is here. Notify the Eastern Depot and the Imperial Guard and prepare to close the net." Emperor Xia said. Hai Dafu replied, "I understand." Suddenly, Emperor Xia opened his eyes and asked, "Who is the middle-aged man in Xiaoqi's mansion?" Hai Dafu was stunned, and sweat broke out on his forehead. "My investigation is not thorough, and I haven't investigated this person's background. He should have entered the 7th Prince's mansion recently, and this person didn't exist before. Check it out." Emperor Xia said in a deep voice. "Yes." Hai Dafu was even more respectful. "You say, isn't it too coincidental that the assassin came tonight? Now that I think about it carefully, I feel it's worth pondering," Emperor Xia suddenly said, knocking on the couch beside him. Hai Dafu felt more beads of sweat on his forehead and said cautiously, "I don't know." Emperor Xia chuckled and said, "If Xiao Qi has such a mind, I will be very pleased." Seeing that Emperor Xia would not pursue the matter any further, Hai Dafu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Serving the emperor is like serving a tiger. He knew very well how terrifying Emperor Xia was. To have climbed to this position, Eunuch Hai had already been walking on thin ice. The next day, the people of the capital found that the patrol camps patrolling the streets had become more diligent. Once they found a rogue, they would teach him a lesson and then arrest him. The royal family and officials knew the inside story and told their families to behave themselves and not to offend the patrol camps. Xiao Rui's small mansion was bustling with activity. Hearing that Emperor Xia had come in person yesterday, it was like a signal, causing all the royal relatives and high-ranking officials to go visit Xiao Rui. Xiao Rui, who was unpopular in the past, became a hot commodity and his room was filled with gifts, which was an unexpected surprise. At this moment, Su Xianying's face looked gloomy and ugly. When he learned that Xiao Rui was assassinated, he felt relieved and wished he was killed. But when he later learned that he was only slightly injured and Emperor Xia came in person at night, Su Xianying suddenly collapsed in his chair. He realized that he had fallen into a terrible vortex and might very well strangle himself. Because who would assassinate the low-key Xiao Rui? "I just sued Xiao Rui yesterday, I was reprimanded, and Xiao Rui was assassinated in the evening. Is it a coincidence?" "It is a coincidence, but what will Emperor Xia think?" Su Xianying was a little confused. He was unable to appeal his injustice. Not to mention, he thought about what he had done and other things that happened to him. Although he did it very covertly, could he guarantee that it would be foolproof? In the Wang family extermination case, only the son died. But if his other deeds were exposed, it would be the entire Su family that would be destroyed, not just a life. Prepare the car quickly," Su Xianying shouted. Xiao Rui was recuperating in the mansion, with Gao Quan serving him, while Jia Su went out early in the morning and did not return until the evening. There were too few people available, so Jia Su had to do it himself. Xiao Rui lamented the embarrassment of having no one available. He decided to cultivate his confidence in the future. "Sir, did you get anything?" Xiao Rui asked hurriedly. Early this morning, Jia Su said that Su Xianying had become a frightened mouse, and frightened mice like to flee back to their nests to check whether their food is lost, so Jiasu speculated that Su Xianyang would leave the Su mansion and check his own sins like a mouse, and try to find ways to conceal them. If he hadn't been injured, Xiao Rui would have wanted to follow him. It was so exciting. Jiasu nodded and said, Su Xianyang was very cautious. He asked his servants to go out in his carriage, while he got into a simple carriage from the back door. I followed him and circled around the capital for a long time until it was almost evening, when I saw him enter an official workshop. It was the workshop of the general's workshop. I asked about it and found out that it produced armor for soldiers. Xiao Rui was pleasantly surprised and said, why would he, the Minister of Works, sneak into the government-run workshop for no reason? It seems that his true colors have finally been revealed. Sir, what should we do next? Xiao Rui asked. Jiasu suddenly shook his head, we don't need to do anything for now. Xiao Rui blinked and didn't react. Jiasu said, I also found people of the same kind outside the official workshop. Judging from their appearance, they should be from the Jinyue and the Dongchang. It seems that your majesty has long wanted to take action against Su Xianyang, but the time has not come yet. And the assassination last night sounded the death knell for Su Xianyang. Father. Xiao Rui was shocked. Jiasu exclaimed, I was fortunate to see Emperor Xia up close last night. He is indeed worthy of his reputation. Emperor Xia was able to conquer the Xia Empire from nothing. He is no ordinary person. Su Xianyang is a cancer. According to Emperor Xia's character, he should have been eliminated long ago, but why did he wait so long? I wonder if Emperor Xia kept Su Xianming as a test. Xiao Rui's hair trembled, he couldn't believe it, it's unlikely. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Jiasu smiled. Xiao Rui kept this matter in mind and decided to ask Xiao Yan about it tomorrow. Then should we wait for our father to take down Su Xianyang? Xiao Rui asked. Jiasu smiled and said, let's wait and see what happens. I can't figure out what Emperor Xia is thinking. Xiao Rui nodded. The next day, Xiao Rui asked Gao Quan to invite Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan came here after skipping class. Seventh brother, what do you want from me? Xiao Yan asked hurriedly when he saw how anxious he was. Xiao Rui asked, do you still remember why you went hunting with Tian Buguang and Zhang Lianchuan? Xiao Yan was stunned, scratched his head, and said, Lianchuan's idea was mentioned by his father, the loyal and brave marquis. He said that when the emperor summoned several princes and the loyal and brave marquis, he mentioned that there were big insects in the hunting grounds. It happened that the tiger skin in his imperial study was old. Before we went hunting, the second brother, the fourth brother, the fifth brother, and the eighth brother all went there. Unexpectedly, we shot the big insect and found the bodies of the Wang family. Don't you know? It seems that the fourth brother didn't tell you. Xiao Rui fell into deathly silence in an instant, feeling a chill coming over him. In the next few days, Xiao Rui recuperated in his mansion, and the capital city returned to peace and bustle. Su Xianyang took sick leave and stayed at home, but Emperor Xia did not take action against him as Xiao Rui had expected. It seemed that just as Jiasu had said, ordinary people could not guess what Emperor Xia was thinking. The next day was Emperor Xia's birthday. Giving birthday gifts is a science, especially when the prince is giving birthday wishes to the emperor. If you give a small gift, you will be laughed at. If you really think that a small gift is a big sentiment, it is a compliment that is afraid of embarrassing you. If you give a big gift, others will be jealous. But now Xiao Rui is in an awkward situation. In the past, Xiao Rui was the least favored among all the princes and was dispensable. On last year's birthday, Xiao Rui only gave a top-quality pen washer as a gift. But recently, he has become the talk of the town, and he can't be as casual as before. So Xiao Rui asked Jiasu for advice. Upon learning of Xiao Rui's difficulties, Jiasu immediately smiled, Your Highness, this birthday celebration may be the last filial piety contest before the princes compete for the position of crown prince. It is also an opportunity for the Emperor Xia to position the princes, so Your Highness must seize it. However, in my opinion, this time the gift does not need to be expensive, but filial piety. To show filial piety. Could it be that you want to stew the golden dragon koi fish soup again? Xiao Rui said with a smile. Jia Su also laughed. If your highness really wants to do this, I guess Emperor Xia will kick your highness out of the palace. Xiao Rui laughed out loud. It was incredible that his father could do such a thing. Then what does filial piety mean to you? Xiao Rui asked. Jia Su said leisurely, Your Highness, who do you think should be thanked the most at a birthday party? Xiao Rui was moved when he heard this. It's my mother. Jia Su nodded and said, Yes, it's our mother. If a mother is alive, she won't celebrate her birthday. If a father is alive, he won't grow a beard. The current Emperor Xia is a very filial person, but her mother has never enjoyed the glory of her son. Although she was posthumously named the Empress of Filial Piety and Virtue, Emperor Xia must still have regrets in his heart. The real name of Emperor Xia was Xiaoying. He was born in a humble family. He was born to a maid who was favored by Emperor Xiaowen. At that time, the empress had absolute power in the harem, and was especially harsh on maids who were pregnant with the dragon fetus. Basically, they would be beaten to death. So when Empress Xia Shengxian found out that she was pregnant, she knew that she could not stay in the palace for long, so she tried every means to hide the fact of her pregnancy. Only a close maid and a eunuch who served Emperor Xiaowen knew about it. Later, Empress Xia Shengxian, with the help of the maid, escaped from the harem by faking her own death and gave birth to Emperor Xia. One can imagine how poor the orphan and widow were. When Emperor Xia was 15 years old, he and his mother came to the capital to make a living in poverty. One day, he happened to meet the eunuch who served Emperor Xiaowen, who informed Emperor Xiaowen that he had a son. Xiaoying went to the palace to meet Emperor Xiaowen. The emperor, who was skeptical at first, believed Xiaoying's face. The two were simply cut from the same mold. Because of this, Emperor Xiaowen directly granted Emperor Xia the title of Ing Wang and allowed him to open a government. Empress Xia Shengxian worked too hard and fell ill, so she was unable to enter the palace. She died when Emperor Xia was 25 years old. It was also from the age of 25 that Emperor Xia Xiaoying rose up and began to compete with 18 princes for the supreme throne. Therefore, Jia Su admired Emperor Xia very much. He was able to sit on the throne after overcoming many difficulties and shedding blood. Jia Su continued, So I think if we can find someone to paint the portrait of Empress Xia Shengxian, it will help Emperor Xia relieve his pain of missing his mother. This filial piety is the most precious. Xiao Rui nodded and said with embarrassment, Grandma died early, so there is no portrait left. Now it has been nearly 30 years, I believe that my father's memory is blurred. Who can remember the face of Grandma? Jia Su smiled and said, I have been free these days, so I have studied the past of Emperor Xia. Empress Xia Shengxian was able to fake her death and escape from the harem, thanks to the help of a palace maid who was close to her. And I found out that after leaving the palace maid married a man named Zhang, and his son is the current Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery, Zhang Jinfu. Ah. Xiao Rui looked surprised. Jia Su nodded and said, Why can the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery stay in the capital to lead the patrol camp and guard the important areas of the capital? It is because of this relationship that he can become the most trusted person of Emperor Xia. I believe that the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery's mother should still remember the face of Empress Xia Shengxian. You can go and try. If it doesn't work, your highness can change to another birthday gift. Okay. I'll go now. Xiao Rui asked Gao Quan to prepare the car and go to the mansion of Marquis Zhongyong. When talking about the loyal and brave Marquis mansion, Xiao Rui naturally thought of Zhang Ruoxi. After all, she was a woman he had dated before and he felt good about her. Now that he knew about the relationship between Zhang Jinfu and Emperor Xia, he felt even better. If he could marry such a virtuous wife, it would be 100 benefits for him and no harm at all. Would you ever consider selling your body? I am doing this for the great mission of my system. It's not because I'm greedy for women. Okay, Xiao Rui has a little bit of interest, hee. Your Highness, we have arrived at the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery's mansion. Gao Quan suddenly stopped the car, interrupting Xiao Rui's daydreaming. Xiao Rui quickly wiped his saliva and got up and got out of the car. Gao Quan went to knock on the door. The doorman learned that it was the 7th prince who came to visit, so he hurried to open the door and asked the servants to inform the lady and the young master. The Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery was not in the mansion, he went to the patrol camp to work. Zhang Lianchuan rushed over upon hearing the news, shouting, Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. Xiao Rui, who was about to step into the house, was so scared that he retracted his foot. Although he had fantasized for a while, his heart was still pounding when he was really mistaken for a son-in-law. There was no chance of this happening, so stop shouting. How shy. Young Marquis, you didn't go to training today? Xiao Rui asked. As a descendant of a military family, Zhang Lianchuan's schoolwork mainly focused on martial arts, including military tactics, martial arts, riding and archery, etc. I want to rest today. After Zhang Lianchuan said this, he looked behind Xiao Rui with a look of regret. What are you looking for? Xiao Rui asked. A gift. Zhang Lianchuan shouted, I thought you were here to propose marriage, but it seems that's not the case. Xiao Rui rolled his eyes. He wanted to marry his sister so much that his younger brother was worried sick. The torture he had suffered must have been 10 or 20 times more than those playboys in the capital. Suddenly at this moment, Xiao Rui felt that it was a blessing to marry a gentle, virtuous and well-behaved wife. It didn't matter whether she was beautiful or not, as long as she wouldn't stand by your bed with a knife in her hand at night after you quarreled, waiting for you to wake up in the dark and be scared to death. Thinking about it this way, Xiao Rui felt even more that he was not worthy of Zhang Ruoxi. Young Marquis, your sister and I are innocent. Don't yell at me or slander her. Be careful not to make her angry. Xiao Rui said righteously, I will use the real martial arts I learned on you twice. Zhang Lianchuan shuddered and immediately bowed respectfully, Hello, Your Highness. Lianchuan greets you. Xiao Rui chuckled, as expected, this was a poor child who was obsessed with his sister. As they were talking, Zhang Jinfu's wife came in from the backyard. Your Highness, I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. Lianchuan, why don't you invite Your Highness into the hall to rest? Your Highness is still injured. Zhang smiled. Oh. Zhang Lianchuan finally reacted. Xiao Rui bowed and said, Junior Xiao Rui, I pay my respects to my aunt. Zhang was stunned, her smile widened, and she hurriedly shouted, I am so embarrassed, hurry up and get up. Your Highness, are you here today to look for Ruoxi? Is this the mother-in-law who urges her daughter to get married quickly? Poor Zhang Ruoxi, what kind of family does she live in? I am here to visit Madame Zhang. Xiao Rui explained his purpose. Zhang was stunned and asked in surprise, Come to see my old lady? Yes. Xiao Rui confirmed. Zhang was a little puzzled, but still invited Xiao Rui to the back house. At this time, Zhang Ruoxi was chatting with her grandmother in the backyard. Mrs. Zhang was already in her 60s, with slightly gray hair, but she was in good spirits. Zhang Ruoxi chatted with her, and they were talking about Xiao Rui. I heard that the 7th prince is coming, don't you want to go and see him? Old Madame Zhang said with a smile. Zhang Ruoxi blushed and said shyly, Grandma, you make fun of me too. Girl, tell Grandma what you really think. If you like, I will ask your father to ask Emperor Xia to grant the marriage, said old lady Zhang. Zhang Ruoxi lowered her head and said nothing. Just as she was about to speak, she heard her mother's voice. She looked up and saw that Xiao Rui had come with her. What is he here for? You ran to the backyard for no reason. My father is not at home. You must be here to discuss with my grandmother. Oh, how embarrassing. I haven't agreed yet. I'm thirsty, let me have some tea. Zhang Ruoxi quickly stood up and ran into the house. Old Madame Zhang laughed and looked at Xiao Rui who was approaching. Hello, old madam. I am Xiao Rui, the junior. Xiao Rui bowed. Old Madame Zhang stood up and Mrs. Zhang hurried to support her. Your Highness, the 7th prince has arrived. I am sorry for not coming in person to welcome you. Madame Zhang replied. Xiao Rui said, I came to disturb you this time because I want to ask for your help. Oh, what's the matter? Asked Mrs. Zhang. Xiao Rui said, the day after tomorrow is my father's birthday. I would like to ask a famous painter to draw a portrait of my grandmother for my father. I heard that the old lady and my grandmother are old acquaintances. I wonder if you still remember her face. Madame Zhang was startled, with a nostalgic look on her face, you are so thoughtful. If Emperor Xia received this birthday gift, he would surely like it the most. I have plenty of time. Where is the painter? Let's go. Xiao Rui was delighted and said quickly, there's no need for the old lady to go in person. I'll bring the painter here this afternoon. We just need to clear out a study room in the mansion. Please forgive me for disturbing you, old lady and aunt. Zhang smiled and said, don't bother me, don't bother me. We are one family and we don't have to talk about different things. The corner of Xiao Rui's mouth twitched slightly, and then he said a few simple words, and then quickly fled from the mansion of the loyal and brave Marquis on the pretext of going to invite a painter. In the afternoon, Xiao Rui invited a famous painter from the capital to come to the loyal and brave Marquis to paint. According to the description of Mrs. Zhang, the painter will paint and the painting will be ready tomorrow. Although Emperor Xia emphasized that his birthday should not be celebrated in a grand manner and no activity should be held, people in the capital seem to have spontaneously begun to refrain from killing, eat vegetarian meals, and pray for Emperor Xia and Empress Xia Shangxian. This is the people's support for Emperor Xia's love for the people like his own children, which shows the status of Emperor Xia in the hearts of the people. Many emperors claim to be wise and benevolent rulers, but the standard of a truly wise and benevolent ruler lies in the hearts of the people. On his birthday, Emperor Xia attended court early and handled government affairs as usual. At the hour of Xiao Rui set out from his residence and entered the palace to attend a family dinner. As usual, the family dinner was held in Baoa Hall. When Xiao Rui arrived, several other princes had already arrived, including Prince of Zhou Xiao Minjing and Prince of Qi Xiao Hanhai. At that time, Emperor Xiaowen had many children and had 19 sons. Emperor Xia and the 18 princes competed for the throne. In the end, only Xiao Minjing and Xiao Hanhai were left to sit on the throne. Xiao Minjing supported Emperor Xia to be the emperor, so Emperor Xia trusted him and handed over the clan house to him. As for Xiao Hanhai, he was young at the time and was lucky enough to survive. Now he is a free and easy prince in the capital, raising birds and walking dogs. He is really happy. As for the prince, he was not among the invited guests for today's family dinner. After all, he was one generation older. Although there were not many princes and princes of the royal family, most of them were granted titles in other places, not in the capital. Xiao Rui greeted the two princes and princesses, and said hello to all his brothers before finding a quiet place to stay. Of course, Xiao Yan's entanglement was inevitable everywhere. Seventh brother, what birthday gift have you prepared? Xiao Yan asked. A painting. Xiao Rui asked, what about you? A calligraphy. Xiao Yan's eyes lit up, and he said, we are really in tune with each other. I wanted to give a painting as a present, but I couldn't find anything expensive. I had to settle for the next best thing and found the Cursive Fu by Gong Xuanbai, a famous calligrapher from the previous dynasty. Wow, what a generous deal. Xiao Rui said admiringly. Xiao Yan whispered, 50,000 taels. I can buy a 4-story house in the South City district. A local rich man. Xiao Rui said admiringly. Xiao Yan said, that's nothing. I heard that my second brother bought a piece of Shoshan stone as tall as a person from the Great Yan Kingdom and asked several famous artists to carve it for nearly 8 months. That was a big deal. Besides that, the birthday gifts from other brothers were not inferior. This is the only chance in a year to show filial piety, who wouldn't cherish it? Seventh brother, how much is your painting? After you were injured, people all over the capital gave you gifts, which should be enough for you to buy a famous painting. Oh, I spent 500 taels and asked a famous figure painter in the capital to draw a picture for me, said Xiao Rui. Xiao Yan's eyes widened, brother, you are too stingy, you stewed father's golden dragon koi, and you only give this as a gift. The gift may be small but the sentiment is great. Xiao Rui said, it may become father's favorite gift. As soon as he finished speaking, a dissonant voice suddenly came from Xiao Rui's mind. Ding dong. Newly added task, give the gift to win over the others. If the gift you send becomes the favorite of Emperor Xia, the task will be completed and the advent value will be +10. If the task fails, Jia Su's loyalty will be reduced to 0. Current advent value, 0 out of 100. Xiao Rui blinked. He didn't expect that the task of overthrowing Su Xianying was not over yet, and a new task came. It seems that the tasks can be stacked. However, the damn system won't release tasks in advance. Now that the gifts are ready, I can only leave it to fate. Etc. It seems that the system is very insidious. It proposed the task just when the gift was ready, which was to ask Xiao Rui to perform well. If the gift was not good, he could make up for it with his IQ. Xiao Rui looked unfriendly. Xiao Yan stared at the brocade box in Xiao Rui's hand and asked, "Brother, let me see what you drew." "No. This is a secret weapon." Xiao Rui glared and shouted. Xiao Yan pouted in grievance and began to act pitiful. Xiao Rui would not be deceived by his disguise. Not long after, the eunuch in charge of the imperial kitchen entered the hall and informed everyone inside that His Majesty and the concubines were walking towards the Baoa Hall. So, the princes and princesses in the hall took their seats on the left side, in order of age: Xiao Minjing, Xiao Hanhai, the eldest prince, the second prince, and up to the 9th prince. After taking their seats, Emperor Xia entered the palace with his concubines. Emperor Xia ascended the throne, accompanied by the empress. The other imperial concubines and noble concubines sat on the right according to their rank. In the great Xia kingdom, the left is respected, so concubines sit on the right side, as a mother is honored by her son. Eunuch Hai served in front of Emperor Xia and shouted, "The auspicious time has arrived. The birthday banquet begins." The princes and concubines on both sides stood up and bowed, congratulating in unison, "May your Majesty, Father, live a long and healthy life." Emperor Xia laughed heartily. As the birthday boy, he was naturally very happy. "I am deeply pleased. Please stand up. Please stand up." Everyone returned to their seats and sat down. According to the process of the birthday banquet, first there was a song and dance, then the princes and the emperor presented gifts, and then the lunch officially began. After the meal, the banquet table was cleared, and then the wine and food were served. The birthday banquet lasted for 4 hours, starting at noon, and ending at noon. Because it was a family banquet, Emperor Xia did not set up wine and food, so it did not take so long. Following Eunuch Hai's arrangement, singing and dancing soon began, and the Baoa Hall was filled with a festive atmosphere. As the birthday dance of the immortals came to an end, the dancers slowly left the hall, and then came the important part of the princes and princesses presenting birthday gifts. This part is the most exciting every year. It is simply a dance of gods and demons, to see whose gift is the most favored by the Holy Spirit. The first to arrive was King Zhou Xiao Minjing. He waved his hand, and 2 strong men brought a large deep blue and white bowl, which was 1 meter high and 1 meter in diameter. This attracted everyone's attention, and they were curious about what was in the large deep bowl. "Seventh brother, what is this?" Xiao Yan asked in a low voice. Xiao Rui rolled his eyes at him. "Fish soup." "Really? So big?" Xiao Yan said in shock. Xiao Rui didn't want to pay attention to him. "Royal brother, what is this?" Emperor Xia asked curiously. Xiao Minjing smiled and said, "Your Majesty will know it at a glance." After saying this, he ordered the strongman to put down the large deep bowl. Emperor Xia looked down from above and finally saw what was in the bowl. In the clear water, there is a koi with colorful scales and a colorful tail. "Your Majesty, this is a colorful phoenix koi found in the West Lake. It just happens to complement the golden dragon koi in Your Majesty's imperial garden. Your Majesty is busy with state affairs and has no other hobbies, one of which is watching fish. So I brought it from the West Lake and presented it to Your Majesty on your birthday." Xiao Minjing said with a smile. Emperor Xia was delighted and said, "My brother is thoughtful. Someone, take good care of this colorful phoenix koi and put it in the imperial garden." At this point, Emperor Xia added, "Be careful not to let someone stew it for me." Everyone in the hall was stunned, and then burst into laughter. Xiao Rui felt his face getting hot, as if he was being laughed at by his father. "Seventh brother, it really is fish soup." "Haha," Xiao Yan also joked. Xiao Rui didn't want to pay attention to him even more. Xiao Minjing returned to his seat, and Xiao Hanhai stepped out. He presented a seal, carved from chicken blood stone, which was quite standard. Emperor Xia also responded with a few simple words. Then, the princes began to fight. First, it is the eldest Prince Xiao Lai. He bowed to Emperor Xia and said with a smile, "Father, I heard that there is a magical plant in the sea, known as the bird's nest under the sea, which has the effect of nourishing the body and health. I asked someone to search for it at the edge of the East China Sea, and finally found it. While Xiao Lai was talking, 2 guards brought a blood coral that was half a person tall. The coral had a strange shape and thick branches. It took who knows how many years to grow such a blood coral. It was worth 1,000,000 gold. "This thing is blood coral, and I present it to you, father," Xiao Lai said with a smile. Emperor Xia smiled and said, "Liar is thoughtful." The imperial concubine on the right smiled and said, "Your Majesty, Liar has sent people to the edge of the East China Sea many times to find this blood coral. He spared no effort just to find it so that he could celebrate your Majesty's birthday and express his filial piety." She was Xiao Lai's mother, so naturally she would praise her son's kindness. But Queen Zhou Shangyun smiled and said, "Yes, it is rare for your highness to be so filial. But the East China Sea is vast and boundless. It must have cost a lot of manpower and material resources to find such a blood coral." Imperial concubine Lin Yuer continued to refute, "No, it just happened that a fisherman found this thing. Being able to find it in the vast ocean, doesn't it prove that this thing was given to your Majesty by God through my son's hands?" "Sister, what you said is very nice," Queen Zhou Shangyun said sarcastically. Xiao Rui watched the 2 start to quarrel, and was delighted. "Is this the harem in dire straits? I don't know how Emperor Xia endured it. Every day was like Zhen Huan's legend." "All right." Emperor Xia was not angry either. He smiled and said, "I really like this blood coral. Come, put it in the imperial study." Eunuch Hai quickly ordered people to move the blood coral away. Xiao Lai took his seat, and everyone's eyes were on Xiao Yiheng. Everyone knew that Xiao Lai was the eldest son, but Xiao Yiheng was born to the empress. Although Emperor Xia did not have the rule of enthroning the eldest son over the youngest, or enthroning the legitimate son over the illegitimate son, it was a rule passed down from ancient times, and would more or less affect Emperor Xia's judgment and decision, so Xiao Lai and Xiao Yiheng had an advantage over other princes. Xiao Yiheng stepped out of the line, bowed and said, "Father, I have found a rare stone and asked a craftsman to carve it. I am presenting it to you and wish you a long life." After he finished speaking, 4 strong men carried a statue of Shoshan stone into the hall. Wow, the Shoshan stone is only 2 meters high, but it is a rare multicolored hibiscus stone, with purple, red, yellow, white, green, and yellow colors interlaced, and mottled. The structure of the entire Shoshan stone is rugged, and with the craftsman's carving, it actually depicts a picture of mountains, rivers, and clouds, which is lifelike and wonderful. It is almost impossible to find such a large colorful hibiscus stone, so Xia Huangdu's eyes lit up and said, "Wonderful, wonderful." The corners of Xiao Yiheng's mouth slightly raised, and his usually cold and arrogant smile was full of pride. He glanced at Xiao Lai and said, "Being loved by the emperor is the greatest affirmation of your son." Queen Zhou Shangyun said hurriedly, "Your Majesty, Hanger spent a lot of effort to get this colorful hibiscus stone, and invited several famous craftsmen to design the pattern. He personally carved it without affecting the natural appearance of the stone, and finally got this picture of rivers, mountains, and clouds." After that, he quickly said to Xiao Yiheng, "Hanger, let His Majesty see your hands." Xiao Yiheng raised his palms and saw scars all over his palms and fingers, which seemed to be caused by the tools used for carving. Emperor Xia smiled and said, "Hanger is thoughtful. This stone is very much to my liking. Hai Banban, order someone to move it into the imperial study and place it side by side with the blood coral." "Yes." Hai Dafu ordered the strongman to move it down. Xiao Rui laughed secretly in his heart. The treasures used by Xiao Lai and Xiao Yiheng were all 1 in a million, and they seemed to be competing to see who was the best. But for Emperor Xia, the phrase, "placed side by side," put them in the same category, which probably made both of them unhappy. Next, it's the 3rd Prince Xiao Zhe. The birthday gift he gave was very ordinary. It was an ancient zither, and moreover it was a Jiaoya zither, one of the 10 most famous zither in the world. The gift given by the 4th prince, Xiao Feng, was his favorite 4-stone strongbow. The birthday gifts from the 2 princes were all his favorites. Although not as precious as those from Xiao Lai and Xiao Yiheng, they seemed to be more thoughtful. So Emperor Xia even tried playing the Jiaoya Qin and the 4-stone strongbow himself, and then said with emotion, "I have been busy with state affairs all day, but I have no time to cultivate my character, so my Qin and bow skills have become rusty. I like these 2 gifts very much. Your Majesty, your sword is still as sharp as ever." With a little practice, you can regain your former prowess. Eunuch Hai joked. Emperor Xia listened and laughed. Come here, take the Jiayakin and the Sishikiangbo to the imperial study. Xiao Lai and Xiao Yiheng's expressions became even uglier. Xiao Rui felt that Emperor Xia was a bit mean, deliberately angering Xiao Lai and Xiao Yiheng, and hinting to them that the birthday gift didn't have to be expensive. The more expensive it was, the more time and money it would take. And this was exactly what Emperor Xia hated the most. Next came the fifth princes Xiao Yuan and Xiao Ming. The two princes were the closest to each other, so the birthday gifts they sent were similar. Xiao Yuan sent the blessing sachet that he had personally requested at Mount Foken, while Xiao Ming sent the amulet that he had personally requested at Mount Wudong. Unexpectedly, these two items received the highest praise from Emperor Xia. Yuaner and Minger are very thoughtful. Although these two birthday gifts are not expensive, they make me feel your sincere filial piety. They are very good. Hai Banban, put the amulet into the sachet and I will carry it with me. As long as your majesty likes you, I feel relieved. Xiao Yuan and Xiao Ming responded in unison. Next, it was Xiao Rui's turn to present the birthday gift. Finally it was Xiao Rui's turn. Xiao Rui came out holding the brocade box and stood in the center of the hall. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, especially the condescending gaze of Emperor Xia at the top, which made Xiao Rui feel the majesty of a king. He first bowed to Emperor Xia and said, I wish you happiness like the long flowing water of the East Sea and a long life like the evergreen pines of the southern mountains. Xiao Rui had done several high-profile things these days, so much so that Emperor Xia attached great importance to him and asked, please stand up. Ruier, what birthday gift have you prepared for me? Your son has prepared a painting. Xiao Rui explained honestly. Oh. Which famous artist's painting? Asked Emperor Xia. Xiao Rui said, it was painted by painter Zhang from Duabazhai in the capital. Emperor Xia was stunned. He had no idea who this painter Zhang was. Was there such a famous painter in the great Xia kingdom? Queen Zhou Shangyun, Lin Yuer, and other concubines also looked puzzled. The fifth prince Xiao Yuan laughed and said, reporting to the emperor, this painter Zhang is a painter from Duabazhai. He is good at figure painting and is not a famous master. It seems that if we ask him to paint, a few hundred taels would be the maximum. I didn't expect that on such an important day as the emperor's birthday, the seventh brother would have such a casual temper. How can this be outrageous? How can we be so casual and neglectful of our father's birthday? The fourth prince Xiao Feng said angrily. He hated Xiao Rui the most now. After all, he was punished by Emperor Xia for reporting the incident, and later he found out that he was the one who fell into the trap. That's right. The sixth prince Xiao Ming also responded, today is my father's birthday. If a prince cannot set an example of filial piety and responsibility, how can he set an example for the people of the world? Xiao Rui glanced at the two of them and said, thank you for your reminder. I think the birthday gift I prepared can express my filial piety. I don't need you two brothers to worry about your father. Xiao Feng and Xiao Ming paused for a moment, then noticed Emperor Xia's gaze was sweeping towards them, and they hurriedly sat down and shut up. Yes, Emperor Xia didn't say anything. Do you two want to interfere in other people's affairs? Emperor Xia looked at Xiao Rui. His observations over the past few days had made him realize that his seventh son was not a simple person, so he asked, what is the content of your painting? Xiao Rui smiled and said, please allow me, father. I want to open this painting in the palace. Okay. Emperor Xia became even more curious. What kind of painting was he sending? He was good at figure painting. Who was the one he painted? Xiao Rui opened the brocade box and took out the scroll. Then Eunuch Hai came to help, asking him to hold one end and slowly roll out the scroll. Slowly, a portrait of a woman emerged. The woman was quiet and gentle, and the smile on her lips was as warm and pleasant as the sunshine in winter. Seventh brother, did you take the wrong painting? Xiao Yuan asked deliberately. Why did you take out a portrait of a woman? Is she your lover? Xiao Feng was even more sarcastic. That's right. Xiao Ming asked, where did you find this woman? Shut up. Unexpectedly, Emperor Xia suddenly stood up and roared loudly. In an instant, the entire Baoha hall was silent. Xiao Feng, Xiao Yuan, and Xiao Ming shuddered with fear. They had not seen Emperor Xia so angry for a long time. Your sons acknowledge their guilt. The three men reacted and immediately ran out and knelt in the hall. Emperor Xia ignored the three people and looked at Xiao Rui. In the entire hall, only Emperor Xia knew who the person in the painting was. Empress Zhou Shangyun and Lin Yuer did not know either, because when Empress Xia Shengxian died, Emperor Xia had not yet married. It was only when he started to fight for the throne that he married Zhou Shangyun and Lin Yuer one after another. Xiao Rui held the scroll in his hand and said, "Father, your body and hair are all given by your parents. I think the person who should be thanked the most on everyone's birthday should be the mother. My mother died early, so I understand the pain of missing her. Although you are the emperor of Daxia and the monarch of the world, I think your longing for your mother is just like that of an ordinary person, deep in your heart, and the pain of missing her penetrates your bones. I miss my mother, and so does your majesty. Today is father's birthday. I think the one who should be prayed for the most is grandmother." At this point, if everyone in the hall didn't know who the person in the painting was, they would be very stupid. Xiao Feng, Xiao Yuan, and Xiao Ming were sweating profusely, especially Xiao Feng, who actually insulted Empress Xia Shengxian, Emperor Xia's mother, his own grandmother. The three of them were so scared that they crawled on the ground, blaming Xiao Rui in their hearts for not revealing anything, which put the three of them in trouble. Emperor Xia was indeed moved. Looking at the woman in the painting, the vague memory suddenly came together, especially the poor life of my childhood. Although I didn't eat well, my mother would save the only steamed buns for me, so I never went hungry. I didn't wear good clothes, but my mother would put clothes on me, so I never felt cold. Now, he is a king, with fine clothes and delicious food, but he no longer has the warmth of his mother's arms. Emperor Xia's eyes became moist. He had ruled the country with iron blood for more than 20 years, and he had never cried since his mother's death. Even when his stepfather Emperor Xiaowen died, he had never shed a tear. But at this moment, he could not help but feel emotional. A son wants to support his parents, but they are no longer around. Only by experiencing it yourself can you know the bitterness. Xiao Qi, how do you know the appearance of Empress Xia Shengxian? At this time, Xiao Minjing asked the question on behalf of everyone. Xiao Rui said respectfully, "Uncle, I learned about the appearance of the Empress Dowager from the old lady of the loyal and brave Marquis's mansion. I asked the painter to depict her based on her description." Xiao Minjing nodded and said sincerely, "It's rare, rare." At this time, Emperor Xia saw some tiny handwriting on one side of the portrait, but he was a little far away and couldn't see it clearly. "What's written on the painting?" asked Emperor Xia. "Your Majesty, it's a poem." Eunuch Hai glanced at Xiao Rui and saw that he did not respond proactively, so he said. Emperor Xia hurriedly said, "Read it quickly." "Yes, Your Majesty." Eunuch Hai looked at the poem in the painting and slowly read out. "A loving mother sews clothes for her son. She sews them tightly before he leaves, fearing that he will come back late. Who says that a little love can repay the kindness of her parents?" Eunuch Hai's slightly sharp voice was read out slowly, lingering in the empty hall. Xiao Rui was already in tears. He also missed his mother, and when he traveled to this world, it was almost like yin and yang. From then on, it was hard to see each other again for eternity. I can only turn my thoughts into a boat, with myself on this side and my mother on the other side. Emperor Xia's eyes were red, and the quality of his high position made him stop the tears in his eyes. Seeing Xiao Rui's tears, Emperor Xia became even more moved. Yes, all the other princes in the palace were accompanied by their mothers and concubines, but Xiao Rui lost his mother when he was young and was left alone. "Hai Banban, please bring this painting to my Qianxia palace," Emperor Xia said in a deep voice. Among the imperial palaces of Daxia, Qianxia Palace was the residence of Emperor Xia, which shows that Emperor Xia attached great importance to this painting. Xiao Rui wiped away his tears upon hearing this, cupped his hands, and returned to his seat. As soon as I sat down, a pleasant sound sounded in my head. Ding dong. Mission completed, Advent value +10. The 8th Prince Xiao Jing and Xiao Yan haven't presented their gifts yet, but he has already completed the task. It seems that the portrait of Empress Xia Shengxian, accompanied by Song of the Wandering Sun, is indeed a powerful weapon. There was no poetry on the portrait originally. It was only after the system suddenly released the task that Xiao Rui specifically put it up before the banquet started. The effect was good. Not only did it move Emperor Xia, but even Xiao Rui was moved to tears. I just don't know how Emperor Xia will punish Xiao Feng, Xiao Ming, and Xiao Yuan who continue to kneel. You deserve it. Xiao Rui gave them 2 words. Eunuch Hai put the scroll into a brocade box, which Emperor Xia placed beside him. This scene made everyone jealous. They had never seen His Majesty pay so much attention to material possessions. Xiao Rui's gift really touched his heart. It only cost a small amount of money. Isn't that infuriating? Afterwards, everyone in the hall shifted their attention to Xiao Feng, Xiao Yuan, and Xiao Ming. The mothers of the 3 of them wanted to plead for mercy, but when they saw Emperor Xia's expression, they were afraid of making things worse, so they dared not say a word. Get up. Emperor Xia looked at the 3 of them with a calm tone. Xiao Feng and the other 2 were in a state of panic, but they knelt down obediently and said, "Your subjects dare not." Emperor Xia said, "I will not punish you on my birthday. Since you like kneeling, you can kneel at the Imperial Mausoleum starting tomorrow." The 3 people's hearts tightened and they were instantly stunned and suffered a myocardial infarction. Kneeling. When did you start kneeling? When did you kneel to? How many days did you kneel? They didn't dare to ask or say anything, they could only stand up in a hurry, accept the order and thank the emperor, saying, "Your son obeys your order." Xiao Rui smiled secretly. This punishment was severe enough to make the 3 of them drink a pot of wine. Their knees would not feel any better. Afterwards, the 8th Prince Xiao Jing presented a birthday gift. He ingeniously prepared a course called Agricultural Science Stories, which was a newly compiled book on agricultural science under his organization. It provided good guidance for farming and mulberry planting. However, when Emperor Xia opened it, he found that the content was mostly the same as other existing books, so its value was naturally not as good as the portrait sent by Xiao Rui. Finally, there was the 9th Prince, Xiao Yan, whose calligraphy was quite standard. Afterwards, the birthday banquet began and the dishes were served. There are 10 hot dishes, 10 cold dishes, 4 soups, 4 side dishes, 4 fresh fruits, and a few kinds of melons and fruits, candied fruits, snacks, cakes, biscuits and other pasta. After the meal, the table was cleared and tea was served instead of wine and food. According to the old rules, after drinking tea, the family dinner was over. But this time, Emperor Xia had something to say. After today, I will be 53 years old, and I have been on the throne for nearly 20 years. A country cannot be without a ruler for a day. Similarly, if the crown prince is not appointed in time, it will also cause unrest in the country. In an instant, the whole hall was silent, as if one could hear the sound of a pin drop to the ground. Everyone was breathing rapidly. Some people also thought, could it be that His Majesty wanted to take this opportunity to appoint a candidate for the crown prince? Some people also guess, who is the candidate for crown prince in His Majesty's mind? At this moment, it seemed as if there was a kitten scratching in everyone's heart. Emperor Xia continued, 7th Prince Xiao Rui, 8th Prince Xiao Jing, 9th Prince Xiao Yan, you are all of similar age and have not yet established your own residences. I intend to allow you to establish your own residences at the same time in 3 months. After you do so, all 9 of you will be considered adults. I have given you enough time to enjoy yourself, but after 3 months, you must fulfill your responsibilities as princes. I will add more responsibilities to you and help me manage the court inside and outside. I believe that the future crown prince must be smart and intelligent, superior to others, and have both talent and virtue, and be both civil and military. Only in this way can the future of Daxia be more brilliant. My princes, work hard. This was the first time that Emperor Xia mentioned the position of crown prince so thoroughly, and what he said was direct enough. Whoever is capable will be the crown prince. 3 months later, the fight for the crown prince's position began. Some princes are already ready to make a move, and their flickering eyes reveal their inner ambitions. Xiao Rui let out a breath and said secretly, sure enough. Just as Jia Su guessed, Emperor Xia was like raising a gu. He wanted to raise a suitable crown prince who could lead Daxia to a more brilliant glory, rather than a ruler who would just maintain the status quo. After the 3-month waiting period, the capital will be completely plunged into undercurrents. All forces will have to choose a camp. Even if they don't want to help anyone, they have to stand aside. Where should I go? Xiao Rui fell into deep thought and decided to discuss it with Jia Su after returning. Emperor Xia drank a cup of tea and finally stood up. Let's go, I still have official business to attend to. After saying this, he asked Eunuch Hai to pick up the brocade box and leave Baohedian with it. As soon as Emperor Xia left, the concubines returned to the harem. The princes had no mood to bicker, and they returned to their respective residences to digest what Emperor Xia had said. Xiao Rui also returned home and invited Jia Su to discuss the matter. After Jia Su understood everything, he carefully pondered Emperor Xiao's words. After a long while, Jia Su was shocked and said, "It seems that Emperor Xia had planned today's event long ago." "Sir, why do you say that?" Xiao Rui asked. Jia Su said, "Emperor Xia said that the future crown prince must be smart and intelligent, superior to others, and possess both talent and virtue, and be both civil and military. This is Emperor Xia's assessment criteria for the selection of the crown prince. The first criterion is intelligence, which means that the 9 of you princes will do everything they can to compete for the throne, and only intelligence and wisdom can win. And the standard for winning is superior to others. In addition, being superior does not mean the final victory, but also requires talent and virtue, and both civil and military. It seems that Emperor Xia often tests the prince's schoolwork, which is a part of the test. Intelligent and smart, superior to others, both virtuous and talented, both literary and martial." Xiao Rui's face was strange. Who among the princes now has this ability? Jia Su smiled and said, "I think your highness has it." "Ah." Xiao Rui said awkwardly, "Sir, please don't make fun of me." Jia Su said, "I am not kidding, but my true thoughts. Moreover, just because you don't have these qualities now doesn't mean you won't have them in the future. You can practice martial arts and learn literature." Xiao Rui nodded and asked, "But why did your majesty wait 3 months before letting us open the palace?" Jia Su also shook his head and said, "I don't know either, but I believe that your majesty must have a plan that only ordinary people can guess." Thinking that his own advent value was only 10, while defeating Su Xianyang would give him a full 80 advent value. If he could gather the advent values together, what character would come next? "Sir, what should we do with Su Xianyang? Should we touch him?" Xiao Rui asked. Jia Su said, "I originally thought that Emperor Xia would make a move on him, but now it seems that Emperor Xia is waiting for others to make a move. If it was before, we could overthrow Su Xianyang and perform well in front of Emperor Xia, but now that His Highness is about to open a government office and the crown prince's position is about to begin, it is not convenient to force the head. But it would be a pity to waste this opportunity. Therefore, we need to find someone to make a move, and we must let His Majesty know that it is His Highness who is fanning the flames." Xiao Rui was delighted when he heard this. This was borrowing a hen to lay eggs. "I'll think about the specific measures, Your Highness." Before Jia Su could finish his words, Gao Quan came hurriedly to report. "Your Highness, His Majesty's reward has arrived," Gao Quan said. Xiao Rui and Jia Su looked at each other and hurried out to claim the reward. What surprised Xiao Rui was that Eunuch Hai came in person, and the rewards given by Emperor Xia were 10,000 taels of gold, 10 pieces of jade, a red rabbit horse, a strong bow, a set of 4 treasures of the study, and some Huanhua paper for the imperial use in the palace. "Thank you for coming here in person, Eunuch Hai," Xiao Rui said with a smile and stuffed 1,000 taels of silver note into his hand. Eunuch Hai accepted it with a clear conscience. "Your Highness is kind and filial, and you are very much in the Emperor's favor. Naturally, I have to come in person. Your Highness, please stay. I will go to the palace to report the order." After watching Eunuch Hai leave, Xiao Rui looked at the rewards the servants were carrying and was a little puzzled. "What does father mean?" Jia Su said solemnly, "The red hair strengthens the bow to remind Your Highness to practice martial arts diligently. The 4 treasures of the study and Huanhua paper remind Your Highness to study hard. Only then can you achieve both literary virtue and martial virtue. Your Highness, it seems that His Majesty has high expectations of you." Xiao Rui felt a little proud when he heard this. The 5th day after Emperor Xia's reward, Xiao Rui removed the gauze on his shoulder. The wound had already formed a scar. He moved his shoulder and felt only discomfort from pulling the scar. Everything else was normal. Fortunately, he did not injure himself and capsize. After discussing with Jia Su, he decided to first obtain evidence of Su Xianying's crime and then hand it over to the selected envoy to expose Su Xianying's crimes and bring him down. Of course, we also need to create an accident so that Emperor Xia knows that Xiao Rui is the man behind the scenes. Draw a circle, this is the key point. This is a plan that is closely linked together. Xiao Rui cannot do it alone. Although Jia Su is the general commander of the plan, the power is not enough. After all, we only know that Su Xianying has problems, but we have not yet obtained evidence of his crimes. So, Xiao Rui dragged Xiao Yan, Tian Boguang, and Zhang Lianchuan into the revolution, for the sake of justice. That night, Xiao Rui hosted a banquet for the 3 people at Suiyun Tower. After having enough wine and eating, and talking enthusiastically, Xiao Rui suddenly asked mysteriously, "My 3 brothers, do you feel that life is lonely and boring? You are entangled in schoolwork every day, and your elders think you are fooling around. Do you have an impulse to do something great for the country and the people? Let your youth no longer be wasted." Tian Boguang shook his head and said, "I don't have this idea at all. I am so comfortable now. It's so tiring when things get big." "Yes, yes." Zhang Lianchuan agreed while gnawing on a chicken leg. Ahem. Xiao Rui was choked. Is this how a young marquis of a second-rank military marquis family should behave? Shouldn't he clap his hands and shout loudly, "We young men are like heroes, sweeping away the injustices in the world. My life is decided by me, not by my father. If I hadn't been born, the world would have been dark forever. The script is wrong. Did I get the wrong script?" Xiao Yan reached out and slapped the 2 men on the back of their heads, cursing, "How can you talk like that? My 7th brother has something to arrange for the 3 of us." Zhang Lianchuan finally reacted, "Brother-in-law, I will do anything for you. Please arrange anything for me. Actually, I also have a sister." Tian Boguang introduced, "She loves literature, is well educated, and is as talented as any Confucian scholar. Sister Ruoshi is good at martial arts, and my sister is good at literature. It must be very comfortable to have one literary and one martial." Xiao Rui was a little confused. Why did the script become wrong and the atmosphere changed at this point? Who am I? What am I doing here? Is she pretty? Xiao Rui couldn't help but ask. "I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Tian Boguang winked. "I won't talk nonsense with you guys anymore." Xiao Rui wiped his saliva and said, "We'll talk about this in detail later. Let's talk about other things first. I'm going to overthrow Su Xianying, but I'm short of manpower. Are you 3 going to do it?" The 3 of them immediately sat up straight and shouted in unison, "Come on." Xiao Yan was overjoyed. This is a second-rank official, a cabinet minister and minister of industry. How exciting. If my father knew that I have this ability, wouldn't he laugh to death? Zhang Lianchuan and Tian Boguang also said excitedly. "Don't you want to ask why?" Xiao Rui rolled his eyes, as if he understood everything. "Don't talk to them about justice and responsibility, just say directly, are you going to do something bad to them?" "Of course I will do it. Come here, listen carefully, I will tell you the plan." Xiao Rui said excitedly. 3 heads came over and the conspiracy, the conspiracy began to take place. The Ministry of Industry of Daxia was divided into 4 parts, the Ministry of Industry, the Ministry of Farming, the Ministry of Fisheries, and the Ministry of Water Resources. Under the Ministry of Industry was the Director of Works, who was responsible for military equipment, miscellaneous equipment, and military uniforms, and had many official workshops responsible for production and casting. The last time Jia Su followed Su Xianying, he saw that the government-run workshop he entered was specialized in producing winter cotton-padded clothes for soldiers. So Xiao Rui decided to start with the chief of construction. That night, it was already curfew, and the soldiers of the patrol camp began their inspections. Tian Boguang and Zhang Lianchuan, dressed in night clothes and very agile, jumped and ran across the rooftops, went directly to the home of the chief of the Ministry of Works, kidnapped the 6th-rank official who was sleeping with his concubine in his arms, and brought him to the agreed secret gathering point. Don't be fooled by the old guy's shifty eyes. His concubine is quite pretty. Could this be because of love? He threw the men to the ground, and his butt hurt. He shouted, You dare to kidnap a sixth-rank official in this important place in the capital. I advise you to let me go as soon as possible. I will pretend to be sleepwalking, otherwise you will all be doomed. Xiao Rui glanced at the chief of works, who was tied up and had his eyes covered but was still roaring at the top of his lungs. He gave Zhang Lianchuan a look, then raised his casserole-sized fist and gave him a good massage. The man's tone immediately changed. Please spare my life, please spare my life. If you want money, please just ask for it. Please spare my life. I have old people above me, young children below me, and... Ouch. Zhang Lianchuan punched him again and cursed, find another excuse to beg for mercy. It's too common. I have just taken in a concubine. I don't want to die. I want to stay with her forever. This person really found a reason to beg for mercy. Xiao Rui smiled and said, Master Sun, we don't want money or wealth. We just need you to take out the account book you have hidden, and you can go back safely and have fun with your concubine. Account book. The man shuddered, his voice trembling. What did you say? I don't understand. Xiao Rui raised his foot and kicked him, cursing, you actually hid the accounts behind my master's back. Do you really think my master doesn't know? The chief of the Ministry of Works was named Sun Yang. After hearing what Xiao Rui said, he was very cautious. Please spare my life, please spare my life. I really don't understand what the account book is about. Did you kidnap the wrong person? You don't understand, right? Xiao Rui shouted, brothers, the master has spoken. Since he is pretending to be stupid, we have no choice but to kill him. The most urgent thing is to put the overall situation first and not implicate our master Su. Swish. Tian Boguang rubbed the two knives, and Zhang Lianchuan said on the side, don't waste time talking to him, if you kill him, no one will know. The sharp back of the knife hit Sun Yang's face. Sun Yang trembled all over and begged, I want to see Lord Su, I want to see him in person. I swear that I have not hidden any accounts or account books. I swear on the lives of my entire family. Please understand. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Xiao Rui, Xiao Yan, and the other two looked at each other and smiled. The fish are starting to take the bait. That's right, Xiao Rui asked Zhang Lianchuan and Tian Boguang to capture this Lord Sunday. He did not directly threaten or bribe him to interrogate him about his dealings with Su Xianyang. Instead, he pretended to be Su Xianyang's man and falsely accused Sun Yang of hiding account books that were unfavorable to Su Xianyang. Regardless of whether Sun Yang hid the account books or not, he would subconsciously think that Su Xianyang did not trust him and that was why he sent people to interrogate him. He would not associate the identities of Xiao Rui and the other four with other forces. To put it another way, Sun Yang subconsciously believed that Xiao Rui was in cahoots with him. Don't you know what's going on with my master lately? Do you think we will believe your lies? Xiao Rui shouted. Sun Yang hurriedly said, my lords, please tell Lord Su that even if I have 9 lives, I dare not hide any account books. All the detailed profits of military uniforms are in that one account book, which has been handed over to you, and I dare not copy any content. The suppliers have also destroyed the account books. Please rest assured, Lord Su, as long as there is no severe ice and snow weather this winter, there will be no problem with the soldiers' cotton-padded clothes. Even if there are complaints that the cotton-padded clothes are not warm enough, they can be reported to the Ministry of Industry, and Lord Gongpeng can make it clear. No one can trace you. As for the standard weapons, there will be no problem. Xiao Yan and the other two were shocked. They didn't realize that Su Xianyang's hands were so long that he actually took kickbacks on the soldiers' winter coats and standard weapons. How brave! Daxia has 600,000 regular troops, plus local solidarity soldiers, nearly 1 million. If a winter cotton-padded jacket is sold for a little kickback, how much would it cost? And each person has 2 sets of cotton-padded jackets. Not to mention the soldiers' standard weapons. No wonder Xiao Yan and the other two were surprised. Su Xianyang is brave. Xiao Rui was not surprised. He and Jia Su had guessed something. After all, the government-run workshop was specialized in producing cotton-padded clothes. And according to Jia Su's guess, Su Xianyang went to the workshop in person to check the quality of the cotton-padded clothes that were made with shoddy workmanship to see if they could withstand the inspection. If the general inspection did not reveal any problems, then his activities would still be hidden in the water and would not pose a threat to him. The General Works Department had so many official workshops that not only produced cotton-padded clothes, but also standard weapons, which were the swords, guns, shields, bows and arrows that soldiers used regularly. Xiao Rui and Jia Su didn't believe that Su Xianying was only corrupt in cotton-padded clothes. Would a greedy rat let go of 2 oil bottles full of oil? Therefore, other projects of the General Works Department would definitely not be let go. Now it has come true. Xiao Rui deliberately asked, "Are you telling the truth?" "Really?" "Of course it's true," said Sun Yang. "Have all the problematic cotton-padded clothes and weapons been shipped out?" "Your Excellency asked us to inquire in detail which military camps they went to and whether there is a list. Your Excellency can also use your personal connections to make arrangements." Xiao Rui said, "In addition, the patrol camp's cotton-padded clothes and weapons must not be problematic. The capital is an important place, and no mistakes can be made." Sun Yang said hurriedly, "My lord has already told you, please tell him, rest assured, they will never appear in the capital. The standard weapons and cotton clothes are first sent to the 5 military commandery, and then distributed to the major corps and local military camps. I don't have a list." Sure enough, as Jia Su guessed, the problematic cotton clothes and weapons would not appear in the capital. Sun Yang was a little suspicious, and said, "Except for the patrol battalion of the loyal and brave Marquis, the other military camps of the 12 military marquises are equipped with cotton clothes and standard weapons of poor quality. Lord Su should know this, right?" Xiao Yan was startled. Tian Boguang had already raised his knife, ready to give him a close contact at any time. Xiao Rui winked at them, asking them to calm down, then kicked Sun Yang and cursed, "Nonsense. Big shots know a lot, but there's no guarantee that their subordinates won't obey, or even do the wrong thing for petty gain. So, are you questioning the adults' inquiries?" I dare not. Sun Yang trembled. Xiao Rui then asked, "Master Sun, do you have anything else to say?" That's all. My loyalty to you is as clear as the sun and the moon." Sun Yang swallowed. He had talked too much and his mouth was dry. Xiao Rui smiled, changed the subject, and asked, "Lord Sun, loyalty is like a wolf's heart and a dog's lung, it can be thrown away at any time. So, have you ever considered betraying Lord Su?" This is a rather sudden turn of topic. Sun Yang was stunned, and it took him a while to react. He said in fear, I dare not. I am Mr. Su's man in life and Mr. Su's ghost in death. I will never betray you in life or death. Only when the mountains are gone and the world is at peace, will I dare to fight with you." He thought Xiao Rui was testing him again. "But we need your betrayal." Xiao Rui directly revealed his true colors and said, "Expose Su Xianying's crimes. Eliminate the cancer for the great Xia kingdom. Give justice to the soldiers who fought on the battlefield." Sun Yang burst into tears and said, "My dear fellows, you don't need to continue testing me. I will never betray Master Su, never." Xiao Rui then reached out and removed the cloth covering Sun Yang's face. This scene made Xiao Yan and the other 2 hurriedly cover their faces. Didn't they agree not to show their faces during the interrogation? Unexpectedly, Sun Yang still closed his eyes and shouted, "I know the rules. I know the rules. I will never see the true face of a hero. Don't worry, I am very sensible. My eyes are closed very firmly. I have a needle and thread in my mind, and I can sew anywhere." Pa! Xiao Rui slapped him, causing the corner of his mouth to bleed and stars to appear in his eyes. But he still kept his eyes closed, not daring to open them. Seeing this, Xiao Rui was completely relieved. Just as Jia Su said, if this person is a coward who is afraid of death, the disguise plan can be changed to a plan of coercion and inducement. "Open your dog eyes and see clearly who we are," Xiao Rui shouted. Sun Yang then dared to open his eyes, and as soon as he opened them, he was stunned for several seconds and his eyes suddenly widened. 7th Prince. 9th Prince. And 2 young marquises. Why are you here? He was so shocked that he was at a loss for words and even cursed out loud. Then he collapsed to the ground in an instant. A chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and he felt cold all over and his heart was filled with anxiety. What did you say? Don't blame yourself for being too stupid, blame the enemy for being too cunning. Xiao Rui bent down, looked down at him, narrowed his eyes slightly with murderous intent. Xiao Rui saw fear, horror, and helplessness in Sun Yang's eyes. Lord Sun, do you want to live or die? Xiao Rui asked with a smile. Sun Yang shuddered and immediately replied, Please let me know, Your Highness. Will you follow Su Xianying into a dead end, or will you turn to the light and let His Majesty see that you still stick to your duties as an official even when you are in the vortex, and dare to fight against the evil forces? Xiao Rui asked. Your Majesty. Sun Yang's mouth trembled. Xiao Yan shouted, Of course, my father ordered my brother and I to investigate the case so that we can be familiar with the court affairs and laws before we open the government. Do you think Su Xianying's activities are impenetrable? Tian Boguang also sneered, Su Xianying's mansion is about to collapse, and the first person to fall to his death is someone like you. You still want to have an affair with your concubine. Let me tell you, your housekeeper is already on his way to bed. That's right. It depends on whether you have good eyesight. Otherwise, the child will have to change his surname. Zhang Lianchuan said. Xiao Rui squatted down and said earnestly, Lord Sun, this prince will only give you one chance. You have just revealed Su Xianying's corruption and abuse of power. If you still insist, this prince will turn around and leave. Outside the door are people from the East Factory and the Embroidered Uniform Guard. Although these two departments have just been established, you must have heard about their methods these days. They have made every effort to achieve success. After you go in, whether you will still be a complete person, this prince cannot guarantee it. Can you still expect a group of people who are not men to do good things for you? Oh, it's so exciting to think about it. I am willing to report it, but... Sun Yang wiped the sweat off his forehead and said with a sad face, Your Highness, although Su Xianying is the mastermind behind this, he arranged for Gongpeng, a doctor in the Ministry of Works, to be in charge. The only account is in Su Xianying's hands. Even if I point fingers, I cannot implicate Su Xianying. Gongpeng is his confidant and will definitely take all the blame on his own. What's more, there is also the left assistant minister, who is also Su Xianying's confidant. Xiao Rui nodded. Indeed, as the Minister of Works, Su Xianying naturally could not commit corruption and abuse of power himself. The left vice minister and the Doctor of Works were his right-hand men. Even if something went wrong in the end, with two of them taking the blame, at most he would be punished and reprimanded and fined a few years' salary, which would not cause any serious harm. After all, Su Xianying's main job was in the cabinet. Seventh brother, what should we do? Xiao Yan asked. Xiao Rui stroked his chin and asked Sun Yang, what are the origins of Gongpeng, the Minister of Industry, and Yao Haiyang, the left vice minister? Your Highness, Yao Haiyang is from Boizhou and his family is poor. He was promoted to his current position by Su Xianying, so he is very loyal. Gongpeng was promoted by Yao Haiyang and he also comes from an ordinary family. Sun Yang replied. Xiao Rui took out a pen and ink and said, First, you should abandon the dark and join the light, write a letter of accusation against Gongpeng and Yao Haiyang, and don't mention Su Xianying. Can you bring down these two people? Yes, yes, yes. I have an account book hidden in my hand. It will be no problem to use it to bring down Gongpeng and Yao Haiyang. Sun Yang said readily. Didn't you say there was no account book? Xiao Rui and the other two glared at him. Sun Yang pleaded, Seventh Prince, this is the only book that can be used to bring down Gongpeng and Yao Haiyang. Su Xianying has too many levels, and I have no chance to contact him, so I can't get the general ledger. Xiao Rui smiled, knowing that what Sun Yang said was correct. Su Xianying was a high-level person, and he would definitely not give direct instructions to Sun Yang, so he said, then write it well, and write the complaint with emotion and passion. Sun Yang wrote several pieces of complaint without saying anything. After Sun Yang finished writing the complaint, Xiao Rui released him. With the evidence that he had turned from evil to good, there was no need to worry that he would go find Su Xianying. A coward like him would have thrown his loyalty away just to save his life. But the matter was not thoroughly investigated and no solid evidence was found to convict Su Xianying. Seventh Prince, what should we do next? Tian Boguang asked. Yeah, I feel uncomfortable because I can't defeat Su Xianyang. Xiao Yan shouted. Zhang Lianchuan, is there any other way? Before the action, Jia Su mentioned this concern, but he didn't expect it to become a reality. Then let's take down Gongpeng and Yao Haiyang first. They have fallen into the hands of the East Factory and the embroidered uniform guard. Are you afraid that they won't tell the truth? If the East Factory can't pry open their mouths, then the thing under their crotch will be wasted. Xiao Rui snorted, so, I plan to make a big deal about this. Lian Chuan, this matter still needs the help of the loyal and brave Marquis. Huh? Will my father beat me? Zhang Lianchuan asked fearfully. Xiao Rui smiled and said, believe me, brother-in-law. Your father won't beat you. Instead, he will look at you with new eyes. Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery Zhang Jinfu is the messenger Xiao Rui is looking for. Your words make me even more nervous. Zhang Lianchuan said depressedly. Xiao Rui rolled his eyes. It turns out that they are all hard to fool. That night, Zhang Lianchuan woke up the sleeping Zhang Jinfu with fear and handed him Sun Yang's complaint while the iron was hot. After Zhang Jinfu saw it, his face turned gloomy and his aura was quite terrifying. Zhang Lianchuan was so scared that he retreated to the door, because he knew that Zhang Jinfu had the same expression of great sorrow before he picked up the whip to chase him. Mother, why should I listen to my brother-in-law's instigation? No, it's better for my sister to remain a widow, not have such a husband. Lianchuan. Zhang Jinfu called out. Zhang Lianchuan almost jumped out and ran away, but he didn't expect what happened next. You did very well. Zhang Jinfu said in a deep voice, although you act like a fool on weekdays, you are as calm and handsome as a father when facing big things. It seems that I have wronged you. My respected brother-in-law is really a god. But, what does this have to do with being handsome? Father, you are a second-rank military marquis of the Great Xia Kingdom, and you have been granted the titles of loyalty and bravery. Naturally, I must live up to this status, live up to your handsomeness, and live up to our family's tradition. Zhang Lianchuan excitedly patted his chest and shouted. Zhang Jinfu nodded, feeling very relieved that there was someone to succeed him. However, the seventh prince was just as he had guessed, not a simple man. If he wanted to borrow my reputation and connections, I would give them to him. More importantly, he was really angry. Soldiers fought bravely, and their survival depended on the weapons in their hands and the cotton-padded clothes for winter. How many soldiers who fought bravely would be killed by cutting corners? This is intolerable. In the next few days, the military reports of the 5 military marquises, namely, Marquis of Champion, Marquis of Ever Victorious, Marquis of Valiant, Marquis of Jinyuan, and Marquis of Pingbo, were submitted to the 5 armies' commandery. According to the system of Daxia, the Ministry of War has the power to deploy troops, but the 5 military governors' office is responsible for managing the major corps and local military camps. The military reports of the 5 major military governors are all about one thing, the problem of standard weapons and winter cotton clothes. The 5 major military governorats did not dare to slack off and reported directly to the chief minister of the cabinet, Li Mingchong. After a moment, Li Mingchong, who was known as the Turning Point Thunderbolt Hand of the Great Xia Kingdom, did not take the letter, but directly handed it to the palace and placed it on the dragon table of Emperor Xia. At the same time, Sun Yang's complaint was also placed on the long case through the East Factory, and Sun Yang also moved into the East Factory with his account book. With forces coming from both inside and outside at the same time, Emperor Xia was furious and ordered the Jinyui to cooperate with the Eastern Depot for a thorough investigation. Immediately afterwards, Gong Peng and Yao Haiyang were arrested and taken to the East Factory. The entire Ministry of Works was emptied out, and the managers of relevant state-run workshops were also arrested, and all of them were invited to the East Factory for tea. Even the other 3 departments of the Ministry of Industry were repeatedly investigated and could not escape. The Ministry of Industry was in a mess, as if it had been hit by an earthquake. Su Xianyang had expected this day to come, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. He had already made preparations, and it all depended on whether Yao Haiyang, his confidant whom he had cultivated for many years, could handle it for him. As expected, Yao Haiyang and Gongpeng took the responsibility for the matter, but Eunuch Wei, the head of the East Factory, was unwilling to do so. Because Sun Yang's complaint was handed over to eunuch Wei by Xiao Rui himself, and they had worked together before in the drama of the King of Hell's trial, so they were considered to be friends. Xiao Rui gave him such a good achievement, and eunuch Wei was very grateful to him, and he quickly reported it to the eunuch Haidafu. Only with the joint efforts of the 5 military commanders' office and the East Factory, he dared to investigate boldly. So he wanted to dig deeper into the big black bear behind the scenes to make his own contribution greater. In addition, Xiao Rui also discussed the interrogation methods of the Eastern Depot with eunuch Wei. This conversation actually made eunuch Wei regard Xiao Rui as a fellow traveler. Many of their methods coincided with each other, and even some of Xiao Rui's fantastic ideas made eunuch Wei suddenly enlightened. Finally, eunuch Wei said with emotion, "Your Highness is of noble status. If you had joined the East Factory, you would have led it to glory." Xiao Rui squeezed her legs together and gave him an awkward smile. What Xiao Rui did not expect was that Yao Haiyang, the left vice minister of the Ministry of Works, was actually a stubborn man. After being tortured countless times, he still insisted that he was the main culprit and claimed that Su Xianying knew nothing about it. Such loyalty made Xiao Rui jealous. However, the task assigned by the system only has 3 days to complete. Xiao Rui was getting anxious. He made things so complicated, and borrowed the influence of Marquis Zhongyong and let the 5 military marquises put pressure on him, just to make things bigger and let Emperor Xia deal with Su Xianying, but he had no reaction. Jia Su also had doubts. Why had Emperor Xia not taken any action until now? Really no action? Of course not. At this time, on Emperor Xia's dragon desk was a memorial on the East Factory's investigation into the Ministry of Works' crime of perverting the law. Emperor Xia had already read it. Only Haidafu was serving him in the palace, so Emperor Xia did not show the thundering anger that he had shown in the hall. Instead, she asked with a smile, "Yao Haiyang is so loyal that he has used all the methods of the Eastern Depot and still refuses to identify Su Xianying." Haidafu said respectfully, "I am guilty of failing to pry open Yao Haiyang's mouth. Your Majesty, please punish me. What a stubborn temper, but unfortunately he has gone astray. The Great Xia Kingdom needs people like this when it comes to serious matters." Emperor Xia was fond of talented people. Then, Emperor Xia changed the subject and asked, "Did the 7th Prince Xiao Rui play an important role in this?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Haidafu said, "Sun Yang's accusation and the loyal and brave Marquis contact with the 5 major legions were all pushed by the 7th Prince. And he had no intention of hiding it. He has done his best, so I must know about it. This kid is very cunning." Emperor Xia laughed, "But it's a pity. With his methods, it's already very good that he can force Su Xianying to this extent. Su Xianying is very cunning. During his 6 years in the cabinet, he slowly infiltrated the Ministry of Works to commit corruption and abuse of power. He is not impatient and will definitely eliminate any disadvantages to him." At this point, Emperor Xia took a sip of tea and said, "Starting from the hunting ground murder case, I wanted to see how the several princes would perform. I didn't expect that Xiao Rui would get involved by mistake. Not only did he make Su Haoran plead guilty, he even exposed the Ministry of Works' wrongful act, bringing down a left assistant minister and countless officials. His performance has impressed me. It's all thanks to Your Majesty's good teaching. As the saying goes, a dragon gives birth to 9 sons, and each one is extraordinary." Haidafu said. Emperor Xia smiled, and then said with a smile, "Hai Banban, go and inform Zhang Yu to close the net completely." "Yes, Your Majesty." Haidafu immediately took the order and went down to make arrangements. Late that night, Zhang Yu, commander of the embroidered uniform guard, personally led a group of people into Su's mansion, arrested a large number of people, and took control of Su Xianying and all of Su's family members, guards, and retainers. The crime given was recruiting traitors with the intention of treason. Su Xianying was completely stunned. Treason? Isn't that corruption and abuse of power? When did I intend to rebel? Xiao Rui did not receive the news until the next morning. I believe that not only Su Xianying himself was confused, but everyone else who heard his charges was also confused. After Xiao Rui learned about this, he didn't say anything for a long time. In the end, he gave a thumbs up. His father was wise. The most he could be sentenced to was exile for corruption and breaking the law, but the crime of recruiting traitors and attempting treason was punishable by death. No wonder Emperor Xia was reluctant to take action. It turned out that he was not panicking even though he had a knife in his hand. But at the same time, Xiao Rui was curious, who was the traitor that Su Xianyang recruited? You don't need to ask specifically, just go out and take a walk and you'll hear everything. It is said that reliable information has come from the Jinyui that among the retainers recruited by Su Xianyang, there are former subordinates of the traitor Yi Wang, and a route map and plan for the traitor to sneak into the palace and assassinate Emperor Xiao were discovered in Su's mansion. The name, Traitor Night King, jumped into Xiao Rui's eyes. However, when it comes to the Night King, the older ones avoid talking about him, as if it is a taboo, which makes Xiao Rui curious like a cat scratching in his heart. So he asked Gao Quan to find out. The content was quickly found. King Yi, the second son of Emperor Xiaowen, is also the second brother of the current Emperor Xia. At that time, Emperor Xiaowen had many children, which led to a large age difference. Emperor Xiaowen held the throne until he was 66, while the crown prince was nearly 50, and had been the crown prince for 30 years. He almost gave up the throne because he was afraid that he would not live longer than his father. The former crown prince is no longer fighting for the throne, but the 40-year-old Night King is. He served as the Jidushi of Ludong, commanding an army of 100,000, which was the most elite army in Daxia at that time. If he did not fight hard, he would die before his father. And just like that, the Night King rebelled. They advanced with unstoppable force all the way to the capital. When Emperor Xiaowen learned of the situation, he was so frightened that he fainted and even forgot to take out the tiger talisman to appoint the generals. The crown prince was also incapable of taking power, and the other princes were also confused. At this time, the current Emperor Xia, who was still a prince, Xiao Ying, stepped in and persuaded the patrol camp to guard the capital with his words, and made an agreement to stick to it for 2 days. He went out of the city alone and went to the northwest camp 50 miles northwest of the capital, where there were 40,000 troops guarding the capital. Without the tiger talisman, he persuaded the commander-in-chief to come to the capital to defend the king, and attacked the Night King from behind, saving the capital. The Night King fled back to eastern Shandong. After Emperor Xiaowen regained consciousness, he ordered Emperor Xia to lead the northwest camp to destroy the Night King. This process lasted for several years until Emperor Xia ascended the throne and the traitor King Yi disappeared. But after all, it was the prince who was plotting to usurp the throne, so Emperor Xia issued an order prohibiting private discussions among the people, so no one dared to discuss it without permission. I just didn't expect that after so many years, the traitor Night King is still active. It really seems so fake. Xiao Rui highly suspected that this was a trap set by Emperor Xia, who was deliberately looking for an excuse to punish Su Xianyang. How could the Night King's subordinates persist for so long and still be thinking of rebellion? My brain is crazy. I guess Su Xianyang would be even more confused. What surprised Xiao Rui was that after being forced into a coma, Su Xianyang actually confessed his guilt and admitted the crime of treason. He was sentenced to be executed immediately after the autumn, and he would not be lonely in the underworld with his son. Emperor Xia was merciful and did not implicate his family, but exiled him 3,000 miles away. Xiao Rui was a little confused and no longer cared about the pleasant ding-dong reminder sound in his mind, which reminded him that the mission was completed and the advent value was +80. Why did Su Xianyang admit to such a serious crime? Xiao Rui couldn't understand. Jia Su told Xiao Rui that he suspected the traitor was true and that the Night King's subordinates had revived. Moreover, Jia Su also found out that the Night King was just missing and no one knew whether he was dead or alive, so it was not impossible for him to continue to plot for the throne and recruit the traitor's subordinates. You're over 70 years old, and you're still thinking about the throne. Xiao Rui couldn't help but complain. Jia Su sighed, maybe this is a kind of obsession. Soon, Xiao Rui was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling at the prompt on the system page. Advent value, 90/100. Haha. System, please give me another task so that I can get full marks. Xiao Rui shouted excitedly. Ding dong. Unexpectedly, the system actually issued a prompt sound. Xiao Rui blinked. It was the first time he saw such a thoughtful system. Zoxo. He quickly browsed the system in his mind and saw. Name, Xiao Rui. Identity, the 7th Prince of Daxia. Talent, does the identity of a time traveler count? If not, then nothing. Advent value, 90 out of 100. New task released, find the Night King Xiao heading. Complete the task and the Advent value will be plus 10. If the task fails, the host can try to see how long the heart can survive without being taken out of the body. Time, 20 days. Xiao Rui rolled his eyes and almost fainted. Too early, this damn system is still bullying people like before. Looking for the Night King. Is this forcing me to become a traitor? But the mission had already been given, and Xiao Rui didn't want to die, so he had no choice but to take it on. He found Jia Su. Your Highness, you don't look well. Is there something serious? Jia Su asked with concern. Xiao Rui said weakly, Sir, I want to find the Night King, what do you think? Jia Su blinked and asked after a while, Your Highness, are you sleepwalking? Oh, it's hard to explain. Xiao Rui cupped his hands and said, Please help me with some ideas, sir. I don't have any ideas at all. After a moment's hesitation, Jia Su said, Finding the Night King is as difficult as trying to pull a chestnut out of a fire. After all, he has been hiding for so long without being discovered, how can we find him so easily? But. After a pause, Jia Su thought of someone and continued, but Su Xianying pleaded guilty. Why did he plead guilty? This is an infamy that will last for thousands of years. He must know something, which is why he is so desperate. We can use him as a breakthrough point and ask him. Okay. Xiao Rui had no idea and could only take it one step at a time. Gao Quan inquired and learned that Su Xianying was still imprisoned in the death row of the East Factory and had not yet been transferred to the Ministry of Justice. It happened that Xiao Rui had some friendship with Eunuch Wei, so he prepared some small gifts to visit him. Your Highness wants to see Su Xianying. Eunuch Wei warmly entertained Xiao Rui, but was obviously stunned when he heard his request. Xiao Rui was just about to find an excuse to explain, but Eunuch Wei had already made up a reason for him. Your Highness wants to beat the man who is down. Your Highness is indeed righteous and made the Su family father and son accept the punishment of the law. Xiao Rui nodded quickly. Eunuch Wei said, Leave this to me. I will send your Highness to the death row now. Does your Highness still want the whip? Whip your sister. I'm not here to abuse anyone. No, verbal beatings can strike at his soul better. Xiao Rui said with a smile. Eunuch Wei gave a thumbs up in admiration. Your Highness is your Highness, your status is not something that a villain can compare to. In this way, Xiao Rui entered the death row of the East Factory and met Su Xianying. Eunuch Wei took away the guards in the prison. Looking at Su Xianying sitting cross-legged in the hay in the prison, his gray hair was disheveled and he was wearing a very dirty white prison uniform. He was completely different from his former power. Seventh Prince, are you here to laugh at me? Su Xianying raised his head, his face neither angry nor sad, and asked. Seventh Prince, are you here to laugh at me? Su Xianying looked at Xiao Rui with some surprise, but his tone was neither angry nor sad, as if he had seen through life and death. Xiao Rui shook his head and said, I'm not so bad as to come here to humiliate a criminal who has already been punished by justice. Justice? Su Xianying murmured, laughed at himself, and said casually, maybe. Isn't it? Xiao Rui asked. Su Xianying didn't seem to want to argue, but asked, why did the seventh prince come to see a dying man like me? Xiao Rui directly stated his purpose, I am very curious about the Night King. I wonder if Lord Su can tell me something. Huh? Su Xianying raised his eyebrows. Obviously, he had not expected this. It was beyond his expectation. Seventh Prince, a dying man speaks well. I advise you not to get involved with anything or anyone related to the Night King, even if you are His Majesty's biological son. And even if I tell you everything I know, you won't be able to find any trace of him. Su Xianying warned. I don't want to either. Xiao Rui was wailing in his heart, but he could only pretend to be strong. If I insist on knowing, will Lord Su be willing to tell me? Su Xianying immediately glared at Xiao Rui, his eyes like an eagle's. Even though he was in prison, it did not affect the dignity that Su Xianying had cultivated in his high position. Xiao Rui looked at him boldly without any sign of retreat. In this kind of situation, you must keep calm. After all, I was an official in my previous life, and I have seen many high-ranking officials before. Well, since you took the initiative to provoke me, I will tell you everything. Su Xianying suddenly closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "You caused my Su family to be destroyed. You took the initiative to cause trouble, so why shouldn't I do the same?" Xiao Rui rolled his eyes at him, and the truth slapped him like a whip, letting him know that he deserved it. "What do you want to know?" Su Xianying asked. "Where is the Night King?" Xiao Rui asked the most crucial question directly. Ahem. Su Xianying was choked before he could calm down for a moment. He said angrily, "If I knew where he was, I could redeem myself from my crime. Why would I be here?" Xiao Rui responded with an awkward smile, and then asked, "So, you really recruited traitors with the intention of rebellion?" Su Xianying's eyes twitched, and then he nodded and said, "I've recruited him. I just can't understand why Lord Su would recruit traitors. There's no reason." Xiao Rui hesitated for a moment, but still asked the question in his mind. Su Xianying sighed, changed the subject, and said, "Do good to yourself and help the world." Xiao Rui scratched his head and really wanted to spit in his face. He was corrupt and committed crimes, yet he still wanted to help the world. "Then did the traitors you recruit come to you on their own, or did you recruit them through other means? When you recruit people, don't you investigate their background?" Xiao Rui asked. Su Xianying said, "You want to find the Night King through the traitors, why don't you ask those traitors directly? Even my father couldn't interrogate them, so how can I? What's more, I heard that those traitors committed suicide by biting the poison in their teeth. There was no chance to interrogate them." Xiao Rui said helplessly. Su Xianying asked back, "Then you know that the East Factory asked you questions more carefully. They not only interrogated me, but also everyone in my house. And I told them the truth, but the East Factory also failed to find any trace of the Night King. So it's still useless for you to ask me again." Xiao Rui smiled, "Of course I know that the East Factory will interrogate you strictly and make you tell us everything you know. I also know that it would be unnecessary for me to ask any more questions, but I feel that humans will always keep some things in their hearts. Lord Su will tell you what he knows, but what about your speculation? He may not say. I don't believe that you haven't investigated your retainers. They can kill the Wang family members for you, so they must be your confidants. You must be hiding a little secret that you didn't tell the East Factory." "Right." Su Xianying was silent. Xiao Rui tried harder and asked, "How about we make a deal? You tell me your little secret, and I'll agree to one of your requests. Is that fair? Although your son is dead, you still have your daughter and wife. Exiling 3,000 miles away, it won't be easy for women, children, and the elderly." This sentence touched Su Xianying. He hesitated for a moment and finally said, "I really don't know the origins of these traitors. But you are right, these retainers are indeed my confidants. During the days I stayed here, I also thought about the origins of the traitors, and indeed, I found a strange common point." "What's in common?" Xiao Rui asked hurriedly. Su Xianying said, "You need to ensure that my family can complete their exile safely and have a place to settle down at the border." "No problem, I can still do this." Xiao Rui agreed. Su Xianying said, "Okay, I believe your highness is as good as his word. Then I will tell you that my traitorous followers all have one thing in common, they all seem to like to eat roast chicken." There were several question marks on Xiao Rui's forehead. "Do you like eating braised chicken?" "I like it too," Xiao Rui said. He was from Pengcheng in his previous life, which was not far from eastern Shandong, so naturally he liked the braised chicken there. "Wait. Ludong. The Night King seems to be the governor of Ludong." Su Xianying continued, "Among the 5 traitors, I have seen them all buy roast chicken. Originally, this was a dietary issue and nothing special. But these days, I have thought about it carefully, and the more I think about it, the more I think there is a problem. If you really want to find out the whereabouts of the Night King, you can investigate this. It's not easy, but I finally got a clue." Xiao Rui almost burst into tears. Unexpectedly, when Su Xianying was about to leave, he suddenly stopped him and said, "Xiao Rui, you are right. People like to keep little secrets in their hearts, but I am a dying man, so I don't expect to keep little secrets. Instead, I try every means to live. But do you know why I didn't tell the East Factory about this common point? Why? Xiao Rui asked subconsciously. Su Xianying smiled mysteriously. The capital is so big. Although I am a second-rank cabinet minister, I am of humble origin after all. I am not from the most prestigious family in this huge capital. But why would my retainer be a traitor? Aren't you curious about this? What about other dignitaries? What about the retainers they keep? You can take care of yourself. Alas. So, when a man is about to die, his heart is kind. Xiao Rui was startled and couldn't speak for a long time. After returning to the house, Xiao Rui told Jia Su what Su Xianying had said. Jia Su smiled and said, "Your Highness, you don't have to worry about it. No matter how deep the waters of the powerful in the capital are, they are still under the control of Emperor Xia. I think that even if the Night King doesn't die, he will not be able to achieve anything." Xiao Rui smiled and said, "Yeah, I was overthinking it." "Then your Highness will continue to look for the Night King?" Jia Su asked curiously. Xiao Rui nodded, "Look for it." Jia Su frowned when he heard this, totally unable to guess Xiao Rui's intention. He had seen countless people, but this kind of situation was still very rare. I guess even if he racked his brains, he would never know there is such a thing as a system. Xiao Rui has always respected the system. Well, this is intentional flattery. But to be honest, although the tasks assigned by the system are sometimes deceptive, they basically do not harm people. When you find out the truth, there is always a deeper meaning behind it, which directly or indirectly pushes, drives, and whips Xiao Rui to move forward. As for what is above, the position of the crown prince, the throne, or a more powerful position, all of them are to promote Xiao Rui's growth. Therefore, Xiao Rui could believe that the system's request for him to find the Night King was also a process of striving for progress. Just when Xiao Rui was thinking about investigating the braised chicken, an oral order suddenly came from the palace, ordering Xiao Rui to enter the palace to meet the emperor. After entering the palace, I found out that not only Xiao Rui had entered the palace, but several other princes had also entered the palace. This was the second time since Emperor Xia's birthday that all the princes were summoned, and the interval was only a few days. I believe that not only Xiao Rui was thinking a lot, but the other princes were also constantly pondering in their hearts. What does the emperor want to do? After all, he pointed out on his birthday that the position of the crown prince should be occupied by the most capable. This visit to the palace should not be about the succession of the crown prince. Everyone came to the palace of tranquil longevity with uneasy feelings. Emperor Xia asked the 9 princes to take their seats and then got straight to the point. I have been troubled by something recently, but this matter cannot be investigated in a high-profile manner. The East Factory and the embroidered uniform guard each have their own tasks, so I would like you to share my worries. Emperor Xia said with a smile. When the princes heard this, they were immediately overwhelmed with emotion. To help Emperor Xia share his worries was a time to demonstrate their abilities, so they were naturally eager. I don't know what has troubled your majesty, but I am willing to sacrifice my life to help you share your worries. The eldest Prince Xiao Lai said solemnly. Your son is also willing to share your father's worries. The other princes stood up and responded. Emperor Xia smiled and said, I am very pleased that you are so filial. You all know about Su Xianying's affairs, but Su Xianying hanged himself in prison last night. The news has not spread yet and is under blockade, so you don't know this yet. What? Xiao Rui was shocked. He had just met Su Xianying yesterday afternoon, and he committed suicide in the evening. How could it be possible? Xiao Rui absolutely did not believe that he would commit suicide. So how did he die? Was he killed? Who killed him? Who could enter the death row of the East Factory and kill people? Xiao Rui was full of doubts. But the other princes were not surprised. Father, Su Xianying deserves death for his crime, but committing suicide is considered a good option for him. The second Prince Xiaoying said coldly. Emperor Xia smiled and said, he felt guilty about me, so he committed suicide to apologize, and I will leave him with a whole body. But the matter of the traitors troubles me, so I summoned you to the palace to help me track down the leader of the traitors, Xiao Heading. I have received reliable information that Xiao Heading is in the capital at this time. Whoever can find him for me can be promised that when I assign you corresponding positions, he can choose any of the 6 ministries, temples, and government offices. Several princes were overjoyed. Among all the government offices in the capital, besides the cabinet, there are the 6 ministries. Although the 6 ministries are of equal rank, the Ministry of Personnel is recognized as the boss. It is in charge of the appointment, dismissal, examination, promotion, honors, transfers, and other matters of civil servants throughout the country. Therefore, serving in the Ministry of Personnel is most beneficial to the competition for the position of Crown Prince. Xiao Rui was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the system had assigned him a task before Emperor Xia, and he had already obtained clues ahead of other princes and was in the lead. Ha ha. As expected, the system only cheats people, not harms them. However, Emperor Xia's next words made Xiao Rui depressed. Of course, I also understand that it is indeed difficult for you to investigate without any clues. Fortunately, the East Factory has secretly found some clues, and I will give them all to you. Who can find the traitor Xiao Heading depends on your own methods. Emperor Xia said with a smile. After Emperor Xia finished speaking, Haidafu brought 9 copies of information and distributed them to the 9 princes one by one. Xiao Rui took the information, and then the 9 people left the palace. On the way back, Xiao Yan ran over and asked, "Seventh brother, what is father's intention? Why did he ask us to find someone? This is also a test." Xiao Rui said with a smile, "Perhaps from now on, father will observe our performance. Whoever is capable will inherit the throne. This is so troublesome. I don't want to be the crown prince. Can I not participate?" Xiao Yan muttered. Xiao Rui paused, looked at him and asked, "You really don't want to be a prince? You can become the ruler of a country in the future. Who wouldn't be jealous?" Xiao Yan smiled and said, "Seventh brother, you can be the crown prince." "I don't have that ability." Xiao Rui denied. "Pretend." Xiao Yan snorted, "Isn't father forcing us brothers to have a rift, or even kill each other?" Xiao Rui thought of Jia Su's words, that Emperor Xia was raising Gu. "Xiaojiu, you should have realized this long ago as you are in the royal family." Xiao Rui warned, "I think father is right. Among us brothers, whoever is capable can be the crown prince. Instead of fighting secretly, it is better to show our abilities in public. This will avoid real fratricide. From another perspective, father is protecting the prince with low ability." Xiao Yan was stunned for a moment, then he understood. It looks like raising a Gu, but under the control of Emperor Xia, the losing prince lost because of his ability, so they avoided secretly killing him. Knowing that Emperor Xia was watching, they were cautious and dared not go too far. Even if Emperor Xia was kind, he would not choose a brother killer as the crown prince. If you dare to kill your brother, you might kill your father someday. Then seventh brother, how do we find Xiao Heading? Xiao Yan asked. Xiao Rui glared at him and said, "Find a way yourself. We are competitors now." Xiao Yan muttered and pulled Xiao Rui's sleeve, scaring Xiao Rui so much that he ran away. Outside the imperial city, Gao Quan was waiting in a carriage. After getting on the carriage, Xiao Rui opened the information given by Haidafu. The information was very mixed, including information about Xiao Heading's age and appearance. He was already in his 70s, and had a black mole near his temple on his left eyebrow, which was the most obvious feature of his appearance. The East Factory discovered his whereabouts in Dongfang City, but he escaped when they were chasing him, so the Jinui sent people to closely check the people leaving the city through each city gate, but they did not find him leaving the city, so they speculated that he was still in the city. The East Depot personnel traced Xiao Heading and found out that he seemed to be related to a secret organization called the Black Lotus in the capital, because when they were hunting him, he fled into the Black Lotus's stronghold and disappeared. Although the East Factory arrested all the Black Lotus members in that stronghold, they were interrogated to no avail. In order to avoid repercussions, the East Factory released them and prepared to conduct a secret investigation. But I didn't expect that Emperor Xia would hand over the investigation to the 9 princes. I believe that the next 8 princes' investigation targets will all be focused on the Black Lotus sect. The Black Lotus sect is also described in the materials. The Great Xia Kingdom had no state religion because the Xia Emperor did not believe in Buddhism or Taoism. But the people needed spiritual sustenance, and when the country was rich and the people were strong, Buddhism and Taoism would flourish easily. The Black Lotus sect worships the Black Lotus Saint, who is said to be one of the two great saints under the Buddha. The White Lotus Saint is in charge of life, while the Black Lotus Saint is in charge of death. The Black Lotus sect reveres the Black Lotus Saint and prays that they will not suffer the pain of reincarnation and go to hell after death. This spiritual cult attracted many people, including the poor and the powerful who did evil, and was one of the more active religions near the capital. But after the East Factory investigated the Black Lotus sect, they found that their gatherings and prayers were normal and had existed for a long time. The government did not classify it as an evil religion, so it was naturally not suppressed or banned. Xiao Rui was in a dilemma holding the information. Did he follow the braised chicken clues provided by Su Xianyang, or start from the Black Lotus sect? What puzzled him most was Emperor Xia's intention and why Su Xianyang committed suicide. When Xiao Rui returned to the house, he immediately found Jia Su and told him everything that Emperor Xia had instructed him to do. Jia Su was also confused. He claimed that he was a good judge of people, but he could never guess what Emperor Xia did. He felt that Emperor Xia was unfathomable and beyond the reach of ordinary people, but he believed that what he did must have a deep meaning. Since Emperor Xia asked the prince to investigate, it is naturally a test for the prince. Jia Su smiled and said, "Your Highness just needs to find Night King Xiao Heading. Once you find him, you will understand Emperor Xia's intentions." "Sir, can't you guess my father's intention?" Xiao Rui asked. Jia Su shook his head and said, "I can't guess. Emperor Xia is very cunning and his actions are beyond our expectations. But I think that his asking you to find the Night King is fake. What he learned from the process or even from the Night King is the real thing." "What did you learn?" Xiao Rui savored it carefully. Jia Su smiled and said, "Emperor Xia is training a prince with great talent and strategy, and he is obviously not satisfied with the other princes. So he started to train you. A person's character is developed over a long period of time, and it is not easy to change it with a few words. However, if you do something personally, if you are touched, you can quickly learn experience and knowledge. So I guess, Emperor Xia wants to let you feel something by looking for the Night King Xiao Heading." Xiao Rui nodded. He had never thought about this and even found it incredible. Is this possible? Just for us to learn something? Xiao Rui still couldn't believe it. Jia Su smiled and said, "Your Highness, the prince is the future monarch. He can be an emperor if he is mediocre, cruel and inhumane, or loving the people. But it is easy to be a tyrant, and it is not difficult to be a mediocre emperor. It is difficult to be an emperor of the ages. I feel that although Emperor Xia brought prosperity to Daxia, he still has regrets. That's why he wants to train an excellent prince to achieve the most difficult emperor of the ages. For this goal, no method is too much. Do you know the story of Iya cooking his son? Iya cooked his son and offered him rice only for power. But for the future of great Xia, the Emperor of Xia used the world as a chessboard and all living beings as chess pieces to select a crown prince. What's wrong with that? This is my speculation, because I really can't think of any other intentions of Emperor Xia, Jia Su added. Xiao Rui asked, "What about Su Xianyang? Did he really commit suicide?" Of course, Emperor Xia nodded his approval. Jia Su smiled, "It is not easy to commit suicide in the death row of the East Factory. Can Su Xianyang really commit suicide?" Xiao Rui sighed and said, "So, I killed him." Jia Su nodded, stroked his beard and smiled. "It seems that Emperor Xia knew that your Highness went to the death row to meet Su Xianyang, so he ended the fate of this chess piece in advance. This is a small warning to your Highness, telling your Highness not to dwell on Su Xianyang. His mission has been completed. Next, we need to find Xiao Heading." Xiao Rui was silent. He thought that Su Xianyang's fate had been determined since the murder at the hunting ground, and that he had entered the game and should have completed Emperor Xia's test fairly well. Although he failed to bring Su Xianyang down in the end, he had done his best. Now that Su Xianyang was dead, his mission was indeed accomplished, so he should not ask any more questions. Unfortunately, Emperor Xia only knew that Xiao Rui went to see Su Xianyang, but he didn't know that he went to see Su Xianyang to find Xiao Heading. This was the advantage given to him by the system. So, Emperor Xia was afraid that Xiao Rui would investigate Su Xianyang. Was he afraid that he would find out something else? So he killed Su Xianying in advance. It is very likely. Su Xianying was able to rise from a poor status to become a cabinet minister. Was it just by ability? Xiao Rui thought that the most important thing was to obtain the emperor's grace. So he didn't dare to think about it too much, as Xiao Rui was afraid that the more he thought about it, the more frightened he would become. At this time, Jia Su asked, "Your Highness, from the information Emperor Xia gave me, he must have a purpose for asking all the princes to investigate the Black Lotus sect. What do you think?" "I would like to start with the investigation based on the clues provided by Su Xianying and start with Ludong braised chicken." Xiao Rui thought about it and insisted on his original idea. Jia Su agreed, "Perhaps doing the opposite will have a better effect." "Your Highness, I will search for clues in the capital tomorrow." Xiao Rui bowed deeply and said, "Sir, I have too few people around me to use. I am sorry to trouble you with this matter." "It's an honor, Your Highness, don't mind it. With Your Highness's character, you will surely have many talented people under your command in the future." Jia Su said with a smile. "Thank you for your good words, sir." Xiao Rui also smiled. The next day, Xiao Rui and Jia Su left the house and began to investigate in the capital. Since it was Ludong braised chicken, they would first investigate how many braised chicken shops there were in the capital. They didn't have to do it themselves. There were many professional errand runners on the streets, and they were familiar with the streets and shops in the capital. They could just find 10 people, give them 10 taels, and ask them to find out all the Ludong braised chicken shops in the capital, big and small. As long as they involved Ludong braised chicken, they had to record it in detail. Whoever recorded the most detailed information would get another 40 taels. 2 days later, all 5 people were investigated. Then, Gao Quan compared the 5 people's survey results, identified the omissions, and finally listed the more complete information of the Ludong braised chicken restaurant. What Xiao Rui didn't expect was that there were as many as 22 Ludong braised chicken restaurants in the capital, including 10 in Dongfang City, 6 in the slums of Xiqing District, 5 in Beiqing District, and 1 in Nanqing District. Su's mansion is located in the central part of Nanqing District. If customers want to buy roast chicken, the store in Nanqing District is the first choice. A little further away are the 2 stores in Xiqing District and 1 store in Beiqing District. Any farther would be a bit too far. You can't go across the entire capital city to buy roast chicken in the north or east of the city. Next, we went to these 4 stores to observe. In the past 2 days, the other princes have not been idle either. They have begun to mobilize all their abilities to personally investigate the Black Lotus sect. I believe that with their abilities, the part of the Black Lotus sect hidden in the water is gradually revealing itself. This braised chicken restaurant in Nanqing District is called 5 Spice Boneless Braised Chicken. The shop is a 2-story building. The owner is a big man from eastern Shandong. He is very enthusiastic and his 5 Spice Boneless Braised Chicken is famous for its color, aroma, and taste. Xiao Rui and Jia Su entered the store and ordered 2 roast chickens. The owner saw that they were new customers and had never seen them before, so she greeted them warmly and asked her wife to pack up the roast chickens. Her wife has a big frame, is about 1.7 meters tall, and has a slight smile on her face, smiling at everyone. Xiao Rui observed it for a while, but didn't find anything strange. But Jia Su had sharp eyes and signaled Xiao Rui to observe the hands of the shop owner and his wife. Only then did he realize that the couple had thick hands and big fingers, which was the result of martial arts training, not farm work or manual labor. This was a pleasant surprise. Xiao Rui did not expect to find a clue as soon as he came to the first braised chicken restaurant. But then, Xiao Rui discovered another secret. In a corner of the store, there is an altar, enshrining a pitch-black Buddha sitting on a black lotus. The black lotus Buddha has angry eyes and looks ferocious, and the offerings are not fruits and vegetables, but poisonous creatures such as scorpions and centipedes. Xiao Rui had seen in the information that this was exactly the way of worship for the Black Lotus sect. This further confirmed that there was something wrong with this braised chicken restaurant. Xiao Rui and Jia Su picked up the braised chicken and left the store without much communication, fearing to alert the enemy. After getting on the carriage, Xiao Rui asked, "Sir, have you noticed the Black Lotus Buddha enshrined in the braised chicken shop?" Jia Su nodded and said, "I noticed it. It seems that Night King Xiao Heading and the Black Lotus cult are indeed related. Then what should we do next?" Should I ask the Imperial Guards for help to control this couple first? Xiao Rui asked. Jia Su said, no. We haven't investigated the identities of these two people yet, so we can't act on our own. We should send someone to keep an eye on them first. If they are really related to the Black Lotus sect, and the other princes are investigating the Black Lotus sect, it will definitely cause trouble, and they will naturally take action. Let's wait and observe. Okay. Xiao Rui agreed. When Xiao Rui and Jia Su returned home, they didn't expect that someone was waiting at the door. But the person waiting was beyond Xiao Rui's expectation. It was the bearded man he had bought in the slave market. When the big man saw Xiao Rui getting off the carriage, he immediately knelt on one knee, clasped his fists and said, "Young master." Xiao Rui hurried to help him up, but his body was like a rock and he couldn't lift it at all. "What do you mean?" Xiao Rui could only stand up and ask. The big man said solemnly, "Sir, I have finished all my work and have nothing to worry about. I have come to you. From now on, I, Wu Zhanfa, will be your men in life and your ghost in death. If I disobey you, I will be abandoned by both humans and gods." Xiao Rui scratched his head. He didn't expect that his casual action would actually gain him a loyal subordinate. Judging from his burly figure, he must be an extraordinary martial arts master. "Congratulations, sir, for gaining a loyal subordinate," Jia Su said with a smile. Xiao Rui nodded and said to Wu Zhanfa, "Since you insist on doing this, then follow me from now on. Do you know my identity?" "I know that you are the seventh prince of the Great Xia Kingdom," Wu Zhanfa said respectfully. "I've agreed. You can get up now, right?" Xiao Rui joked. Wu Zhanfa then stood up. After entering the house, Xiao Rui arranged for Gao Quan to find a room to settle Wu Zhanfa first. Xiao Rui and Jia Su entered the hall. "Your Highness, this man is over 9 feet tall, strong and sturdy, and one can tell at a glance that he is an extraordinary martial artist." Jia Su stroked his beard and asked, "How did your Highness recruit him?" Xiao Rui told him what happened in the slave market. After listening, Jia Su suddenly laughed and said, "Your Highness, we are short of manpower now. Wu Zhanfa has arrived at the right time. Why don't we let him go to the braised chicken shop at night to find out the details of the couple? Of course it's good. But isn't it too imprudent to arrange such an important task for him after just meeting him?" Xiao Rui hesitated. Jia Su smiled and said, "I think I have a good eye for people. This man is not a treacherous person. He looks loyal, brave, filial and righteous. Since he has sworn an oath to serve your Highness as his master, he is truly loyal. I trust people when I employ them, and I will not employ people if I doubt them. However, for the sake of caution, I will ask him a few questions later to find out his background. In addition, from his accent, he seems to be from Ludong." Xiao Rui had long noticed that this person had a northern accent. Now that he thought about it more carefully, he realized that it was indeed a Shandong Eastern accent. Ludong, Ludong. Haha, now I'm in conflict with Ludong. Could it be a spy sent by the enemy? Xiao Rui asked casually. Jia Su shook his head. It must be a coincidence. I'll ask him about it. With Jia Su around, Xiao Rui felt much more at ease. To be honest, if it weren't for the system pushing him, Xiao Rui would definitely suppress his personality and never stand out, because he knew that with his connections and abilities, the position of Crown Prince was a pipe dream. He had watched a lot of palace dramas in his previous life, and the struggle for the East Palace was undercurrent, and as for the fight for the throne, it was even more of a sword fight. Only after being reborn do you realize how good it is to be alive. However, now that we have a system, we have no control over it. Now, Jia Su has arrived. His loyalty is full and there is no need to worry about his betrayal. He can give you advice. So who will be next? In addition, can the so-called advent only be applied to human beings? Xiao Rui hasn't figured it out yet, but he is full of hope for the future. At lunchtime, at Xiao Rui's insistence, Jia Su and Wu Zhanfa ate at the same table. There was the 5-spice boneless braised chicken on the table, and it tasted really good. Seeing Wu Zhanfa eat a steamed bun in 2 bites, which was equivalent to eating a suckling pig in 3 bites, Xiao Rui also had a big appetite and ate a little more than usual. I'm sorry to make you laugh, Your Highness. Wu Zhanfa ate 10 steamed buns and smiled awkwardly. The more you eat, the greater your ability. Are you full? Xiao Rui asked. Wu Zhanfa said awkwardly, 5 points full. Xiao Rui blinked, and wanted to give him a thumbs up and say, brother, do you want to do a live broadcast? It's guaranteed to be a hit. Eat. If you follow me, you must eat well. Xiao Rui said proudly. If even his subordinates can't eat well, what's the point of talking about imperial ambitions? However, he also had to consider making money. Jiasu drank a cup of tea and asked, Wu Zhanfa, from your accent, you are from Shandong. Yes, Qinghe County in East Shandong. Wu Zhanfa took the initiative to introduce, my father was a yamen runner, so I liked to wield swords and guns since I was a child. I was young and ignorant, and I offended a county official named Shiman, and injured several yamen runners in his family. Then I went to Shaolin Temple to learn martial arts. Later, when I returned to my hometown, that guy found out and made trouble for me. In a rage, I broke his leg with one punch, and then I was imprisoned. At this point, Wu Zhanfa took a big bite of his steamed bun and said, that guy colluded with the county magistrate and actually revoked my household registration and sentenced me to exile. Later, my father exhausted all the family wealth and I didn't go to the border, but I became a slave and was sold to the market. After many twists and turns, I came to the capital. Last time, I had the honor of meeting His Highness. After His Highness gave me freedom, I went back to my hometown and saw my mother and father. My father told me that people should be grateful, so I hurried back. Do you have Dalong and Erlang with the surname Wu in Qinghe County? Xiao Rui really didn't want to say such a spoiling thing, but he couldn't help it. Wu Zhanfa recalled and said, no, Your Highness, do you know anyone from Qinghe County? Just asking, haha. Xiao Rui smiled. Jiasu asked again, then how did you find His Highness when you came to the capital? Wu Zhanfa said, I asked the slave market seller and learned that His Highness bought a maid there and trained in Chunfeng Pavilion, so I asked the manager of Chunfeng Pavilion. Through coercion and inducement, I learned His Highness's identity. It seems that this person is not just a warrior, he also has some brains. Then have you heard of the Black Lotus sect? Jiasu stared into his eyes and got to the point. Wu Zhanfa frowned and said, I've heard of it. The Black Lotus cult originated in the east of Shandong, and then somehow it moved to the capital area. When I was in the slave market, many slaves believed in the Black Lotus saint and prayed to him, hoping that they would not be reincarnated after death and would no longer suffer in the human world. But as far as I know, there is something wrong with this Black Lotus cult. What's the problem? This time it was Xiao Rui's turn to ask. Wu Zhanfa said, on the surface, the Black Lotus sect is no different from other religions. Ordinary believers pray and pray. I have seen fanatical believers. We firmly believe that the Black Lotus saint will come to the world, purge the sins of the world, and let those who are destined to be saved escape from the sea of suffering, so that believers can be with the Buddha. Speaking of this, Wu Zhanfa was a little hesitant. There are no outsiders here, just speak your mind. Xiao Rui said. Wu Zhanfa nodded and continued, when I was working hard in the market, I met fanatical believers. They firmly believed that the Black Lotus saint would come and purge the evils in the world. In their hearts, the root of the evils in the world is Emperor Xia. Jiasu revealed the final target for Wu Zhanfa. Xiao Rui was a little confused. Could this be a group of pioneers who pursued fairness and overthrew the feudal system? Xiao Rui had not investigated the Black Lotus sect, so he naturally did not know the details of the Black Lotus sect. Now, after listening to Wu Zhanfa's detailed explanation, he learned about the Black Lotus sect's tricks. They actually took it as their responsibility to eliminate the evil in the world, and in their eyes, Emperor Xia was the biggest disaster in the world. Only by eliminating him could the world be cleansed. Ha, little bastard. They were so bold that they dared to be the enemy of Emperor Xia. This Black Lotus sect was no longer an ordinary religion, but an evil religion. Emperor Xia had ordered that evil religions should be eradicated as soon as they were discovered, and no leniency would be shown. Wu Zhanfa was once a slave, and he all knew that there was something wrong with the Black Lotus sect. How could Emperor Xia not know? I believe that if the princes conduct a more in-depth investigation, they will be able to find out the problems of the Black Lotus sect. Xiao Rui suddenly realized that Emperor Xia might be asking him to find Night King Xiao heading, but now it seems that the first lesson in this search process is about to begin. What should the princes do when faced with the Black Lotus sect, which has taken root in the capital and has a complex network of evils? Of course, this is a later story, because Xiao Rui's investigation direction was not on the Black Lotus sect. For him, finding the Night King was the most important thing. Xiao Rui looked at Jia Su, who smiled and said to Wu Zhanfa, Your Highness has a difficult matter and has no one to use. Now that you are here, why don't you show off your skills? Wu Zhanfa was delighted and immediately stood up, clasped his fists and said, I am willing to serve you. Your Highness, sir, please make the arrangements. Xiao Rui said, There is a 5-spice boneless braised chicken restaurant at the corner of Jinglan Street in the South City District. Help me investigate at night. I suspect that the couple in the restaurant are fanatical believers of the Black Lotus sect. See if they have any unusual movements. Do you have the confidence? Oh, by the way, the couple are also from martial arts families. I don't know how good they are at martial arts. You must be careful not to expose your whereabouts. Don't worry, Your Highness. I will go to the roast chicken shop this afternoon to check it out. Wu Zhanfa said excitedly. After eating 10 more steamed buns, Wu Zhanfa excitedly left the house to find out the news. At 3 p.m. in the afternoon, Xiao Rui was drinking tea with Jia Su when Wu Zhanfa came back. Your Highness, sir, I'm back. Wu Zhanfa shouted outside the door. Jia Su let him in, and Wu Zhanfa said, Your Highness, sir, I went to that braised chicken restaurant and saw the couple. It was just as Your Highness said. The couple's martial arts skills were not bad. In my opinion, they should both be at the 3rd rank. Xiao Rui was puzzled. It was the first time he heard of the grades of martial arts. He usually didn't come into contact with them. How do you martial artists divide your cultivation? Wu Zhanfa said, In fact, there is no unified standard. It is just a relatively general standard recognized by most warriors. It is divided purely by combat power. There are 6 grades in total, from low to high. If you fight a brave soldier in the same way, the 1st grade of combat power can defeat 5 brave soldiers. The 2nd grade can defeat 10 brave soldiers. The 3rd grade can defeat 20 brave soldiers. The 4th grade can defeat more than 30 brave soldiers. The 5th grade is the courage to kill 100 people. The 6th grade is the enemy of 10,000 people. The 5th and 6th rank masters are already top masters. When they say they can defeat 10,000 enemies, it naturally does not mean that one person can defeat 10,000 people, but that they are invincible to everyone. Xiao Rui was a little dumbfounded. He had been a horseman since he was a child, and he thought he could enter a grade. Unexpectedly, he was not even the 1st grade. He could defeat 5 brave soldiers. Whether it was barehanded or with weapons, it would be difficult. Wu Zhanfa, what's your cultivation level? Xiao Rui asked curiously. Wu Zhanfa scratched his head and said with a smile, I am not talented, I just entered the 4th rank. 4th rank? Xiao Rui blinked and asked enviously, Can you fight 30 brave soldiers alone? Wu Zhanfa said, I like to use the sword, and I can still win in a sword fight. In fact, when the skills reach a certain level, the brave soldiers don't have to be afraid even if they rely on their numbers to surround and kill. How many people can stand within 3 feet? As long as you control the rhythm and defense, it is not difficult. The difficult part is to kill 100 people and defeat 10,000 people. Do you think I still have a chance to become a master? Xiao Rui said longingly. Wu Zhanfa shook his head and said, Your Highness, if you work hard, you still have a chance to become a 3rd rank master, but it will be difficult to become a 4th rank master. Okay. Xiao Rui was disappointed. What kind of hard work did Wu Zhanfa mean? With his pampered body, it was probably impossible for him to get up at the crack of dawn and train hard in the coldest and hottest days of winter. At this time, Wu Zhanfa said, Fighting and killing is ultimately just a man's courage. Like Mr. Jia, although he has no martial arts skills, he is a real enemy of 10,000 people with his strategy. That's right. Xiao Rui agreed very much. Jia Su's vicious plan could easily kill tens of thousands of people. No matter how good his martial arts were, could it be so powerful? That's why those who go to war must attack the enemy's plans. Haha, I agree with Jean Faji's words. If I have such a wise strategy, I will die with honor. Jiasu laughed. After chatting, we got to the point. Your Highness, sir, the couple from the braised chicken shop are no match for me, so surveillance at night is not a problem. However, I also discovered that these two people are not simple. Wu Jianfa said, these two people are not from the underworld, but from the military. I suspect they were once masters in the army. The same applies to women. Xiao Rui asked to confirm. Wu Jianfa nodded and said, I am very sure. I am not wrong. The spirit of the military masters is completely different from that of the martial arts people. It cannot be concealed. Xiao Rui and Jia Su looked at each other, both a little surprised. Mulan. Xiao Rui couldn't help but wonder if she was a woman dressed as a man, but that was almost impossible in the army of the Great Xia Kingdom. So, how did this woman come from the military? Then there is only one possibility, this army is not the army of Daxia. The Great Xia Kingdom bordered three kingdoms, the Great Qi Kingdom in the north, the Great Yan Kingdom in the south, and the Great Zhao Kingdom in the west. The Great Yan Kingdom had a female general. Hey, there are not only female generals, but also female emperors. 100 years ago, the Great Yan Kingdom had a wooing emperor, a female empress who ascended the throne. It is said that the current Great Yan King has been ill for a long time, and he has appointed a crown prince, but he is a mediocre person and is far less intelligent than the princess. It is said that the Great Yan King has considered whether to pass the throne to his daughter to inherit the throne. When Emperor Wu Ying ruled the Great Yan Kingdom, he specially established the women's army, which means that women are as good as men. It still exists today. It is said that all the women in the women's army are masters, not inferior to any men. Wu Jianfa, you will start the surveillance at night. No matter how big or small, every conversation and every incident must be recorded. Jia Su warned. Yes, sir. Wu Jianfa said solemnly. That night, Wu Jianfa went to eavesdrop. The next morning, Wu Jianfa returned. Have you heard any important information? Xiao Rui asked. Wu Jianfa was a little hesitant. What's wrong? Xiao Rui asked hurriedly when he saw something was going on. Wu Jianfa said, yesterday, Mr. Jia told me to write down every conversation and every event in detail. So, I'll learn it for His Highness. Okay, I want to see what these two are talking about. Xiao Rui said. Wu Jianfa pinched his throat and made his voice very thin, apparently imitating the woman's words, Husband, it's getting dark, let's work harder. Okay. Husband, try harder, yes, that's it. Madam, how about smearing cane sugar all over your body? Husband, good idea. Xiao Rui widened his eyes and seriously suspected that Wu Jianfa was driving. No, I'm learning how to drive from that couple. Your Highness, they cooked roast chicken until late at night and then went to bed. We only heard these contents. There is nothing important. Wu Jianfa said regretfully. Ahem. Xiao Rui coughed violently. Does that mean the man was using all his strength to make the roast chicken? All in vain. In the next few days, Wu Jianfa continued to monitor the couple in the braised chicken shop at night, but unfortunately he did not hear any useful information. This made Xiao Rui a little impatient, and he was thinking about whether to subdue the two people to see if there were any clues. Don't get the wrong direction in the end, this braised chicken shop has nothing to do with the Night King, wouldn't that be a waste of time? But Jia Su suggested waiting for 2 more days. If that didn't work, then they should startle the snake and see how it would escape. And on this day, Xiao Rui was pestered by Xiao Yan. Tell me, why do you always bother me instead of looking for the whereabouts of the traitor Xiao Heading? Xiao Rui refused. Xiao Yan chuckled, 7th brother, you know me well. I'm good at playing, but not at finding people. You're also a recluse, and I haven't seen you looking for people. I heard that the other brothers are investigating the Black Lotus sect. The capital seems calm at this time, but it's surging secretly. For this reason, my grandfather came to me specifically to tell me to be careful. It seems that the Black Lotus sect is not normal. At this point, Xiao Yan asked in a low voice, 7th brother, are you hiding something else from me? Xiao Rui's expression remained unchanged, and he said, "It's okay. The reason why I didn't investigate is because there are too few people available. If you want to ask, will your grandfather help you? Although your grandfather is only the minister of the Ministry of Rights, the Wu family is a famous Jinghua mansion in the capital. Although your uncle is not in the capital, he is at least the prefect of a state." "Really?" Xiao Yan asked suspiciously. Xiao Rui nodded seriously, then changed the subject. "By the way, why did you come to see me?" "Oh, Tian Buguang asked me to invite you to the horse race. Didn't my father reward you with a BMW? He wants to borrow it," Xiao Yan said. "Just take him away." "Who is he racing with?" Xiao Rui asked. "Who else could it be? The sons of other great military marquises," Xiao Yan said. Xiao Rui shook his head and said, "Forget it, I don't want to go. You can take the horse away." "No, it's so boring to stay at home all day. It's so nice to meet some people. Good seventh brother, please go with me," Xiao Yan begged, "otherwise, my brother will be very sad." Xiao Rui couldn't stand his pestering anymore, so he finally agreed and took Wu Zhanfa with him. Xiao Yan looked at Wu Zhanfa curiously. First he was a middle-aged scholar, and now he was a burly man. His seventh brother must be hiding something from him. "Seventh brother, this guy is so tall and it seems that his martial arts skills are not simple. How about letting him fight with my guards?" "My guards are from the Imperial Guards?" Xiao Yan asked. Xiao Rui was immediately disdainful. The Imperial Guards were at most at the second level of cultivation. How could they be a match for Wu Zhanfa? "Not interested." Xiao Rui refused. Xiao Yan did not give up and continued to ask, "Seventh brother, where did you get him from?" "I bought it at the slave market for 500 taels." Xiao Rui told the truth. Xiao Yan's eyes widened immediately and he shouted, "So cheap. I'll give you 1,000 taels, just transfer it to me." Xiao Rui glanced at him, snorted coldly, and didn't bother to pay attention to him. The two men rode their horses to the patrol camp's horse farm. At this time, there were quite a few people in the training ground. Xiao Rui took a closer look and found that there was actually a woman there. The first person he saw was Zhang Ruoshi, who was talking to a woman dressed as a man. Zhang Ruoshi is fully armed and full of youth, but the woman dressed as a man beside her makes Xiao Rui look up to her. Wow, she is 1.80 meters tall. Xiao Rui is only 1.80 meters tall now, and he looks short in front of her. However, although she is tall, her body proportions are harmonious, and her face is a healthy wheat color. Unlike other female relatives who have fair skin, she has a different kind of sporty color, which makes people brighten their eyes. "Who is that?" Xiao Rui stared at him and asked quickly. "She. The daughter of the Marquis of Guanjuan. Zhuge Luiying, a woman who is even more domineering than Lianchuan's sister." Xiao Yan said in awe, "If Sister Ruoshi is the nightmare of the dandies in the capital, then Sister Luiying is the nightmare of sin. Look, Sister Ruoshi looks like a little girl in front of her." Xiao Rui took a look and found that it was true. The usually heroic Zhang Ruoshi looked like a little woman in front of her. The arrival of Xiao Rui and Xiao Yan quickly attracted everyone's attention. Xiao Rui saw Zhang Lianchuan, Tian Buguang, Wang Yang, the son of Marquis Xiaoyong, Han Wei, the son of Marquis Zhenyuan, Yao Xing, the son of Marquis Pingbo, and Hu Pixiao, the son of the Minister of War. Besides them, there were Zhang Ruoshi, Zhuge Luiying, and two other female relatives. "Your Highness the Seventh Prince, Your Highness the Ninth Prince." Everyone greeted. Xiao Rui returned the gift. He had met them once before, but unfortunately they were not familiar with each other, so he chatted with them briefly and left the space to them, while he walked towards Zhang Ruoshi to say hello. Seventh Prince. Zhang Ruoshi had already seen Xiao Rui. Seeing him coming, she hurriedly asked how he was. Xiao Rui smiled and said, "Hello, Miss Ruoshi." Then he looked at Zhuge Luiying and said, "Hello, Miss Zhuge." Zhuge Luiying looked at Xiao Rui, and seeing that he took the initiative to greet him, he hummed lightly and said, "I have heard of your great name for a long time. I am sorry for my disrespect." Xiao Rui was stunned. He had heard of your name for a long time, why did you say that? Zhang Ruoshi explained, during the last test conducted by His Majesty, Your Highness came up with a strategy that was almost identical to that of Marquis Guanjuan based on only one diagram. Although this matter was kept low-key and was forbidden to be discussed to avoid leaking military intelligence, several marquises have heard about it and naturally know you. I see. It was just luck last time. Xiao Rui said, thanks to the teachings of the loyal and brave Marquis. Zhang Ruoxi pursed her lips and smiled. She had naturally asked her father and knew the truth. Zhuge Luiying was more straightforward, loyal and brave Marquis can't teach you. My father admires you very much, but unfortunately he is far away in the border and can't communicate with you. It's just right that I will ask you for advice on behalf of my father. I dare not, I dare not. Xiao Rui immediately refused. Zhuge Luiying's eyes were bright. She stared at Xiao Rui and asked, Your Highness, do you look down on me? No, I just came to watch the horse racing today, which is the big deal. As for asking for advice, it's not a question of truth. Let's make progress together. Xiao Rui ignored it. Zhuge Luiying said, okay. Then I will visit you tomorrow. Xiao Rui was speechless. Seeing Xiao Rui being humiliated, Zhang Ruoxi laughed secretly. For the first time, Xiao Rui felt the embarrassment of his poor martial arts skills. He couldn't beat either of the two women. What could he do but give in? Then I'll prepare a bed for you tomorrow. Xiao Rui could only compliment. Unexpectedly, Zhuge Luiying glared at him, snorted, and turned away. Zhang Ruoxi said, Seventh Prince, don't joke with Sister Zhuge. When she beats someone up, she doesn't care who you are. The fifth prince and the sixth prince were both beaten up by her. After saying that, Zhang Ruoxi also left. Xiao Rui was confused. Did I say something wrong? It is quite normal to sweep the couch to welcome someone. In the Song dynasty, Lu Yu wrote in his poem, a poem for Su Zishu's East Villa, the chancellor of the South Court swept the couch to welcome him, and the scholar of the North Gate took off his shoes to welcome him. Etc. Xiao Rui slapped his head and realized that he had forgotten. There was no such illusion in this world. So, the welcoming ceremony is. I made the bed to greet you. Xiao Rui secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Fortunately, Zhuge Luiying gave him face and did not slap him. However, the more I think about this scene, the more interesting it seems to me. I am lying on the bed waiting for the arrogant Zhuge Luiying, so disgusting. There's nothing I can do. I'm humble but I'm proud. By the way, regarding tactics, what is Zhuge Luiying's level of cultivation? Can you tell? Xiao Rui asked curiously. Wu Zhanfa looked at Zhuge Luiying for a while, then said uncertainly, she should be between the second and third rank. She is too young and has a strong plasticity, so it may cause errors in judgment. What? Even so, Xiao Rui was shocked. How old was Zhuge Luiying? She was only 2 years older than Xiao Rui, and less than 20 years old. With this level of cultivation, wouldn't she be even more amazing if she waited another 2 years? She is the daughter of the champion Marquis, so it's not surprising that she has such cultivation. The champion Marquis is the bravest of the 3 armies, with courage that no one can match. Naturally, his daughter will not be inferior. Wu Zhanfa highly praised her and said, I was fortunate enough to meet the champion Marquis once, and I felt that I was no match for him. I couldn't last 10 rounds under his hands. Xiao Rui was speechless. He didn't expect that Marquis Guanjuan was so fierce. He was worthy of being the #1 military marquis of the Great Xia Kingdom. The more they talked about this, the more Xiao Rui felt sad. It would be great if he had good martial arts skills. Soon, the horse racing began. With the BMW bestowed by the emperor, Tian Boguang lived up to everyone's expectations and won the first place. The sons of other military marquises said that he cheated, but Tian Boguang claimed that he wanted to introduce his sister to the 7th prince in exchange for the BMW, which was also a kind of ability. The other military marquises had no sister to introduce them to, so they could only admit defeat. Not having a sister is also a failure. Xiao Rui rolled his eyes helplessly. What does it have to do with me? What does it have to do with me? Besides, Zhuge Luiying, what are you looking at? Why did you whisper to Zhang Ruoxi after reading me? Even if you did, why did you still look at me? It's okay to look at me, but Zhang Ruoxi, what do you mean by looking at me? Xiao Rui regretted it. Why did he accompany Xiao Yan to watch the horse race? He would definitely give him a slap to calm down his anger. Don't think that I will be afraid of you just because you have the same name as the guy who plays with strange fire. This is not a fantasy world. Your Highness, thank you for your BMW. The first prize money will be split between you 70% and me 30%. Tian Buguang smiled and stuffed a stack of banknotes into Xiao Rui's hands. Xiao Rui felt the thickness of the silver note, and his unhappiness instantly disappeared. My dear brother, if you encounter such a good thing next time, you must call me. No, that won't do. I haven't contributed even a little bit. You can't take it. As he said that, he put the banknote into his arms. Tian Buguang smiled and said, Your Highness the Seventh Prince is a role model for our generation. Yes, brother-in-law is our role model. Zhang Lianchuan flattered him. Bang. Someone slapped him from behind. Who dares to hit me? Zhang Lianchuan said angrily. He turned around and saw Zhuge Luiying had just put down his raised hand. Zhang Lianchuan immediately behaved well, even more obedient than when he met his sister, Sister Luiying. Zhuge Luiying nodded and said, Don't talk nonsense. If it gets out, it will be bad for your sister's reputation, and it will also be bad for the reputation of the Seventh Prince. Zhang Ruoxi, who was standing by, had slightly red cheeks and stole a glance at Xiao Rui. Xiao Rui took a deep breath and said that he would stay away from this group of people in the future. It would be better for him to play with the children of civil servants. They would use words instead of fists, and even if they did, they would not be able to beat him. Perfect. Zhang Lianchuan responded, Sister Luiying, you are teaching me a lesson. Zhuge Luiying was satisfied, and then he bowed like a man, and left with Zhang Ruoxi. When he passed by Xiao Rui, he suddenly stopped and said, I will go to see His Highness tomorrow. Okay. Xiao Rui didn't dare to say more, fearing that he would be asked to open the bed to welcome him again. Zhuge Luiying replied, Okay. Don't let your imagination run wild. Zhuge Luiying nodded and left with Zhang Ruoxi. Xiao Rui and Xiao Yan were also preparing to leave. Just as they walked out of the training ground, they saw a fast horse galloping towards them in the distance. On the horse was a young and beautiful girl wearing a wild dress, which was full of wildness. She rode her horse quickly, bypassing Zhuge Luiying and Zhang Ruoxi, glanced at the two of them, and ran straight towards Xiao Rui without stopping. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Xiao Rui. Xiao Rui couldn't help but curse. What happened today? Did he become a friend of women? How did he offend women? Wu Zhanfa on the side immediately pulled Xiao Rui away, and at this time, the woman in whose clothing pulled the reins. The horse raised its front legs, neighing, and almost kicked Xiao Rui. Who is it? Are you trying to kill yourself? Xiao Yan was furious. Just when he was about to teach this girl a lesson, he saw the woman in whose clothing jumping off the horse, her almond eyes filled with anger and murderous intent on her pretty face. Sister Qingqing. Xiao Yan was immediately frustrated and quickly stepped aside, wishing his seventh brother Xiao Rui good luck. Xiao Rui looked at the murderous woman in front of him, his memories churning in his mind, and finally confirmed her identity, the daughter of King Ruyang, Xiao Qingqing. Xiao Rui's cousin. Su Haoran's wife. Xiao Rui was speechless for a moment. She killed someone's husband. This is revenge for the murder of her husband. Xiao Rui. Xiao Qingqing spat out word by word. In this situation, Xiao Rui was not afraid and responded, Princess Lanling. Xiao Qingqing asked, why didn't you say it earlier? Xiao Rui said that he didn't want to be confused, but Xiao Qingqing's question did make him react slowly. What did you say earlier? Later, Xiao Rui realized that Xiao Qingqing was blaming Xiao Rui for not exposing Su Haoran's crimes earlier, but waiting until after her marriage, thus making her a widow. Although Prince Ruyang had begged His Majesty to allow Xiao Qingqing and Su Haoran to divorce, and everything in the Su family had nothing to do with Xiao Qingqing, she was a married woman after all. How could Xiao Qingqing face others? Xiao Rui was silent for a while, then said, I'll tell you in advance, will anyone believe me? Xiao Qingqing bit her teeth, tightly gripped the whip in her hand, and looked at Xiao Rui. Xiao Qingqing. At this time, Zhuge Luiying came back and shouted, "You shouldn't be angry with the seventh prince, you should thank him. You said that your ideal husband is a hero who dominates the battlefield, not a weak scholar, let alone a murderer. If the seventh prince didn't expose Su Haoran, you would not have the chance to regret it when you learned the truth many years later. What's the point of reputation? You are free now, and I believe that King Ruyang will not force you to marry." Xiao Qingqing looked at Zhuge Luiying and snorted, "Are you also making excuses for him? It seems that the two are good friends." Zhuge Luiying shook his head and said, "I am telling the truth, Qingqing. Although the reputation of Heli is a bad name for you, how about it compared with the future life?" Xiao Rui also felt guilty, knowing that he had done a disservice to this cousin. In fact, their blood relationship was very distant. Prince Ruyang's ancestors were princes, but when Prince Ruyang came to power, he was only a baron. However, Prince Ruyang and Emperor Xia were close friends, and he served Emperor Xia at all times. When Emperor Xia became the emperor, he awarded him the title of Prince Ruyang, the first of the four princes. In the Great Xia Kingdom today, apart from the princes who founded the palace and were conferred the title of prince, there are only two existing princes, Xiao Minjing and Xiao Hanhai, and then there are the four county kings. Princess Lanling, I have done things with a clear conscience. You are right to blame me, so I am willing to make compensation. Xiao Rui organized some measures and said, "But I have to apologize to you. I'm sorry that I can't obey your order." Xiao Qingqing stared at Xiao Rui, and finally let out a long sigh, raised the whip and whipped Xiao Rui's BMW, shouting, "I want this horse as one of your compensation. But you owe me more than this." Xiao Rui said, "It's not impossible to give it to you, but this is a reward for my father, I don't care what you say, humph." Xiao Qingqing said arrogantly, then turned to look at Zhuge Luiying and Zhang Ruoshi, and said, "Luiying, Ruoshi, let's go hunting." After saying that, she climbed onto the horse. Zhuge Luiying and Zhang Ruoshi also got on their horses to accompany this best friend, leaving behind a group of young men standing in the spring breeze. After being scolded by the three women during the day, Xiao Rui felt that life, apart from poetry and distant places, also had to make do with compromise. So after discussing with Jia Su, he asked Wu Zhanfa to go to the five-spice boneless braised chicken shop in the evening, not to buy braised chicken, but to alert the enemy. Wu Zhanfa, dressed in black, rushed directly into the store. The couple who owned the roast chicken shop were shocked. Seeing that the visitor was a master, they did not dare to hide their skills and immediately drew their weapons and prepared for battle. "Friend, what brings you here?" The owner of the roast chicken shop introduced himself as Wei Guang and his wife as Xiaoyao. Wu Zhanfa said in a deep voice, "I am here for the Night King." Wei Guang and Xiaoyao's fingers holding the swords trembled slightly, but Wu Zhanfa did not notice. Wei Guang said, "Friend, what Night King? We don't know him." Wu Zhanfa followed Jia Su's instructions and continued to ask questions. "I came here for the Night King. My friend, my husband, and I have offended a powerful person and have to hide our identities here. We have never met any Night King. Please respect yourself." Wei Guang warned again. Wu Zhanfa continued to ask, "I am here for the Night King. I am Wu Zhanfa, and I am the spokesperson for the repeater." This was a joke made by the seventh prince before he came here, and Wu Zhanfa never understood the profound meaning behind it. Why waste your time talking to him? Just kill him first. Xiaoyao was ruthless. She raised her knife and slashed at Wu Zhanfa. The cold knife turned into a silver line and chopped off his head. Wei Guang had no choice but to attack with his sword. In an instant, there was a sharp flash of knife on the second floor. Wu Zhanfa fought 1 against 2, his sword flashing like the cold moon. Although Wei Guang and the other two attacked together, they could not do anything to him, and he was even gradually at a disadvantage. However, Wu Zhanfa's sword did not have killing intent, and he was able to injure Xiaoyao several times, but he always hit her with the back of the sword and stopped when it was appropriate. "I am here for the Night King." During the battle, Wu Zhanfa shouted loudly again. "Peony!" Wei Guang shouted, and the two of them withdrew their attacks at the same time and jumped away from the battlefield. The two men saw that Wu Zhanfa was showing mercy, so they became suspicious. If he was here to cause trouble for the Night King, he would not show mercy and would directly capture the two of them and question them. They were no match for this man. However, it could also be a deliberate tactic by the enemy. Wei Guang clasped his fists and said, "Thank you for showing mercy, my friend, but we really don't know who the Night King you are talking about is." Wu Zhanfa suddenly clamped the knife under his armpit, formed a strange hand seal with his hands, and chanted, "The Black Lotus descends to the world, eradicating evil, making the world pure and innocent, and the pure land of bliss." Upon hearing this, Wei Guang and Xiaoyao quickly put down their knives, formed a poem seal with their hands, and recited this oath. Then, Wei Guang smiled and said, "So they are messengers with the same faith." Wu Zhanfa nodded and said, "I wish to burn the glory for the saint." These words were the information Jia Su learned from a devout believer after secretly investigating the Black Lotus sect these days. All believers of the Black Lotus sect must respond when someone recites the oath. Wu Zhanfa said, "Believer, let's be frank. I have been in the Imperial Guards for several years. Recently, I can be on guard outside the Yangxin Palace, and I have the opportunity to be close to Emperor Xia. The Night King once ordered that when I get close to Emperor Xia, I can reveal my identity and pass on this news to him. According to the Night King's instructions, I came to you." As he spoke, Wu Zhanfa threw out a waist badge of the Imperial Guards, which was a waist badge of the Royal Guards. Of course it was real. Xiao Rui was a prince after all, so he could still borrow a real waist badge. Wei Guang took the badge and looked at Xiaoyao in surprise. They didn't dare to believe Wu Zhanfa's words. They opened a roast chicken restaurant in Nanqing district with a mission. Not many people knew their identities, and even fewer knew their details. Not long ago, the Su family fell and 4 believers committed suicide by taking poison. They became more cautious and were ready to retreat at any time, fearing that their whereabouts would be exposed. However, he also believed that those believers had been trained in faith and would not reveal any information. Now that Wu Zhanfa suddenly arrived and said he was looking for the Night King, they naturally became suspicious, fearing that he was a spy from the imperial court. However, they dared not to believe it. What is the mission of the Night King? Now the opportunity to assassinate Emperor Xia is at hand. If they delay it, who can bear the wrath? In addition, Wei Guang calculated and felt that the possibility that the man in front of him was a spy was very small. First, they were only responsible for contacting the followers of the Death Soldier in the residences of several important officials. They were strictly trained to ensure that they would rather die than leak secrets, and they were sent on such missions. On weekdays, they were also careful, so it was unlikely that their identities would be exposed. Secondly, even if they knew their identities, they would only know that they were ordinary middlemen who were only responsible for liaison, and the only one who knew their details was the contact person at the upper level. They would not know that they could directly report to the Night King. So, was it the Night King's arrangement that the men in front of him came and directly stated his purpose? The Night King is as wise as a god, and no mortal can fathom his wisdom. Wu Zhanfa looked at the 2 people in front of him with flickering eyes, and admired Jia Su's strategy even more in his heart. Jia Su planned to use the assassination of Emperor Xia as an excuse. No matter whether Wei Guang and Xiaoyao knew the Night King or not, as long as they could test and confirm that they were followers of the Black Lotus, they would not leave Wu Zhanfa out of the matter. No matter whether it was the Night King or the Black Lotus, didn't they both want to kill Emperor Xia? As for the relationship between the Night King and the Black Lotus, Jia Su has very little information, but according to his speculation, the Black Lotus should be a means for the Night King to control people. Believers, if you 2 don't believe it, I'll take my leave. Wu Zhanfa said nothing more. He took 2 steps forward, took the badge, and turned to leave. Decisive and direct, without any pause, he walked out of the roast chicken shop and left quickly. Seeing Wu Zhanfa about to disappear into the darkness, Wei Guang finally couldn't bear it anymore and said, "Wait a moment, friend." Wu Zhanfa didn't even turn his head, but said directly, "I've given you the information. Report it as soon as possible. I'll come again in a few days." After saying this, Wu Zhanfa disappeared into the night. It's not that he didn't want to stay, but he was afraid of letting the cat out of the bag, so Wu Zhanfa left in a very cool manner. Wei Guang and Xiaoyao looked at each other and immediately went back to the house to discuss. They checked all around and made sure there were no eavesdroppers before discussing in very low voices. "Peony, can this person be trusted? I feel that the credibility is 70%. The saint is unfathomable, so it is natural for him to send his followers to approach Emperor Xia. Such an important insider should naturally be contacted by the saint himself, and for safety reasons, the saint cannot reveal his whereabouts, so he let this person find us when the opportunity arises. I was still wondering if it was a waste of our talents to let the two of us open a braised chicken restaurant in the south of the city. Now it seems that the saint has his own deep intentions. What about the remaining 30% that is unreliable? Why does this person keep saying that he came for the Night King? The title of Night King is a bad name that the saints once abandoned and hated. Why doesn't he know this? It's understandable, the Night King is a saint, but a saint is not necessarily the Night King. You forgot that we have two saints in the Black Lotus sect. One is the Lord Night King behind the scenes, and the other is the Black Lotus saint in the open. I think this person uses the Lord's previous name because he is afraid that we will report to the wrong person. That makes sense. If that's the case, then we must report this matter. Okay, just in case, let's wait for now and make sure no one is watching. Wu Zhanfa returned home and reported the whole process to Xiao Rui and Jia Su. After listening to Wu Zhanfa's description, Jia Su stroked his beard and smiled. Zhanfa performed very well. I believe those two have entered the game. In my opinion, they will definitely report to their superiors. As for whether we can track them to find the Night King, we can only wait and see. Maybe there are other people above them, but the situation has been opened up at least. Wu Zhanfa replied, Sir, I tested them according to the method you taught me, and they really fell into the trap. I feel that the Night King is most likely behind them, not anyone else. But, do you really not need me to monitor them secretly? You don't have to monitor anymore. I have asked His Highness to hire an expert in tracking. Jia Su suddenly said. Xiao Rui on the side nodded. Wu Zhanfa was not a professional tracker after all. He might be able to monitor him, but if he monitored him for a long time, it would be easy to expose his whereabouts. Moreover, Wu Zhanfa was big and strong, so it would be easy to expose him. So Jia Su and Xiao Rui discussed and decided to ask an expert. Who in the capital is best at surveillance? Xiao Rui didn't want to admit it, but he had to admit that it was the Eastern Depot and the embroidered uniform guard. If Jinyui is not familiar with him, then he can only go to Dongchang. After all, he knows the eunuch Wei Gonggong who is in charge of Dongchang. He is the confidant of the eunuch Hai Dafu, who is in charge of all the work of Dongjishichang. If he gives him some benefits, he will still send experts to help. But the only thing to note is that eunuch Wei must report to Hai Dafu, and then Emperor Xia will naturally know. It just so happened that Wei Guang and his wife were believers of the Black Lotus sect, so Emperor Xia would not be suspicious. Xiao Rui gave eunuch Wei 5,000 taels of silver, and he really sent two professional monitors, two thin and unattractive middle-aged men, who would be hard to be noticed in a crowd. They would monitor Wei Guang and Xiaoyao, ensuring that there would be no mistakes. Next, just wait for the results. Xiao Rui got up early the next morning. Your Highness, are you going to the Jiwen Hall to study? Gao Quan asked subconsciously. Xiao Rui kicked him and scolded him with a smile. Study? Do I have such a high level of awareness? There are distinguished guests coming to meet us today. I have to sweep the couch to welcome them, and quickly ask the servants to clean the house and prepare cakes and fruits. Yes, yes. Gao Quan immediately went down to prepare. Not long after Xiao Rui had breakfast, Zhuge Luiying, dressed as a man, came on horseback. Beside her, there were two people, one on the left and one on the right. Xiao Rui took a closer look. Xiao Qingqing and Zhang Ruoxi. The three girls were all dressed as men, with red lips and white teeth. Each of them was beautiful and charming in her own way. Zhang Ruoxi has an oval face, big eyes, heroic eyebrows, fair and delicate complexion, and an intellectual and free-spirited personality. Xiao Qingqing has a date-seamless face with two dimples at the corners of her mouth, which makes her look playful and fiery. Zhuge Luiying has an oval face, a pair of phoenix eyes, wheat-colored skin, and exudes a wild sensibility. The four great ladies of the capital, the famous young ladies of power, are much more famous than the four beauties of the capital. It is difficult for ordinary people to have any contact with them, but now Xiao Rui is welcoming them. Ahem. Open the door to welcome guests, it means opening the door to welcome guests. But Xiao Rui was in a state of wanting to cry but without tears. Zhuge Luiying was difficult enough to deal with, and now Xiao Qingqing was also a problem. She was holding a grudge against him. Would she tear down the house if she came here at this time? In addition, Zhang Ruoxi, are you offering a buy one get one free gift? Why are you here to join in the fun? Seventh Prince, you are blocking the door. Do you not welcome us? Seeing Xiao Rui in a daze, Xiao Qingqing asked unhappily. Xiao Rui then stepped aside and said, please come in, the three of you. My humble abode is simple and I apologize for the poor hospitality. Humph. Xiao Qingqing snorted arrogantly and was the first to enter. Zhuge Luiying greeted him, His Highness, and followed him in. Zhang Ruoxi responded with a gentle smile, which touched Xiao Rui. He thought to himself, Sister Ruoxi is the best. I have agreed to the marriage. Please take the other two away immediately. I won't see you off. After entering the house, Xiao Qingqing looked around the humble abode and found it was indeed very simple. This is a two-entry house. In the front courtyard, there is the main hall for receiving guests to the north, with study rooms and side rooms on both sides of the main hall. There are several side rooms on the east and west sides, which are servants' residences, kitchens, and for storing groceries. The back courtyard is the inner residence, where Xiao Rui and Jia Su live. Although it is a two-entry house, the front and back yards are not small, so even with more than a dozen people living there it doesn't seem crowded. Seventh Prince, His Majesty should really give you a plaque. You are honest and simple. Throughout the history of the Great Xia Kingdom, there is no prince more shabby than you. Xiao Qingqing said sarcastically. Xiao Rui shrugged. According to the tradition of the Great Xia Kingdom, the princes who have not yet established their own residences live in the imperial city. The prince's residence prepared by the inner court department sounds grand and noble, but it is actually just a house. It may be larger than the place where they live now, but there are many taboos in the imperial city. Therefore, it has become an unwritten rule for the princes to live in other places. Originally, it was normal for Xiao Rui to live in Xiao Feng's mansion, but now it is against the rules to buy a house privately in the capital to live in. However, since the mansion is about to be established, Emperor Xia will turn a blind eye. The three ladies were invited into the living room. Xiao Rui did not dare to take the main seat, but sat down in the main seat on the east side. Zhuge Luiying, Xiao Qingqing, and Zhang Ruoxi sat opposite him. The maid brought tea and snacks, then left. Xiao Rui didn't say anything, just drank his tea. You guys come to me, you guys talk, I don't speak first. After a moment, Zhuge Luiying took the initiative to say, I am here to bother you today, and to ask for advice from His Highness the Seventh Prince. Miss Zhuge, this is too serious. I am not very knowledgeable, so I cannot even ask for your advice. Xiao Rui said with a smile, you are a woman who is as brave as a man, and you are the role model that men should follow. Look, I am not as good as you in martial arts. I am not as good as you in marching and deploying troops. At most, I know a little bit about poetry. Some people still have self-awareness. Xiao Qingqing continued to sneer. Xiao Rui said that he would pretend that she didn't exist. Zhuge Luiying said, this is the humble words of His Highness the Seventh Prince. I also know that His Highness is busy. The other princes are secretly investigating the Black Lotus sect. I heard that the second Prince Xiaoying, with the help of the Ministry of Justice, arrested a group of Black Lotus sect believers who came to worship and found some very questionable objects. So I don't want to bother His Highness. If Your Highness can help me answer a question, the three of us will leave immediately. Oh, what problem has stumped Miss Zhuge? Xiao Rui was eager for the three women to leave quickly, and he never expected that Xiaoying had started to take action in the past few days. Zhuge Luiying said, Emperor Wuing of Great Yan State has established a female army. I want to follow the example of the female army and also want to establish a female army for Great Xia State, but my father disagrees, and I have no words to convince Emperor Xia. Your Highness is very intelligent, can you answer this question for me? After saying this, Zhuge Luiying's eyes were burning, Zhang Ruoxi also stared at Xiao Rui, and even Xiao Qingqing restrained her sarcasm. Oh my God, what are these three women trying to do? Form a female army? Who will dare to marry them in the future? A moment of silence for their future husbands, Why do I want to laugh? However, Getting the Emperor of Xia to agree to their formation of female soldiers was indeed a hassle. After all, the Great Xia Kingdom did not have this tradition. The Great Xia Kingdom had a deep Confucian ideology, believing that women were virtuous if they had no talent, and should not show their faces in public, so the pressure to set this precedent was great. If Xiao Rui were asked to give advice, what good ideas could he come up with? Under the gaze of the three women, Xiao Rui felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. I'm not afraid of being too timid, I just blame the female donor for being too enthusiastic. Miss Zhuge, it will be very difficult to convince His Majesty to let you recruit female soldiers. Xiao Rui organized his words and responded, our words have no influence and cannot influence my father's decision, but I know someone who, if he asks my father will seriously consider it, and there is a 50% chance that he will agree. Who is it? Xiao Qingqing asked hurriedly. Zhuge Luiying stared at Xiao Rui and said, my father is right, isn't he? And the so-called 50% chance means he either agrees or he disagrees. Xiao Rui nodded awkwardly, and Xiao Qingqing was so angry that she gritted her teeth and wished she could bite him. Lord Zhuge also disapproved and reprimanded Sister Luiying for making trouble. Zhang Ruoxi explained. Xiao Rui smiled. He knew that if he didn't agree, it wouldn't be so difficult. Oh. Zhuge Luiying sighed softly, looking extremely lost. She claimed that she was no less talented than boys since childhood and had lofty ambitions, but because of her status as a girl, she encountered repeated setbacks. It was really unfair. Seeing her loneliness, Xiao Rui was suddenly moved. Every era has its limitations. No matter how brilliant and beautiful you are, sometimes you will wither and decay in the backyard. This is indeed a very sad thing. But what can I do? Unless you become the emperor, you can wave your hand and say, approved. Hey, this is a bit of a pipe dream. In fact, it's not that my father didn't agree. Suddenly, Zhuge Luiying said, he left me in the capital and made a bet with me. If I won, he would help me to speak to His Majesty and beg me to form a female army camp. Oh. What's the bet? Xiao Rui asked curiously. Zhuge Luiying hesitated and was too embarrassed to say it. It was Xiao Qingqing and Zhang Ruoxi's turn to be curious. Zhang Ruoxi asked, Sister Luiying, what was your bet with Uncle Zhuge? Yeah, why haven't I heard you mention it? Xiao Qingqing asked. Zhuge Luiying sighed, hesitated for a moment, and said, my father gave me a year to find someone younger than me but who can beat me in martial arts. Ah. Xiao Qingqing rolled her eyes and said, the Marquis deliberately refused to agree to your request. How could someone younger than you be your opponent? Zhuge Luiying is 19 years old, and her martial arts have reached the peak of the second level. She is carefully taught by the champion Marquis, and her fighting ability is extraordinary. People of the same level are no match for her. Xiao Rui asked, the world is so big, it's impossible not to find someone more powerful than you. Zhuge Luiying seemed to have something to hide, so he changed the subject and said, let's not talk about this matter. Your Highness, do you really have no idea? Xiao Rui apologized, if you want my father to agree, you have to let him see the advantages of the female barracks. Even the women's army of the Great Yan Kingdom was formed and continuously selected by Emperor Wuing himself. The women selected were all outstanding women, and they were selected with great effort. So this advantage is hard to find. However, Xiao Rui narrowed his eyes and asked, Miss Zhuge, what is your goal in forming a female barracks? Of course, it's to serve the country. Zhuge Luiying didn't think much about it and said directly, the other thing is to breathe. Who says women are inferior to men? Xiao Rui smiled and said, since we are serving the country and want to show that women are not inferior to men, why not change direction and start from somewhere else? What do you mean? Zhuge Luiying asked curiously. The other two girls also blinked their big eyes like curious babies. Xiao Rui really wanted to touch their heads, they were such good kids, but of course, he didn't dare. You all must have known about the East Factory and the Imperial Guards that His Majesty recently established. Xiao Rui said, especially the East Factory, which is responsible for investigating and spying on the powerful. Would a man be as proficient in such a thing as a woman? Just a honey trap can make the enemy reveal the truth. Zhuge Luiying and the other two girls frowned. Many forces would train female assassins. As Xiao Rui said, women were naturally superior in some things. Fighting was a man's job, but men were far inferior to women in gathering intelligence. Sometimes, women were more terrifying than men when they were ruthless. Moreover, there were no officially registered female spies in the court of Daxia. Xiao Rui continued, "It's difficult to form a female barracks, so can we form a female spy team? As a second choice, slowly highlight the abilities of women. Over time, the champion Marquis and His Majesty will see your efforts, and everything will come naturally." After saying this, Xiao Rui regretted it a little. Dongchang and Jinyue were such dark places, and if Zhuge Luiying was contaminated, who knows what would happen. Hopefully she won't agree. Okay. The next moment, Zhuge Luiying slapped him in the face. "I'll give it a try. It doesn't matter if I use different methods to serve Daxia," Zhuge Luiying said. Then he stood up, clasped his fists, and said, "Thank you, 7th Prince, for your advice." Xiao Rui also stood up and said awkwardly, "Just said it casually, just said it casually. We apologize for disturbing you then." Zhuge Luiying said goodbye and left in a hurry with the two women. Xiao Rui watched them leave and suddenly sighed. Isn't this pushing people into the fire pit? Will the champion Marquis cut him? I'm so scared. However, it was what Zhuge Luiying mentioned casually that caught Xiao Rui by surprise. His second brother Xiao Yiheng had the Ministry of Justice arrest a bunch of Black Lotus followers. The Black Lotus must be going crazy. Will it affect Wei Guang and his wife? It seems that he has to go out and take a look at the situation in the capital. So, he thought of his third brother. That afternoon, Xiao Rui went to Prince Wu's palace. When Xiao Zhe heard that Xiao Rui was coming, he was obviously stunned. This was his first visit in a long time. It was rare and precious. Xiao Rui was invited to the palace hall by the steward of the palace, and saw Xiao Zhe watching the singing and dancing. Hey, this third brother is indeed a person who is good at cultivating his sentiments, and he must be accompanied by music, singing and dancing every day. Why are you here? Xiao Zhe casually pointed to the place next to him and waved his hand, asking everyone to leave. No one comes to visit you for no reason. Xiao Rui quickly took out the IOU and said, I'm short of money lately, so I came to collect the money I owe you. Xiao Zhe's maternal grandfather was the famous Duke of Qing, and his uncle was the director of the Salt Transport Commissioner's office, a third-rank official in charge of the production and sale of salt. Needless to say, you can imagine how lucrative this job is. You kid, if the emperor finds out, he will definitely drag you out and give you a few whippings. Xiao Zhe scolded with a smile, then called the steward and withdrew 20,000 taels. He asked, is that enough? Xiao Rui nodded repeatedly and said, that's enough, hee. Is there anything else? Xiao Zhe asked again when he saw that he had no intention of leaving. Xiao Rui explained his purpose, I heard that my second brother has arrested a group of people from the Black Lotus sect. I came to ask you what he found out. What did you find out, third brother? Xiao Zhe immediately sat up straight, squinted his eyes and looked at Xiao Rui, and said, among us brothers, Lao Jiu has a lively temper and has no intention of investigating the Night King and the Black Lotus sect. As for me, it's boring to find too many people, so I'd rather listen to the music. As for you, you still stay at home. If you didn't come to ask me, I would have thought you didn't want to get involved either. I really didn't get involved. We are all secretly protected by the Imperial Guards. If they want to know our whereabouts, they can find out by asking. I can't hide what I did from the other brothers. Xiao Rui said casually, I came here just out of curiosity. After all, the information I know is relatively closed. Xiao Zhe frowned slightly. He didn't believe Xiao Rui's lies. To be able to hide in the clan house and secretly play the role of the King of Hell in trial, his methods were not simple. Come on, bring the search information here. Xiao Zhe said to the manager. The steward will do it immediately. Xiao Zhe said, although I don't ask, my uncle has sent people to keep an eye on it. They have been sending me information about the Black Lotus sect every day these days. You can take a look. Xiao Rui felt jealous instantly. See, this is the advantage of being rich. You don't have to investigate yourself, you can just lie down and see the results. So, my son also wants to be a second-generation layman. Eh? Where's my woman? Oh, no. Let's talk about this goal later and look at the intelligence first. Soon, the steward of Prince Wu's palace brought a stack of information. It's all here, you can see for yourself. Xiao Zhe said casually, and then hummed a little tune, as if he was still recalling some beautiful music. Xiao Rui started reading from the first one, and soon he found that the information was more like an introduction, introducing the basic information of the Black Lotus sect. For example, the Black Lotus sect had about 20,000 followers in the capital, but the number of core believers was unknown. It was one of the top 4 small religions among the Buddhist branches in the capital, and its target audience was the poor and the rich, showing a polarized phenomenon. In addition, the information also introduced the 6 bases where the Black Lotus cult held ceremonies. The ceremonies were held on the 15th of every month, with up to 1,000 people participating. However, no one knew about the secret bases. Xiao Rui continued to flip through the pages. The more he read, the more detailed the information became, beginning to reveal the dark history of the Black Lotus cult. The first piece of information was that it misled people. The Black Lotus cult taught that people were born sinful and would go to hell after death, and that only those who believed in the Black Lotus saint could gain eternal life. The second is harming the people. It is said that the Black Lotus Church will deal with heretics who insult the Black Lotus saint by purifying them or even burning them alive. The third article is to criticize state affairs, and the purpose of the Black Lotus sect carries the meaning of reflecting the imperial court. Further down, there are the 4th and 5th articles. The final intelligence described how the second Prince Xiaoying, with the assistance of his uncle, the Minister of Justice, sent people to raid the lair of followers of the Black Lotus cult. A worship ceremony was being held at the time, but this ceremony was different from a religious assembly. They were all fanatical followers of the Black Lotus cult, so they directly seized artifacts cursing the fate of the Great Xia nation and remarks cursing Emperor Xia from the scene. The last picture shows that the 5th and 6th princes also started to take action. By communicating and cooperating with Jinyui commander Zhang Yu, they began to arrest the followers of the Black Lotus sect. Among the 9 princes, the 2nd prince, the 4th prince, and the 5th prince have performed outstandingly and have achieved some results. Seeing this, as Xiao Rui guessed, finding the Night King has become an afterthought, and now how to destroy the Black Lotus sect is the top priority. After all, the crimes of the Black Lotus sect have been exposed, and it has become an opportunity for several princes to show off. Xiao Rui did not go out to hang out, but he could imagine that the capital was in a state of chaos. The court had not yet defined the Black Lotus sect as an evil sect. Once it was confirmed, it would be time to completely eliminate it. But this made Xiao Rui confused. What did Emperor Xia want to teach the princes through the Black Lotus sect? Those who intend to split the government should be killed. Those who mislead the people and harm the politics of Daxia should be killed. Aren't these all obvious? They must be killed, and there is no need to teach them. So could it be that Jia Su's guess was wrong, and Emperor Xia had no intention of teaching the princes through one thing, but simply wanted the princes to find the Night King Xiao heading, and the Black Lotus sect was just a stumbling block? What did you see? Xiao Zhe asked with a smile when he saw that he was frowning. Xiao Rui said, the Black Lotus sect is undoubtedly an evil sect and should have been destroyed long ago. This statement was ambiguous, but Xiao Zhe heard the voiceover. He said, yes, it should have been destroyed long ago. But why does it still exist until now, and instead hand the knife to us and let us do it? 7th brother, you are curious too. I'm not curious. We will do whatever my father tells me to do. Xiao Rui shrugged. Xiao Zhe sighed and said, you, a cunning person, just pretend to be stupid. Take the information and leave quickly. I don't want to see you. Starting tomorrow, I will let the steward send you a copy of the collected information. Thank you, 3rd brother. Xiao Rui quickly responded with a bright smile. After leaving Prince Wu's mansion, Xiao Rui did not return to his house, but asked Gao Quan to drive the carriage to other places. Nanqing District, as the place where dignitaries and royal relatives live, has not yet been affected by the Black Lotus sect. But as soon as you arrive in Xiqing District, where poor people and outsiders live, you immediately notice the tension. Emperor Xia gave the princes power. Although they could not mobilize the patrol camp and the imperial guards, they still had a large number of manpower in cooperation with the Jinyui, Yingtianfu, and the Ministry of Justice. Since the second Prince Xiaoying kicked off the arrest of the Black Lotus sect, other princes were no less inferior and began to arrest the followers of the Black Lotus sect. As a result, other sects were also affected and dared not gather, pray or even hold ceremonies. Notices were posted along the streets, all about arresting Black Lotus followers. As for Dongqing district and Beiqing district, there was also a tense atmosphere as the imperial court was pursuing them in full swing. "Let's go back home," Xiao Rui said to Gao Quan. It seemed that the show had just begun. Xiao Rui's investigation progress was also temporarily suspended. The people who secretly monitored Wei Guang and Xiao Yao reported that there was nothing unusual about them. They were either cooking roast chicken in the store or going out to buy raw materials. So Xiao Rui discussed with Jia Su and asked Wu Zhanfa to go again. Wu Zhanfa directly stated his purpose and asked if he could contact the Night King for him. Wei Guang and Xiao Yao were still a little wary. After all, the capital was now investigating all the people and matters related to the Black Lotus sect. Wu Zhanfa left the roast chicken shop without saying much, but asked them to report as soon as possible. Over the next 2 days, the imperial court finally issued an order to begin the purge of the Black Lotus sect, arresting the Black Lotus saint and all high-ranking members and believers of the Black Lotus sect. They finally began to take action against the Black Lotus sect, issuing a strict order: no matter who you are, once you join the Black Lotus sect, you will be severely punished. After the decree was issued, Emperor Xia emphasized and praised the second prince, the fifth prince and the sixth prince at the morning court. Coincidentally, just after the morning court session ended, the fourth prince Xiaofeng seemed to enter the palace to meet the emperor on time, and then detonated a bomb. When Xiao Rui found out, it was already afterward. Even though Xiaofeng is a martial arts idiot who is usually a bit slow-witted, he unexpectedly captured a messenger of the Black Lotus sect this time. In the Black Lotus cult's organization, at the top is the Black Lotus saint, below are 2 guardians, and below that are 4 messengers. Xiaofeng captured the messenger and used every possible means to finally pry open his mouth and obtain a list of loyal followers of the Black Lotus sect. According to the messenger, this was one of the 4 major lists, and the other 3 were in the hands of the other 3 messengers. After Xiaofeng saw the contents of the roster, he immediately went to the palace and presented it to Emperor Xia. After seeing this, Emperor Xia was furious and quickly ordered Jinyui commander Zhang Yu to enter the palace and throw the roster to him. "Take a good look. This is a good minister of Daxia. He receives a salary but is actually colluding with the Black Lotus sect. Investigate." Emperor Xia was angry. Zhang Yu was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and quickly picked up the roster and left the hall. Standing in front of the hall, Zhang Yu opened the roster and the cold sweat that had just stopped broke out again. The roster was filled with names of people. The most important thing was that there were names circled in red cinnabar among the names. The names were so familiar. They were the ministers of the Great Xia Kingdom. This is secondary, because Zhang Yu also discovered that these names are not only officials, but are also closely related to the princes who were most eager to capture the Black Lotus sect in recent days. This is really a mess. Are you going to start slapping yourself in the face? After Xiaofeng left the palace, what happened in the palace was not spread out, but when Zhang Yu, the commander of the Jinyui, started arresting people, the whole capital had no choice but to know. The first among them is the cousin of the second prince Xiao Yihing's uncle, who serves as a 5th-rank doctor in the Ministry of Justice. The Jinyui went straight into the Ministry of Justice to arrest someone and were so tough that even Zhou Mingwen, the right vice minister of the Ministry of Justice, was stunned. Are you surprised? Are you unexpected? His cousin's crime was that he was a follower of the Black Lotus sect. These days, he was busy helping his nephew catch members of the Black Lotus sect, but he didn't expect that people around him would be caught. After Xiao Yihing found out, he cursed his distant uncle and said he deserved to die. He was praised by his father and this happened. He was slapped in the face. Zhou Mingwen also suggested whether to ask Emperor Xia for mercy. Xiao Yihing thought about it and uttered one word: he deserved it. Immediately afterwards, the imperial guards arrested several more people, among whom were the relatives and friends of the 5th and 6th princes. This drama was full of ups and downs, and it was too late for Xiao Rui to find out about it. At the same time, he also knew what Emperor Xia's teachings were. First, let the prince investigate the Black Lotus sect, and praise them loudly when there are some results. Then, when they start to purge the Black Lotus sect, a series of problematic names are brought up, which makes the prince slap himself in the face. When they are faced with relatives who are followers of the Black Lotus sect, how should the prince choose? This is teaching, this is instruction. At the same time, Xiao Rui couldn't help but admire Emperor Xia's brilliant strategy, which not only educated the princes but also made them understand that in the face of state affairs, anyone who breaks the law is unforgivable, even if he is your relative or friend. This is the ruthlessness that a qualified emperor should have. In addition, the prince became a knife in the hands of Emperor Xia, allowing him to slaughter criminal ministers without mercy, because the prince was there to block him and he could stay out of it. The third is Jia Su's speculation. This should be a veiled warning from Emperor Xia: I don't allow you to form cliques secretly, so everyone should behave themselves. As a future king, it is necessary to have a broad view, judge the situation, and be able to endure loneliness. Now the only ones who have fallen into the trap are Xiao Ying, Xiao Yuan, and Xiao Ming. But you have to know that there are 4 rosters of the Black Lotus sect. Does that mean the names in the other 3 rosters must have nothing to do with the other princes? Even Xiao Rui suspected that his distant relatives might be implicated. Because if the Black Lotus cult is really controlled by the Night King, recruiting royal relatives must be the first choice, especially the prince's relatives, who will not be let go. Of course, these were all speculations by Xiao Rui and Jia Su, because from the very beginning, Emperor Xia only asked the princes to look for Xiao Heading rather than investigate the Black Lotus sect. All the princes were attracted by the intelligence about the Black Lotus sect, and were blinded by it. They thought that the Black Lotus sect was related to Xiao Heading. As long as they found out about the Black Lotus sect, they would find Xiao Heading. Therefore, Emperor Xia did not say anything more. The princes had to bear the consequences of their own actions and learned a lesson. This is the brilliance of Emperor Xia. Jia Su suspected that Emperor Xia had already thoroughly investigated the Black Lotus cult, but had been delaying action because he wanted to fatten them up before killing them. Now it seemed that, well, they were so fat that they could hardly walk. Within 2 days, the Jinui arrested more than 20 court officials. It is worth mentioning that one of them was actually another envoy, so he contributed another list, and then the more exciting face-slapping activities continued. The younger brother of the 4th Prince Xiao Feng's maternal grandfather was also on the roster. Oh my god. Xiao Feng was also confused. I just stabbed my brother, and now I stab myself. His grandfather even came to plead for mercy. Fenger, your grandfather is my only brother. He was deceived into joining the Black Lotus sect and was not willing. How about you go to Emperor Xia and beg for mercy? Xiao Feng's mouth twitched. Although he was usually stubborn, he was very smart this time. You are the Duke of Ingwa and you didn't go to beg for mercy. If I go, how will my father punish me, a prince who is inconsistent? So Xiao Feng did what he was best at. He went directly to the palace to apologize and begged his father to severely punish the evildoers of the Black Lotus sect. Emperor Xia praised Xiao Feng highly, which made the nervous Xiao Feng very excited and made him understand more clearly that only by upholding justice can he gain recognition. It should be mentioned that the 3rd Prince Xiao Zhe also had relatives involved in this matter, but he was lazy and didn't bother to ask. His grandfather was sensible and didn't bother him at all. At this time, the only ones who stayed out of the matter were the eldest Prince Xiao Lai, the 7th Prince Xiao Rui, and the 9th Prince Xiao Yan. Don't forget, there are 2 rosters. Xiao Rui seriously suspected that Emperor Xia was playing chess. In the past few days, there has been no movement from Wei Guang and Xiao Yao from the 5-spice boneless braised chicken shop. The spies from the East Factory have become a little impatient and started to wonder if they were monitoring the wrong people. Xiao Rui was also a little anxious, but Jia Su told him to wait. Don't be impatient. Now that everyone is calling for the Black Lotus sect to be killed, Wei Guang and Xiao Yao are also anxious, so they dare not act rashly. On the other hand, the capture of the Black Lotus sect members also makes them anxious, and they will not miss the Wuzhan Fa. If the assassination of Emperor Xia is successful, the Black Lotus sect will be destroyed, so what's the big deal? The time has come to the 23rd day since the system issued the task. Wei Guang and Xiao Yao finally took action. Today they did not do any business but went out of town early in the morning. 2 spies from the Eastern Depot followed secretly. Although Wei Guang and Xiao Yao were good at martial arts, they were not proficient in anti-reconnaissance capabilities, so they did not pay attention to the tracking experts following them. At the same time, Xiao Rui also borrowed 5 masters, who were the masters of the Imperial Guards who protected Xiao Yan. They went out of the city together with Wu Zhanfa and chased after the spies based on the clues left by them. 20 miles south of the capital, there is a Buddhist temple called Lotus Temple. It is small and has few monks. It is not well known and has almost no pilgrims. Wei Guang and Xiaoyao walked into this temple. Not long after, Wu Zhanfa and his 4 companions also arrived at the Lotus Temple. Instead of entering, they hid around the temple. Wei Guang and Xiaoyao entered the Lotus Temple, met the old abbot inside, and said, "Abbot, we are here to see Master Yuanzhen." The abbot was cleaning with a broom. He didn't even look up and said, "My junior brother is sitting in meditation in front of the pagoda. You can go there by yourselves." "Yes." Wei Guang and Xiaoyao immediately walked towards the back of the temple. The Lotus Temple was very small. After the front hall was the inner house. After the inner house, there was a small vegetable garden in the backyard. There was a dilapidated pagoda in the yard. At this time, an old monk was sitting quietly in front of the pagoda. Wei Guang and Xiaoyao arrived and said respectfully, "Saint." The old monk asked without even looking up, "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to come to me unless it's a big deal?" Wei Guang said, "Saint, more than 20 days ago, a member of the Imperial Guards found us and said that he was a believer that you had placed in the Imperial Guards. Now he is on duty at the Yangxin Palace and has come close to Emperor Xia. He ordered the 2 of us to report this to you." The old monk hummed softly, and a smile appeared on his slightly surprised face. "There is a guest coming from outside the temple. Go and invite him in and entertain him well," said the old monk leisurely. Wei Guang and Xiaoyao walked out of the Lotus Temple, scratching their heads. When they arrived at the temple gate, they did not see any visitors. Xiaoyao was quick-witted. Her face suddenly changed and she shouted, "Wei Guang, no. We've fallen into a trap." Wei Guang finally reacted and hurriedly looked around. This time, he searched carefully and immediately found a hidden figure. Wei Guang was furious, but thinking of the saint's instructions, he suppressed his anger and shouted, "Friends in the dark, come out, my saint invites you. Stop being a coward." Xiaoyao also said angrily. Wu Zhanfa knew his whereabouts had been revealed, and wanted to retreat, but he was afraid that if he left and cut off the enemy's whereabouts, he would never be able to find them again. But if he attacked by force, there was no guarantee of how many masters there were in the temple, and he might be wiped out. Finally, Wu Zhanfa took the initiative to step forward. This time Wu Zhanfa was not wearing a nightgown, but his good figure made Wei Guang and Xiaoyao recognize his identity immediately. Wasn't he the mysterious man who came to look for them? Wei Guang and Xiaoyao were furious at the thought of being tricked by him. Even if they couldn't beat him, they wanted to go up and stab him twice. "Please come in, my friend. Aren't you looking for our saint?" Wei Guang said sarcastically. Wu Zhanfa stood on the stone steps outside the temple, looking at the simple Lotus Temple. He did not dare to act rashly and for a moment he lost his composure. Xiaoyao continued to sarcastically say, "It seems that you are also a dog running errands. Since you dare not come in, then stay here honestly." After saying this, Xiaoyao went into the temple and reported to Monk Yuanzhen. "Saint, the followers dare not enter the temple. They are probably afraid of an ambush inside. Moreover, they are subordinates, and the person behind them has not appeared yet," Xiaoyao said. Monk Yuanzhen smiled and said, "The person behind this is not simple, as he was able to find you and follow you here. Tell the people outside the temple to go find his master and tell him that I am waiting in the temple. Saint, right now the capital is conducting a large-scale search for the followers of our Black Lotus sect. The Black Lotus sect has suffered a serious blow. If you show up now, aren't you putting yourself in danger?" Xiaoyao said worriedly. Monk Yuanzhen said, "Go ahead. I know what to do." Xiaoyao gritted her teeth and had to do as she was told. After Wu Zhanfa heard Xiaoyao's message, he immediately arranged for a guard to enter the city to report to Xiao Rui. Xiao Rui was also a little surprised to learn that the saint of the Black Lotus sect wanted to see him. "Sir, what do you think?" Xiao Rui asked Jia Su. Jia Su said, "We cannot be sure that this saint is Xiao Heading. He is waiting to see you, so he must have something to rely on, and he is not even afraid of you reporting the case." "Wait. It seems that he is not afraid of you reporting the case, but he is sure that you will not report the case. Because he knows that we don't know his true identity, and he has his own intentions. Otherwise, we would not send people to monitor him, but to encircle and suppress him instead of sending people to monitor him. Otherwise, this person is truly fearless. That would be exciting. Xiao Rui nodded. His mission was to find the Night King. As long as he found him, the mission would be completed. He would know whether the mission was completed or not after meeting this person. As for who was really the Night King, Xiao Rui did not really intend to reveal his identity and ask for credit from Emperor Xia. He only cares about the advent value now, the advent value. Sir, can you accompany me for a walk? Xiao Rui asked. Jiasu nodded and said, I'm very happy to do so. The two immediately left the city in a carriage and came to the Lotus Temple. After getting off the carriage, Wei Guang and Xiao Yao in front of the temple gate saw Xiao Rui's appearance and their faces changed. It seemed that they knew Xiao Rui, and they were surprised that it was him. It seems that the entire capital has been deceived by this low-key seventh prince. Seventh prince, please. Wei Guang extended his hand to invite him, not daring to be rude. Even the hot-tempered Xiao Yao stood behind Wei Guang. Thank you. Xiao Rui smiled and entered the temple with Jiasu. After passing through the front hall and the back house, we arrived at the small vegetable garden. As soon as he entered the vegetable garden, Xiao Rui suddenly remembered a pleasant reminder sound in his mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, mission completed, find the Night King Xiao heading, advent value plus 10. Advent value 100 out of 100, do you want to start the advent? Xiao Rui's breathing became noticeably faster, and his steps even paused, which made Jiasu beside him notice something was wrong. But Xiao Rui did not start his descent, because he noticed that the old monk in front of the pagoda had already stood up. Now it has been confirmed that he is Xiao Heading, the saint of the Black Lotus sect. But why did he become a monk? Is it to hide from others, or is it to really be away from the world and let go of everything? While Xiao Rui was daydreaming, he had already arrived in front of the old monk. Saint, this is... Wei Guang was about to introduce him, but was stopped by Monk Yuanzhen. So similar. You look a lot like your mother, especially your eyes. Monk Yuanzhen looked at Xiao Rui and suddenly said this. Xiao Rui's eyes widened immediately, with a look of surprise on his face. It couldn't be so ridiculous. Could the Night King in front of him be related to his mother? Could it be that today was a family recognition meeting? Xiao Rui hesitated for a moment, clasped his fists and said, Senior Xiao. Monk Yuanzhen smiled and said, it seems that you already know my lay name. I entered the Buddhist monastery 15 years ago, and my Buddhist name is Yuanzhen now. According to our lay relationship, you are still my nephew. You have grown up so much now. I remember that I saw you when you were 2 or 3 years old. Xiao Rui opened his mouth, but didn't know how to answer. The atmosphere is wrong. How did it become a family affair? Logically speaking, you are a traitor, and if I don't arrest you, I'm breaking the rules. What is your relationship with my mother? Xiao Rui couldn't help but ask. Monk Yuanzhen sighed and said with emotion, before I became a monk, my first wife was your mother's cousin. Your mother often lived in my house when she was a child. Xiao Rui was a little confused. If we calculate the time according to what he said, when he started the rebellion, Xiao Rui's mother had not yet married Emperor Xia. Then Emperor Xia was ordered to hunt down the rebel Xiao Heading, and he married his sister-in-law halfway. Now, not only is the script wrong, it is also beginning to move towards a sentimental ethics drama. Monk Yuanzhen looked at Xiao Rui and was very pleased. Although I have become a monk, those who once supported me often told me about the situation in the capital. It is not easy for you to find me through trickery. You must be full of doubts now. Come on, I will tell you slowly. Xiao Rui nodded and followed him to a monk's house in the backyard. Xiao Rui also invited Jiasu into the house and said, Master Yuanzhen, this is Jiasu, my mentor and friend. Jiasu bowed and said, I have heard of your great name for a long time. It is a pleasure to meet you. Monk Yuanzhen looked at Jiasu and said with a smile, with a right-hand man like you, Xiao Rui will not be bullied. The three of them entered the house and sat cross-legged on the futon. Monk Yuanzhen wanted to make tea, and Xiao Rui took it over and let him do it. Monk Yuanzhen smiled and nodded, but did not stop him. If you have any questions, just ask. I will do my best to answer them for you. If it were someone else, this would not be possible. Monkey Wanjin said with a smile. Xiao Rui nodded and asked the biggest question in his mind, Master, are you really a saint of the Black Lotus sect? Do you even intend to rebel? Now that you have become a monk, it doesn't seem like a disguise. I was once a saint of the Black Lotus sect. Monkey Wanjin did not hide anything and said, I also did wrong things for the throne, but since I became a monk, I have been serving the Buddha wholeheartedly. At this point, Monkey Wanjin clasped his hands together and said, Amitabha. Since I became a monk, I am no longer a saint of the Black Lotus sect. The Black Lotus sect is now controlled by another saint. All the evils of the Black Lotus sect are due to his ambition. People like Wei Guang, including many core believers of the Black Lotus sect, were trained by me back then, so they still worship me as a saint. I can't bear not to see them, so I haven't achieved the 4 elements of emptiness and am still entangled in the secular world. Amitabha. I see. Xiao Rui finally understood, and then asked, who is the other saint? Master, do you know where he is? She. Monkey Wanjin smiled. I'm sorry I can't tell you who this person is. As for where she is, Emperor Xia is probably the only one in the world who knows. Xiao Rui rolled his eyes. He knew that Emperor Xia was definitely involved in this, and his guess came true. The Black Lotus is a fattened pig. Master, of course, is the Night King Xiao Heading's rebellion as people are talking about now. From the tone of your words, there must be some hidden story. Jia Su asked. Xiao Rui nodded. This was also what he was curious about. After all, according to him, he had seen himself when he was 2 or 3 years old. He was in the palace back then, so how did he see him? Monkey Wanjin sighed and did not answer immediately. He looked nostalgic, as if he was recalling the days before he became a monk. Do you really want to know? After a long while, Monkey Wanjin said, back then, the secret was only known to me and Emperor Xia. I wanted to take it into the tomb, so do you really want to know? After knowing this, will my father kill me to silence me? Xiao Rui asked back. Monkey Wanjin extended his hand to invite the two to have tea, then smiled and said, no. Emperor Xia is a very sentimental emperor. Although he can be very cold at times, it's all for national affairs. However, he will still feel embarrassed, or even a little angry, and it will affect his image in your minds. Xiao Rui immediately smiled back, that's fine, master, please go ahead. Monkey Wanjin nodded, sighed, and said, at that time, Emperor Xiaowen was old and did not care about state affairs, which led to the decline of the Great Xia Kingdom. The 3 kingdoms of Great Qi, Great Yan, and Great Zhao invaded the territory and occupied 4/10 of the territory. In addition, Emperor Xiaowen was authoritarian and suspicious. The crown prince at that time was weak in character and had no appearance of an emperor. The second son, Xiao Heading, served as the governor of Ludong and led 100,000 elite cavalry. He was worried about national affairs and had no intention of rebelling at first. Later, he received a secret letter. The secret letter was written by the current Xia Emperor Xiaoying. The letter stated that he was willing to nominate Xiao Heading as the emperor to succeed the throne and restore the prestige of the Xia. The letter also stated that he had contacted other princes for assistance and discussed important matters together. Xiao Rui almost spit out the tea in his mouth. I really didn't expect that such a serious and majestic Emperor Xia would do such a thing in the past. He even instigated his own brother to rebel. Monkey Wanjin continued, originally, Xiao Heading had no intention of rebelling, but he was tempted by the letter and actually had evil thoughts. Then, under Xiao Ying's instigation, 4 princes actually wrote to Xiao Heading, expressing their willingness to help him ascend to the throne. So Xiao Heading found an opportunity to enter the capital and conspired with the 5 princes. They agreed on a time and drugged Emperor Xiaowen to make him appear leaderless. Then Xiao Heading led his troops to the capital, and the 5 princes opened the city gates to welcome him and made him their king. So Xiao Heading really did raise an army to rebel and rushed all the way to the outskirts of the capital. Emperor Xiaowen was indeed unconscious. It seemed that everything was going according to plan. But, what happened next gave Xiao Heading a blow. Xiaoying persuaded the patrol camp to defend the city gate, and then went to the northwest camp alone to gain military power, severely damaging Xiao Heading's army. The awakened Emperor Xiao Wen appointed Xiao Ying as the general and eliminated the rebels. This process lasted for several years. In fact, Xiao Heding was captured by Xiao Ying not long after he fled back to Ludong. However, Xiao Ying did not report to Emperor Xiao Wen and the court. Instead, he deliberately delayed the time for several years on the pretext of suppressing the rebels. He used the excuse of suppressing the rebellion to become the commander-in-chief with the largest number of troops in the world, and recruited countless famous generals and Confucian officials. When Emperor Xiao Wen noticed it, it was too late. In order to restrain Xiao Ying, Emperor Xiao Wen divided the military power among other princes, which led to the civil strife in Daxia later. The princes fought against each other, but they all lost to Xiao Ying. He was brave and resourceful, courageous and knowledgeable, and he was ruthless when he needed to be. He eventually won the world. Xiao Heding, as Xiao Ying's pawn and second brother, always made wedding clothes for him, and lived in misery until he recognized the truth of the world and became a monk. Now, Xiao Heding is dead, and there are many Yuanjin monks in the world. He only gave a general description of the incident, but it also made Xiao Rui imagine a series of scenes of power struggle, especially the performance of Emperor Xia, who deceived Xiao Heding and continued to be a pawn after his failure. It also made him, who had nothing, become a powerful prince. Sure enough, after knowing the truth, Emperor Xia's lofty image instantly fell, but Xiao Rui felt that this was the most real thing. Emperor Xia back then was even more pitiful than he is now. He was born to a palace maid, and after recognizing his ancestry, he became a poor prince. When his mother died, he had no status and could not even enter the imperial mausoleum. The fact that he could finally get the throne was like an inspiring story. His image has fallen, but the admiration for him is as endless as a torrent of water. Are you deeply touched? Monk Yuanjun asked with a smile. Xiao Rui nodded and said, "It's not easy for Xiao Heding, and it's even harder for my father." Yes, it's not easy for either the chess pieces or the players. Monk Yuanjun smiled and said, "Now that you know about this past, you should understand why Emperor Xia wants you to look for me. Looking for you is fake, but wiping out the Black Lotus sect is real, and at the same time, we want the prince to learn the principles of being a king." Xiao Rui said with a smile. "There may be only a few people in this world who can understand your father. His ambition is too big. After he became emperor, he took back the lost territory and expanded more than half of the original territory. He almost destroyed the Great Zhao. If it weren't for the alliance of Great Zhao, Great Yan, and Great Qi, the Great Qin to the west of the Great Zhao would also be worried that it would fall into danger after the fall of the Great Zhao. In order to suppress the powerful Great Xia, it provided assistance to the Three Kingdoms alliance. Otherwise, your father's footsteps would never stop. In the Chinese continent, 7 countries competed for hegemony, and 4 countries jointly fought against the Great Xia. How domineering is this? Your father's wish is to unify the land of China. Monk Yuanjun said admiringly, now he is old, so he wants to train a new emperor to fulfill this long-cherished wish. At this point, Monk Yuanjun looked at Xiao Rui with burning eyes and warned him, under the persecution of Emperor Xia, you 9 princes cannot remain unscathed. You also have to think about your future goals. Xiao Rui, you came to see me, and I guess you can't hide it from Emperor Xia. His control over the capital is beyond your imagination. In this case, why don't you take the initiative to ask for merit? I am willing to reveal my past identity and help you once. Don't refuse, because your mother once helped me. For me, I have my heart set on Buddha, and I can believe in him anywhere, and Emperor Xia will not kill me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rui fell into deep thought. In the land of China, 7 countries compete for supremacy. The Xia kingdom was located at the easternmost part of the continent, bordering only the Great Yan, Great Zhao, and Great Qi. The remaining 3 kingdoms were the Great Qin kingdom to the west of the Great Zhao, the Great Yuan kingdom to the north of the Great Qi, and the Great Wei kingdom to the northwest of the Great Zhao and Great Yan. Xiao Rui doesn't even want to be the emperor of Xia, let alone unify China. Emperor Xia worked so hard to govern the country that he almost destroyed the state of Zhao, but it was only a close call. It was no easy task to unify the land of China. But it must be said that this goal made Xiao Rui excited. The land of China has never been unified. Whoever can unify China will be the greatest emperor of all time. Xiao Rui said quietly. Thinking of the system in his mind, Xiao Rui suddenly felt a fighting spirit. At this moment, he was no longer thinking about being a free and easy prince, but wanted to be the greatest monarch of all time, sweeping across the world, uniting all directions, and unifying the world. Who could compete with him? Fight on, young man. Uncle Emperor. Your nephew is sorry to trouble you. Xiao Rui suddenly stood up and bowed deeply. Monkey Wanjin laughed and said, "No trouble, no trouble." Xiao Rui finally decided to agree with Monkey Wanjin's suggestion for help. He planned to find a time to report to Emperor Xia that he had found the traitor Xiao heading, so that he could take the lead in this mission assigned by Emperor Xia and prepare for the job allocation after the government was established 2 months later. By the way, Uncle Huang, what kind of person is my mother? And what about my grandfather and uncle? Why don't they come to the capital? Xiao Rui thought of this and asked hurriedly. Monkey Wanjin was stunned, hesitated for a moment, and sighed, "Child, you still need to figure this out by yourself. I can only tell you that your mother is a kind-hearted, intelligent and smart woman. She is a rare good woman in the world. She loves you very much." Xiao Rui didn't think much of it at first, but now that he heard him say that, he became even more curious. If there was anything he couldn't say, he had to figure it out himself. It must have something to do with Emperor Xia, as he was so evasive. He would definitely find a chance to find out later. In the future, I will let Wei Guang and Xiaoyao follow you. They are both third-grade cultivators and can help you. Don't get involved in the affairs of the Black Lotus sect. The Black Lotus sect has been led astray and is on the verge of destruction, so I can't let you get involved too much. Monkey Wanjin said. Hey, I got 2 more third-grade masters, I made money again. Thank you, Uncle Huang. Xiao Rui was immediately grateful. After that, the two chatted for a few more sentences. Monkey Wanjin called Wei Guang and Xiaoyao and asked them to swear allegiance to Xiao Rui. From then on, they would no longer be members of the Black Lotus sect and would only obey Xiao Rui. Then, Xiao Rui bid farewell to Monkey Wanjin and led his men back to the city. In the carriage, Xiao Rui pretended to be asleep, but he was actually observing the system. Is it beginning to descend? Yes. Xiao Rui immediately agreed, and at the same time he was very excited. What would happen this time? The system is coming, please wait. Descending, please wait. The system's nature is coming again. Xiao Rui has gotten used to it and is just waiting for the descent to be completed. Xiao Rui asked Jia Su indirectly about his identity. He was very sure of his identity. He was a native of Daxia, an orphan, and lived in the mountains under the tutelage of a mysterious Taoist priest, who told him to come and assist Xiao Rui after he finished his studies. So the so-called arrival of the system is not a random arrival. He will arrange the identity of the person who is coming. Well, being an orphan and living in the mountains can be considered an arrangement. At least the person who is coming will not be confused about who I am and where I am. What will happen this time? Back at the house, Xiao Rui arranged for Gao Quan to clean the guest rooms and let Wei Guang and Xiaoyao stay there. He didn't know how big a house he would get after opening the mansion. He didn't ask for a garden like Xiao Zhe and Xiao Feng's, but he had to at least live up to his status. Why hasn't it arrived yet? Xiao Rui was bored and became more and more anxious as he waited. Ding dong. Suddenly, the long-awaited reminder sound rang out. Xiao Rui stood up abruptly and closed his eyes to observe. The advent is complete. Category of this advent, character advent. Yes. Xiao Rui clenched his fist. Another person has arrived. What kind of counselor and general will he bring to me this time? Guojia or Lu Bu? Why should I keep a low profile? I will take Lu Bu and carry the halberd to that place. Who among you dares to fight? Oh wow, am I about to take off? Pick the character that appears, Hua Tua. Character introduction, a native of Qiao, Pei State, in the late Han Dynasty, he was a medical scientist in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. He had comprehensive medical skills, especially good at surgery. He was also proficient in internal medicine, gynecology, pediatrics, and acupuncture, and was called the surgeon master by later generations. Please note, you must meet the first request of the descending character to ensure loyalty. Please enter the character module for detailed information. Xiao Rui was dumbfounded. Hua Tua. It was actually Hua Tuo. I didn't die young, why do I need a doctor? Xiao Rui was a little disappointed, but then he thought, having a private doctor by his side, at least he wouldn't have to worry about his health, which was better than having no one. Also, he wouldn't have to worry about coming into contact with poison or being drugged. Thinking of this, his mood immediately improved. Knock, knock. Your Highness, there is a doctor outside the house who wants to see your Highness. Gao Quan knocked on the door and reported. Xiao Rui immediately opened the door and greeted him in person. Outside the house, an old man dressed as a quack doctor was standing at the door. He had white hair and a youthful face, a protruding forehead, and an unexpectedly mysterious appearance. In his left hand, he held a cloth banner with the words, "Healing the World," written on it, making him look like a charlatan. Dear doctor, I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. Xiao Rui took the initiative to greet him with a bright smile, but he was secretly praying that Hua Tuo's first request would be simple, and he shouldn't ask for golden dragon koi soup again. Now I am a special person who is forbidden to enter the imperial garden. Hua Tuo was slightly surprised and asked, Your Highness, do you know me? You are the miracle doctor Hua Tuo, who saves the dying and the wounded, and helps the world. Of course I have heard of your name. Xiao Rui said with a smile. Hua Tuo smiled and said, It's just an empty reputation. I came from the great Yen kingdom. I didn't expect that your Highness had heard of my reputation. It seems that I am right to come to seek your Highness's help. Here he comes, his demands come. Please tell me what the miracle doctor needs. I will definitely meet his needs. Xiao Rui said solemnly. Hua Tuo said, My ambition is to open a clinic, which can not only save people but also promote medical skills. I originally intended to open it in the capital of Dian. Unfortunately, after treating the king of Dian, I found that he had a serious brain disease and had to have his skull opened for surgery to cure him. But he said I was trying to murder him and put me in prison and sentenced me to death. In the end, it was Princess Linglong who saved me, so I left Dian and came to Daxia. Open the head. The plot is so familiar. It seems that it is no wonder that Cao Cao is too suspicious. If you, Hua Tuo, open anyone's head, it will be a sin. The king of Dian will definitely kill you. Don't worry, doctor. I just bought a property in the center of Fengshe City, Dongqing district. I haven't figured out what to do for a living. Now it seems that God has made me wait for the arrival of the doctor. Xiao Rui invited Hua Tuo into the house, feeling particularly happy. Doctor, take a rest first. I'll ask the servants to take you to see it later. Hua Tuo did not go in, but his eyes lit up and he asked, Can I go and have a look now? Xiao Rui directly called Gao Quan, prepared the carriage, and personally led Hua Tuo on the trip. Hua Tuo was very satisfied when he saw the crowded shops in the market town. Ding dong. Hua Tuo's loyalty is 100 out of 100. Xiao Rui was overjoyed. This genius Dr. Hua Tuo was truly amazing. His request was so simple that he won him over without any effort. So Xiao Rui told Hua Tuo, Don't worry, doctor. I will immediately arrange for people to renovate the shop and turn it into the most luxurious clinic in the capital, so that the doctor can practice medicine and spread his medical skills as soon as possible. Is it feasible? Hua Tuo bowed deeply and said, Thank you for your care, Your Highness. I have no way to repay you. I wonder if Your Highness can endure the pain. What does the miracle doctor mean? Xiao Rui asked. Hua Tuo said, I am proficient in surgery, especially acupuncture. I created 5 animal exercises. Combining acupuncture and herbal baths can greatly improve Your Highness's physical fitness, but acupuncture is more painful. Xiao Rui's eyes widened instantly. The miracle doctor has great skills, will this push me to become a peerless master? Xiao Rui regretted not having the opportunity to become a martial arts master. He originally thought that this regret would always exist, but he did not expect the turning point brought by Hua Tuo. Can the 5 animal exercises combined with acupuncture and herbal hot spring significantly improve physical fitness? Xiao Rui quickly wiped his saliva. Divine Doctor, how do you mean the improvement of physical fitness that you mentioned? Xiao Rui asked immediately, feeling a little dry in the mouth. Hua Tuo said, Your Highness is already 17 years old, your muscles and bones are basically solidified, and it is extremely difficult to practice martial arts and stretch. Even if you practice hard from now on, it is difficult to achieve great success in martial arts. However, my 5 animals exercises imitates the 5 animals to train the body. One is the tiger, the second is the deer, the third is the bear, the fourth is the ape, and the fifth is the bird. They imitate the fierceness of the tiger, the comfort of the deer, the calmness of the bear, the dexterity of the ape, and the lightness of the bird, respectively, and strive to contain the charm of the 5 animals. There are 54 movements in total, 13 tiger exercises, 9 deer exercises, 9 bear exercises, 10 ape exercises, and 13 bird exercises. With the method of acupuncture, the acupuncture points of the human body are opened, and the body is infused with precious herbs to quench impurities. It can extend the solidified meridians and tendons, improve the strength and toughness of the skin, the strength of the muscles, make the qi and blood vigorous, the tendons and bones strong, and the internal organs are endless. With this foundation, your highness will naturally get twice the result with half the effort when practicing martial arts. Xiao Rui's breathing became noticeably faster. Hua Tuo asked, Your Highness, how old do you think I am? Early 60s. Xiao Rui wasn't sure. Hua Tuo spread out his thumb and index finger, and then clenched his 5 fingers together. Niechi, Zhengba, 87. Xiao Rui said in shock. You couldn't tell that he was so old at all, with white hair and a youthful face. Hua Tuo smiled and said, I am practicing the 5 animal exercises. Wind and rain cannot stop me. It's a pity that I was already 40 when I invented the 5 animal exercises. I can no longer improve my physical fitness through acupuncture. Otherwise, I would also like to become a martial arts master, haha. Xiao Rui quickly requested, then I'll have to trouble the miracle doctor next. It's my honor. Hua Tuo smiled back. Back at the house, Hua Tuo wrote down a list of medicinal materials for Xiao Rui. There were dozens of them, including both common and precious herbs, and the older the better. Xiao Rui was naturally generous and asked Gao Quan to purchase them quickly. Hua Tuo also said that most herbs can be bought on the market, but there are exceptions. Some of them are presented to the emperor as tribute and cannot be bought on the market. They are not available in the Imperial Medical Bureau, so they can only be obtained from Emperor Xia. For example, deerhorn Ganoderma lucidum, ginseng over 100 years old, and Tian Shan snow lotus. In order to become a master, Xiao Rui plans to fight the rich, but he still needs to wait. What are you waiting for? Naturally, the process of encircling and suppressing the Black Lotus sect was almost completed. Once he said that he had found the traitor Xiao Heading, the other princes would not be in the mood to slap them in the face while arresting the evil followers of the Black Lotus sect. How could he let them arrest people from their own camp? 5 days passed in a flash. The Black Lotus cult was basically wiped out and Xiao Rui entered the palace. Emperor Xia was reviewing memorials to the emperor when he heard Eunuch Hai report that the 7th prince wanted to see him. Emperor Xia was slightly stunned. Because in the operation to find the traitor Xiao Heading, the 7th prince seemed to have only asked the East Factory for a small favor, asking 2 people to follow the followers of the Black Lotus sect. The rest of the time he stayed at home honestly. Did he say anything? Asked Emperor Xia. Hai Dafu said respectfully, I did ask a question, but His Majesty the 7th prince said it was a serious matter and he had to report it to His Majesty in person. Let him in. Emperor Xia put down the memorial and took the opportunity to stretch his muscles. Xiao Rui entered the hall, bowed and said, Your Highness Xiao Rui, I pay my respects to you, Father. Emperor Xia nodded and said, Please take a seat. I heard that you have been absent from classes for a long time. Are you here to apologize? Asked Emperor Xia. Xiao Rui was speechless. Is this a fake father-son relationship? After Emperor Xia finished speaking, he also laughed, and then asked, You don't study your lessons well, you skip classes all day, and you don't think you are right just because of your cleverness. Tell me, what are you doing in the palace? Xiao Rui said, It's about the traitor Xiao Heading. I found him. Puff. Emperor Xia actually spat out tea, looking shocked. Hai Dafu was so scared that he quickly took a towel and wiped Emperor Xia. Xiao Rui was also depressed. Emperor Xia didn't even know about it. How is it possible? According to his and Monk Yuanjin's ideas, Emperor Xia must have sent people to monitor the Lotus Temple. Xiao Rui met Monk Yuanjin, and the news would naturally spread to the palace. "Have you found Xiao Heading?" asked Emperor Xia. Xiao Rui nodded honestly and said, "Yes, he has been ordained as a monk in the Lotus Temple, and his Buddhist name is Yuanjin." Emperor Xia raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that Xiao Rui had really found out there. He immediately glanced at Haidafu, and scared Haidafu so much that he knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously. When Xiao Rui saw this, he understood. It seemed that someone was sent to monitor him, but the people from the East Factory did not seem to have done their job well. They did not report such an important matter to their superiors, which led to this incident. But why is Xiao Rui so happy? He just likes to see you shocked. How did you find him? Emperor Xia was somewhat puzzled. This shouldn't be the case. Xiao Heading has been a monk for more than 10 years. Few people know his whereabouts, unless they are his former confidants. Emperor Xia was very smart. He immediately thought of the fact that Xiao Rui had met Su Xianying before his death, and asked the spies from the East Factory to follow him, presumably to follow Xiao Heading's confidant. So, Xiao Rui didn't fall into the trap he set at all. He found Xiao Heading in a roundabout way, and then waited until his trap was completed perfectly before reporting. "Wow, this little guy is so cunning that he can see through my plan clearly." Emperor Xia looked at Xiao Rui in surprise. If defeating Su Xianying made him see Xiao Rui's character, then finding Xiao Heading made him see Xiao Rui's intelligence. Very good, well done. Emperor Xia couldn't help but praise. Xiao Rui was flattered. What a coincidence. Emperor Xia suddenly thought of something and asked, "What did you talk about when you met the traitor Xiao Heading?" Xiao Rui said righteously, "Father, how could I chat with a traitor? It would be beneath my dignity. I will naturally investigate his whereabouts and report to the palace immediately." Really? Emperor Xia naturally didn't believe it. Of course Xiao Rui knew that he couldn't hide it from Emperor Xia, so he could get the details by directly asking the spies from the East Factory. But he had to say this and deny that he was chatting. He couldn't say that he was chatting about his dark history. Xiao Rui nodded obediently. Emperor Xia did not pursue the matter further and said with a smile, "Since you have completed the task I assigned to you, I will fulfill my promise. After the government is opened, you can choose the government office you want to work for. How about that?" Xiao Rui immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Father, for your help." Emperor Xia smiled and said, "As for the matter of the traitor Xiao Heading, don't tell anyone else. I will keep your completion of the mission a secret for the time being to prevent your other brothers from knowing about it and feeling uncomfortable." Xiao Rui was overjoyed. This was Emperor Xia's disguised protection. But these were all minor matters. Needing herbs was a major matter. "Do you have anything else to say?" Emperor Xia asked when he saw Xiao Rui hesitated to speak. Xiao Rui immediately said, "Father, I beg you to give me something as a reward." Emperor Xia smiled and said, "You are asking for a reward. Fine. What do you want?" "Deer antler Ganoderma lucidum, ginseng that is over 100 years old, and Tianshan snow lotus." Xiao Rui said immediately. Emperor Xia was surprised again. These were all precious tributes and top-level nourishing elixirs. What did his son want these things for? Want to prolong your life before you even reach adulthood? Ready to celebrate your birthday? Hi Banban, give it to him. Emperor Xia became interested and gave the order directly. Hai Dafu then stood up and hurried down to make arrangements. "What do you use these things for?" asked Emperor Xia. Xiao Rui said shyly, "I use it to practice martial arts." "Go away." Emperor Xia frowned, thinking that Xiao Rui was making trouble, and then cursed him angrily. "You don't believe me when I tell you the truth. What a fake father-son relationship. Forget it, just take the medicine and leave." In the backyard, there was a long table in the middle of the hall, which was as long as a person. Next to it was a large wooden barrel, which contained hot water with steam rising from it, but the water was pitch black and exuded a strong herbal scent. Xiao Rui was sitting on a chair not far away with his upper body naked. Hua Tuo was using flames to disinfect the silver needles. "Your Highness, are you ready?" Hua Tuo came to the long table and arranged the silver needles. There were dozens of silver needles of different sizes, thicknesses, and thicknesses. They looked so densely packed that Xiao Rui got goosebumps all over his body. 2 days have passed since Hua Tuo received the elixir from Emperor Xia. During these days, Hua Tuo has been preparing the medicine, and Xiao Rui has not been idle either, familiarizing himself with the movements of the 5 animal exercises. He found that as he became more familiar with the movements, his bones and muscles all had a wonderful sense of soreness and refreshing. After this soreness and refreshing feeling, his whole body felt comfortable and refreshed. Sure enough, the 5 animal exercises that has been passed down for thousands of years is not in vain. And now is the day when Hua Tuo gives acupuncture to Xiao Rui. According to Hua Tuo, he would give Xiao Rui 36 needles for 7 consecutive days, then increase to 72 needles for another 7 days, then 81 needles, and finally 7 days, for a total of 21 days. After the acupuncture, he would soak in the medicinal soup, and then immediately practice the 5 animal exercises after getting out of the bath until he sweated profusely. This method can temper the body to an excellent state, making the solidified tendons and bones full of vitality and able to be reshaped. After 1 year, he continued to perform similar acupuncture, and used 3 years to fully stimulate the body's potential. As for what kind of martial arts achievements Xiao Rui would have in the future, it all depended on the results of his efforts. Looking at the rows of silver needles, Xiao Rui took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, stood up, lay down on the long table, then picked up the towel, put it in his mouth, and nodded to Hua Tuo. Hua Tuo took action immediately, first piercing Tianjiao, then Huagai, and then Zigong. 3 needles were inserted in a row with extremely fast technique, so fast that Xiao Rui only felt like being bitten by an ant, and then the needles were inserted into the acupuncture points. Xiao Rui was slightly stunned. The pain was not as he had imagined. Then, Hua Tuo continued to apply acupuncture, Yufu, Chihu, Lingshu, Ruzhong. After more than a dozen injections, a sharp stinging pain finally came. This pain was not the pain of the needle piercing the flesh, but a chain-like pain all over the body. The pain was no longer located at the place where the needle was inserted, but everywhere in the body. As all 36 needles were inserted into the limbs, abdomen, and chest, although they were not densely packed, a chain reaction was formed, causing trembling pain all over the body. Fortunately, he was biting a towel in his mouth, otherwise Xiao Rui would definitely wail. Hua Tuo stood by and nodded, thinking in his heart that Your Highness is really strong. This set of acupuncture methods is no less than breaking bones and reshaping them. It is not something that ordinary people can endure. Your Highness is Your Highness. If Xiao Rui knew what Hua Tuo was thinking, he would yell, "It was the towel, it was the towel, it was it that stopped me from roaring." After 3 minutes of acupuncture, Hua Tuo immediately withdrew the needles. Xiao Rui then fell limply into the herbal soup, thinking that he was finally free. Hua Tuo scratched his head and suddenly thought of something. "I seem to have forgotten to tell Your Highness that soaking in herbal soup is also very painful." The thought has not yet come to mind. Ah! Xiao Rui let out a painful wail, the sound of which could be heard throughout the backyard, scaring Wu Zhanfa, Wei Guang, and Xiao Yao so much that they rushed into the backyard, thinking they had encountered an assassin. Xiao Rui rolled over in the wooden barrel. The power of the medicine was like a hot current, penetrating into his body through the acupuncture points, making his whole body numb and burning. The pain was even more intense than that of acupuncture. "Your Highness, you must hold on. The first time is very crucial." Hua Tuo cheered on the side. Xiao Rui regretted that he should have taken the path of controlling people. What martial arts did he need? What martial arts did he need? He had to endure this suffering and didn't know what skills he could master in the future. It was such a loss. Although he thought so, Xiao Rui still held on to the edge of the barrel tightly and did not jump out because of the pain. Finally, after soaking for a quarter of an hour, Xiao Rui jumped out in a hurry. This is not over yet. Xiao Rui took the opportunity to practice the 5 animal exercises until he was sweating all over. He could not rest until his muscles and bones were activated to exercise their plasticity. Fuck him. Xiao Rui roared and started practicing immediately. These days, Xiao Rui no longer had the energy to inquire about the situation in the capital. As for the outcome of the Black Lotus sect or the expressions of the other princes, he didn't want to know. He just wanted to complete these 21 days of training. The only thing to be thankful for is that the system gave me a new task. New task: complete 21 days of shaping training, advent value plus 20. This is a blessing in disguise. When Xiao Rui persisted for 2 7-day periods and started the 81 injections, he had already noticed the difference in his body. The body's flexibility has improved significantly, the skin's strength has increased significantly, the body is more agile, and the power of the whole body is more surging. This transformation made Wu Zhanfa's eyes widen in shock. According to his calculations, when Xiao Rui completed 21 days, he would have the possibility of becoming a first-class warrior, which means he would be able to defeat 5 brave soldiers with his bare hands. Wu Zhanfa's calculations allowed Xiao Rui to revive with full health, and he was even more motivated. He not only practices the 5 animals exercises, but also practices swordplay with Wu Zhanfa and Wei Guang. Wu Zhanfa's swordplay is more casual, while Wei Guang's swordplay is more military, more lethal. Xiao Rui combines the two and makes rapid progress. Day 21. After Xiao Rui finished the day's training, he finally lay on the ground in dejection, unwilling to get up. He finally made it through. It wasn't easy. Holding a fist that was stronger than before, Xiao Rui stood up with a somersault. He looked more muscular and seemed to have lost weight, but in fact he had gained 25 kilograms because his muscles had been strengthened. He is now very different from himself 21 days ago. I believe it is no problem to abuse my former self 7 or 8 times. He immediately found Wu Zhanfa and fought with him. Xiao Rui was naturally no match for him, but Wu Zhanfa understood his strength and said admiringly, "Your Highness, you are now a first-class warrior." Xiao Rui was delighted. His efforts were not in vain, he actually managed to do it. Xiao Rui even admired himself a little. Next, it is a process of continuous martial arts training. Acupuncture will continue to stimulate the body's potential after 1 year. From now on, Xiao Rui has a new course, and it is a course that he cannot skip. There's nothing I can do. Who told me to become a master? At this time, Xiao Rui finally had time to take care of what was happening outside the window. Hua Tuo's Huachuntang has been opened. In just a few days, it has become famous in the capital for its superb medical skills. Patients come to see him in an endless stream, keeping Hua Tuo very busy. At this time, the capital city returned to peace. Once the matter of the Black Lotus sect was resolved, except for the Black Lotus saint and 2 Dharma protectors, all other believers were uprooted. I believe that there will be no more Black Lotus sect in the capital in the future. The other princes also learned a profound lesson this time. They were so stupid that they finally understood Emperor Xia's intention. Finding Night King Xiao Heading was just an introduction, while dealing with the Black Lotus cult was the main goal. All the officials involved with them were arrested this time. It was all the princes doing. I believe the princes will never forget this lesson. At this time, there was only 1 month left before Xiao Rui set up his government office. The weather has also entered summer. How do you sing that song? Summer quietly passed by, leaving behind a little secret. Now that summer has just arrived, Xiao Rui has received a little secret, and it is a little secret that hits him hard. As soon as summer arrived, Xiao Rui received a secret. It was the 3rd Prince Xiao Zhe who invited Xiao Rui to his house for a chat, and then he said it. 7th brother, you are about to open your own mansion. I heard something about your 3rd brother. I feel that you don't know it, so I came to remind you so that you won't be dumbfounded when the time comes. Xiao Zhe said. Xiao Rui really knew very little about what was going on in the court, but there was nothing he could do because there was Northwest One in the court and the system was stingy and did not equip him with a monitoring function. 3rd brother, what's the matter? Xiao Rui asked curiously. Xiao Zhe said, I heard that Great Yan is interested in forming an alliance with Great Xia, and the best way to form an alliance is through marriage or exchange of hostages. What does it have to do with me? Xiao Rui didn't quite understand. Xiao Zhe explained the reason for him. The letter from the kingdom of Great Yan has just arrived in the capital. Only a few people who know the details know the details. It is a secret. If the kingdom of Great Yan really forms an alliance with Great Xia and marries a daughter, it will be either the daughter of Great Xia or the daughter of Great Yan. But since my father ascended the throne, he has never used the princess as a means of marriage, so it will be the daughter of Great Yan. Among the 9 princes, only you and Xiaoba and Xiaojiu are not married, and the kingdom of Great Yan has only one princess, so it is definitely not the Princess Linglong who will be married. It will be the princess. It is a well-known truth that whoever marries the princess of Great Yan will not be able to become the crown prince, so the elders of Xiaoba and Xiaojiu have already started to help them find wives. The only one left is you who is completely unaware. Xiao Rui was a little dumbfounded. Marriage? No way. Xiao Rui added, as for the exchange of hostages, it has always been the princes who are exchanged. After all, exchanging a prince is not a deterrent at all. Oh, by the way, although the ruler of the Great Yan Kingdom has a serious illness, his beloved concubine gave birth to another prince not long ago, who can be a hostage. And as for the Great Xia Kingdom, among the 9 princes. He didn't finish, but Xiao Rui was confused. So, it's my fault that I don't have any connections. She deserves to be married off to a foreign alliance and deserves to be a hostage. I had just set up a lofty ambition in life, wanting to become the greatest emperor of all time, and then you set me up with this ambush from all sides. What does your majesty think? Xiao Rui asked. Xiao Zhe shook his head and said, this matter has just begun. It has not yet risen to the level of marriage or hostage. This is a secret speculated by people who know the details. The credibility is 70%. As for the final decision, it depends on the opinion of the emperor. Of course, if the emperor does not allow it, these speculations may not be true. But I still feel that I have to remind you that it is not a bad thing to prepare for a rainy day. Xiao Rui stood up, bowed, and said, thank you, third brother. It's just a small favor. You're welcome. Xiao Zhe said, as for how to plan it, you have to figure it out yourself. Brother, I understand. After Xiao Rui finished speaking, he said goodbye and returned home. After returning to the house, he immediately went to find Jia Su. Xiao Rui really had no other options but to seek help from an expert. After hearing this, Jia Su stroked his beard and said, the marriage is easy to solve. Your Highness can also marry a wife, isn't it? At that time, Great Yan will send a princess to marry, and Great Xia will send a prince to marry her. It happens to be a perfect match. But in my opinion, the marriage is unlikely to succeed, because the princess and the prince will have very little binding force. Great Yan wants to form an alliance, so naturally it has its worries. It naturally wants to use a reliable method, that is, to exchange hostages. Among the 9 princes, only your Highness has the weakest network of people. At that time, the ministers will choose someone as your Highness, and then even Emperor Xia will find it difficult to refuse. Sir, do you have any plan to help me escape this disaster? Xiao Rui was a little nervous. Jia Su suddenly laughed and asked, Your Highness, do you think Emperor Xia will agree to exchange hostages? Huh. Xiao Rui was stunned and didn't react for a moment. Jia Su introduced, nowadays, the Great Xia is peaceful and prosperous. Although it is not as strong as the Great Qin, Great Wei and Great Yuan, you should know that our Great Xia is not bordered by these 3 powerful countries. We are surrounded by the Great Qi, Great Yan and Great Zhao, and they are not as strong as us. The reason why the Great Yan is eager to form an alliance is nothing more than that the Great Wei in the southwest is eyeing it covetously and has repeatedly invaded, so it wants to find a helper. But will Emperor Xia agree? More importantly, this will change the plan that Emperor Xia has made. He wants to appoint a crown prince. It is impossible for him to send a prince as a hostage before the crown prince is chosen. This will affect his grand plan. At this point, Jia Su smiled and said, it's right for the court officials to speculate about Dian's intentions, but they don't understand Emperor Xia. In my opinion, Emperor Xia will delay until the position of crown prince is decided, and then he will truly form an alliance with Dian. So your Highness doesn't need to worry. After listening to Jia Su's explanation, Xiao Rui reacted instantly. Yes, his father was choosing a crown prince. Sending a prince as a hostage was a shameful thing. Emperor Xia valued the dignity of Daxia as his life, so how could he do such a thing? Once the crown prince was appointed, he could send anyone he wanted. He had many sons, so he could send 2. As for who to send at that time, Xiao Rui believed that it might not be himself. Hearing your words, sir, has opened my eyes. Xiao Rui bowed and thanked him. Jia Su said, but this incident also reminds your highness that the position of the princess must be chosen, and a very important person must be chosen who can support your highness. I'm only 17 years old, and even though I have the heart of a 30-year-old man, the idea of finding a wife, the more I think about it, the more excited I get. After 2 lifetimes, I can finally find a wife. I almost forgot how soft a woman's hands are. As Jiasu said, the position of princess must be chosen from someone of equal status and importance. Ah, it's the weight of status, not the weight of flesh. Sir, who do you think is suitable? Xiao Rui had no idea. After all, he knew very few suitable women. Jiasu uttered 4 words, Zhuge Luiying. Ha ha. Xiao Rui rolled his eyes and laughed at himself. Instead of her, he might as well find Zhang Ruoxi. Although the status of the Marquis of Guanjuan is unparalleled in the world, it is too difficult to make this marriage happen. At that time, the eldest prince's mother, Imperial Noble Consort Lin Yuer, and the second prince's mother, Empress Zhou Shangyun, both requested Emperor Xia to grant them marriages. Emperor Xia said, Marquis Guanjuan is the bravest among the 3 armies, and he is a loyal and faithful minister to me. It would be great if we could become in-laws. But marriage is a matter of parents' will since ancient times. You might as well ask the Marquis Guanjuan's mansion for their opinion. Guanjuan Ho was guarding the border far away. When he heard about this, he said, if you want to marry my daughter, can you do it better than her? This was very ambiguous to Xiao Rui. What did the word mean? Of course it was a competition. If you want to, please turn right. Which prince can defeat Zhuge Luiying? So the matter was left unresolved. Xiao Rui claimed that he could not defeat Zhuge Luiying, although he might be able to do it by changing his method, but the other party did not agree. Confucius said, the general of an army can be replaced, but the will of a common man cannot be taken away. Your Highness is the Prince of Daxia and should have the courage. At least no one can become a first-class warrior in 21 days. Jia Su said with a smile. Xiao Rui felt embarrassed by the praise. Although he was handsome, talented, noble, gentle, and had a countless number of other good adjectives, he had no confidence that he could defeat Zhuge Luiying. But for the sake of those long legs, ahem, for the sake of your own dream, you can give it a try. Well, just give it a try. Etc. Am I ungrateful for abandoning Zhang Ruoxi and turning to the arms of her best friend? Really? Beware of fire, theft, and best friends. What a noble character I have. Although marrying Zhuge Luiying would be of great benefit to him, Xiao Rui also knew that the possibility of him getting her was close to zero. There was nothing he could do. Even if he was handsome, smart, and gentle, but his martial arts skills were not good enough, he would be knocked out. This matter is not to be taken lightly, let's take a long-term view. Now waiting for the government to be opened. But the atmosphere in the capital city could not calm down. Just as Xiao Zhe said, the tree wants to be still but the wind does not stop. Emperor Xia may not form an alliance with the emperor through marriage, but people who speculate that in order to be on the safe side, the elders of Xiao Jing and Xiao Yan have already begun planning their marriage. Xiao Yan's mother asked her father to organize a banquet with the famous ladies in the capital, which was actually a blind date in disguise, so that Xiao Yan could meet each other and if they were compatible, they could discuss the marriage. After all, when Xiao Yan gets angry, he will defy everyone and even Emperor Xia. Do you believe he dares to set a fire? When Xiao Jing's mother learned about this, she immediately decided to let Xiao Jing intervene. The originally private small banquet spread throughout the capital and became a grand event. The unmarried girls and unmarried young men in the families of the dignitaries all requested invitations to attend. It was said that even Zhuge Luiying received an invitation. Xiao Rui heard about this but did not receive an invitation. However, Xiao Yan came to him personally and brought an invitation. Seventh brother, please accompany me to play in the afternoon and meet some young people in Beijing. Xiao Yan said. Xiao Rui looked at him and gave him a pitiful look. Your mother and your grandfather have been worried about your marriage. The whole capital city knows that it is a blind date conference, and you thought it was a joke. As for myself, I will definitely not attend. I don't want to save face if they don't even give me an invitation. I'm very busy and don't have time. Xiao Rui flatly refused. Xiao Yan asked, Seventh brother, what have you been busy with these days? I see a lot of strange objects in your yard, what are they used for? Also, why do I feel like you've changed? Those are barbells and stone locks for exercise. Xiao Rui said, I really don't have time for the party tonight. I can't go. Sister Ruoshi and Sister Luiying will also go, so it won't be boring. Xiao Yan pleaded. Xiao Rui raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that two women would also participate. At this moment, Xiao Rui heard the reminder tone again in his mind. Ding dong. New tasks added. New task, follow Xiao Yan to attend the banquet, and complete the advent value plus 10. If you refuse to go, you will be killed. Xiao Rui rolled his eyes. Damn system, are you in Xiao Yan's group? Okay, I promise to go with you. Xiao Rui had no choice but to resist the threat of being killed. Xiao Yan had a face full of resentment. I begged you not to go for a long time, but when I mentioned Sisters Ruoshi and Luiying, you became so excited and looked down on me. Oh, by the way, do you like Sister Ruoshi or Sister Luiying? Of course. Xiao Rui was almost trapped. Of course it's for our brotherhood. I despise you. Let me tell you another good news. Sister Qingqing will also go. Xiao Yan's eyebrows suddenly danced with joy. Xiao Zhe wanted to say, why are you, a divorced widow, going anywhere? But he didn't dare to say it, for fear that Xiao Qingqing would tear him apart. She is now a free person and can pursue happiness. But he was scared when he saw her, and he owed her this life. After the afternoon, Xiao Rui and Xiao Yan went there together in a carriage. This banquet was sponsored by Xiao Yan's grandfather, Duke Jinghua, and later by the 8th prince's mother, concubine Yan. They chose the famous Tsushang Pond in the capital, which has a beautiful environment and is surrounded by running water, flowers, green bamboo, strange rocks, ancient pines, as well as waterside pavilions and tall palaces. It is known as the Little Yaoqi, a Yaoqi scenic spot second only to the Imperial Palace. When they arrived at the place, Xiao Yan and Xiao Rui got off the carriage. Under the guidance of the servants, they followed the scenic narrow paths on both sides and came to Tsushang Pool. At this time, a large number of young men and women gathered by the pool. The palace not far away was brightly lit, with singing and dancing performances, and quite a few people gathered inside. The banquet was attended by unmarried men and women, and there were no elders, so the constraints on etiquette were much smaller. Those who could attend the banquet were basically the children of officials above the 6th rank, and the respect for status was correspondingly smaller. The arrival of Xiao Rui and Xiao Yan attracted everyone's greetings. After saying hello, everyone continued to chat and talk. In fact, this kind of social banquet is very boring. In his previous life, Xiao Rui was a secretary and often accompanied senior leaders to such banquets. He couldn't pick up girls, and he had to restrain himself when eating. He also had to pay attention to the needs of the leaders all the time, so it was extremely boring. Today's banquet was equally boring. Xiao Yan was dragged away by his cousin. His cousin had an important responsibility. He introduced girls from various mansions to him one by one, hoping to pick one. Xiao Rui was bored, so he wandered around the main hall, glanced at the boring singing and dancing, and then came to the pavilion opposite the pool. It was quiet here and no one disturbed him. Sitting in the pavilion and watching the koi playing in the water below, he felt quite happy. In the silence, Xiao Rui was a little dazed, thinking about what he had seen and heard during the time he had traveled through time. It was a completely new scene. Did he really think that life after traveling through time would be easy? It took Xiao Rui more than half a year to integrate into this identity. Although his memories were integrated, his thoughts could not be easily integrated. After all, I am not a person of this era. Xiao Rui thought of a sentence: create the environment you are in into the environment you need. Say goodbye to cars, airplanes, mobile phones and Wi-Fi. Facing this world, can we make this era that does not belong to us into our own era? I will climb to the top of the mountain and look down on all the other mountains. Xiao Rui was so proud that he couldn't help but express it. Unexpectedly, a figure happened to walk by, and upon hearing this heroic expression, he could not help but praise, "What a great poem." Xiao Rui came to his senses and turned around to see a beautiful woman standing on the stone steps of the pavilion. Just one glance made Xiao Rui's heart beat fast. She was wearing a green skirt, which was elegant and refined, especially the orchid embroidered on the cuffs, which was quite delicate. She had a delicate oval face, with well-proportioned facial features, a raised mouth, and a crescent-shaped eye corner. It is said that beauty can be known by her scent. Xiao Rui felt that the fragrance was not the body fragrance, but the feeling. Beautiful women have outstanding qualities that people can feel. Why does Xiao Rui's heart beat fast against the woman in front of him? Appearance is secondary. What's more important is the feeling she gives Xiao Rui. That kind of otherworldly temperament fits Xiao Rui's fantasy of a future partner. Xiao Rui stood up and bowed slightly. I'm sorry to make you laugh. The woman asked, will it bother you, sir? Xiao Rui smiled and said, this is not my home, young lady, please do as you please. How can I enjoy this beautiful scenery alone? The woman took 2 steps forward and stood in the pavilion. It is surrounded by quiet nature, and across the huge pool, the lights are bright and passionate. Dark and light, stillness and movement. I stand under the bridge and watch you looking at the scenery on the bridge. This is also a kind of understanding of life. Green bamboo climbs the stubborn rocks, and koi fish stir in the pond. In the dark pavilion, there is a pair of dogs, a good couple. Forehead. Xiao Rui suddenly felt that his good mood was completely destroyed. The young master is new to me, but with such literary talent, I don't expect him to be unknown in the capital. Can I know the name of the young master? The girl asked softly, with no shame or shyness. Xiao Rui rolled his eyes and said, I should ask the girl her name first. I first arrived in the capital. I came here with others to see the world, so I am not used to the bustle, so I came here to hide and be quiet. My surname is Oldman. Husband. The woman was a little surprised and said, young master's surname is not common, but I am the first to hear about it. The remote surname makes the girl laugh. Xiao Rui said with a smile, I don't know the girl's name, can you tell me? The woman smiled and said, my name is Li Ruoxue. Xiao Rui tasted it carefully and said leisurely, it seems like the moon is covered by light clouds, and it flutters like snow in the flowing wind. Unexpectedly, the girl burst out laughing and said, my name comes from the fact that it was snowing when I was born. My father said, it's snowing so heavily, I hope my daughter will be as white as snow, so I'm called Li Ruoxue. Xiao Rui opened his mouth and thought to himself, is this just a fake father-daughter relationship? The name is too casual. However, he has never heard of this girl's maiden name, and when he thinks about the few people he knows, he can understand it. Miss, you don't like crowds either? Xiao Rui asked curiously. Li Ruoxue nodded and said, I know the theme of today's banquet very well, and I want to annoy those attentive people. Xiao Rui asked, could it be that the young lady already has someone she likes? Li Ruoxue shook her head and said, no, but I think love at first sight is not true. Love that grows over time can last. Nowadays, women in the world are all appendages of men, waiting to be married, raising children, and doing housework. They have no chance to find their true value and live in a cage. Oh, this girl is very world-weary. It seems that she is another arrogant woman like Zhuge Luiying. However, she is right. Love that grows over time can last long. This is in line with Xiao Rui's values very much. Husband and wife are bound by grace for 100 days after being married. Xiao Rui praised, the girl has great ambitions. Today's era does restrict women's thinking, but one day there will be changes. Who says women are inferior to men? Women can also hold up half the sky. Li Ruoxue seemed to have found a confidant and said with a smile, husband, do you think so too? Xiao Rui nodded obediently. Since he already called her husband, there was nothing he couldn't agree to. If everyone in the world has your awareness, there will be no worries about improving the status of women. Do you know Zhuge Luiying? Li Ruoxue asked. What's the next step? I don't know him. Xiao Rui looked confused. Li Ruoxue said, that's right. You just arrived in the capital and haven't heard of Sister Luiying's reputation. She is the daughter of the Marquis of Guanjuan. Her ambition is to be loyal to the country and serve the country. She never feels that she is inferior to men. Unfortunately, she is oppressed by this world and can never achieve her goal. I admire her very much, because I don't have her courage, but at least she dares to do what she wants. What does the girl want to do? Xiao Rui asked curiously. As for me, Li Ruoxue showed a dreamy look. I want to travel around the world, see the 7 countries, and appreciate the Chinese mainland. Xiao Rui smiled and said, be a traveler who is intoxicated by the scenery of the world, indulges in the mountains and rivers, and is free and easy. If I can really do this, I will have no regrets in this life. Do you also think this kind of life is charming? Li Ruoxue asked happily. Xiao Rui nodded and said, go east to the deep sea to watch whales fall, go west to the desert to see the afterglow, the Nansha Islands are fragrant with coconut trees, and the northern region is icy and snowy. The scenery in the east, west, south and north is beautiful. Li Ruoxue savored Xiao Rui's words carefully, deeply intoxicated, and even more surprised. Husband, have you ever seen such a scenery? Xiao Rui was a travel expert during his vacations in his previous life, so he had naturally appreciated it, but he no longer had the chance in this life. I am fascinated by it, but I am burdened with trivial matters. Xiao Rui replied. Li Ruoxue was a little disappointed and replied, yes, I am fascinated by it, but it is difficult to do so in this life. Xiao Rui didn't want to dampen her motivation, so he encouraged her, come on, there will be time and opportunities. Thank you, Li Ruoxue said with a smile. The two looked at each other and smiled. The quiet environment suddenly had an indescribable atmosphere. Their eyes staggered, both of them focused on the bustling crowd in the distance. Husband, do you think these people living in a world of dim lights can really find the one they love? Li Ruoxue asked. Xiao Rui felt that he was so evil. The word husband made his heart beat fast. Unfortunately, he was the only one who knew about this. I searched for him among the crowd for hundreds of times. Suddenly I turned around and found him standing in the dimming lights. Xiao Rui started to show off again. Sincerity will move mountains and open rocks. I will find him. Li Ruoxue looked at Xiao Rui in surprise. She felt that the young man in front of her was untainted by the world and had a demeanor that was independent of the world. She felt a sense of intimacy that she had never felt towards a strange man before, as if they were fellow travelers in the world. Are you looking for that person too? Li Ruoxue asked jokingly. Xiao Rui shook his head and said in a pretentious manner, when fate comes, it will come naturally. If there is no fate, it will be in vain. There is no need to look for her, she may appear beside you. When Li Ruoxue heard this, her cheeks turned slightly red and she lowered her head shyly. Xiao Rui was stunned. He just wanted to act mysterious, but he didn't expect to get a girl suddenly. Looking at the shy girl, oh my, I have such a girly heart. I am too reckless. Xiao Rui bowed and apologized, he must not be rude to the beautiful lady. It would have been fine if he didn't explain. Once he explained, the girl would start to think too much and think that the person Xiao Rui was referring to was herself. Li Ruoxue whispered, Sir, you are too kind. Xiao Rui wanted to speak again, when suddenly, he saw 3 women walking on the stone bridge over the pond not far away. Aren't they Zhuge Luiying, Zhang Ruoxi, and Xiao Qingqing? If they meet, the senior person he has managed to pretend to be would instantly collapse, which would be really rude to the beauty, and he doesn't know how Xiao Qingqing would angrily respond to her. Miss Ruoxue, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. We'll meet again if we're lucky. Xiao Rui clasped his fists and hurried away. Husband. Li Ruoxue called out, but saw Xiao Rui walking very directly, waving his sleeves without a cloud of thought. Li Ruoxue could only watch his figure disappear around the corner. Ruoxue. We guessed you were here. The 3 girls came outside the pavilion and Xiao Qingqing called out. Li Ruoxue came back to her senses and said with a smile, Sister Luiying, Sister Qingqing, Sister Ruoxi, why are you here? Xiao Qingqing deliberately asked, who are you looking at? There seemed to be a figure in the pavilion just now, and it looked like a man from the size of his body. Yes, it was a young man named Lao Gong. I chatted with him for a few words. Li Ruoxue said. Husband. The 3 girls moaned softly, all surprised by the name. Fortunately, Xiao Rui was not there, otherwise his bones would have gone numb after hearing the 3 women calling him that. He was a foreigner who had just arrived in Beijing. I had a brief chat with him. Li Ruoxue explained. Zhuge Luiying smiled and said, "You have such a proud personality. I can chat with you for such a long time, it's not just a simple chat." "Yeah, it seems Sister Ruoxue also has someone she loves." Zhang Ruoxi joked. Li Ruoxue's cheeks flushed, and she snorted, "You're still talking about me, Sister Ruoxi. How are you and the seventh Prince Xiao Rui progressing?" "There's nothing between us," Zhang Ruoxi said shyly. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qingqing glared and said, "Don't mention him." Zhang Ruoxi and Li Ruoxue shut up immediately. But Zhuge Luiying didn't want to talk about anything else. She said, "I have to find a time to go to Xiao Rui. After thinking about his suggestion last time, I think it can be implemented well." Xiao Qingqing rolled her eyes. Xiao Rui left the pavilion and left the banquet alone, preparing to return home. "Your Highness, His Highness the Ninth Prince is in the carriage," Gao Quan said respectfully. "He has been there for quite a while." Xiao Rui was puzzled. When he entered the carriage, he saw Xiaoyan hiding inside, cursing angrily, damn it, he actually arranged a blind date for me without telling me. I can't find a woman, right? How wonderful I am. I have seen all kinds of women. If you force me again, I will become a monk." It seems that the poor kid who was deceived has found out the truth. Your mother and your grandfather also have good intentions. It's good for you to meet those ladies from famous families. What if there is one you like? Xiao Rui comforted. Xiao Yan stared at Xiao Rui, becoming even more angry. "So, you knew about this too? You also hid it from me. I'm here for a blind date too, so why should I be embarrassed?" Xiao Rui asked quickly, "Put away your anger first. I want to ask you something. Who is the girl in Beijing named Li Ruoxue?" Xiao Yan's anger suddenly subsided, and he winked and asked, "Seventh brother, how did you hook up with Sister Ruoxue? My admiration for you is as vast as the river. Tell me quickly, who is she?" Xiao Rui felt itchy inside. Not every woman was qualified to call him husband. Xiao Yan said, "She is the granddaughter of Li Mingchong, the chief minister of the cabinet. She is known as one of the four great fairies of the capital along with Zhuge Luiying, Xiao Qingqing, and Zhang Ruoxi. She is much more noble than the four great beauties in the secular world. Don't you know that? I guessed that her identity was not simple, but I didn't expect that she had such a background." Xiao Rui was a little surprised. The granddaughter of the prime minister of the cabinet, wouldn't many people want to marry her? Xiao Yan nodded, "Of course, not to mention that Sister Ruoxue is beautiful and has a good personality. Her grandfather's influence alone makes many people flock to her. However, if you want to marry her, the conditions are also quite high. Back then, the eldest brother, the second brother, the fourth brother, the fifth brother, and the sixth brother all wanted to form this marriage, but Sister Ruoxue's father rejected it. Why does this sound so familiar? Why are there so many people that princes want to marry? What official position does his father hold?" Xiao Rui asked. Xiao Yan scratched his head and said, "My dear seventh brother, you should also get familiar with the big shots in the capital. Sister Ruoxue's father is not to be missed. He gave up writing and joined the army. He is a capable general under the Marquis of Guanjuan. He said, 'Whoever wants to marry my daughter must defeat me first.' This is his original words. He treats the marriage of his daughter in a similar way to the Marquis of Guanjuan. Challenging him is a dead end, so our brothers have given up. The other young masters in the capital are itching, but it's useless." Unexpectedly, Xiao Rui laughed and said, "Haha. General Li's request is just this. It's too simple." Xiao Yan was speechless for a moment, thinking that his seventh brother had already taken off. Was it too easy? Believe it or not, General Li could smash his head into his stomach with one punch. "Seventh brother, will you die if you don't brag?" Xiao Yan said depressedly. Xiao Rui nodded his forehead and said, "They are stupid, but they can't say I am stupid. Let me ask you," General Li said that if he wanted to marry his daughter, he had to defeat him first. "You are an idiot to challenge him in martial arts, literary talent, handsomeness, and youth. Are you afraid that you can't beat him? He is the elder and proposed the requirements of the competition, so it is natural for the younger generation to propose the content of the competition. You are a general and you didn't make it clear in advance, so you can't blame me for scheming you." Xiao Yan blinked, then immediately raised his thumbs and said admiringly, "My seventh brother is really smart. He can even think of such a wicked method. I wonder if General Li will beat you to death." "How do you know if you don't try?" Xiao Rui said with a smile. Xiao Yan asked, "Seventh brother, you really like Sister Ruoxue, but what about Sister Ruoxi? Lien Chuan keeps calling you brother-in-law, so you can't be ungrateful, treacherous, fickle, or flirt with other women." Bang. Xiao Rui slapped him and cursed, "Are you showing off your four-character idiom?" Hee hee, as soon as I scold someone, I feel like my literary inspiration flows like a spring. Look at this four-character idiom of mine, I feel like I can scold you until tomorrow. Seventh brother, I'm just kidding. Seeing Xiao Rui's unfriendly expression, Xiao Yan immediately changed his tone. "How about marrying them together?" Xiao Yan was overjoyed. "If you really marry the daughter of the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery, the granddaughter of the Prime Minister, my God, this would really be a big success. With their support, you, seventh brother, will definitely become the crown prince." "Yes, and then I will be dying soon." Xiao Rui's eyes widened. Marrying one would cause controversy, let alone marrying two. Does he really think it is so easy to marry the daughters of powerful families? Xiao Yan curled his lips and said, "Girl, what's the point?" Xiao Rui was stunned, and suddenly realized that his ninth brother had some deviant thoughts. This was not acceptable and he had to change it. Women are troublesome, but to say they are boring is an exaggeration. They are still very interesting. Xiao Rui taught earnestly. Xiao Yan snorted, "Anything women can do, men can do, except giving birth to children, so it's meaningless. The meaning of having a child lies in the process of creation." Xiao Rui continued to enlighten, "You are still young and don't understand." Xiao Yan was amused, "Seventh brother, have you ever experienced this?" Xiao Rui opened his mouth, but was speechless. Even though he is a prince and is already 17 years old, his father's discipline is strict and he has never experienced anything. Does the previous life count? "Gao Quan, go home, go home." Xiao Rui didn't want to pay attention to him and yelled. After returning to the house, Xiao Rui did not keep Xiao Yan and asked Gao Quan to send him away quickly. It was already dark, so Xiao Rui did not disturb Jia Su and went back to his room to rest. Lying on the bed, I thought that my advent value was already 30/100, and I was still 70 away from the next advent. Moreover, the government was about to be established, and I didn't know whether the system would give me more tasks. Men are just mean sometimes. At first I regarded it as a tiger and a wolf, but now I am looking forward to it giving me tasks. This is the real fragrance. Humph, this is what a man is. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for recognizing the system. Advent value plus 10. Xiao Rui was confused. The system treats me like a family member. It is meticulous and considerate. It is the best system in the universe. Xiao Rui praised, "What makes me tearful is the care the system gives me." System. No response. Xiao Rui was a little disappointed. He thought he could get a reward by flattering someone. It seems he was just dreaming. Wouldn't it be a waste of praise? Oh, what a waste of emotion. Sleep. Xiao Rui got up early the next day and continued to practice martial arts, practicing swordsmanship with Wu Zhanfa and Wei Guang. When a habit becomes natural, there is no need for others to urge you. Speaking of Wei Guang and Xiaoyao, Xiao Rui forgot to ask one thing, so he asked about it during breakfast in the morning. "Peony, are you from Dian? Have you ever served as a female soldier in the women's army?" Xiao Rui asked curiously. Xiaoyao was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes, Your Highness. I was once a citizen of the Great Yan Kingdom and served in the women's army. About 10 years ago, there was a war between the Great Xia Kingdom and the Great Yan Kingdom. The women's army I was in was dispersed by the army of Marquis Changsheng. I was seriously injured and was rescued by Wei Guang. I never returned to Great Yan. I followed my husband wherever he went. Anyway, I have no father or mother." Wei Guang scratched his head and grinned foolishly. Who could have thought that the woman he rescued from the battlefield would become his wife now? Fate is always unpredictable. After breakfast, Xiao Rui was considering going to the Jiwen Hall. He had been absent from class for too long, and Dr. Jean probably had forgotten about him as a student. But unexpectedly, Zhuge Luiying, dressed in men's clothes, came again. This time, she was alone. Seeing Zhuge Luiying coming alone, Xiao Rui was actually a little shy. There is no other way. These days, apart from practicing martial arts, he has been daydreaming on the path of choice between Zhuge Luiying and Zhang Ruoxi. Now, there is another choice, Li Ruoxue. If he is not shy, it means that his face is as thick as a city wall. Miss Zhuge, what are you doing here so early in the morning? Xiao Rui asked. When Zhuge Luiying saw Xiao Rui, she couldn't take her eyes off him, because she was shocked to find that the seventh prince in front of her had undergone tremendous changes from a month ago. This kind of change is especially noticeable to people who practice martial arts, because it is a transformation from the inside out, from the spirit. Watch this. Zhuge Luiying suddenly shouted and slapped Xiao Rui in the face with her palm, scaring Xiao Rui so much that he immediately stepped back. At the same time, she kicked her wrist and distanced herself from her. But Zhuge Luiying followed, and the slender fingers of his right hand turned into sharp claws and grabbed Xiao Rui's throat. Come on. Xiao Rui had been practicing swordsmanship these days, so his skills were not very good, so he drew out the wooden sword from his waist and chopped directly at the claws. Zhuge Luiying did not dare to confront him head-on, and dodged with his body movements, while his left hand turned into a palm sword, opening and closing left and right. Xiao Rui swung the wooden sword vertically, chopping towards Zhuge Luiying's chest, but was hit by the back of the sword in her left palm sword, changing its direction, and then she used her right hand to tear open his clothes on his chest. But Xiao Rui handled it calmly, changed the direction of the wooden sword and lifted it up from the bottom, forcing Zhuge Luiying to move to the side. However, Xiao Rui moved his feet and caught up in an instant, cutting the wooden sword horizontally and slashing at Zhuge Luiying's neck. This knife is fast and fierce, and kills decisively. Zhuge Luiying secretly said, "Well done," in his heart, and immediately leaned back to avoid the horizontal cutting knife, and at the same time raised his right foot and kicked Xiao Rui in the chest. Xiao Rui snorted secretly and took several steps back before stopping. You have actually reached the level of a first-grade warrior. How is that possible? Zhuge Luiying stared at Xiao Rui with burning eyes. She had been carefully taught by the champion marquis since she was 12 years old, and it took her 3 years to enter the first-class realm, but what about Xiao Rui? His muscles and bones were basically solidified, and he could still sprout branches like a rottenwood welcoming spring. How could she not be surprised? Xiao Rui was a little proud and boasted, "Maybe I have extraordinary talent, but I didn't practice before, so it was buried." Zhuge Luiying actually believed his tricks, nodded seriously, and said, "It's very likely. Your Highness, you really surprised me. It seems that I was right to come to you. What do you want from me?" Xiao Rui asked casually, inviting Zhuge Luiying into the house. Zhuge Luiying said eagerly, "Put my business aside for now. I see that although your sword skills are decisive, you are a beginner and lack practical experience. Your teacher doesn't dare to teach you too much, so you lack the essence. How about I accompany you to practice sword skills?" Indeed, Wu Jianfa and Wei Guang were cautious when teaching Xiao Rui the sword skills, for fear of hurting him, but truly good martial arts are honed through life and death situations. How to practice sword? Xiao Rui asked hurriedly. Zhuge Luiying smiled and said, "Of course you practice your sword skills by killing people. If you have never killed anyone, your sword skills will lack murderous aura and will just be showy." Ah. Xiao Rui hesitated, "Who to kill?" "Of course I didn't kill ordinary people." Zhuge Luiying said, "You misunderstood. When I said killing, I meant to eliminate bandits and robbers for the court." Xiao Rui finally understood and said with a smile, "Oh, that was my misunderstanding. But there are no bandits or robbers in the capital area. They have all been wiped out by the loyal and brave marquis. So we have to go a little further. I know there is a small bandit den nearby with more than 20 people who are robbing people on the road. Because I am familiar with the local terrain, the local government and the United Army have repeatedly failed to encircle and suppress them. I have wanted to go there for a long time. We can travel light and it will take 3 or 4 days to go back and forth." Zhuge Luiying said excitedly, "It's a good opportunity for you to practice. You can also help me with strategies on the way and teach me how to organize female spies." Xiao Rui finally understood the purpose of Zhuge Luiying coming to see him early in the morning, and he couldn't help but admire her persistence. At the same time, he was very tempted by her suggestion. It was indeed a good idea to practice swordplay with bandits. However, if he rashly left the city, he would definitely be punished if Emperor Xia knew about it. Just as Xiao Rui was hesitating, the prompt sound in his mind rang again. Ding dong. New tasks are available. Newly added mission: eliminate a small group of bandits outside Chiuyang County, 150 miles west of the capital. Mission requirements: must be completed by the host and Zhuge Luiying in collaboration. No other forces can be used. Time limit is 5 days. Mission completion will increase the advent value by +20, mission failure will deduct 40. Current advent value, 40/100. Hesitation. Is Xiao Rui a hesitant person? If you don't even eat shit while it's hot, what can you achieve in life? Start over. If you don't start striving early, what can you achieve in life? Xiao Rui asked, let's set off now. Okay. Zhuge Luiying liked decisive people. I will go home immediately to arrange the horses. You wait for me at the mansion for a while. Gao Quan, who was standing by, was completely confused and it was too late for him to stop it. Wu Zhanfa and Wei Guang looked at each other. It was inappropriate for the prince to go and wipe out the bandits. They looked at Jia Su, but he shook his head and told them not to stop him. Jia Su said, Miss Zhuge, why don't you prepare an extra horse and let Wu Zhanfa follow? After all, the safety of His Highness is of vital importance and nothing can happen to him. He is just accompanying and protecting you. Okay. Zhuge Luiying said and left immediately. Xiao Rui looked at Jia Su and asked, I'll have to trouble you to help cover up this matter at home. It's best not to let my father know about it. Jia Su smiled and said, Your Highness will leave from the back door in a while. There are imperial guards arranged by His Majesty outside the palace. Since Your Highness is going, I will definitely solve your worries. With the master here, I feel relieved. Just as Zhuge Luiying said, she came back soon and brought back 2 fine horses. Xiao Rui and Wu Zhanfa changed into ordinary linen clothes, left through the back door, and then rode out of the city on horseback, heading towards Chiuyang County. That evening, the 3 of them arrived at Chiuyang County. Seeing the county town with simple folk customs and simple houses, which was completely different from the bustling and lively capital, and was full of tranquility and a slow pace, Xiao Rui was actually extremely uncomfortable with it. The 3 men dismounted and strolled on the streets of the county town. This was the first time that Xiao Rui walked out of the capital and appreciated the outside world. Everything was so new. After choosing a tavern, the 3 of them tied up their horses and went in for dinner, ordering 4 special side dishes and a pound of wine. Your Highness, let's inquire about the bandits' whereabouts later and start tracking their specific location tomorrow, okay? Zhuge Luiying asked. Xiao Rui said, okay, but when we are out, you don't need to call me Your Highness. Be careful not to reveal your identity. It's better to call me by my name. You call me Xiao Rui and I call you Luiying. Okay. Zhuge Luiying agreed immediately without any pretense. Wu Zhanfa sat quietly aside and said that he was just a hitching post on this trip and would not take action unless it was absolutely necessary. Soon, the side dishes and drinks came. Although the 4 simple side dishes were not delicious, they were the most delicious for hungry people on the road. However, before eating, Xiao Rui directly threw a piece of silver to the tavern waiter, who thanked him profusely and immediately became attentive. I have something to ask you. If you answer me to your satisfaction, see. This silver is also yours. Xiao Rui put another piece of silver on the table. The waiter nodded and asked, Sir, please tell me. I will never hide anything I know. This money is a magical treasure that can make the little ghost let go. Xiao Rui asked, I heard that there is a group of bandits outside Chiuyang County, doing banditry. Your county magistrate contacted the locals to unite the soldiers, and tried to encircle and suppress them many times, but failed to wipe them out. Sir, are you from out of town? The waiter asked after a moment's hesitation. Xiao Rui smiled and said, Yeah, what's the matter? Is it inconvenient to tell me? We are passing by here and are worried about running into you. The waiter said, There is a group of bandits who robbed merchants and pedestrians on the official road, and even captured wealthy businessmen to extort money, causing the people to complain. However, they hid in the dense forest west of the county town, and for some other reasons, they have been unable to be encircled and eliminated. Xiao Rui paused with his chopsticks, and he and Zhuge Luiying looked at each other. It seemed that there was something fishy going on with this bandit affair. What are the other reasons? Xiao Rui asked. The waiter smiled awkwardly and said, I am of humble status, so how can I know the secrets? Xiao Rui took out another piece of silver and placed it on the table. The guy still hesitated. Without saying anything, Xiao Rui put another piece of silver in the box and said, if you don't tell me, I'll ask other people. I believe they will tell me. The waiter quickly scraped away the silver coins and whispered, my 3 guests, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I'm afraid of saying something wrong and causing trouble. Since you are from outside the area, what I said is irrelevant. It will only go through your ears after it passes through my mouth. At this point, the waiter whispered, everyone in the county is spreading rumors that there is someone behind that gang of bandits, and that they are backed by the county lord. If that's true, who do you think can wipe out the bandits? Right, my 3 distinguished guests. Indeed, it is impossible to wipe them out. Xiao Rui narrowed his eyes and asked, but I heard which master is backing them. I really don't know. Seeing Xiao Rui waving the silver again, the waiter waved his hand and said, I want the silver, but I can't slander you. I really don't know. Xiao Rui threw the silver to him, knowing that he really didn't know. The waiter thanked him profusely and left, and the 3 of them chatted in detail. If there really is someone from the government backing them up and tipping them off, this group of bandits will be fearless. If we want to wipe them out, we need to plan carefully. Xiao Rui said with a smile, we even have to remove the big cancer in the government. Zhuge Luiying said angrily, you are paid by the court and yet you dare to go along with the corrupt. You deserve to die. Xiao Rui, you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. What do you think we should do first? Xiao Rui rolled his eyes at him. What do you mean by full of tricks? Are we familiar with each other? We haven't taken a bath together. Do you know me so well? Let's check tomorrow to see if we can find the person behind the bandits. If we can, that would be great. If not, we'll just kill the bandits. Xiao Rui said, if we too take action, we should be able to kill a small bandit gang. We should be able to find out who is behind the bandits from them. No problem, I'll support you. Zhuge Luiying was full of confidence. After dinner, the 3 of them found an inn to rest. The next day, the 3 of them wandered around the county town, asking about the details of the government office and the bandits, but as the waiter at the tavern said yesterday, it was just a rumor, and no one dared to say which yamen master colluded with the bandits. As for whether this rumor was true, it remained to be confirmed. What Xiao Rui did not expect was that the county magistrate, chief clerk, and county lieutenant of Chiuyang County were not in harmony. The county magistrate could not control such a small county. His status was wasted. However, when he learned that the county magistrate was about to turn 60 and was about to retire, he had the reason for his lack of strength. Emperor Xia stipulated that civil officials should retire at the age of 60, while military officials could postpone their retirement to 65. If they were found to be important, they would be reappointed. The mastermind behind the banditry could not be found, but the gangs and factions in Chiuyang County could be discovered by asking. The county magistrate is old and has no one to command him. The county assistant begins to become more powerful, and the chief clerk and the county lieutenant compete with him. According to the promotion system of the Great Xia Kingdom, in a medium-sized county like Chiuyang County, when the county magistrate retires, as long as there is no major event of imperial examination to recruit new officials, as long as some work is done, the county assistant or the chief clerk will basically be promoted. Xiao Rui and Zhuge Luiying's investigation yielded no results, so they did not waste any time and left the city in the afternoon to look for the bandits' lair. To the west of Chiuyang County is a rolling mountain range, about a dozen miles in area. Although the mountains are not as steep as those in the north and are mostly earthen hills, they are lush with vegetation and very suitable for hiding. The official road just passes through the mountains, providing convenience for the bandits to cut off the road. Xiao Rui, Zhuge Luiying, and Wu Zhanfa came to the outskirts of the mountain. There were 2 options before them. One was to go into the mountain to search. Although the mountain range was not large, it was still difficult to find the bandits' hideout. The second is to sit back and wait. I heard from the people of Cheoyang County that this official road connects the north and the south and is the only official road, so there are many merchants traveling back and forth, so bandits rob people frequently, almost once every 3 to 5 days. Nowadays, many vendors have joined together and hired guards before they dare to pass through the aisle. Even so, many passers-by who are not familiar with the situation here are captured and extorted for money. The last time bandits robbed the road was about 3 days ago. So Xiao Rui guessed that the bandits would not be able to wait long this time, so Xiao Rui prepared to sit back and wait. Sure enough, around noon the next day, a group of people slowly entered the official road. When they reached the center of the mountains, a dozen bandits suddenly jumped out from the dense forest path outside the official road and directly stopped the group. Xiao Rui and Zhuge Luiying hid in the dark and naturally witnessed everything. There were more than a dozen bandits, all of them young and strong men. The leader was a one-eyed middle-aged man wearing a green sweatshirt and a beard. He was extremely vicious and was dragging the passengers off the carriage and making them kneel on the ground. These people were travelers, apparently visiting relatives. They included an old couple with a young girl, an old servant driving a carriage, and a middle-aged coachman driving a luggage carriage, 5 people in total. The 5 men knelt on the ground and begged. 3 bandits looked at them, and the others rummaged through the suitcases on the carriage. Your Highness, except for the one-eyed middle-aged man who is a first-class warrior, the other bandits are ordinary people who have some knowledge of martial arts. Wu Jianfa, who has a broad vision, reported to Xiao Rui. Zhuge Luiying said, I am not wrong, the highest is only the first rank, which is most suitable for you to practice swordsmanship, and killing them is also a lack of mercy. Should we take action now, or go back to their nest with them? Xiao Rui was about to speak when he saw that the bandits didn't seem to have found any gold or silver, and he was annoyed. The one-eyed middle-aged man, holding a knife, walked towards the passengers kneeling on the ground. The bandits didn't seem to have found any gold or silver, and the one-eyed middle-aged man, the leader of the bandits, was annoyed. He walked towards the passengers kneeling in a row with a knife, grabbed the old man, put the knife on his neck, and forced him. When Xiao Rui saw this scene, he couldn't help but said, saving people is the most important thing. Okay. Zhuge Luiying nodded in response. She had the same idea. She didn't want innocent people to be harmed, so the 2 of them immediately went over. As I got closer, I could clearly hear the one-eyed man's threats. No money. You came to Beijing to visit relatives, but you have no money after traveling thousands of miles. Damn it, do you want to die? The one-eyed man was angry, and the knife in his hand pressed on the old man's neck, leaving a bloody mark. Please spare my life, sir. Please spare my life. We really don't have much silver. We only have these 10 taels. Going to the capital to seek refuge with our relatives is a desperate act. If we had silver, who would leave our homeland? The old man pleaded. Ha, you're not telling the truth, are you? The one-eyed man was furious. He raised the handle of the knife and hit the old man on the forehead. Blood gushed out instantly. The girl at the side screamed, "Let my grandfather go, you thieves." The old man covered his head in pain, but waved his hands to the girl, asking her not to speak. The old woman beside the girl hugged her and covered her mouth. The one-eyed man glanced at the girl, and his one eye suddenly reflected. He couldn't help but shouting, "Oh, what a beautiful girl, it seems she is still a virgin. Just bring her back for the boss to enjoy, maybe he can even give her to us as a reward." When these words were spoken, the other bandits burst into laughter. Yes, the boss will have the first soup, so we can enjoy it too. I didn't notice it just now, this girl is really pretty, even prettier than the top girl in Wanhua Tower in Cheoyang County. 10, no, 100 of them can't catch up with her. Vulgar, this beautiful girl is more charming than a prostitute. The crowd was so loud and frightened that the old woman hugged her granddaughter and buried the girl's head in her arms. Please spare us, sir. Please spare us. I have money, money. The old man suddenly shouted. The one-eyed man kicked the old man and cursed, "Old man, are you kidding me? Take it out quickly, maybe I will be happy and let you go." The old man had no choice but to ask the old servant who was driving the carriage to take out a package from under the carriage. At the same time, Xiao Rui and Zhuge Luiying had already sneaked into the bushes beside the official road. They were careful not to attract the attention of the bandits and were only 3 or 4 meters away from them. Wu Zhanfa was hanging behind him, and he had to protect Xiao Rui's safety at all times, but the one-eyed man was a first-class warrior, very suitable for Xiao Rui to practice swordsmanship, so Xiao Rui warned him not to take action unless his life was in danger, and it didn't matter if he got injured. The one-eyed man snatched the package and opened it, revealing a wooden box inside. He opened the box and found a jade token the size of a palm. The jade plaque was carved from precious jadeite, but the one-eyed man seemed to have poor eyesight and did not think the jade plaque was valuable. Instead, he felt that the old man was playing a trick on him. He angrily said, "Damn old man, you dare to play a trick on me." After saying that, the one-eyed man picked up his knife and chopped the old man. At the critical moment, Xiao Rui rushed out and immediately shouted to attract him, "Watch out for the knife." Hearing the sound, the one-eyed man subconsciously changed the direction of his machete and turned around to face the attack from behind. Boom! Xiao Rui's knife hit the back of the one-eyed man's knife hard, causing him to step back several steps before he could stand firm. Xiao Rui paused for a moment and immediately raised his knife to fight again. Damn it! The one-eyed man was furious and immediately fought back. On the other side, Zhuge Luiying was chasing other bandits, just like a tiger descending from the mountain. No one could escape. There was also a bandit who wanted to capture a tourist as a threat, but Zhuge Luiying threw out a short knife and shot him through the chest. In a few breaths, most of the 13 bandits were killed, leaving only 2 young bandits lying on the ground wailing. Only Xiao Rui and the one-eyed man were left. The one-eyed man saw that all his men were wiped out and knew that he was doomed, so he used all his strength to attack Xiao Rui desperately, trying to capture Xiao Rui and gain his freedom. This desperate attack by the desperado instantly forced Xiao Rui to retreat step by step. His left arm was cut and bleeding. Xiao Rui grinned, immediately adjusted his rhythm and began to counterattack. He found that the one-eyed man's swordsmanship was very crude and without any good rules. It should be that he had learned ordinary swordsmanship, but he was attacking desperately at this time, which seemed ferocious. However, he had been practicing sword fighting with Wu Zhanfa and Wei Guang, and although he had only been learning for a month, he had already mastered the art. So he controlled his own rhythm and started to counterattack immediately. First, he blocked the one-eyed man's machete with his knife, then Xiao Rui approached him and kicked him in the chest, causing him to stagger and feel pain in his chest. Xiao Rui immediately cut the one-eyed man's right hand with the knife, and with a single cut, he directly cut his tendons. The one-eyed man wailed and the knife in his hand fell to the ground. Xiao Rui moved closer again and kicked him with his knee, sending him flying. Then he raised the knife in his hand and cut off his head. Blood gushed out and splashed on Xiao Rui's chest and cheeks. Huff! Xiao Rui was breathing heavily, looking at the corpse lying in front of him. The head at his feet had its eyes wide open. Xiao Rui felt retching in his chest, but his spirit was extremely excited. So, this is what it feels like. Xiao Rui suddenly understood where the mental addiction of those serial killers came from, why they had the heroic spirit of killing one person every 10 steps and leaving no name behind for 1,000 miles, and why they believed that killing tens of thousands of people was the best of heroes. How do you feel? Zhuge Luiying came over and asked excitedly. Xiao Rui gave him a bright smile. He had discovered that this eldest daughter of the military marquis family liked to be a role model. She took the trouble to bring him out to practice sword skills, and now she seemed even more excited than himself. If I kill more people, my knife skills will get better. Xiao Rui wiped the blood off the knife with his sleeve. The knife reflected a spot of light onto Xiao Rui's face, and a hint of murderous intent finally spread across his young face. Zhuge Luiying smiled even more widely. Some people are born to fight on the battlefield. On the other side, the family who survived the disaster hugged each other and kowtowed to express their gratitude. Xiao Rui helped the old man up and asked Wu Zhanfa to bring a clean white cloth and golden wound medicine. Hurry up and treat the wound. Thank you very much for saving my life. No words can express my gratitude to the 3 of you. The old man wanted to express his gratitude again. Xiao Rui stopped him and said with a smile, "It's just a piece of cake. You should treat your wound and leave here as soon as possible." Yes, yes. The old man was then supported by the old woman and walked to the side to treat his wound. Xiao Rui and Zhuge Luiying looked at each other and began to question the two surviving young bandits. From them, they learned the specific location of the bandits' lair and the situation inside. However, these two people were of low status and had no idea who their boss was colluding with in the county government. In the end, Xiao Rui killed them with 2 swords. The old man and his group also packed their luggage and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, the old man's granddaughter came to Xiao Rui and said, "Benefactor, please accept this." Xiao Rui looked at the girl and was also slightly surprised. Although the girl is only 14 or 15 years old, she is extremely beautiful. She can no longer be described as a beauty in her own right. She already has the charm of a beauty of nature. In a few years, I wonder what kind of stunning beauty she will become. It's not that Xiao Rui hasn't seen beauties before. Zhuge Luiying, Xiao Qingqing, Zhang Ruoxi, and Li Ruoxue are all beauties. Out of a full score of 100, they can get 95 points, but Xiao Rui gave the girl in front of him 98 points. At this moment, the girl held up the emerald jade plaque with both hands, her 10 fingers softly touching the jade plaque, looking warm and white. She looked at Xiao Rui with burning eyes and said, "My benefactor, please accept it." Xiao Rui smiled and nodded, accepting the jade token. On a whim, he took out a lotus seed carved from white jade that he usually played with, and said with a smile, "It's rude not to reciprocate. This is for you." A smile appeared on the girl's pretty face. She nodded and took the lotus seeds, saying solemnly, "Thank you, benefactor." Then he turned to Zhuge Luiying and said, "Thank you, sister." After writing, the girl got in the car and the family left quickly. As they were about to disappear around the corner, the girl suddenly stuck her head out of the carriage and called out, "Benefactor, my name is Yan." The distance was quite far, so Xiao Rui couldn't hear clearly, he only heard that it seemed to be the surname Yan. "Don't look at her anymore, she's already gone far away." Zhuge Luiying came over and said, "How does it feel to be a hero saving a beautiful girl?" Xiao Rui turned his head and looked at her, and deliberately asked, "Are you jealous?" Zhuge Luiying's eyes widened immediately. She didn't expect that the dignified 7th prince would tease her. "Get lost." Zhuge Luiying cursed with a smile. Xiao Rui shrugged and said, "Let's go and continue practicing swordsmanship." The 3 of them set out immediately and headed towards the bandits' lair.